Okay, so today I'm going to be introducing a new permadeath format for chess. So let me review first of all the couple other ones that I have. But this one is going to be where I go through every single bot on the site because the bots are kind of cool and they have a certain sense of personality. Unlike with chess, where it's just kind of like you're playing stockfish level 1 through 8, unless there is some other feature like that. But this is the kind of gimmickry. You get to play mittens, you get to play these celebrities, and they're horribly inaccurate from what I've seen before. Like I had that one game, I get to the end game against Ding Liren and I'm -1. Like, yes, I'm gonna lose, but like I'm in worse positions against 1,400 players on here or something on average. But yet, Ding, I can get to an end game relatively easily. Like, what the fuck? I might have been able to almost draw him, even just playing to my potential. But the point is, I'll go through every single bot until I lose a game, and then the challenge is over and I'm done playing on here, whatever. And technically, I'm not allowed to play on here anyway, because this is like a alt account, backup account, just because my main account I deleted in conjunction with another permadeath format. So my normal one that I do is on here, chess.com. I will do one that's kind of very strict, like I have to get to a certain rating by a certain date. So when I come back to streaming in 2021, right, I didn't play chess that much at the beginning, but then I started, so beginning of 2022. So I said by April 1st, I have to get back to 1,000 rating, which obviously I got pushed down from viewers farming me and whatever. So I failed to do that. Then I moved to Chess, and that was like my first time really using Chess because people kept telling me about it. But in the past, and on my old channel and stuff, I didn't even know what Chess was, or it didn't exist then, or I don't know. But I played on there then, and so I create a few re-unlock conditions for the site. So I have to get to 1600 in classical within 6 months, and I have to wait the full 6 months regardless. So I did get to 1600, then after 6 months, so that would have been like October 1st, I could have reopened my account. But then I waited till like December, just whatever, I didn't get around to it. And then I did a very unfair term with the next one. I said, now I have to get to 1200 by January 1st, and I started like December 12th or something, 2022. And I gave myself less than a month, and I still almost did it, but then I failed that one too. So then I deleted it again. Then I said, okay, so now January 1st to July 1st, I have 6 months to get to 1700 in classical on the chess, which I did that. Then between July 1st and the next year, so I gave myself 6 months, I have to get from basically 11 whatever I was, because I failed to get to 12, back up to 15, right? And so I got to like 1350 by November, or no, like by October, I think, somewhere in between there. And then you might think, oh, how did I fail then? Wouldn't I have had still another 2 months? And you're right, I would have. But this is where the third permadeath challenge comes in, where if I get to a 50 increment, like when I'm getting to a rating for the first time, so like let's say I got to 1350, and then I went on a really bad streak and fell below 13. So anytime I get to a 50 mark at a new sort of interval, like if I get to 1450 for the first time, 1550, whatever, then if I fall back below the 100 mark at that point, I have to delete it again. And then with this re-unlock condition, I've been pretty harsh because that was the third time, like 3 strikes and you're basically out. So the only way I can re-unlock it now is if I get to 2000 in both classical and rapid on chess. So that'll be a ways down the road, I'm pretty sure. Probably be easier for me to do it in classical, but who knows with the way I've been playing lately. So those are the 3 permanent things that I've done here with chess, right? The 50 increment, the just baseline, get to a certain rating by a certain day. And then this is the newest one that I thought about for a little bit doing, but this is my first time actually trying it, where I'll go through the bots and I'll do it almost like an immersive single player experience, because we get to take our time with it. We can play viewers in between, you know, like even during the game if somebody wants to play me or whatever. I won't play any, obviously, rated games on here. So the only things I should be allowed to do on here, since I'm technically not, I'm sort of banished from the site by my own volition, I can play against viewers, but unrated games, just in case they don't have an account on chess or whatever, it's more convenient. Viewers and friend games. I can play variants, like how I love Chaturanga, and that's even the name of this account. And then the third thing I can do is I can play like bots and do like little weird challenges and things like this, variants and bots. Well, I already said variants was the second one. So viewer games, unrated, obviously variants are fine because some of them you can't really find anywhere else. I originally used to play Chaturanga way back in the day on some other site, and I can't remember what it was. I'm pretty positive it wasn't this one, but then I guess either it died out or I just can't remember what it was. And then again, the third thing would just be like doing bots or other weird challenges. We get to enjoy that little arcade animation thing that I like there. I probably gained a lot of rating just from people having cheated against me. But actually, I've never played a rated game on here, and I don't like to add friends or anything either because it's like just very much like incognito. Like this account technically doesn't exist, it's just there as a placeholder. But I figured we'd try this, and one of the reasons why I'm doing it is because I tanked so hard in classical on the chess. So what I was gonna do originally is like, now I've been using this webcam and showing the board, so it's like, oh, now I should play classical games on stream, and then I'll play rapid games off stream, like when I just record it. I do like my little recorded sessions on random days of the week if I have time. So what that allows me to do is it allows me to, yeah, like, okay, every time I'm on stream, I can show off the webcam and the real life board because I don't have time to do that or whatever. It wouldn't work to do it in the recorded sessions. So I can show it off here, and that's best suited to play classical because I can't handle it in rapid because that's just too fast and I can barely even play the game without getting flagged. So I was going to do classical rated games on the chess, but because I fell all the way down to 1620 the other day when I was trying to just get up there back to 17, now I'm afraid because that 50 increment does come into play. Because since I've been obviously over 1650, if I lose the next game, and because I have a provisional rating, meaning like I could lose more than 20 in a single game or gain more than 20 if I win, that means the next game, if I play and lose, then I'd have to delete my chess account too. So I'm going to pussy out of doing classical to show off the board, but now we get to do something even better. We get to show off the board with correspondence by playing against the bots, because then there is no time limit at all. So you have to almost think about it like a single player game where you're kind of just, it's like a single player story mode where you could go through each of these. And I think some of them might even be locked behind. I can't tell whether the proportion should really be like this or not, and I don't necessarily have to go in order. Like I can pick out for like, okay, I'll do it in whatever order I want, but I still have to get to all of them. And I think, yeah, these locked ones must be, you have to sign up or pay for it or whatever. But if you think about it, like there's no way I'll get through all the free ones anyway. So I'll go through the free ones today. What is that, Jaylen Brown? He needs to work on going left in basketball rather before he plays this, but he's actually one of my favorite players, and like him and Devin Booker are kind of underrated just because they're so good. Ray Enigma, literally me, no face cam, or I guess I'm the Michael Jackson of chess because I got the one glove thing going. I should make that joke in a title at some point, but yeah, we'll go through these and we will try to, we get the arcade animation, we get whatever audio animations. What is this, like a VTuber or something? So no, the one thing I get to do is I get dibs on choosing who to play in what order, so I can go for the weakest ones first. But what I don't get to do, Sonic Fox 1750, is he really though? Sonic Fox is a professional fighting game player and 6-time Evo champion. Take on this world-class player and trash talker. Okay. But that's the big question. Is he really 1750? Or I saw that Tyler 1 got to like 1700 on here, which is pretty impressive. I mean, that should have been my growth rate by now. Quite frankly, I should be 2,000 plus on both of these sites by now. And I think once you get to around 2,000, it sort of scrunches in a bit more where it's not quite as inflated, because like at least compared to each other, because I know like at this stage between like 1,500, like Lichess is a couple hundred points higher, but once you get to 2,000, I know a lot of people who are about the same rating, like they're 2050 on here and 2075 on there, so like it couldn't be that big of a difference, or it could just be that they commit to playing more on one and focus more on that, so it's kind of hard to measure it. But yeah, we're gonna get to choose the order in which we do them, but other than that, I just have to beat them. We get one try. Obviously, win or lose, you're playing for your life, and that's pretty much what we're gonna have to work with. March Murder Mystery. Is the murder victim gonna be me in this game? That's actually kind of a fitting theme to it. Let's try to get immersed in the lore of who these people are too. Man, like I guess I'll just pick, like I won't skip one until I really feel intimidated by the rating, because like I'm not gonna play fucking Judith Polgar right now, dude. We'll save that one for later, but we would still have to do it as part of this challenge. So I could either continue this then only on stream sessions, or I guess I could do it off stream too, but the whole point of it is to use this whole little webcam setup, which maybe is like a gimmick, but I mean, it's still a fun thing to do. Or there's so many fun things you can do theoretically with chess. Like I always thought about, like there should be a single player game that almost does what Fire Emblem should do, which of course Fire Emblem is kind of largely based around chess, but then it fucks it up a little bit with the leveling up. Like one unit becomes too powerful and then just dominates everything because you get to level up in an RPG style way. I would make a game like that, but where it's like chess. So like the first level is just a tutorial, like a normal chess game. But then every level they throw in little gimmicks. Like this level has fog of war. This level has an ambush spawn where like 3 knights spawn on your queen side or something like that. Where it wouldn't be the same thing every time. Like one variant, it would mix them all together. So by the end of the game, you're like going through a storyline, like a story mode, and then by the end of the game they'll start combining 2 or 3 different mechanics or all the mechanics and different things, throw in a different Pegasus piece here, a unique piece. Everything like that would be so awesome to do. Yeah, let's indulge this murder mystery one here. Madam Mate is a wealthy Madam Wade is a wealthy chess benefactor. Well, yeah, pay to win, am I right? People calling it. The best you could say with that discussion, people were getting triggered by that video, including myself. Somebody saying chess is pay to win. The point is that it's not pay to win, but it could be pay to play. Like, you have to be wealthy or successful or have free time or have tutors and all these kind of things to actually be able to play and consistently and to try to work towards becoming a professional player. But pay to win implies something different that I feel like people don't know what that term actually means. Pay to win would mean specifically you can buy either rating outright or a title, or you can like buy competitive advantage during the course of the game. So if I sit down in a FIDE match and I pay $1 million, I can get a special rook that is as strong as a queen that my opponent can't afford to get. So therefore, I have a competitive advantage in the game. It doesn't mean it gives you a training advantage, like, because I could play any game like that and say, well, basketball is pay to win because I'm rich enough to hire some basketball coach, some world famous coach, and somebody else can't. But once you get on the court, it's not pay to win. It's not innate to the game, right? That's just innate to life and society and how the world works. If you have money, you're going to get certain advantages or privileges and things you can do. So the point with that is to simply say that it's not pay to win. It could be pay to play, and even beyond that, what else? Like again, it doesn't affect the game itself. So when you say chess is pay to win, it's not, right? Not in a way that any other thing wouldn't be. I'm trying to think. What was the other point? It would be like, okay, you can get your books and you can get, like, again, that would help you improve outside of actually playing the game, right, in a professional sense. Like, okay, they help you improve. So if I want to, like, let me use a card game analogy. Like, okay, let's say I'm playing Magic the Gathering for the first time and I hire a coach to train me in the game. But then when I go to actually sit down to like play somebody in a tournament, now I just have to do it myself. So all that did is give me better training and better chances to learn. But then when you actually go to play, you just play. The one advantage there in a card game you could say is, oh, it's pay to win, to this sense that somebody who has a lot of money would be able to get every card and all the rarest cards. But even then, that's not necessarily true, because you still have access to those cards. It's just that, at least in real life, you would have to actually buy them. So there's some element to that, like the Kaiba effect. Like, oh, he's so good because he has Blue Eyes White Dragon and he can afford them and he scours the world for them. So, but like, if there's one super, this would be a good example. If there's like one super rare card that they only printed one copy of in the world, that's like really strong, right? And somebody buys it for $1 million. Now they start winning tournaments with it and this and that. Not just because of it alone, but it at least bolsters their deck in a way that other people don't have that benefit. Because of that, now you could say, okay, that's a pay to win card or pay to win mechanic, because they had the $1 million, they bought it, only they get it. There's only one copy of it. So that starts to become a problem, where it's not a level playing field. Like, you have access to something that other people do not. Chess is absolutely the opposite of that, where when you sit down at the board, anybody can just do anything. Like, there's no factor outside of that influencing it. Even to the point where people say luck. There's no luck in chess. Like, oh, your opponent had a bad morning, they got hungover last night, like Beth Harmon in that one episode, or your opponent just had a bad game. Like, those are all part of the game, though. Having bad games is normal, right? Like, that's just normal human thing. It's not like, oh, the wind is gonna push the baseball one way when you're at bat, and then it's gonna push it the other way when your opponent's at bat. Like, those kind of factors would be luck. Let's see. Wealthy chess benefactor, while everyone has their eye on her money, she sees more than she lets on. Well, you're 600 rated, so it doesn't really seem like it. But you have to go all the way down. Yeah, there would at least be enough free ones to get through. But we'll try to pick on the low-hanging fruit. So we're going to go challenge, no help of any kind. That's not really a challenge, it's just the fucking game. Play as random seems to be fair. Or maybe I should always play as black. Maybe that should be the rule. But no, I feel like it should be random. like just a normal, almost like an online match. So you get to play as black, and let's see what kind of commentary and lines they have. Speaking of story, hello, I'm Madam Mate. Nice to meet you. I'm not much of a talker. Well, you already said 2 lines. So let's go ahead and do this. So the one difference with this is I'm not using the one, or I guess I did that maybe last time too. I'm not using the feature on the chest that they were advertising, which was you can move the piece on the board in the webcam. That's part of the reason why I did this, or I was thinking about doing it anyway, but it was a good excuse to give it a shot. The feature works pretty well. Like you would move the pawn, like if that was my move, and it would automatically move it on the site. But the problem with it is that it shows these big blocks and boxes over the pieces and like a number and letter and stuff. So it kind of fucks it up. It's not really meant to display it, and I couldn't figure a way to get rid of it. So that's just the way it detects it or somehow is able to make it move. So here you just have to do it manually. But I mean, I would have to move my piece on the board anyway, and I would have to move their piece. So the only difference is I also have to move it on the site now, right? Because then it would automatically do it. And of course, this is chess.com anyway, but so this is e4. This is a good way to learn notation too. And of course, the orientation of the board is all different, but whatever, you get the point. Like, I'm not going to keep fucking changing it every time. It's hard enough just to get this thing set up in the first place. Let's see what we got here. You are going to see, this makes it more fun for me. This is like I'm just taking my time. Time is no object, so like, I'm just going to try my absolute best to just win this game and appreciate the story that he's telling me or whatever. So this is like some Murder on the Nile inspired thing or something. I don't know. Like imagine this multi-billion-dollar company like chess.com is able to, wow, they put this little guy's face in a couple pieces of dialogue. This is what we get compared to the chess as an improvement over it. Like, yes, that's cool and all these little gimmicks like mittens and stuff. But the reality is, it is just a bot. Like, the rating speaks for itself and whatever. Some of them, like, supposedly have certain styles of play that they'll be like, this guy's aggressive or whatever. They'll kind of define or typecast their style of play. So here we're going. I should almost move first on this, but whatever. The point is, one thing you can't do is you can't move these pieces around freely in the middle of moves, or like, oh, let me see what this would look like and this and that. So let me rationalize my moves too. You got to role play like I'm a Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist, and I got to do all those histrionics that I make fun of. Like, they won't just play a card; they'll do like some crazy hand motion and then say, now I play this, and they do it in such a epic kind of way. It's like you're just fucking playing a card, dude. But they'll do like some crazy twirl 50 times over, and then they play the card. Kaiba is especially like that. So you got to do that with the chess piece, and you can do all these kind of weird histrionics. And then the other point is, yeah, you got to give it like this sense of whatever, like you're role playing as like an anime character or like a story character, and it's like, oh no, I can't believe he did that move, whatever will I do now, and like make it all dramatic and make yourself seem like the underdog or something. There is an element of RP that I do in like almost everything I do. Sometimes people take it seriously or don't get it, but yeah, here we would obviously see I'm not cheating because like I'm saying I'm gonna make the move, but I'm just kind of soaking in the correspondence element of being able to do this. So we are going to take this seriously, which normally I don't, and normally it's not that fun playing against bots. I think I played and beat XQC's bot once, but I haven't messed around with these too much. Or I played Mittens by popular demand because everybody's so amused by that. Make a virtual cat play chess and everybody just loses their mind. So you go ahead, we move there, nice little arcade animation. Let's see what he says. Or what, we're not gonna. I prefer to let my money do the talking. This feels like one of those characters from Pokemon where he's like, somebody in like the chateau or some area in like Pokemon Y where they're bragging about their money, like, oh, I'll just buy a new purse to make myself feel better after losing this, Pokemon battle against you. It just feels like an archetype that all the games have some rich snob sort of type character, or oh, my mom will buy me something because they're all going to be young or something. So that's just a standard move. But yeah, the reason why I did that's my patented E5 move to respond to E4, and the reason why is because I don't want to let the knight get bullied around, because we've had some bad traumatic experiences involving knights and just how bad they are as a piece. And it's not even like a bias I have against them, it's just you slowly, it's like a psychological element, right? People cannot traumatize you in life. They can only reveal to you slowly the nature of existence or the nature of people bit by bit. So to make you aware of that is simply illuminating or enlightening in a sense, even as harsh as the experience might be. It's like, oh, all they did was reveal to you, oh, people are dishonest, or people are this, or people are that. So now you just become acutely aware of it. So that's what happens with the night. It's like, it's not that I think it's bad because I've had bad experiences with it. It's that I've realized, or I've always had that notion that it is bad, and you just sometimes get to see how bad it is, and sometimes you get spared that misery, mainly just because you trade it off early enough. So now we'll go to d6 to try to cover the pawn, or sorry, you'll go to c6. d6 is not a legal move. You go to c6 here. So you cover the pawn. So we're playing this pretty much mirror back. Now we got to go full RP mode where I'm able to fucking the dimensions are a little confusing because it's like upside down from what we're looking at, but it's okay. Let's get on with it, shall we? Because he's getting bored by my commentary here. But no, the point is that you got to give your own little badass quotes here. Sometimes I was forgetting actually to do these moves because on here in the middle of a game, but that was more because I was concerned about time, whereas here I'm really not. And I love that touch move rule. We're going to have to get used to that once we start playing over the board tournaments and stuff. I just feel like it's beneath me to even bother trying to do them, not because, oh, I'm so good, but because it's not worth your time, right? Like, why would you bother doing it, going to an event? I would have to go to New York City to play a FIDE event, or I could play like a USCF type of thing. But the reason why I don't want to do it, or I could do like the Matumbo fucking finger wag. Do all these, yeah, who needs emotes when you can just do this? The fucking hand cam extraordinaire. Thumbs up. I could give the middle finger, which I'm almost afraid to do because maybe you'll get banned for it. Maybe you're not supposed to. You can say a certain word like that, but you can't actually maybe show it. Or there was some rule to do with writing. Or I could do like ASMR, glove sounds, hand movements. My old overlap with myself where people considered me almost an ASMRist. But no, this is how it'll be every episode. We'll do one fucking game like this because we're taking it fully seriously because our life is on the line, which is part of the reason why I like permadeath in any given thing. It makes it so much more interesting. Normally I wouldn't give a shit, like, oh, we're just playing a 600 bot. But it does actually matter because if I lose, then I'm screwed, right? I wonder if you said that actually because of how long I'm taking, but there is no time limit, or at least there shouldn't be. So now we'll make a simple move. Yeah, I'm almost intrigued by that. What if I try to go full RP like that? Because I always do like semi-RP, but I can't really figure out exactly how to do it. You need like a banter back and forth. It's like, pretend like this is a high-stakes game where like if you lose this game, you'll actually die like in real life or something, just hypothetically. So it's like everything is such a big deal and you're kind of reacting to it. I'm really thinking of Yu-Gi-Oh! In that process. Like they're overreacting to every move. Oh no, he played that card. Whatever will I do now? It's like... There's just a sense that people enjoy that so much in the course of watching a show. So I can't afford to let him take on e5. So the move is quite clear, right? That you would go here. You go to I was going to say d3, d6. And then he's able to go. They say pawns are the soul of chess. Would you agree? He goes there, kind of aggressive attacking move with the pawn. I mean, and yeah, these ratings are never going to be very... So that's a good move because if I don't take it, first of all, I can't double take. Because if I take with the pawn, then he takes with the queen. Or no, yeah, then I can't take because it's pinned. But the second reason is the fact that if he takes the pawn... as it is now, then I don't have a good cover because I would have to split and then open the queen and then he can take and then I still can't take back. I'd have to take with the king and that would ruin my whole castling position. And so if you look at these moves, I'm not looking at it in terms of the opponent that I'm playing as much. I'm looking at it in terms of the, you know, position itself, just objectively, like what could you learn from this? This is a fun, instructive way to learn openings, even though I don't know what this shit, any of them are called or what I'm doing in them. So I kind of like the board being bigger, but I feel like maybe if people do this, I can't remember who I've seen actually even show the board like this, but maybe Logic or somebody. And yeah, people always make fun of the fact that it's supposedly considered cheating because, including myself. So here you don't want to take it necessarily, or maybe you do, because he could take with the knight too. So then you're kind of walking in. So this is an important moment as a defensive style player that I always go for. Why would you take on d4? Because it allows him to walk into a double attack with the knight and the bishop now, and it just creates an awkward spot that you're in. It would still be okay because you could bring the bishop then after that to like d7. Then you could let him take, and then he takes again. I'm not really even showing the arrows or anything. I guess I could do it with my finger, but he would take, I would take, and then he would take, but then it would split the pawn. It would make the B pawn go to like c6, which is technically what he can do right now. I'd have no way of stopping that. Another way in which the knight is kind of a liability. Or I should like show how much do I talk with my hands when I, like, naturally. If I normally, some people are very expressive with their hands when they talk and they don't even realize it. All these little gimmicks you can do. This is what Alex Botes did to chess. She destroyed chess. A clown like me wouldn't even be doing this if it wasn't, even if it's for like some other reason. Yeah, like, yeah, she did inspire me to play chess more, at least, because I used to do it. I streamed it before she ever did, by the way. But the point is that then I would just fuck around in between whatever main things I was doing. I've taken it so seriously now, at least in part, because I see how much of a shame and a disgrace it is that people are so easily impressed by this low-rated sub 2,000 FIDE kind of clown show. It's like, I could be sub 2,000 FIDE too if I wanted, or wait, I already am. So that's one thing we have in common. But it just doesn't feel right? It feels like a disgrace and an insult to all those players who work so hard, who are actually GMs and above. And even Levy gets a little bit of credit, but he certainly exploited his position as a mere IM, despite how, that's at least good. It still isn't proportional, right? Chess is one of those easily measurable, firm meritocracies in the world, one of the last true meritocracies out there. And if you look at it like that, it's a shame that you still see even that subverted. One of my fake Bobby Fischer quotes, right? When the last true meritocracy in the world, chess, is corrupted by celebrity and cult of personality and things like that, then you'll know that society has truly fallen, which sounds pretty cool, like something maybe he would say, but it's like when even something like chess gets corrupted by, again, reality TV show style stuff or celebrity culture and all this kind of nonsense, then it's truly over, because nothing is pure anymore. See, even this sense that, like, oh, chess is a gatekeeping kind of game. This is so my style of doing things too. It's a gatekeeping of a game. It's almost good. Elitist gatekeeping, it almost feels appropriate, because again, very few things are this measurable. The downside obviously is the drawable nature and all those kind of things, obviously, that we talked about. But the good thing is, again, somebody's rating is an absolute. There's no questioning it. Like, you are what your rating is, and it's like very, very solid. Sure, you can play above it and below it sometimes, but even that's an exception. Like, you wouldn't be doing that every single game. So, or like, that's how I am. Like, I could be a 1500, but one game I'll play like a 2000, and then one game I'll play like 1000, right? So it's not like I'm varying. Oh, one game I'll play like a 16, and then one game I'll play like a 14. No, it's like a 500 up or down swing, unironically, because I have to put so much effort sometimes and try so hard, and time affects me, and just, I don't have the fundamentals to lean on, so I have to put so much effort every little thing I do. So now, getting back to the actual game, the one thing I haven't been doing these recent sessions with chess is listening to music, or even when I do those recorded streams off stream, obviously recorded sessions, I mean, then I still listen to it, but I don't play it on there. So you can sometimes still hear it on my headphone, like in the background, but for some reason I just haven't wanted to do that. Not even for like some copyright issue, because I normally never have an issue with that. But let's see what we have here. You have the ability to... Okay, this is at least a tricky position inherently, that you obviously just have to know one way or another how to deal with. You could almost go to like a6 and just like threaten and try to force him to take already, because then even if he pushes the pawn, I would just take the bishop, so he wouldn't be able to do that. I'm almost inclined to take the pawn, but I also don't want to take the pawn. There's also no good way to cover that pawn. I could cover the knight with the bishop, and if I cover the knight with the bishop, then you're in a position where, yeah, who needs arrows when you can just use your finger now? This is something that even some of the big chess streamers I don't think really do. Does Hikaru show a board? Not that he really needs to, and he plays so much faster formats. It would be kind of inane to even try to do that. Or that could be a challenge he does. He has to replicate his position on the board in bullet against other really good players in real life while also playing online, right? As if it's not hard enough just to avoid trying to get flagged by like Orange Ghost and the clowns like that, who play way above their rating because of that in a way. So now, again, if I take the pawn, let's analyze this position fully. The real point of this is to try to learn. Like, we're not proving anything by beating a 600, but let's try to actually learn something from it. So we can take that towards trying to get to 1700 and wrap it on the chess. But you see the speed at which I feel comfortable, and just like taking my time and whatever. So if I take the pawn, it gives him initiative to take it back with his knight. Right, and I'm not going to show it on the board because that would be like cheating. I'm just doing it in my head, but I'm explaining it. So you would take the pawn, he would take back. If I don't do that, there's a number of bad scenarios that happen. He takes, and I have to take back with the pawn, then he can take the queen. And then I have to take with the king. So if I do the bishop move, bishop to c7 or d7, what happens then? The bishop is on d7 and you're covering it. But then he can take the pawn, and then I can take back with my knight first. Then he can take with his knight, then I can take with my knight, or no, my pawn, and then he would still take the queen, or he'd be like double attacking. The bishop would still be there, so he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That would be sort of my trade happy tendency where I almost wouldn't mind that. You could almost do the knight covers knight. This is a genuinely confusing position. Like, not that I'm really worried about it in the context of this game, although maybe I still should be. 600 fucking garbage rated player, even as I question, the much higher rated bots are worse than the players on here. That is one of the most stark differences you could ever see. Like, an 1800 on this website, if they're not provisional, a legit 1800 is like a god. Like, you'll get destroyed in the opening. Even somebody like me, maybe sometimes I can't even beat like 1500s half the time. From whatever experience I had, I was getting hard stuck around 1300 or something like that, right? And that's when I went on the bad streak and had to even delete my account because I failed to stay above 13, or probably I wouldn't have been able to get to 1500 in time. So that's what it's like to play against mere low rated players. But here you can play an 1800 bot and I could probably beat them if I just really think about it, especially if I take this amount of time. But that's not really why. Like, I'll still take my time, but it won't be the defining factor. You still have to move it along. But it almost feels like it's bad not to just think about all the options here, because at the end, I should look at this in the engine with my one free analysis that they'll give me. I'm not going to sign up for like premium, or maybe I would if if this goes on long enough, which of course it will. I'm going to have to cherry pick the easiest opponents, which is still fair because I never said what order I would play them in. As long as I get to all of them, I'm going to avoid Judith Polgar like the plague here. I'm going to pick on Ding Liren just like everybody picks on him for choking. And that's my bold prediction. Psychology expert makes a bold prediction. Just like I made the one that he would choke in the last World Championship. Forgive me, though, if I thought that choke would lead to him losing the World Championship, which it didn't, because he got out-choked by Nepo. It wasn't the World Chess Championship, it was the World Choking Championship. But basically, I would predict that no matter who he goes against this time, right, he would lose. Not because, whatever, anybody's better, but because he's just going to choke the same way he did before. And this time he won't get away with it, so it doesn't even matter who he goes against. So here we have the ability to, again, if I take, it's bad. If I don't take, it's bad. I genuinely don't know what the proper response to this is. My interest is I want to unpin it, because no matter what you do, you got to be weary of I find that to be the ultimate irony, actually. The fact that you're allowed to do arrows on these sites, but you're not allowed to move pieces on the board. It's effectively the same thing. Like, yes, the arrow, you have to kind of imagine the movement and where the new position is going to be, whereas here you could actually just do it, right? But it basically, to me, feels like the same thing, which is why I almost never try to use arrows. The main thing you have to worry about, never mind the take on the pawn and the queen take and all these kind of other things that'll fuck up the castle and stuff, the main thing you have to worry about is you got to move the knight, otherwise he could go to d5 and then attack it and pin it, and it's trapped. So my preferred move here would be bishop to d7. But let's think about it once more. So the bishop is now on d7, hypothetically, right? So he would take the knight, then I can take back. It's no big deal, right? Then I take it with the bishop. If he takes the pawn, then I could take it with the knight. Then he could take, then I could take. Then he's double attacking the thing. He's double attacking the actual bishop, and then is covered by the queen. So at that point, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But I would still get a move in between, wouldn't I? So maybe I could initiate the take. Let me double check. We go through. See, this is the way that you get used to calculating. I'm doing this all in my head. The problem, I guess, with what I'm doing is I'm not really looking at my board on the real life. I'm just still looking at the site. So if I look at it here, what you have is I would take. It almost seems easier to me to do it on the site, but I guess I'm just used to that, and you'll have to get used to it in an over-the-board sense. Imagine if they let you bring like your custom piece set to a tournament. I'd bring like a fucking Jurassic Park set just to troll people or something. Or these are the kind of gimmicks that people should do on stream just as fucking funny content or whatever. So what you have here is, okay, you bring the bishop, then he could take the pawn. Then I take the pawn, then he takes the pawn. He would take the pawn, I would take, then he would take, I would take. This is the kind of main instructive point of the move. So after that sequence, so it'd go, I got to learn how to say notation and stuff too. There's so many things I'm rough on, despite apparently being at least a little better than the average person or something, or even people who apparently do study, because even low-rated sub 1500 inflated website players are experts on opening theory, because this is just the state of the game in the modern day. Bobby Fischer called it. Let's see, like what would happen? Okay, he takes on e5, right? Capture e5, then I capture, and my bishop is on d7 in this hypothetical scenario. So he takes on d5, then I take on e5. Wait, what? Oh, I'm just saying it wrong. He takes on e5, then I take on e5. The bishop is blocking, so therefore he can't do anything with the thing. Even if he took with the bishop at this point, I could take with my bishop, so we're trading on c3, c6, fuck me. And then even if he takes the queen, it's covered now by the rook, so you don't have to worry about that. The one thing you do have to worry about is the knight move. Now you think he's sacking the knight for the pawn, because he takes, I take on e5. Then if he takes again, my knight could take. And now it poses a problem, because like, oh no, he's double attacking, and he could do this too. He takes my bishop on d7, then I take with the queen, he takes, then I take with the king. The king is on d7. The problem with that is, this is the one thing where my commentary has come full circle. Instead of talking slowly and quietly and not talking too much, now my speed of talking is going to match my calculation, or not really even close to it, but still. People don't realize sometimes how good you can be at calculation. If you really think about it, my problem is that I don't know what that informs. Like, it's not informed by opening theory or fundamentals or like what this position should be like. I can just do it in a raw sense. Like, oh, I see what all the outcomes are, but I don't know what they mean. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to do with the position a lot of the time. So, or like I just have certain preferences that hold me back. But anybody can just sit there and think through, like, okay, let me go. So many people think that's either insulting to their intelligence to have to do, or they don't feel like it's worth it, or they feel what it really is they feel like, oh, I'm not good enough. The fact that I have to sit here and think about every move, right, means I'm not good enough. But that's what all the good players do, right? If you were innately that good, you would just do it in a split second and you'd be done with it. So sure, some people might be faster or slower, but it's just a case of you can always just do it, right? It's just such an effort thing that I realize more and more is my weakness, that I just don't feel like I have to try. And so often you get away with it. You'll play a really bad game but still win, so then it almost encourages you. So again, the key revelation with this position is, if the knight ended up on e5 after taking his knight and exchanging pawns, then even if he was to take with the bishop on d7, it's not the fact that the queen would take and then the queen would take and then the king would take. It's the fact that the knight, as tricky and sneaky as it can be, is actually covering d7 from e5. So if you see that, then this move seems to be correct. After an adequate amount of calculation, you got to realize this is what you'd be doing in an over the board setting. This is how deeply you would be thinking about each position. Doesn't this seem like fun? Doesn't this seem like exactly the kind of game you would want to play and exactly what you want to do with your life? Like, it's so, at some point, it does feel kind of just stupid, right? You almost feel embarrassed to be doing it, or you feel maybe ashamed that you even have to do it. But again, just think about it like that. Anand calculates his games. Magnus calculates his games. Like, sure, they have a certain fundamental knowledge base that's far beyond yours, but they still have to calculate. That's the funniest term ever, is opening prep. When they say like, oh, you've studied openings your whole life, you're a super grandmaster. Also, you're still doing opening prep. Like, what the fuck? Because that just shows you the sort of stale, stagnant, solvable nature of the game that you're trying to memorize that as much as possible, because that's just all memory. Openings are 100% memory. There's nothing even to them. Nobody ever came up with an opening like in a modern sense. They've all been, beaten to death by the engine, and everything's just analytics now. That is an interesting maneuver. Let's see what he's going to do. So the pin still exists. Now, what changes with that position? You would think he could just blunder something. Like, it would at least be possible. Like, he blundered the pawn on d4, I think. And as a result of doing that, I guess I could take the pawn. Then if he takes, then I could take back. And of course, the bishop is also... Or I could just take it with the knight, actually, and then also attack the bishop. Because the bishop is under attack. Like, my bishop is there, so it doesn't really matter about moving the knight right now. He makes this knight move. I'm a little bit sloppy with how I'm doing this. What am I doing with I'm touch moving my opponent's piece? What did he just do? How is this? Okay, the one knight isn't moved. My dimensions are all screwed up. So he goes to here. You gotta get this visualization going in your head. This is why it's so hard for me. Or like, let me try to look at the real board now and see what I can glean from it. Right, you look at the real board, and I don't know why that's really easier. I guess just the pieces have more depth to them. Like, they're thicker, I guess, instead of being flat. That's why I like the 3D boards even on these sites, even though the people say they give them headaches and stuff. Everyone, oh, I almost missed a line of his. Everyone was dressed so beautifully for my tournament. Well, everyone but Green Pawn. Or is he going to give you clues as to like who murdered who in their hypothetical scenario? This is like that hardcore Pokemon Y thing that I posed at the end. You're fighting like the Elite Four, right? And every room has like these little decorations and stuff related to the element that they use. So like there's this big statue of like a fish mouth or something in one of these, or like a dragon's head right in the room. And so because it's a permanent playthrough for me, like if I lose, I'll die. I posed it like that. It's like one of those Yu-Gi-Oh moments, like where, oh, if you, at least in the Japanese, if you lose this duel, your legs will get cut off by the saw that's like you're tied down to some apparatus, right? Or you'll get drowned to death. So in that scenario, it's like, oh yeah, whoever loses this game, whether it's the Elite Four or me, right, the dragon head will come down on them and crush them, or this room will flood for the water guy, and it'll drown you. So like something like that. So it becomes very extreme. Like as I'm walking out, strutting away happily that I beat them, it's like I picture in my head like they're fucking dying brutally like that. Or I was almost gonna make a thumbnail like that. So it'll be my cute little kawaii girl character skipping out. Meanwhile, the dragon head is chomping on their head, or just crushing them. And then I'm trying to think what one of them would be the dragon head thing. One of them would be like drowning. One of them would be, I kept coming up with creative ways that either of us would die, because it would have applied to me too, hypothetically. So this knight is one of the moves you could make here is the developing. See, this is like me being a chess teacher, even though I'm not very good myself. It at least shows you how I think, right? One of these moves that I would naturally make here is f7. And the reason why I'd go f7 is because it threatens a double take. This is the kind of thing you shouldn't really fall in love with, but you're also developing, so it's okay. But like, oh, if he forgets it, if he makes a mistake, which you shouldn't play like that, that's also one of my biggest weaknesses, right? Either underestimating my opponents or like trying to make the game too easy, what I call almost the lazy gambit. where you effectively like, oh, let me do this thing that's not good or that is only okay, but if he messes up, if he doesn't see something, then I can do it. So I would go to e7 and hope, or not yeah, I would go to e7 and hope that, oh, he just doesn't notice it, then I could take the knight, he takes with the bishop, and then I take with the queen, so I got to effectively double take. So that's my official term too. I don't know if that's something anybody ever really says, but take take is technically Hikaru's term. I guess you give him credit at least because he would always say that. What did Botez say all those years of streaming? Because she was obviously streaming before. Does she say capture? That's actually a good thing to look into. What was she saying in 2016 when she was streaming chess, right, and getting so popular before anybody else was even doing it, except for me, which doesn't count because I would just do it as a ironic, stupid thing in between other categories. But technically, I can always take that credit. I was the first, not really the first ever. I'm sure other people had done it, Northern Lion and random, whatever, other people. But let's see. Yeah, Tyler 1 has actually improved quite a bit. Yeah, I would do the d7 or e7, I mean, right? Attacking on e5. But I could also just take the pawn that it seems like he's blundered. So now the question is, do I take with the pawn or do I take with the knight? So I'll rationalize taking with the knight. We're talking about the d4 pawn here. So I'm not really giving much visual aid because I feel like it officially is cheating if you do it on the board, and it's cheating in my book if you do it with the arrows. You just have to understand, I guess, based on what I'm saying. Or I guess I could just like mouse over it. But we're talking about the d4 pawn. So if you take the knight, take with the knight on the d4 pawn, he can't take back. And I'm also double threatening the bishop, so it almost forces him to trade bishops, or at least move it away and figure something out. If I take with the pawn, I'm doubling my own pawn. So even though I get to keep the pawn, right, that's suboptimal. So the e5 pawn will be doubled on the d file now on e4 or d4, right? So that's not good. And also, it would enable him to, you got to think about the value of the center pawns. You're kind of giving up a center pawn. Not really. I guess you still do have two, but the fact that they're double stacked. So the most logical, intuitive. See, if you play like this, you can't make a mistake, though. This is the point. This is how I could play in a classical game or over the board tournament. This is what I don't like about chess. If you really want to do it, you can do it. Like, I don't care who I'm playing in this game. If I have this much time and I'm thinking this deeply about every move, like, what do you think is going to happen? And me being some hypothetical person who's never played the game before, or somebody who's like, not a very good player, also like me. So that's what people don't understand, is if you give people enough time, it almost invalidates the game altogether. Because that's why they got to show off these blitz formats and little gimmicky quick things, because you could literally play at a grandmaster level, possibly, if you just sit there long enough and think about it, which I wish I could display that at some point. It's the effort level. Like, I can go through every tree of moves, not just this move. Like, okay, think about it. If the knight goes to d4, then what if from there the knight goes to c2 and takes? Like, maybe that's some gambit that leads to some mate and X number of moves, right? I don't know, but you don't need to know. You can just think about it long enough and you'll eventually come to something. It's just that there's way too many possibilities, but then again, those are kind of reductive to the sense that, there's certain things that you're just not going to do ever. And if you're wrong about that one thing, it's okay. Like queenside castling. Just don't ever queenside castle. That's a good piece of advice. Like, how often have I done it in this experience of playing chess in the last 2 years? Pretty much fucking never. And so what if I lost that one game where I was supposed to do it out of 1,000? I'm okay with it because I don't want to lose 10 games where I try to do it when I'm not meant to do it, or it just hurts me and like it's just not good. You got to be like super offensive minded or actually really know what you're doing, which of course you really don't, myself included. So the other point here is that you're going to take it with the knight to stop the doubling from happening. You're also putting a tremendous amount of pressure on the bishop. But that's all I'm saying, is if you really want to calculate far enough, you can do it. And I'm almost doing a disservice to my absolutist tendency that I always talk about from like my old debate format and stuff, is exactly that principle. Like, what would you do as an absolutist in a game like chess? You would sit here forever and just figure out every single possibility. So you unironically would play at an extremely high level maybe the highest level possible, even though your rating wouldn't reflect that. That's what correspondence can show you, right? You can be a correspondence grandmaster like right now. Think about all the trees of ideas, although it would take too long for me to even say them, but like there might be some crazy best move here. That's almost what you should do on a puzzle, right? You see a puzzle and then you're like, okay, let me think about every scenario here possible, right? But why wouldn't you think about every move in every game like that? Like you would about a puzzle where you put that much effort into it. Maybe because you have a time limit there and that's not a good reason because you're kind of teaching people then the game the wrong way. But I'm also not putting forth that much effort here, but I'll go ahead and take the pawn there. And then I wonder if anybody's been banned for that either. Like, oh, they're cheating over the board by, whatever. By basically just, I should have had you in this tournament. You know how to start a game, obviously, by taking half an hour to calculate a basic opening and just ranting on. I guess I am a master after all. And I would never think openings would be a specialty of mine, but sometimes when you, or maybe I fucked up actually. Not really though. Sometimes when you look at the analytics on the thing, it actually, it actually shows that I am pretty good in openings and end games and not so much in the middle game, even though you would think middle games would be my strength. So let's go ahead and move the bishop. This is at least more comfortable. See, all this stuff starts with some impede. It's like, oh, I feel like using a webcam in a real board just as a gimmick, and I feel like testing out that new feature. So therefore now I feel more encouraged to play classical or correspondence, and so now I'm playing the bots, and so now I'm turning it into something else other than what I would normally do. But the main purpose of it is to try to actually learn. So now there's one move here that I always used to not make. And the reason why I wouldn't make it is because of what? I wouldn't like to do G8 to H6. And the reason why I wouldn't like to do it is for the simple fact that I'm afraid of the king pawn's opening, right? This is a pet peeve little instructive thing. You don't want him to take with the bishop, even though normally you would love it if he took with the bishop, the knight with the bishop. But if he took the bishop on H6, right, now you're forced to take with G7, and therefore now your king is open, right? This is the problem. But you don't have to worry about that in this hypothetical scenario because the only way he's going to move that knight for the most part is to actually attack or take on F7. So if he's doing that, then you could take back with the knight on H6, and therefore you don't have to worry about that. So the knight is basically getting in the way as it's always prone to do. Hey Nightmare, the Elite Chess Player Conference has now begun. Chess.com. Yeah, it's just for this little gimmick of me doing these, whatever. I want to play like every bot, and so I'll kind of sidestep the really hard ones for now, like Mittens and Judah Polgar and whatever, but eventually I'll get to them. So I'll see how many I can get through and who I eventually lose to. Or I should almost go in order of rating. But yeah, that actually might not be a bad idea. Or whatever. I'll do a sub 1,000 bracket and then I'll keep seeing how far I can go. And it might be surprising. I might beat some 1800s or 2000s and stuff in this context, which I couldn't do necessarily in terms of players, because it's just vastly different. But no, that's a phobia sort of move that I overcame. Going knight to H6, right? It doesn't look good, but there's nowhere his knight's going to go. I guess what would annoy me the most is if he went like, I go to H6 and then he goes back like to F3. Now it's like, what the fuck do I do? Because now he can open the king by taking the knight with his bishop, dark sword bishop, but also I have nowhere to put it. Like, where do I put that undeveloped knight? I can't leave it on that. I guess I could cover it like with the queen. I would go like queen to F6. This is going to be like the longest calculation sort of thing that I've ever done because I normally don't have the patience to do it. I'll sometimes be very patient in a classical game, but I don't really play correspondence games too much. Or if I do, I don't really take this much time with them, or I don't necessarily do it on stream or whatever it is. What you have to do here is, and I won't necessarily even delete this account, but it just means the challenge will be over. And that's, I haven't really done anything on this account otherwise. What are you playing? I'm playing like one of the bots. It's that there's like this murder mystery thing, and they have a whole bunch like whatever Pokimane bot or Judith Polgar bot or Magnus Carlsen, maybe not a Magnus one actually, but Mittens bot, like a cat. Is Madam Mate, which is like what it's the first one on the top there. If you go to the bot section. And so it's a 600 rated garbage one, but I'm taking it seriously as if my life depends on it because it actually does. So here we have, again, I'm thinking about the h6 move, but let's see. If you do that, then he could go back, but then I could cover, so then if he takes with the bishop, it's not a big deal. But no, it sort of hampers your development because then it'll be like, oh, now I have to move the knight again because he might take with the bishop if he moves his knight back. Or I guess I could go like, I could raise the pawn to g6, right? So you understand that, okay, now it's covered, and then you can try to still develop that to g7, the darks for bishop. Madam made too easy. Yeah, we'll get to some tougher ones here. I'm just trying to sort of milk some of the easier ones because I don't want this to be over too soon. I'll just start off by playing like a super grandmaster one. But yeah, I'm also trying to do this in an instructive way as if like I'm treating these positions like they're super important, which I normally don't do, even like openings and stuff. So I think probably best move for me would be h6. And then you deal with whatever comes up. So now he can't do the cheeky fried liver thing. Or, I mean, he still could, but he can do it only by giving up a piece. I get it, milking the boss for content. Yeah, even though I've never really done this before. You would think I would have thought of it sooner. Oh, thanks for the bits. Wow, 20. Nice. I actually don't even know what the conversion rate on that is, but let's see here. The knight goes to g6, and of course this angle is all messed up. Yeah, why doesn't chess.com have that webcam interface? Because probably some sense. It's like, yeah, you should be able to do that where it auto moves for you there. You go here, you go to h6. So now whatever he does, he doesn't really have a plan. I always strive to make the best move. Well, you didn't take time long enough to do it, or you didn't fucking actually do it successfully. Oh, wow. Thanks again. So now here we have the ability to basically move the knight, which is no big deal because we got a free pawn out of it. See, there's some let up that happens to me later in games, right? So pretend this was like a real opponent that I was playing like actually on the ladder, right? I'd be in a good position now. Not that it's really that good, but like let's say I was up a whole piece or something. He just blunders his knight. Then the problem is that then I just like stop paying attention. And it could be partly because of time, but it could be partly just because you think you can get away with it now because both they've shown they're bad. So if they're bad enough to blunder a piece, they should be bad enough to, you know, not really be able to deal with it. So the obvious move to me here seems to be, or no, I was going to say like, oh, bishop to e5, or not e5, e7. But I mean, first you got to move the stupid fucking knight. So and there's almost nowhere it can go because you can see that it'll get taken by the bishop on almost every square. You can go back to c6 where you already were. You can go to e6, which just seems awkward and ugly. You really only have two options. So the knight can sometimes be more easy to calculate for than you really think. I don't really see what good is doing me on e6 or like where it's going. You're threatening to take the other knight, but I almost don't even want to do that. I want to bring the bishop then to e7 to double attack it there. This is a good way to sort of understand my own thought process because I often don't really think about it that deeply. Like, obviously, I'm defensive minded. I like to trade, things like that. But there's something else that I'm missing because most games I'm really not playing to my potential. That's my problem. Not saying that how far I would get if I did, but I'm got to be one of the streakiest players that you'll ever see because I swear, one game I'll like demolish somebody who's like, and I'm like play perfectly. I have like 99 accuracy, whatever. People think I'm cheating, and then the next game I'm playing like a complete dumb clown, and I'm doing everything but blundering my queen, right? Like I don't really do that, but I make a lot of dumb mistakes. It just doesn't feel right because it has nothing to do with the opponent at that point, right? Like these opponents that I face are relatively all the same level, or I just get triggered by like one little position, often by the knight, involving the knight. So here you would just go back, right? And that should be fine. But I'm trying to think of the utility of the c6 square, because yeah, see, this is where you actually really don't care about time, because I'm not really doing anything anyway. Like, whatever, we can do one bot per episode because these aren't even going to be that long, but I obviously shouldn't do that. Now he's going to go for the cheeky fried liver despite that. He's watched too many Levy videos. He wants to sack the bishop instead of the rook. So let's see what we can do here. Expertly played, I'm sure. Now, because we have that little knight there, you have nothing to fear. So you can easily just take. You don't really need to think too hard about this, because whatever queen threat he's going to do, let's analyze it. I would take with the thing, with the knight. Then he could bring the queen, let's say, into f3. Then at that point, this will totally be how I learn notation too. It'll be burned into my brain, which I kind of know it, and I have all these tricks to try to know it, to kind of figure it out on the spot, but I don't really think it, or it's always on the board anyway, so it's kind of a cheat. I don't like that the board I have actually says it on there, like on the side. You might not barely even be able to see it, but... And what I don't like about this is, like, it makes the pieces too, like, thin and long and stuff, because I kind of have stretched the camera out, but I can't figure out really how else to do it. I guess it's just not meant to be this big. He always tries to make the best move, and this is what we get. Now, obviously, the correct move is just take the stupid thing, and then whatever he does with the queen is not going to be that impactful, and so you don't really have to worry about it. So we're going to go ahead and capture on this square here, the f7. I'm actually making my move first on there, which arguably could be construed as cheating, like, oh, you get to see what it's like, but it's not like I'm taking back my move. I'm doing it if I'm committing 100%. dot, dot, dot. Takes. Oh, shit, he's a Hikaru role player just like me. So I would take... I really want to remember, like, what did I used to call it? I almost maybe said kill. I'm going to kill the knight. I'm going to kill the bishop. Right, or other people would just say like capture, but capture seems like too much of a mouthful to say that much. Take is just so easy and satisfying. Kill, 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 that would work too. So he takes with that. I'm not like, I should get in the habit of that too. You have to role play through the whole sequence. You don't get to like say, oh, let's just do it. Let's actually do it. Right, like, oh, I'm in a hurry to just do it. But let's try to teach ourselves this lesson of patience, right? That like, oh, you have to actually go through the motion, do it, and in a proper tournament. Wait, what the fuck did I do though? That's not what happened. In a proper, I did the opposite. In a proper tournament setting, you would actually, have to do things like that in a protocol way. So actually, I have it all backwards. Okay, so it's like this. And okay, so now you'll take the knight with the knight. Playing with myself, really. Now I take with the king. Right, so that's perfectly fine. Yeah, imagine that. Like, you'll get in trouble for, oh, you're not allowed to make these positions to see hypothetically what it would look like, just because I'm doing it purely by accident, because I'm so stupid, not because I'm actually trying to do that. A wonderful move, I think. There's no more elegant and expensive piece than the queen. I mean, true, but it's also the opposite of how you should use it then, because you're not supposed to use it too early, which is one of the key mistakes that a lot of players make, including myself when I was younger, but somehow you get away with it and it reinforces your bad habits, just like queenside castling. It is ironic that I learned that sort of discipline, or I got humbled. Like, I would be the one dude who would queenside castle a lot, and I didn't really know why, but it was just unique. So it's like I'm a hipster in chess or something, and everything. I'll do the weird one thing that nobody does, just because it's weird and it throws them off and it's unique. But it's just not a viable style of play at all. Like, nobody does it. No professional player ever queenside castles, period. It just never happens. Never in a competitive game has it ever been done. In a classical game, like, who has ever, I could look this up, Who has ever queenside castled in a classical game? Pretty much nobody ever. You could even look it up. Maybe less than 5% of games have consisted of that. And probably when they do it, they often are the one who is losing. It would have to be some very specific, very favorable position. So the whole thing here is, I'm very slow with actually doing this, keeping up with it, but the point is you could raise the pawn here, and normally that's a bad thing, right? So normally this position is instructive to see the difference. You would normally have the bishop, or sorry, you would normally have the queen take on e5. You have the queen take the pawn on e5 and therefore take the rook on h8, right? But because it's double covered by both the pawn and the knight, you don't have to worry about that. So now I could raise the pawn to g6 and attack it. One of those cheeky threats on the queen that I always talk about that's like, oh, you know, just attack it for the sake of attacking it. Alternatively, I could also go into g8 on my king, which might end up being what happens anyway, because he could go to, like, even if I raise the pawn, he could go to he could go to f3 and then check the king, and then I go down to g8 again. So either way, my king could end up there. And the only bad thing with this position, despite my material advantage, is the fact that the rook on h8 is going to be very hard to activate or move in any way. My dream sequence for it would almost be to, since we're going to raise this pawn probably anyway, we would raise the king to g7 and then just move the rook out from under it, right? So that wouldn't be too bad of an idea to go. So I don't see any negative with this. The only possible problem could be if he brings in, like, the dark square bishop. But see, here's what you can learn in a position like this, right? This is for beginners to learn from, even though I'm something of a beginner myself. You can still learn along as you go. Or anybody in the world who is an embarrassment enough at chess to be even lower rated than me. Because you might say, oh, look, well, I've played so much and look how much progress I've made. But I haven't really studied, and so I'd like to think that where I am now is where I've always been. I was always 1500, and I would always, you know, kind of play the same way. My style hasn't drastically changed. I know a few more things about the opening. I know a few little nuances here and there. But again, it's always been effort. Like, if I just really try and play my best game, I think it's relatively the same now as it almost always was. But the point is that you got to look at what pieces are active that he could potentially threaten you with, right? You have nothing to threaten me with, nothing to do with all your pieces. Little Dark Knight Joker line that I sometimes like to meme on here. The point is, only his bishop is a relevant piece on the board. Nothing else matters. His pawns don't matter. His rooks don't matter. His knight doesn't matter. Nothing else even exists, right? So zero in if you're going to calculate on only those two pieces. What could he possibly do with the bishop that would be a danger to me, right? That's the only thing you have to worry about if there's some sort of gambit or mating sequence or sack involved. So if I go ahead and I raise the pawn to g6, is there a dark square bishop move that he could make that would be a concern to me? So he would go into g5 and attack the queen, right? And so therefore, if I take his queen, he takes my queen. That wouldn't really be a big deal. But also, he gives a check. So he would give a check on f3, right? And then I go into g8, but now the dark square threat also doesn't matter because the king's on a light square in either scenario. There's nothing wrong as far as I can tell. It'd be amazing if I make a major mistake in this way. Not that, oh, he could do something crazy, but this is why you're even looking. There's nothing he could do crazy with any of his pieces except for the bishop. I mean, he's not going to sack his queen, more than likely, right? The only time when you can sack your queen, I guess, is if you have, like, a super active rook that's going to be a mating threat, because, or whatever, you just have, like, a super active aggressive position, but he has nothing near my king. You always have to have this rule, like, if there aren't any pieces around your king, you're the aggressor because they're not doing anything, right? You don't have to worry about being defensive because there's nothing that his queen alone is going to ever do to cause me any problem. So let's go ahead and raise the pawn. That should be a fairly simple move, but let's overthink everything because this is what chess is about. That's attacking chess. Yes. It takes some courage to retreat sometimes. Well, what the fuck does that mean, though? You're just contradicting yourself. That's attacking chess at around 500 to 1500 rating, which applies to me too, where you basically just do random shit and don't know what you're doing, and it ends up going nowhere. So now the one thing is that his dark square bishop could contradict my desire to go to the g7 square, because he could maybe somehow give a check on h6, but he can't really do that yet either. And so I don't know whether I should worry about that now. I probably shouldn't leave the thing here. And I kind of want to think, like, where do I even want to put the dark square bishop? I almost want to put it... It's interesting, like, there's a few scenarios you can go through here. You can leave the king where it is, and then you can always block it with the queen on, like, f6, right? You could always bring the queen up to there. Or you could also bring the bishop to g7. So if you go bishop g7, then now you can bring the rook out to, like, e whatever, but you really can't, because you could give the check. But that's why I'm thinking about those in conjunction. So now you go bishop g7, then queen f6 if he attacks with the queen. Then if he trades, it's fine. If he doesn't trade, then you can bring the rook out to, like, e8 or wherever, right? And then you can finally move the king back to g8 or whatever if you somehow get it to g7. So the better move here, or you could also just put the bishop on e7. And so sometimes what you do is you put yourself in these bad claustrophobic positions, or you focus on, like, oh, I want my development to look all aesthetic and pretty and, like, be the perfect development. I want to get the perfect bishop pair and this and that, right? But because of that, then you miss something that's kind of more pressing. It doesn't have to be kind of the perfect position. But the only threat he has here is the ability to threaten the king. So I'm fine with actually leaving it there. So we're just going to put the dark square bishop out. This is sort of like the pseudo King's Indian position that you're still trying to go for, but the position is vastly different. Just everything, according to me, is the King's Indian, apparently. The one term that I know and want to use. You know, there's a dress code for my tournament, right? All but one player followed it. And who is that? Tell me. Or are you making fun of me? Or, like, that's why he's saying you know it to me. You bring the dark square bishop in front here. I am unironically gonna only have really time for one game, because I'm not gonna, like, rush it. I'm actually fine with that. So at least we introduce the format, and we're doing it like we're playing a story game, like I would play it, or even like a first playthrough permanent run of a game, where, like, I would take it that slow because my life is on the line. It's one of the most immersive, like, character defining or, like, player defining things I've done in my life, is that first playthrough permanent format. Right, since 2016, I've done it with so many games, because it shows you, like, it makes you take everything more seriously, because you know, like, oh, this could be your last fight. So every little thing becomes that much more meaningful, and that's kind of how I like to play stuff anyway. It's just, like, super immersive and slow. But let's see, or, you know, we could always do some viewer games. We could do a variant, but I like the idea of really milking this, not even for content, because, I mean, who really gives a shit, and who's really watching this garbage anyway? Apparently, in this day and age, though. I love how he came full circle on me. How could I be so, like, clairvoyant or something? I'm streaming chess in, like, around 2015, and I'm mocking how shitty I am, and how, like, why would anybody want to watch this, right? I'm making fun of myself. I'm doing it ironically. I'm doing it, like, as a joke in between other things, and it's not my priority, and I would only do it for little sessions here and there, right, to end the stream or to switch categories or whatever. And then this person appears on the scene, right, who's sub 2,000 FIDE, or at least now they are, and only maybe slightly above that at that time, right? And they appear on the scene, and it's like, oh, look how good they are, even though there's 25,000 people in the world ranked higher than them. And it's like, it's the same fallacy at work. Yes, they seem superficially good. Yes, they'll show off in faster formats. Yes, they're better than me, at least for now. All those things are true. Oh, they're top 1% in the world. But the real truth behind it is, it's the same thing. Like, it's not that impressive. There's 25,000 people better, possibly more. They're just not rated in FIDE and stuff. So you're missing the point that, like, why should you be impressed by something so small when there are so many people better in the world? And even if that's your hypothetical criteria for liking them, like, oh, well, they're top 1% in the world, so therefore they're good. But by that same measure, Right, like, oh, that's why they're popular. By that same measure, then all other 25,000 people in the world should be more popular than them, right, relatively. So that's not how it works either. Benjamin Feingold should be way more popular. So it's just dumb, but you'll never escape from that, I guess. There's a dress code. Yeah, there's all kind of controversies with the dress code too. Like somebody got in trouble for, I don't know, like whatever, just wearing some casual, like they wore a t-shirt and shorts, and you're not allowed to do that. So I feel like at that point it doesn't matter. Like you should be able to wear whatever you want as long as it's not like, well, there'll be a stimuli acme reason for it, like it could be distracting to your opponent, or just if it could somehow give you a competitive advantage, which I don't really see how it could do that either. So it almost just shouldn't matter. So here we have the ability to, or like people will try to strategically come up with ways to troll, or they'll use it as like somehow, I don't know, like Gary Kasparov's ice cream flavors that he would get to eat would tip him off about it would be a form of cheating. They come up with all these conspiracy theories. Every little thing, chess player eats food, he must be up to something. Everything is a internal chess move. So he moved the bishop there. That really has no impact on the position. You can just kind of scan through all its possible moves. Just look at every single one. F4, G5, you could just take it. F4, you could just take it. H6, you could just take it. No repercussions. You could take it on the other side. You could take it on D4. You could take it on C3 or C5. I'm really bad at the notation. I'm trying to even show off and read it as I'm going. But you could take it on the other two squares. B6, A7. Right, so every scenario there, the bishop is completely useless. So even that move doesn't seem to have much merit to it. And so what you're going to do is... But no, that's almost what I wanted, is like some sort of chess story game or some kind of a thing that introduces all those mechanics like you would see in Fire Emblem or something, where it's like, introduce a fog of war, introduce an ambush spawn, introduce, unique units and all these different things, and just give it like a little, storyline behind it or something. I was doing that segment for a while, like where I would do every Tuesday, instead of playing chess, I would like play a chess related game, like something on Steam. And then it's coincided so well that I got to play that chess exclamation mark thing, which is almost what I always wanted, like a 3D board with a game. Like you could say I have that now here, but it's still not as fun. Actually, that was better still, or whatever. That sort of format would be better because you can just play in the board itself, right? So it's a 3D board and you can just play online the chess ranked games and stuff like that, which is actually partly to blame for why I tanked my rating so hard, because I guess you can't see the rating in there, so you don't care as much, and then before you know it, right, you end up at 1300, down from like 1559, and then I've only just barely worked my way back up there. And again, it doesn't feel like I've really improved much to be able to do that. I just kind of have put forth a certain amount of effort. So now this is one of those free and open moves, right? On an instructive level. This is when the middle game officially begins, because your development is done, or at least it could be done with this rook move effectively. So you want to move like the rook outside, or you can move it like under the king per se. So now the king could go to G8. This is a very important move to move this kingside rook, because if you don't do it now, he could give a check and it could cause other problems, and the king ends up on F6, right? So it could be awkward for you. You'll give the check, you'll block with the queen, you'll block with the bishop. It just becomes awkward, right? Why not just do it, get it over with? So you can either go rook to E8 or rook to F8. Either one of those seems to be fine. And again, I could be wrong about some of the stuff I'm saying, but I'm just giving my thought process at least. So what you're trying to do here is, again, finish your development, but this is one of those like very free and open moves. Like this is where you can just do almost anything that you want, finally, instead of just reactively dealing with its threats, especially playing as black. That's going to happen a lot, where you are just sort of reactively dealing with threats and almost mirroring their moves. So there you have the ability to make a very clean development of the rook, accepting the fact that you haven't castled, but still making the most of it. Let's see what kind of line he has for me here. I don't know why they remind me of like Pokemon trainers so much. Like They just have like these archetypal vibes to them that like, oh, we're the rich kid who's a Pokemon trainer and we'll talk about our money or whatever. That they always have like one or two lines and like a gimmick. This guy's a fisherman, so he'll talk about, his final line will be, oh, there's other fish in the sea, like I'll go fight somebody else because I lost this one. I bet you really want to know who found the green pawn. I don't even know what you're really talking about. He was talking about the green pawn like it's a person who like didn't follow the dress code. This could be like a reference to something that I'm just not aware of in the moment, even though I'm a huge fan of Detective. Wait a second, why is that such an overlap? Murder at Karlov Manor, which is like a murder mystery inspired thing, came out in Magic, and they're doing this thing at the same time on chess.com. What is it about? What, just because it's March or something? Even though that expansion obviously is going to last a couple of months, like a whole season. Why is this overlap with all these detective related things happening right now? So we can just bring the Lightspear Bishop ahead to this one square here called E6. I don't feel like I'll really learn them this way though. You just have to internal whatever. At least we're being aware of them a little bit. Again, the Darkspear Bishop still has no impact on the game, basically, but this is what you basically have to do. Did something change because he moved the queen there? That's either exposing a weakness for him or creating a strength where, like, oh, now he can make a move that he couldn't have made before just because of that. It changes everything, but it really doesn't. So now you... What was that game that I was looking at the other day where there was, like, some chess-inspired card or something that I was making fun of? I can't remember. You like got to choose certain I can't remember. It wasn't like Pokemon, was it? It was like something that had like a either like a unit or something that was like chess inspired. Of course, there's a lot of things like that. Like they had that in Pokemon, like Bisharp or something is supposed to be a Bishop, or Pawniard turns into Bisharp, or so it's like they're under promoting. Pokemon trainers under promote to a Bishop just to troll their opponent, and then, what was it though? Or yeah, like we were playing like all those kind of other random games on Steam. Like there's that one that I actually got like early access to at some point. Like somebody came on stream and said, "Oh, try this game," and it was like some kind of rogue-like thing where you can kind of go around and collect upgrades and stuff, and it's sort of chess inspired with how the pieces move and stuff. So moving the bishop there should be fine because there's no other way you can give it check. There's that one rule that people always say: look for checks, look for hanging pieces, look for this or that, and it seems like such an oversimplified way to explain it, but that is the kind of game it is. It's sort of stale and monotonous in a way where it's just like sometimes it's very obvious what you should be doing. You already know, you're just not doing it because you're just like lazy or something, like me, or you just don't care enough. Money is no object to me. Prestige is more alluring, but I thought your whole gimmick was that you're rich. The prestige of beating a 1200 rated player, double your rating, which again, this is like a default rating that you just kind of start with. I don't think I've played any rated games on here aside from in an actual variant like Chaturanga. Yeah, this is the right philosophy to have. Like, don't rush, take your time, respect every opponent. Don't play down to your competition. It doesn't matter who he is, how bad he is. Doesn't matter that he's a bot. Doesn't matter about anything. Just kind of get immersed in the whole experience. And if you can do that, that's more important. See, all these gimmicks over time that I do, now you'll realize when I become very good that, oh, that's what it took him to get there. He had to use the Star Wars piece set. He had to listen to music, Phoenix Wright, while playing chess. He had to use a real board in real life. He had to play on his, whatever, on these other websites, use a custom piece set, use a custom cursor, do it on stream, do it this way, do it that way. All these little things, you might think, oh, they're distractions and they're holding you back, and that's why you're not going to be as good. But it could also turn into, oh, that's why I stayed interested, that's why it was fun for me, and that's why I didn't get burnt out or something of the game overall. You won't be able to do much of an attack in terms of... He's just going to go back here. You won't be able to do much of an attack in the context of if you put the queen on f6, you have that double diagonal, double stack, but it's not going to do anything because obviously he just castle and get his rook right there to cover it. And he's already covering with the queen and the king, so he almost just, and the bishop actually, so you wouldn't need the rook there even to cover it. You almost shouldn't be thinking too much of a threat position. There's one threat that seems interesting here. Maybe I should use the arrows or something because I feel like, well, maybe I'll just put the mouse over it. This square is interesting to you, and you might be able to guess why. If you cover this square, then he castles, which it seems like he's about to do, right? Then you can bring the bishop here, and if you do that, then you'll be pinning down the queen into the rook, right? So that square could be of great value if you somehow are able to cover it, but I can't really figure out how to do it. You can almost put your knight there, put the knight on a5, and so therefore you would be able to cover it, but then you can easily just push it out, so it wouldn't really have much value. Yeah, ideally you would be able to cover the b5 square, but this is also important not to tunnel vision on a threat. You'll tunnel vision on it and do it anyway, even though it doesn't have a cover, or it's maybe just not even that good or not even worth doing. You don't have to worry about it too much. And so at this stage, you get to basically consider you're very freeform, you're very open-ended, there's a lot of things you can do. I want to create the double stack, but I don't see much value in it, or I don't even see a way to really take advantage of it later. But now maybe I'll get a little bit lazy since we're up by enough. So it's sort of a triple stack for now, just because the king is in the way. But that's okay. But yeah, just do that stupid rule that everybody talks about. Just look for checks, look for hanging pieces, look for this or that. Like anybody with eyes can do that. All for, like, it's one of those almost condescending things, but like I get it. Obviously you're not doing it, but like obviously don't just hang a piece, don't just miss a check, which could be potentially a mate. Like just do the obvious things that you know to do anyway. All four of my ex-husbands were chess players. None of them were very good though. I can see that. Who are you to say that they're not very good when you're fucking trash? All four of them were. You don't get to consider yourself a chess player unless you're a little. So if a 600 is calling you not very good, I don't know if I would consider you a chess player at all. That's like me calling somebody not very good, but there is an objectivity you can say about it. Like anybody who's sub 2000 FIDE is not very good, right? Only once you do that do you understand how the game actually works. And even then, you're still not cream of the crop. And it's one thing to simply say like, oh, nobody's hating on you, but like to celebrate it so much. Right, some of these people who are in that tier, it just doesn't feel right, and it comes at the expense of people who have worked harder, who have played better, who are much higher rated, all of those things. So here you bring in the knight. So certainly the middle game is in full effect here. Like look at how tedious it'll be, but you have to, you know, this is one of the things that frustrates me in normal games. You'll be up a material by either a couple pawns or you'll be up a piece or whatever, and then the game just drags on and drags on and drags on to the point where now you might make a mistake because you're just so fed up with the position basically. So like look at what that knight was covering and see like, oh, did it open anything up? Which of course it didn't, like any sort of new threat. And so what you have here, I didn't think I was going to actually be this exhaustive with it, but I'm actually okay with it. And it doesn't mean I'll do this like every time. Like obviously I only play like once a week on stream anyway. But no, in those other sessions I've been working on rapid in lit chat, so I do that off stream, but I record it. And then here I'll do, you know, this will be like a format to do, and then I can obviously do whatever else I want to. But I was just sort of afraid to play classical on the chess because I don't want to play an unrated game, but I also don't want to lose and have to delete my account there, because even though that is the condition, like, oh, if I go below 16 after deleting my account, it doesn't matter because I don't have to play classical. There's no rule that says I do, right? Eventually I want to get to 2000 classical on there, but once I'm really confident, I guess I'll worry about it then. So what you have to do at this stage is consider maybe move the king, which you don't have to worry about just yet. There could be some kind of annoying play later. Like he'll castle and then he'll bring the pawn here, right? And then if I take, he could take with the rook, right? And then I would actually lose the queen, which still wouldn't be that big of a deal. But I mean, that's always something you have to worry about, like why he would bring the pawn, and then if you instinctively just take, he's got too many covers, the rook comes down, now you're pinned down to the king, and then you just lose the queen, which would be like a -1. But I mean, again, you shouldn't even think like that. Like, that's a bad move. So I could move the king for that reason if he happens to do that particular line of moves. And yeah, everything's just got to become second nature to you. And especially with the openings, you'll see like, oh, I've seen this position so many times that it is so obvious. All four, like, that is the weirdest flex ever, but very okay. All four of my ex-husbands, the fact that you've been married and divorced 4 times, were chess players. Also weird flex, like, who cares? And then none of them were very good either, or like that's you almost bragging that like, oh haha, I was better than them. If they're not very good, then what are you exactly? Like, what standards are we using here? So you have the stupid knight, nothing else is going on. Don't you get restless? Like, I've been so patient this game, I've been taking my time, I've been immersed, but now I'm getting impatient because it's like, it's obviously over, I'm gonna win, but I don't want to fucking do it. So that'll be my ultimate weakness. I do that in 10-minute games where I sometimes run out of time, or I just play like shit during the second half of the game. But in an over-the-board setting, I'll just get impatient. Like, now I have to sit here for 90 minutes and wait for this dude to calculate his stupid move, and then I'll end up messing up a position that I otherwise am winning, right? I have a strong tendency to do that. Like, I peak early, like, oh, I'm always up in every single game I ever play, even against higher rated players a lot of the time, even much higher rated players, and then I can't maintain it. Not even because, oh, they do something crazy, because if they were that good, they wouldn't have let me get that lead in the first place, but they do it because they kind of wear you out a little bit, and you have to be a little bit more consistent, I guess you could say. So the lesson here is I'll move the king just because I don't know what else to do. Honestly, that's all I can say. Yeah, sometimes there are just like basic developing and sort of safe moves that you can make. I think you're a grand player. I'm not being magnanimous. I'm having trouble. Yeah, let's get married too. So you'll finally be married to an actual good chess player. I'm having trouble finding a good move against you. I don't think that's the issue. It has nothing to do with me. It's just you're not good at finding good moves, period. You were white. You took the initiative. You did the fried liver cheeky sack for no reason. So, here I almost look for pins. Oh yeah, speaking of queenside castle, that I'm clowning so much. The king is on c1, right, as a result of that. But no, like, I would look for a pin, like, oh, I want to go to h6 with the bishop, so therefore I can pin his dark square bishop into his king, which is not at all what's happening now, and it wouldn't even be covered even if you could do that. But just hypothetically, that's almost what my mindset looks like. Now you have another opportunity to maybe try to pin the queen and the rook, but you can't actually do it because obviously the pawn could block, and you don't even have a cover either for it just yet. You can't double take with the rook and the queen on this because of the simple fact that you have... Oh, I hate that it goes like that. This site screws up my little custom piece set. What's the point of it if I can't even see it on there? It's supposed to replace all of those. I thought the select icon was supposed to be like the knight. Or this site acknowledges how bad the knight is, so it just doesn't even want to show it there. So here you have the ability to... I love how long this is taking, actually. This is what it should be. It should be like an event, and it wouldn't even bother me. See, this is like my old school philosophy. It doesn't matter how long an intro would have been. I always had a penchant for doing long intros like I still do now. Or like, it doesn't matter how long I would read all the flavor text and really get immersed in the story and come up with theories like in a detective game. Nobody would ever complain, or no, people would complain, but it wouldn't matter because I would stream for so long. Like, I'd do a 6-hour episode, so it's okay if I sat there for an hour at the beginning doing an intro, trial review for Phoenix Wright, and then I do an hour outro, or I do some other shit, but like, I'm still playing for 4 solid hours, right? Whereas nowadays I don't have that kind of time that I'm doing it. So when you compensate for time there, then nobody can complain because it's just, you're getting kind of the best of both worlds. If you take your time and you're slow, it's still okay. So I could create the rarely seen triple stack if I wanted, but then you realize it's rarely ever good too. One of my chess catchphrases. He is hanging a pawn there, or it's possible he's been hanging that for a while. Actually, now that I think of it, even going back, no, it's not, because the rook was obviously there. Just like how my rook is covering on a7, so if I move that, without doing something about the pawn. He could take it with the bishop, but actually he can't because the knight is there as well. So now he's just blundering himself left and right. The one thing is there's a little trick here that you can do where you can sometimes trap the bishop actually in there. And that scenario would be basically what? I would go here and then he would raise this. So if this pawn was here, right? If this pawn was on c2 and this pawn was here where it is and this pawn was here, then the bishop goes in to take the pawn on a2. Then your bishop is here. He moves the pawn up, covered by this pawn here, and therefore now the bishop is basically trapped there for as long as he can keep it there, right? And then he can't come in to attack it with the king, but it's possible he could attack it with something eventually, and therefore it would actually be trapped. So that's one of those things that pisses you off, like, oh, you think he made a mistake, you think he blundered a piece, like just a normal player at a low rating, like whatever that I'm normally at, 1500. And then no, it was all part of his master plan to actually trap it. So it makes you doubt yourself because you think you have something good, but you really just don't. So now we're going to go ahead and do the little light square take on this a2. And then you go there, that's fine. When you're worth as much money as me, what the fuck are you doing? I believe that is a check. I believe that is a Botez gambit. When you're worth as much money as me, you can afford to lose some pieces. I mean, that's not a very good philosophy to have when you were just saying you don't care about money and you care about prestige. What was that, dude? Like, see, they at least played at a competent level. Not really, but like, what is that, bro, dude? XQC's bot did that actually against me too. How funny. I think he did it like 2 games in a row even. I think I played him. Or like it would just be so random too. Like that move wasn't even like a sack. And I like how aware of it you are. He says, or no, maybe he meant that about the pawn. He said that about the pawn and now he's bragging about a check. Because if you're like, I can afford to lose the queen, but you're the one who, if you're aware of it, then why would you do it? He's just given up and dejected. Like, at least if he took something for it. He got nothing for it. He's just tilted about losing the pawn. Oh my god. So whatever. Our immersion pays off that we're clearly going to win this now. Let's try to stay focused even now and put him out of his misery in the most efficient way possible. So therefore, we'll take the queen with this. Right? We're on c4. I'm really struggling actually keeping track of the whole notation and everything, and it would be one of my least favorite things to do in terms of writing it on that stupid pad in a real game. Let's take that. He loves using the word take. So now we take this, and so therefore that's all good. Now we just got to think. See, now I'd go super lazy mode and just I don't even give a shit about anything. And I sometimes would even sack pieces. Like it doesn't matter. This game doesn't matter anymore, but let's still try to focus. Let's take it just as seriously here as we did the rest of the way. So he only has a dark square bishop, but our pawns are already on the dark square, so it doesn't really help us that way. So I guess I could just stay committed to the structure and effectively go like, here's where you almost just want to do a crazy pawn push though. Like let's just push to, but just still double check everything. If he moves the bishop away, we could take that pawn with the double stack here that we have. The one move that I'm almost enamored by a little bit is that h6 bishop move just to try to pin down and force a trade there. But you can't really even do it because obviously it's going to be very hard to cover that square. You don't want to ever disrupt your king pawns, or at least I'm very particular about that. So it's like, oh, I'll raise the g5 pawn. But see, even here, you'll play safe, or at least my style. You'll play safe, you'll play very conservative. You're not going to give them any hope or anything. So I could attack the knight, which I don't really want to do. I kind of want to raise this pawn. So now here's where I get a little bit aimless and meandering. But I'll go ahead and move I did that because I'm so lazy that I don't want to reach as far across the board as I've been doing the whole game. But no, it's just, that would allow you to try to make a push towards his, I was going to say king side, his queen side castle. Everyone is paid to be here through the month. You have plenty of time. Really, how much are we getting paid? and I've certainly used my time up to this point. At the beginning, it almost seemed like he was pissed off with how long I was taking, because she was even saying, um, whatever, like, oh, she's kind of saying something. Let's get on with it, shall we? Now the rook is free to move to the extent that um, you're able to actually move in such a way that I could go to B8 and then do something there. Again, at this point, you almost just stop calculating because it's just too more effort than it's worth. But now here you would want to bring the thing to try to push the pawns as much as possible, I guess. I don't really know what else to do at this stage of the game. So attacking is definitely not my strong suit. You'd almost create like an octopus knight there on D, whatever that is, D4. And so at this stage you get to, but see what I at least like here is I did take it seriously, or you can create one even there, but it wouldn't be an octopus on B4. And that's actually a great one because even though it's limited in its movement, it is capable of attacking directly towards the king. So that has a certain value to it, where that's a very dangerous spot deep in enemy territory. He could attack it with the bishop, he could attack it with the knight. I almost don't even care. I could also try this double pawn push to B5, but no, it's like it doesn't matter what his rating was, you still take it seriously. But then again, this is the nature that it would give me, and I won't take much credit for that queen sack, although mostly what he did was just everything. Like he sacked the fried liver, lost a piece. He sacked the queen, lost a piece. Like just for no reason at all, you're overconfident, right? Even if you're not good at something, there's a self-awareness that you can have. Like you're not good, so you're going to be careful. If you know you're not good, why would you be overconfident and try to do something crazy like that? Because sis thinks she's Hikaru, sis thinks she's Polgar, doing all these crazy offensive sacks. So at this stage, you're able to basically do something here that I don't know. I'll put the knight on that one square here. Which one is this now? You go here, and then you go here. Where is that? Or wait, I'm touch moving. I'm actually touch moving. What did I say? No, I did want to do it. I just don't know where I'm going. You want to go here so that you're able to, again, almost exploit the fact that it's a hexagon knight or whatever you want to call it. Or you can go everywhere besides those two squares on the board. And you might think, oh, haha, that's so good because he's going to trade and get rid of perched knight, basically. But that's kind of what I want because I'm such a trade fiend. Now you also have this diagonal here. If you look like this X-ray vision thing about the way the GM see the game, a GM would see that, oh, look at this double diagonal that I have with the queen and the bishop going towards the B2 square. So therefore, if you somehow can get this pawn to move, right, you're immediately threatening. So you'll like somehow raise the D5 pawn, and then he'll take with that one, and then I'll raise to E4 with that, and then you open that threat right back up. So let's go ahead and do the knight goes back, and then now my knight is going to take. So the knight takes, obviously he's going to take back she. It's very hard to keep track of that. It's just an expression, right? It doesn't mean you're actually thinking about that. The eyes on this tournament have skyrocketed after the murder. Am I happy? I'm not unhappy. Yeah, like Murder Manor. Speaking of Phoenix Wright, everybody loves it for the publicity. That stupid bellboy who gets so excited about it. So again, this pawn thing would still be valid. Or it's almost like you could double push to B5. And then once you push to B5, you kind of deal with that one pawn. And then you can move the other pawn. But see, you shouldn't even play like that because it's not. But it's good either way because there's like nothing else really to do with this position or nothing else that I really care to do. So this is why you're not good at attacking at this stage, because you're just lazy. Like you shouldn't have to think too hard about it. Just don't hang anything. That looks like a very good move. That makes me worried if you think that. As noble a retreat as you can see. What does that even mean? What are you talking about, retreat? Nobody's even retreating anything. So now I can just keep pushing these pawns, maybe get a pass pawn out of it. That should be one of your win conditions. It's always hard to decide. Like, should you try to mate the guy or should you try to promote and then make your life easier to try? In this case, when you're plus 10 or even like plus 5, you should probably just try to mate. But when it's like plus 1 or plus 2, then it's going to come down to, oh, you're just up a pawn or something. And so that could be the difference in the game and you could try to promote. So as much as I like to trade, it doesn't seem worth it here. So therefore, you're going to basically raise. This is what he did. And then part of the reason why I'm getting so confused is because it is on the opposite side. Like, at least if I'm white, I'm assuming that I'm always going to be white and always have that inherent advantage of the game. I can just keep pushing these pawns. Nothing is really happening, just to be sure here. But the queen could maybe come in there and do something. Right, so now look at how badly that either C6, C3, or B2, right, would be very dangerous for him to potentially get mated on, given that pawn structure. Or you could try to go the other way with it to basically try to push the A file as well. The green pawn costume is a real oh, is that what it is? The one that one guy wears in some of those videos and clips and shorts? The this icon actually worked out pretty well. That wasn't intended to be a thing, but it's like that guy wearing the knight helmet that is in my other overall channel art. I just kind of cut it and cropped it out, kind of like what I did with the Diablo one, where he's shushing from my overall channel art that I'm AFK in. The green pawn costume is a real eyesore. Let's see. What should I do here? I should almost go to the light square, or I should almost try to open. You know, here you can be aggressive and open things up. Because if you open it up, like let's be a little bit crazy and aggressive, even though there's probably much better ways to do it. We can bring a rook to this other area, bring it to like the D something. Bring it to the D file. Because you don't need the double stack, so I don't see why, you know, that would be really pertinent. So you go here to the D file. Then you can maybe push that, and then it doesn't matter because, or that's actually kind of surprising that he did that. Yes. Gee, fuck. So you take the pawn, and then you take the pawn, then you're going to take back the pawn, covered by the rook that we just put there, but it would have been covered by the queen anyway. And then everything is fine with that. I don't know how people do this sort of setup more professionally. I guess they would have a tripod for it, like just the chessboard. You would have a tripod for the chessboard, or for the webcam. Then you would have some, because like it just, or you'd keep it smaller so it wouldn't stand out as much. If you raise that again, I could just take, but the kingside pawn pushes do bother me. I could just raise it in that case or something. So he's still keeping this out of arm's reach because it can be annoying. Let me just think here. If I raise the pawn onto d5, he would take with the pawn, then I take back, then he takes back. That wouldn't be particularly meaningful. The one thing we have to do if we play these out of order, which I probably will, is I have to keep track of obviously which ones I've done. But it'll take like a year at this rate, which is fine with me. Again, all that matters is that you win, that you maybe learn something, and that you obviously don't die. Just don't die. So that's a good move on the basis that, see, now I stopped paying attention, but he could go to like g5, and the act of going to g5 would allow you to pin down into that rook. I could also just give a check here for whatever that's worth, which is probably not much. Let's go ahead and we'll give a check. We'll give a check. This pawn doesn't really need cover, so we'll go with the B file here. But no, even when I'm the aggressor, look how a kingside pawn push bothers me, or look how they initiate it still. Like they're the aggressor or something. Yeah, like basically that pawn doesn't need a cover. This guy's in a check. You went from B to C. Wait, what? No, no. Wait, I did it wrong. I mean, I guess no takebacks. I went from D. Whoops. I went from D to C. Wait, what? I'm so confused. Okay, it doesn't matter though. Then he moved the king back. Not only am I not thinking as clearly, I also am not even doing the correct moves here. Now I could try to target that pawn, but again, he's just gonna fuck around with this stupid thing. So I'm gonna go queen to whatever this is. Go here. Like nobody wants to think about notation, man. It shouldn't matter. But no, I love how troll you can be. Like you can make a piece out of literally anything. Like just make a Seinfeld inspired piece set. Make a piece set about fucking Jurassic Park, Lord of the Rings, anything. That seems like a very confident move. You're quite the attacker. Not at all. I'm quite the defender. Amazing. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object, even though I'm a defender. You're that bad that you make me look like an attacker. That's how you know you're shameful. You go here like that. And then the only thing I'm going to do is I'm going to bring the rook up. I don't care at this point, honestly. I really just lose my interest, I must admit. It's not even because it's a bot. It's just like when you're winning, it's not... It's just not fun sometimes, which seems weird, but you could take here and then you can try to take the pawn, I guess. He would take... And then I would take with that. So again, that might not have been the most optimal move, but because you're up by so much, I'm fine with it. And what I also get out of that is a passed pawn. I see. You're tenacious. You're acting like I'm tenaciously fighting to stay alive, even though you're clearly the one who's getting destroyed. So we go ahead, we move the pawn up like this. This is going to be G3. Wait, I keep doing something wrong, actually. This is... He's on G2, F3, E4. So he moved F3. Wait, he was already there, wasn't he? I didn't just do that. G2, F3, E4. G2, F3, E4. Okay, fine. I don't know what happened. Like I did it and then I forgot that I did it. Let's just check with the queen here. Take this. We do have the double stack to account for in doing that. What you can do here is you can just do this, give the check. Again, I'm only mirroring my moves from there because I get to whatever. It's not like I'm going to take them back or anything. So now you should just be able to mate, but let's just double check. You do have the darks for bishop, but it's not really doing anything for me. So there's no point in playing unless you can make a great move. Well, maybe you should just quit then. So he moves the queen, moves the king, I mean, to here, misgendering both the bot I'm playing against and also the pieces themselves. So you go to C1 there, and then you go, you could raise it up just one on the account of the pawn, or you could just raise the pawn itself. Let's maybe try to do that, and then go on the back rank idea. And the act of doing this would also allow me to maybe just take the bishop itself. My bishop is not going to be particularly active here, though. It just almost feels, you know what, in bad taste, like you're a gentle giant, or you almost feel bad for your opponent. I wouldn't want to think too hard or play too well if I'm winning. Like I'm winning by like a piece, let's say, in an over-the-board tournament. Then it's like I don't want to take super long every turn because that feels kind of rude. Like you're already up, just get it over with kind of thing. But I guess you have to do that because then you'll end up moving too fast and then you'll end up giving the piece back. So fuck it. Right? You can't really have good manners. I don't know how much longer I can go on talking. I'm the one who's having that difficulty. Let's go to dark square bishop goes to g5. I don't know why that is so hard for me. I guess it just feels like something that either isn't important or I just don't think about. So shouldn't this be mate? I feel like it's still not mate somehow. It's still not mate. You go here with the queen. Go to b1. I mean, you obviously win the rook if you want or something, but why is it this convoluted, man? You go ahead, you take the rook now, h1 all the way. You go there, you go there. Don't you dare. What? Just completely clean sweep you out? Captures? No, you were saying takes the whole game. You had the right mentality. You're at least trying to roleplay as a Karu. And I like how you would say that with such confidence too. I want to see this in an over the board thing. Ha ha ha, look at me. I took your, maybe like little kids, that's why they like it. They're dickish, like, ha ha ha, I took your pawn. Look at me, I'm so good. So now we get to, obviously we can take a pawn ourselves, give another check. See, at this point you just stop looking, which again, because I'm winning by enough, you can afford to do that, but captures, takes, haha. Look at me, I took your pawn. And I could just sack for the bishop even. One for you. More like one for me, like W-O-N, am I right? Haha. So now we'll go ahead and we'll do the, where did he go? He went to C1. It's very hard for me to think in terms of that, like, whatever. All right, let me, like, in terms of the notation or whatever. So let's go to C1 over there, or C8, I mean. Maybe some back and forth checks, or I should have used this as a way to practice, like, oh, let me actually try to practice the most efficient mate. But I feel like this rarely becomes the main factor because you're not really thinking in terms of, I guess I can just keep taking pawns and doing it. Like, you're gonna win, so it doesn't bother me. Or I'll be like that. I'll be like a 2400 rated player, but I still won't be doing the most efficient mate. Like, I'll be up enough to win, but I'm hoping to fund many more tournaments like this as long as there are less murders. Well, is that the only purpose of what you were doing here? Just funding a chess-based tournament? Or there must have been some other activity involved, because this is not exactly worth anybody's time. We can take this one. No, this is a game for the ages here, where I finally put forth some moderate amount of effort, even though, again, it doesn't matter who the opponent is or anything like that. Why does this take so long to do, bro? What do I think of this? Not much, honestly, dude. Let's just get it over with. You check there, you move to the E file, you bring the check again. And even if I blunder that, I'll let him have it because I can no takebacks. So I made the move. Fuck it. Let's see if he'll even take it. Wow. Amazing. Hey Kamala, how's it going? I'm playing some bot on here on chess.com. So I'll eventually go through every single one and see how many of them I can beat. Which shouldn't be that hard, and in fact they're often worse than players of the same rating. Am I busy? Not really. Okay, let's see. Let's finish this clown game first of all, though. We'll take this, we'll give a check. Or wait, he already took this. Take this, and then you take this and give a check. And that should be fine. So I did make a couple mistakes there where, like, I just sort of pre-moved over the board, and then I didn't take advantage of whatever else I was doing. Like, I can't remember what move I made, but like I moved to the wrong square that I wasn't meant to be at. We can take this other pawn here. I could promote something more and just BM. No Hall of Fame for the, or no Hall of Fame. No sportsmanship for the Hall of Fame CPU, like Chris Move used to say. So no sportsmanship for the bots here. Even though chess isn't technically a sport, people would say. So you can't have sportsmanship. Have you ever played anyone richer than me or more modest? Yeah, we can do one. Let me just finish this game and then we can play one. Which this really shouldn't take too long. Why did he even go there? I was actually analyzing this game super more in depth than almost any game I've ever played, just because whatever, it's correspondence. So that's always a good habit to get into. So now I'll Okay, I'll take that, obviously, and just mate this stupid guy. Clearly, this is the best use of a webcam and a real-life board that you could ever do, either. Here, let's just BM him, because whatever. It's gonna be annoying otherwise. Where did he go? Well, let's try to play it out actually properly the whole way, as far as on the board, just so whatever. So we put this to, oh yeah, if you knock over your piece, you have to just give it up. So this is a D. This is when it starts to get annoying, or even if it goes into like bullet mode, as far as, you know, if you play any sort of faster format, but it almost becomes like that here when you are at the end of a game. So this is, I'm doing it out of order now. He went to E2. I don't know how. Like, oh, here. I really struggle with this stupid notation. Okay, this is good. Keep doing this. He really can't do anything about it. He goes back, D1. We go again. Should be fairly simple to do this now, but I mean, it shouldn't take me this long in the first place. Okay, this is going to be C2, and then this is going to be the promotion. I'm doing them kind of in random orders though here. In fact, you know what I don't even have? I don't have anything on the real board to represent the other queen. So how am I even supposed to do that? I would have to like use another chess set. You got that match? Yeah, this was an easy opponent, but still I don't like how I really played it. I guess I'll just use like a white. I mean, I guess in this case I have the luxury of using his queen because it's dead, but in normal circumstance, I don't know actually how I would do that. I don't even know how people do that in real life. You would just have to use like some other object altogether. So his king moved to which square? To B3. B3. That's really what this will be, is just practice for my notation capability. F3 over here. But which one even did that? It was this one. So it'll be F3. Then the king moves to A4. And then my queen goes to F4. So the one queen here goes to wait. Okay, F4. Wait, how is that F4 though when they're supposed to be in line though? F3 and F4. Well, I fucked something up, I guess. The other queen is not meant to be there. I guess that's over there. Wait, something is all wrong with the proportion of this. How can it be we're on F4 and F3, but the pawns are right next to it, which they're not here? Something's actually wrong. I should lose the game just because of that. Because if it's on, the pawn is on E5, which it is. Something's wrong with my dimensions here. Like, okay, this one went to A5. Something looks objectively wrong about this. How can the two queens be on top of each other here, like double stacked, but one's connected to a pawn if it's on F4 and oh wait, F4 and F3. F4, F3. I don't know, somehow I just can't look at this properly. Come on, this is easy. I know, I'm just kind of trolling him, but alright, so we gotta BM every bot we play. So what happened here? He took the pawn. And then we'll go ahead, give a check here. This is A3 check. Jesus, this is taking longer than it really should, though. Then he goes to, when you host tournaments like this, there's bound to be a murder every once in a while. Well, the murder he's talking about is some in-character RP thing, like some murder on the Nile that he's going for, but it's actually the murder of this game itself. Haha. What did he go? B6. B6. Then we bring in the queen to B4. Oh my god, bro. Then he goes to C7. Oh my god. Then you can go queen to c5. Right over here. I mean, eventually it'll be mate. I'm not even going to dignify thinking about it. I can't focus when I talk during games. Oh, that's my excuse then. That's why I'm so bad. I'm a little tired, so you'll forgive me if I don't talk as much. Well, you won't talk now because you're about to be done. Let's go here, and then we bring the check. Or we're going to somehow stalemate his clown face. It's going to be A7 over here. This is actually unbelievable how many moves this takes. Okay, now can we mate? We still can't mate. How is that even possible? Okay, he goes to D1 or D8. Then we can bring this, bring the queen to C7. So they're in line there. It's still not mate, but now it should be. Okay, now you just go to E7. Play some games against the others and see what you can learn. Yeah, actually, I will have to do that the next time. Now he moves here. You mate on E7 from E8. There you go. 3-star difficulty challenge run. Good game. It's time for you to play Tina Tempo. She discovered the green pawn's body. So I guess you could do it that way, like where you go on their recommendation, and I won't even bother reviewing it. Or actually, I probably should because. Okay, what's your username on here? Or maybe he already challenged me. I just didn't see it. Wants to play. Okay, let's see if it's still there. Okay, so for this one, I won't bother with the pieces because. Or in fact, I should just go like full screen here. Because obviously I can barely handle it in a classical game, let alone this. So where do we get rid of this video capture? Like right there, good. So let's see what we can do here. He moves the rook. We go like this. So wait, he's 1500 though. So maybe he'll just toy with me. Whatever opening he's doing is not really that good. Or he could be provisional. He's moving his pawns a lot. Go ahead and do this. Okay, this is like a troll opening, dude. Let's go ahead and do this just to sort of equalize whatever pawn pressure he's doing a bit. What the fuck? Let's do... I have no idea what he's doing actually, but it's obviously not good, whatever it is. That one famous opening where he moved like 17 pawns for his first 17 moves. Some grandmaster. So here the pawns don't really make a whole lot of sense, but I'll just deal with it. Or here we go with the kingside pawn push, which I really don't like. If he pushes, the whole point is you don't really want to take, but you don't want to open the H file either. The thing is, you can always let him take. Like, if he takes there, it doesn't bother me. And then you take back. But what does bother you is if he ends up going all the way in. That can be problematic. So now you can move this back. It's going to like be such a claustrophobic game, though, now. You're very focused. This looks like a troll opening to me, though. Like, nobody plays like this. Especially a 1500 on here would not play like this. But I'll try my best. You can go here now, and that's good because you raise and then I can raise back, right? So if you raise here to like G5, I go here. He must think I'm worse than I am because of that last game. But I mean, obviously, I was just sort of playing into the immersion of what it's like to play a bot, which was actually pretty fun. I mean, if you take it that seriously. But see, what I'm doing is I'm giving him too much of an initiative thing because it's like you're just kind of too slow and like unaggressive and everything. He raises there. I really don't have a choice but to take, but this could end badly too. Because he'll sack the stupid thing, then if I take, then he takes, then like I made it. I mean, he's not bad. It's just, I don't know what to even do about this. If I take, well, first of all, I can't even take. But no, if I raise, then he takes, then I take, then he takes. What the fuck kind of a position is this? You play like this. Okay, I mean, I cannot imagine playing like this against a 1500 because I've been at like 1350, 14 before, and I've gotten destroyed by people playing much. Not they don't play like this at least, but let me see. I can't really do anything here at all. I'll just have to let it sit there, I guess. My own fault for this claustrophobic shit show of a position. Oh god. But now at least he can't sack it just yet, but he'll move it and then sack it. So that'll give him complete freedom to do that, maybe. I might actually just get mated like right here. That's so fucking stupid, man. Or at least now, if you sack it, it won't matter as much. It's like you could double take on here. It's so stupid, man. Whatever, I'll take my chances. I still don't believe he's gonna do anything with it, but he very easily could. And the biggest thing is that the queen's going to come in. And so the problem is you have too many different threats that you can do with this still. I mean, I'm probably going to get mated. This is almost like some beginner's trap type of thing that's probably pretty easy to deal with, but I just don't know how. Like, you're already mated. Like, even if you do that take, you still get mated because... What the fuck was that? Is that, I don't know what, I don't know any opening by name. And first of all, I took too long. He takes. Like, what the fuck? That is such a weird kind of game. Let's review this one instead. That's what I mean. Like, that is a troll opening, whether he considers it to be one or not. Like, nobody plays like that. And probably you shouldn't be able to get away with doing that. But I also played into it too much, even when I knew I shouldn't do that. Like, all you got to think against a thing like that is just play defensively and don't try to, well, not like, or no, actually, you shouldn't. You should attack and punish them for their clown behavior. But yeah, it's a bad move to take a free pawn. Let's see what we're supposed to actually do against this. That's a mistake. That's a mistake. That's a miss. That's a miss. But like, I don't know exactly how to play it. That was still the best move. But then that's a blunder. So, like, what are you supposed to do here then? I don't know. See, you played at only a 1300 rating according to the site. I played at a 950 rating, which is discouraging. Blunder. Great. Like, I see that it's going to happen. I just don't know. Especially with the time format, I have no idea. That's what these time formats are best for. Like, the faster formats are always good for doing these kind of tricks, because even if you could see through them, not a troll opening, you play like this, you don't understand. Okay, we can play again. No, it just feels like you're a pretty high rating, so it's, I don't know if you could get away with that at that point. Or maybe that's what Bullet is all about, or Blitz is all about. Oh, what happened? It went away. What was that little thing here that had all the challenges in it? Or wait, how come these are showing up as friends? I thought I hadn't added any friends on here. It like knows somehow my friends list from my other account. Here, let me try to challenge him myself. 1642 in bullet. Let's not do that. Let's do this. Let's do this here. Okay. You have to play as black again. But no, I mean, if I play more disciplined, I think it'll be fine. We just have to not be as stupid as I was. There, he's gonna do the same exact thing. Holy shit. But it's like, here's the problem with it. It's too slow, right? It's a very slow opening, and so my problem is I just don't know what I'm doing. That's the thing that I struggle with. I don't know how to actually... Fuck, it's gonna be like somehow the same thing. So you don't want to open the H file. He's gonna push out the knight. You have to like pose some threat yourself, and the knight is what really screws me over because I just don't know how to do that. Or rather, you already have something here. Like, fuck it. You just take this, and then if he takes, then I take. And that's just gonna ruin his position from the get-go. So these are kind of the holes that can emerge in what you're trying to do. If you can... Whatever, that was at least good. I wouldn't really believe that that was part of his master plan, even though it's still... Now, there is no pawn that can threaten these, so that's actually okay, I think. But he'll still do something crazy. If you take there, you take there, you're attacking the dark square bishop. So he's going to be a little more difficult for him here. He's going to push this, attack this. Can't take there. He's going to sit there. This is good, at least for my trade fiending mindset, because no, but then you don't really want to do it like that. Because then he'll sack something stupid there, maybe. But I also don't want to just leave the knight there either. So maybe I shouldn't take, and I should just leave it there, and like I could take, unless you're going to double take. And then even if he moves it, I can take his bishop, so that would be good too. He's got the double stack going. And that's good because it allows me to... I don't know. You want like another attacker on there and I just can't get it. Because like, okay, let's say the knight is displaced. He would take, I would take, and then he would take and check still again. So how the fuck? He's so confident, it's almost like he's not even paying attention or doesn't even care like what I'm doing. You can push it out like this. I don't know whether that's really a good move or not. It's probably bad because obviously this will be under attack as well. This is just one of those things, like he's practiced it and studied it. So, okay, let's learn from our lesson and not take that then, I guess. So if we go here, you can afford to like lose a little material here is kind of the whole beauty of it, right? You don't really have to always win everything back or trade everything. It just seems dumb not to, but the way that that started was at least okay because he takes there. We can easily take with this. You can do that. Okay, fine. And then that double stacked rook situation is kind of dangerous for sure. You can almost like do this, let him take, and then I take, he takes, I still take, but it's not really enough to justify it. If anything, I'm just gonna flag. Well, yeah, I guess what I meant was you definitely couldn't play like this in a rapid game, like not a blitz game. Or maybe you can if you're just, you know, the one opening that you're doing so well. It's kind of taking too long. I'm surprised I actually haven't really seen this one before, though. Okay, that's maybe still fine. Problem is now the back rank gets fucked over because you won't be able to cover that either. So it doesn't make sense because he could take, and then even if we do the double take, he can just take there, right? And he wins the rook, or he... Usually I'm better at defending. I guess I'm just too slow because then I'm worried about time too. This is pretty easy to do. He can just do it, yeah. You can just take... Yeah. Fuck. Or now it won't even let me see the analysis in full. Engine error, yeah, because you have to pay for it. But no, like even the last game, it showed he played at a 1300 rating, so... I guess I would say I should learn this opening, but I've like never seen it before, so this is the kind of stuff that you... He's losing pretty badly, but again, it's me who's playing, so I don't know exactly how to deal with this. And it's not even going to tell me here either, because it's not a free site. Yeah, you have to do such weird things sometimes, like not take a piece that's hanging, or... You know, sack a piece of your own. But he knows this one pretty damn well. I'll give it to you there. Like whatever it is that you're doing, you're coming up with good stuff. You can play rapid and you still lose. Okay, let's try one. I guarantee you that opening would not work in rapid. It barely even worked there because like whatever, that stupid I took the pawn there free at the beginning, which there's no way that was part of his intention either. Or I guess I would have to be black, so even if I'm not, he can play something else. How come I'm always black? I'm not choosing to be black. Okay, let me try some other... It's, you know, I could queenside castle to throw that off because he's so hell-bent on doing it. I'll just do a bit of a troll opening of my own. I don't care. Like, fuck it, dude. I won't even go to the king side then if he relies on it so much. Or I guess I kind of screwed myself up if I was going to try to do it like that. But I'm also playing still way too fast. Like, there's no need to be doing this. Or now he'll maybe somehow adjust and still take advantage of it. But no, he's not even pushing now on the king side at all because I guess my development is on the other side. So there must be a way for him to adjust it to still be effective like this, I guess. Or make him think I'm going to do it and then switch over. So he would have already committed. Design now 4% chance of winning, but there's probably a 50% chance of drawing. As there is in every game of chess ever, though, too. Let's see. That's what's weird about me is that like I don't know theory really, but then anything that's like so weird like this does throw me off still. So it's not even like I know traditional openings either, but it's just like easier, I guess, somehow to play through them safely. How could it even be a low chance of winning? Like hardly anything's even happened yet. But no, this is my problem, is that I don't take advantage of these kind of positions. You should be able to really punish him offensively by doing this. Like, this position is just so... Like, what you do with a guy like this, or with the way that he's playing, is you don't castle, ever. Or, like, you do it, you know, you make him wait, try to make him guess where your attack is going to come from. Or where he wants to attack from. So he doesn't know. I could do either castle now, and I'm not going to let him... I'm not going to make it obvious for him. And so it's like, oh no, I I'm blundering the side, but actually he can't take, and not only can he not take, I also don't have to kingside castle at all. So that's where castling can be a weakness. Simply should have taught me that. Simply is a very good offensive player who's actually 2,000 rated now, and it's like if you try to do that, then that was a misclick. Oh, now it's a misclick. Fuck. Well, he's playing like his blitz still. That's the point. If he played like a 10-minute game. Now is a 0.0001% chance of winning. But not for me. So now I can just not even give a shit about this one. Or what? Okay, I still have to be careful now though because we have a comfortable position. And so now we'd be forced to queenside castle, but I still don't even necessarily have to do it yet. So these trades only benefit me, or it does suit my style anyway. So this should all be fine, and then you had something good here maybe that I didn't take advantage of, but he could still go here. Like I could have tried to pin it down. 13. Oh yeah, see that's even the point too. He's 13 there, but he's much better in the blitz and the bullet because 1500 in rapid is fucking nuts, dude. Like you have to literally be, I don't know, because I've not even been there myself, at least not in this iteration of the game. But even here, if he does it for a trade, I'm happy with the trade. Just the way that he's playing is so aggressive that you almost feel like that's just all you want to do. Just trade, trade, trade all day. And if you can do that, then that's good. But you wouldn't dare trade the queen with as aggressive as he's been, right? He wouldn't do it. He misclicked the pawn. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't, but let's see what you can do. If the chance of winning was that high, then it shouldn't be a problem, right? You should still win now, even. Let me take a big chance and take a big gamble and do this stupid castle now. Or it even said there was some update where you can't do that anymore. Like you can't, basically, okay, that was just a blunder. Now I'm getting sloppy. You can't castle anymore by like just clicking the king and the rook. You have to actually click the square. I wonder why they made that change. So materially I'm +4, which I mean that should be pretty good. This you should be able to take unless he has some crazy trap up his sleeve. Or maybe I should do something else if I'm sitting here in this position. What I should do is I should do this. No. I should just take it. So whatever he can do is not going to be that crazy, or he gets a fort because I'm fucking stupid. Are you serious, man? Oh, wow. This is my average style of play, though, I guess. Here, let's just do that. At least here we guarantee the trade, and these pawns are in two pretty nasty spots, but the likelihood of me being able to actually convert them is pretty low. So actually, I just gave up whatever lead I might have had. Because he can either take the bishop for free, or he could just take the rook. Yeah, I misclicked that move, even though I'm just a moron and I'm not thinking. But that was pretty stupid of me. You see how desperately I always go for trades like that? Yeah, I do a disservice to my own style of play because whether I'm good or not, I always fuck up in stupid ways like that. That like just aren't necessary. That's always when I'm winning too. You can almost try to sack it because then his thing is uncovered, but it just doesn't matter. So there's a bit of a nightmare endgame that we have here. And we could try to trade again. But yeah, see that fork that I gave up was completely superfluous. I didn't need to do that. He's gonna do some crazy knight move that would allow him to do something. I don't even know what. He goes there. That's kind of cute, I guess. Don't let him fork my king or something. You try to go here, so at least you're on the open file, although you were kind of already on one. So now those two knights together look kind of scary, but they're really not. Pawns are going to get a little bit ugly, I guess. I would love to try to trade something. See, I had like passed pawns that were seemingly in a good spot, and then it just didn't amount to anything really. Got to be careful about what these knights are going to do. Right, his knights are going to fuck me over somehow. I just don't know exactly how. So we're not even up by very much now. And the one thing that was the least preventable, and now I'm fucking up my pawns even more. The one, that's the best way to beat me is give me a lead, because I can't play with leads at all, ever. Holy shit. I mean, he's certainly very fast. I will give you that. But he still shouldn't necessarily win now, because the knight can be so utterly shit. Yeah, that's all my bad tendencies as far as time coming out. Now we kind of fork these, which sometimes can be pretty good, but I guess not on account of the exact position there. If he mates me like this, I'd be pretty impressed. Like, how is he so fast that he's so confident always making these moves? How does he know this exact thing? If he could just sack it, he should just sack it. Just sack it, because there's nothing to lose. And then you can try to promote this may do something. Okay. Good game. Yeah, this is the kind of aggressive minded kind of stuff that you see in usually faster formats still. Yeah, like this is my problem too. I'm always winning these kind of games and then I fuck up. I give like the fork. Even that one before I was winning, but that was a much more complex position where like what you were supposed to do is crazy. So like by queenside castling, you're dealing with an offensive thing that he's doing, which is not normally what you would want to do. Like even here, you're still, not really in a great spot. This is a good spot, but then I can't figure out really what to do. And like I said here, it won't even tell me. That was bad because you're fucking up the pawns, but it does something even worse than that. Because you give up the knight. What a nightmare of a position. So even this is pretty much fine. But yeah, like he's very fast with those attacks there. 1-0. What does that even mean? It told me what? That I would make a random blunder and give up a fork and not even use my time adequately? Oh yeah, see here we go. This guy loves, yeah, he's like the opposite of me. He's my foil. He gets better the faster the time format is. I get worse. Like the longer it is, the better I get. So if you, oh, here we go, dude. He knows one opening. That's also something he has in common. One opening Andy over here. If you basically, okay, now that's committing to it maybe a bit too early. What do you call it? If you actually, I'm gonna get flagged though. I forgot what format we're actually playing. No, but see here I can totally understand it. I have no objection to it there because I can barely even do this. Like just simply making moves, whether they're good or not, whether they have a plan or not. So you didn't take there. Knight's gonna get trapped because it's just shit. Just cover this. Sometimes you just are moving purely for the sake of speed. If he takes, he's certainly good at these attacking ideas. This is what we almost need to learn. If I could attack like this guy, I'd be unstoppable because that's almost kind of worth it, but then you're losing the rook obviously as well. Why can't I even pre-move or do anything? Take the rook. Yeah, like he doesn't have enough material necessarily to mate. My settings are all fucked up or something. But no, he seems like very much the opposite of me. He's very aggressive or I'm very defensive. He's also very oh yeah, obviously no surprise there. He's also very good when it comes to attacking. Or I mean time. Is he just gonna do the same thing every game or what, dude? Like, how do you even know sometimes? Like, they know what I'm doing better than what I'm doing sometimes, just because they've maybe studied these openings and they have some idea of like, oh, if you do this, you have to do this. Just fun memorization. But it's not that they are. There are so many instances where he does give openings or make mistakes. So the trick is, I guess, not to castle. That's always the best chance that I have. But then again, I'm slow as shit. Yeah, I can't really play this format at all. At least in the 10-minute game, I had every right to win, potentially. Even if he's saying he's misclicked, like, whatever. I misclick all the time because I don't know what I'm doing. I mismove more than misclick. The take. Can't do anything there. I don't know. It's like I'm not even trying to make good moves. I'm just trying to move. Why the hell wouldn't I have pre-moves enabled? I was even complaining on the chess that I can't do multiple pre-moves because some of these games are just coming down to time that way. But yeah, like that's not even remotely a format that I ever even bother trying to play. But no, I'm literally the same rating as him in Rapid in 10-minute games because this is maybe the illusion sometimes that these faster formats give you. I literally was just 1350 on here legit, and then obviously I whatever tanked it. So like we're the same there, but he's vastly better in all these other modes, which I'm not saying they can't help you in the other mode, but more often than not, I should probably be able to beat him in a 10-minute game, or at least that would be a good even matchup. Obviously, this account doesn't represent it. But no, he is literally the antithesis of my rating structure and my time preference. He loves the fast games. I love the slow games. He loves playing offensively. I love playing defensively. He loves his rating gets better the faster it is. Mine gets better the slower it is. Watch your history. Okay, see you later. Damn it, that one game though I should have fucking won. 5-0, getting farmed by viewers as usual. Oh, like maybe he was higher at some other point. Rapid 1346. This was 1570, but that was a long ass time ago. 46, and he's sort of maybe still semi-provisional, but the point is that some people, this is interesting. This is maybe the inverse of how people should learn the game or whatever, like where they basically they look at it like, you know, they're trying to learn all these gambits and tricks and offensive things, which maybe there's some validity to it, but it feels like you're learning the game backwards then, because you're doing things that are, I don't know, like you're not really processing what's happening as much, so it's then it becomes almost like pure memory, like you just know what you're doing. But I don't know, like I don't know to what extent people are calculating in situations like that. Like does somebody really know? Because you can throw them off, like you saw, even as bad as I am, right? There are things like you do one move they don't expect, and oh, now it fucks their whole thing up because they don't know this variation, so they remember like a very exact line. There are certain ways that you can play with people that way. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so this week I introduced one new permadeath format for chess that I was talking about, where I'm going through every single bot on chess.com until I lose, right? Of course, we're banished from chess.com, but that's just for like a purpose of a challenge. I can't play actual ranked games, rated games on the ladder. I can't do anything like that. I'm just doing it for the purpose of some of the fun stuff that we can do, like either I can play viewers, unrated games, I can play variants, I can play, which generally I won't do that either unless I really have to, because I feel like I should be punished, but for failing the other permanent challenge. But so basically we're going to have 3 going on now, because I have one that I'm going to introduce here as well, but I'll officially introduce it in next week's episode, because I always like to start these when I upload them with the streamed episode, just kind of feels more like that's the main one of the week that we do on Tuesday, and that's with the real board. We're going to use the webcam and stuff from now on and stuff like that, so it encourages a longer format, because in the shorter format I don't have time to move the board in real life to show the position and stuff like that. But we introduced the bot permadeath idea, where I'm basically going to play every single bot, and I only had time to play one because I was taking it super thoroughly, but that's the whole point. We play through every single bot on chess.com until I lose, and the one thing I do get the option to do is I get to choose the order in which I play them. So eventually you're going to get to the hard ones either way, so you're not going to be able to subvert that, but you are, I can sort of cherry pick for the easiest ones first, and otherwise it might end too quickly, because if I just go in order of how they appear or whatever, it's going to be like, oh well, I'll have to play Judith Polgar pretty soon and then I'll just get destroyed. Or since it is correspondence, I can prove the point I always try to make, that if you really want to sit there for like, I could do a multi-episode thing, right? Multi-week experience, or I could even do it, I guess I could do it in this session too, where I record it. There's no limit, so the door is at least open. But yeah, I can choose which ones to do in which order, but eventually I do have to go through all of them, and so it's kind of fun to see like how long you last and which one you end up losing to. So as soon as you lose a single game, you're screwed. So it's not like, oh, play each one until you beat them, which in that case that would take forever, because sometimes you're just not going to be able to beat them because they're just going to be too good. So that's one. Then the second one we're going to introduce here is the permadeath peace gauntlet, or round robin. The idea that we're going to go through all these custom piece sets and cosmetics. So I'll pick one, and then, because I've been using this one for a while, so it's a good time to mix up, and I got some of all the other older ones to work. So it's like I'll go in order of the piece sets and I'll play like normal, but if I lose a game, whether it be whatever format, I mean, I'm really only going to do rapid, but whether it be against a viewer, whatever the case may be, mainly though we're going to play rapid on the ladder against random people. If I lose a game, then, or maybe if I play somebody super high, it shouldn't count. If I lose a game, I have to move on to the next one. So that creates sort of a fun dynamic where you're trying to see how long you can last with a particular set, whether you like it or not, too. And there's some internal challenge, like where some of them might be a little trickier or harder for you to use, but I'm never going to use that as an excuse. Like people will say, oh, it's a distraction, you shouldn't do this and that. But it's just fun for me. I've done stuff like this a lot. This one I have done in the past. So there's like, let's say, 400 piece sets on the chess. This is one of the good features about the site. Or I'll go through even the default ones too. Right, so I'll go through each one on here. I don't know what happened with the site. It looks like different. Like this icon wasn't there before. This icon wasn't there before. It almost makes it seem like it's an add-on that I inadvertently put, like how I've added a bunch of boards and piece sets. Maybe I added some UI for the site, but I don't remember it really looking like that, the thing at the top. But whatever. The point is that we have an urge to introduce this one as well. So again, you play with a piece set until you lose, or a board, or a cosmetic, something else. We can factor those things in, and so we'll just kind of go at whatever rate that we do. So we'll have these amazing stretches. We'll be winning 10 games in a row with this one set. Not that I've even ever necessarily won 10. 7 is my best streak in these, but technically it's not, because sometimes you're playing viewers and stuff, or you draw a game and that counts against you. But the reality is that you're going to have these streaks to kind of try to work towards. So it's just kind of a fun extra little challenge. And then the third permadeath thing is the one that we already have active all the time, which is the rating increment and just the overall one. The overall one we failed, like on chess.com. You have to get to X rating, like 1500 by January 1st, 2024. So I failed to do that, so I deleted the account. So again, I have a backup one that I can only use for certain things, which is certainly not the latter. And then the other element that we still have on here is the 50 increment permadeath. So if I got to 1650 in classical, obviously to 17, but I got to at least 1650. So now if I fall below 1600, I have to delete my account. I don't apply that to rapid because I've historically never cared too much about rapid, but this is why I'm almost afraid to play. So we're sort of putting this one on hold because as much as that's true, it's provisional. So the next game could cost me over 20 if I lose it. That means if I lose that game, I have to delete my account. So I have to go in when I'm really confident, but there is no pressure to play that. Like, at least if I get to 1700 in rapid, then I'll feel like doing it, but I still don't have to. Like, I can wait as long as I want. So that one's kind of on hold, but it's still active on here. So then let's just review them again. You have the 50 increment. I can't fall below 1600 on in classical, otherwise I have to delete my account. And of course that would translate once I get to 1750. Now I can't fall below 1700. So that one's I've had for a long time, and that's still ongoing. Then the second one we just introduced, which is the bot permadeath. Play every bot on chess.com until you lose. You get to choose the order of them. And then the third one is what we're going to introduce here, which is the piece sets or cosmetics, where you go through a piece set and use it until you lose, then you have to move on to the next one. So you're at least playing for something in that regard. It resembles, any of these other gauntlets that I've done in multiplayer games, like character gauntlets in or champion gauntlets like in Overwatch, or paladins, or team gauntlets like in NBA 2K. Like, you go through every team in order until you lose, and you go on these crazy streaks. So I'm going to get rid of these two. And I don't know what exact order these are going to appear in. They do seem to be alphabetical, and I guess the only reason why those two are at the top is because they were active, so now they'll go back down. Right, so the only rule I might set here, like, let's just look at one for example. We'll have to use this one as we're making our first ever push for... I don't like the ones where, like, they put a thing like on the bottom, like even in real life it'll be like a circle that says, like, I was looking at some DBZ piece that just is like a joke because, whatever, celebrate Toriyama's life, so I'll use that, look at me, haha, funny DBZ piece set. But it'll be like, it'll have a thing like a circle under it that they stand on, and then that'll say like what the piece is or something. It'll have like a letter or some indication. You shouldn't need to do that with a properly designed piece set because you should already know from what it is. Like, even this is kind of cool. You get like the knight. The one thing you got to check is, like, some pieces are missing sometimes, like the Death Note one. I could still do it, like where I play as that. I would just have to pay a little extra attention. But I kind of want to use the ones on the site itself. Or maybe I should wait. This one's kind of cool, though. Maybe I'll just start with this one. So MS Frog. So we'll start with this one. Now we'll play until we lose, and maybe this will give me the much-needed motivation that I need. So let me just look at a board, if I can look at, like, a clean, fresh board. I don't really want to start a game, but I guess I will just... So this does indicate every piece, so let's just try to learn the pieces before we start this. The pawns... Oh, I almost thought that would be the knight. That would have worked good for that. This is kind of funny and cute, actually, though. So the tower is him hiding in, like, almost a garbage can. That's like the... whatever that character from Sesame Street's fucking thing is. But no, it's just him hiding, I guess, behind a tower, sort of, but it's like circular behind. So yeah, let's analyze these cosmetics. This is the frog just holding a little fucking little horsey thing. This is the king. This is the bishop, actually. So he's like a magician, whatever, with the staff. This is the king, like with a cane or something. I don't even know exactly what that's supposed to be. The queen just looks like the king without that, I guess. There's not really much depth to that. Different crown. The knight is kind of amusing. Like, he's role-playing as a knight, but he doesn't actually have a horse. So you'll be better off. And this is what you're going to have to realize from my opponent. You're going to... So the one problem with some of these sets... Okay, there's two problems with them, right? But no, my opponent's going to have to face the fact that not only did they lose to a clown like me... Oh, I was going to say, why am I 1300? It's because it's correspondence. Not only are they going to lose to a clown like me, but they're going to lose to a clown using a piece set like this, like me, which just adds like an extra layer of BM. That's part of the reason why you'd want to use a custom piece set. I want to look at that one opening gambit that the guy used against me too. But how will I even do that? Because it was on chess.com, right? I can't remember the name of it now. That's actually a worthy topic first. And we could do the same thing on chess.com, but of course, I don't have a chess.com account, so that's not going to work. And you might say, oh, we'll do that while you're playing the bots, but if you lose one game, it's over, the whole challenge. So, you know what I mean? Like, you'll only have one piece set to work with. So that doesn't really work. And of course, you can't use the custom piece sets as easily. This is actually the best thing about Lichess, and it's arguably something it doesn't even deserve credit for. But no, I should almost do the same thing with the boards. So maybe I should look for the first board on here and correspond that as well. 3D blue board, but it's not even a 3D board that we're using. Or sometimes you might maybe have to reload. I just want something that's going to show. That one's just newspaper. Maybe you would have to turn it off from here. But no, the two problems with it is some sets are simply missing pieces. Like the king is missing, or the queen is missing in the Death Note set. Naomi Miso, right? It's supposed to be, I think, right next to L. That's one issue. So you'll just be missing pieces. You'll be playing semi-blindfold variant. And then number two is some of the pieces are, what do you call it? Are different on both sides. So like here the color might be different, but they're effectively the same. Like even that Star Wars piece set that I like so much and it makes sense thematically, or even the Death Note one is like you got Light and you got L, or you got like the Emperor and you got Luke or something on each side. So even even though that's cool and it works thematically, it makes it more confusing because you have to kind of think, okay, I gotta realize these two different pieces are the same piece, right? That adds a little extra layer of challenge, but I do like it. There are certain elements I do to try to immerse myself in this that keep my interest going and stuff like that. This kind of plays into an idea of like you're playing a single player story game of chess. Like, oh, we're beating this. You got to come up with like an RP and a storyline of what's going on. So like you're playing as the frogs and you got something. We're doing the frog campaign to see how long we can last, and that makes it fun. And there's all kind of variants and little in between stuff you could do to keep it fresh, but I haven't really had the will as much to do that. It's actually so boring because it's like you have like a million variants out there you could do. You could do Fog of War and you could do it over and over, and that's a whole nother game in and of itself. Chess 960 that people are finally, appreciating, especially at the high level, all this kind of thing. Bobby Fischer way ahead of his time. The fairy pieces you can just make your own. Like there's a million things you can do with chess, and that's the most fun element of it. But people bog it down to the one form of it that's just accepted as absolute, which there's no good reason to really treat it like that. Like it's good, but what is the criteria that says it's the best version, or this is the one we should take that seriously? Just because it's been around for a long time and people accept it, but even in that form that it's been around, it's changed. Like the en passant was added several centuries ago, and the double pawn push. So changes have been made to it. It's not like it's always been the same. And obviously starting out even as chaturanga. So maybe the one thing I should look at is before I start the frog permadeath thing, or rather I was looking for a piece set thing here, the board. So I could correspond at least those two elements. The chessboard, I just want one that actually works, and this doesn't seem to be working. Right, it shouldn't matter which one it is. It's not like I can turn it off, or I could do the same thing maybe with themes. Actually, Lichess Dark doesn't seem to make a difference. I am not going to do another set, which a lot of these are going to be exactly that. But no, a lot of these I've used before. In fact, I've probably used all of them before because, oh, that looks beautiful. Wait, it's anal beads. I thought it was some other like minimalistic set. Would you almost not even be allowed to do this? Suggestive content? I guess I'm only uploading this to YouTube, so I guess it wouldn't matter. I will actually do it. So not because of the controversy of potentially using them to cheat, but just because of some other superficial element. Yeah, we'll look at that opening here. At least I'm more willing to study in these kind of sessions because, why did that get boosted to the top? Because, okay, let me just try to find a Anarch Candy you already have, though, unless they got rid of it. Why would that even be here? Animated King Pieces. I assume it would be like that regardless whether I was using the frog set or not. Let me actually check. Yeah. But yeah, the Anarch Candy one doesn't even make sense because you would already have that. I'm kind of spoiling what some of these are going to be, but I'm just looking for a fucking board. And I don't know, some of these might not be... some of these might not be very clear. Jeff Bezos one. None of these are really... Okay, blue board. Okay, so that at least works. Thumbs up. So if we lose a game, we have two things on the line. We would have to both change the board and change the pieces from the frog one and the blue one. So that's an excellent setup. because yeah, it should be a green board. Then that would get too confusing with the overlap of the colors of the green frogs and the green board. But this is just a fun way to mix it up because you're going to be playing the same monotonous game over and over, so you got to keep it interesting for yourself. So none of this really affects the game itself as long as you know what the pieces actually are. So what's funny is I might play better. This is a psychological, tidbit of the day. Like I might play better with like this than I would without it, like if it's just with normal pieces, because you might get so bored and burnt out of having done the same thing over and over so many times. Now it's actually more interesting to you because I don't know, it kind of immerses you and it gets you almost in, like I said, a story RP setting. Like somehow I almost wish I could do that with chess. Like I come up with some sort of other storyline, like it's hard to just do it on the fly like that, but like the fly that you would be eating with the whatever with your tongue here, haha. It's just I don't know. The little things like that make a big difference. Not unlike skin. So that's the one taint of chance that you haven't seen at least is the microtransaction element that they could potentially add for like you could see like them adding skin, like, add all these things and they'll charge you money for it. Like chess.com charges you money for the membership and this and that for analysis and certain puzzles, and every feature is kind of locked behind that aside from simply being able to play. Or you should be able to earn it through like play somehow. If you get to like 2,000 rating and win a tournament on there, you get to earn yourself a free premium membership or something, like how they do in WoW, like where you can earn enough gold and then buy it for in-game currency. So it's technically free to play if you do that, but it takes a lot of time to save up enough or whatever. And they only added that somewhat recently. 13 gift ideas for chess players. How about a chessboard? How about the time clock? One of the various paraphernalia that you would use. But no, it's like, what do you call it? You would be in a position where, what was I saying? You would be trying all these different piece sets, and you would be trying to identify some ways to kind of keep the game fresh and things like that. That's the point. So yeah, let me look at that little gambit thing that he did on the other site to me. And again, this is one of those things you just have to learn, or either you know or you don't. So you'll have to look up my little other account here, Chaturanga. So a lot of those ones didn't seem like they worked, but I'll at least try to keep track of what is going to be the case here. So that's, of course, my icon for my little other channel art. May 30th, 2022. So that must have been when I failed my first challenge, or a little bit after, where I, after failing the chess permanent challenge, I'm no longer, I'm even telling the story on that. After failing my chess.com permanent challenge, I'm no longer allowed to play rating games on the site. I only play viewers for fun, and most prominently, I play a ton of Chaturanga, which is actually not even true. Oh, I'm surprised I even put that there, because I was trying to separate it. And that's not even accurate. I don't stream every game I play, or maybe on here. So let's just see what this thing was even called, and then we can figure out what this guy was clowning me with. And I was even up pretty big in one of these games, but I won't say that I played particularly well, but he said he wasn't trolling, but it seems like a troll opening. So what is this thing about? Or like, what am I even supposed to do here? Will we get a free review even though we're not logged in? Normally it'll tell you what it's called too. Yeah, we've set this up. There was a particular point I was trying to make, just with sort of like the RP of it, that you're almost like telling a story and having an experience, like what sort of vicious attackers will come for the Frog Kingdom today, or something like that, that maybe seems silly, but there is a certain immersion that you can try to go for with it. I'm trying to think like how exactly you would make that interesting, but even just a bit, oh yeah, just how chess has been protected against at least one evil, despite all the cult of personality, content creation, and everything that is present. It's the fact that basically, didn't it look like he was hanging that there for like 50 turns or something? Maybe again, I'm already getting confused by the visuals, but no, like I wouldn't be surprised if chess.com adds that eventually. Pay $4.99 for this special piece set, or pay, and there probably are some that are still locked behind it even on the site, or again, even for ones that people make themselves, like they'll say custom sets that are basically fan-made mods and stuff that you have to pay for in that regard. So I wish I could remember what the actual opening was called, but now I can't seem to figure it out. I was just looking through videos to honestly see what category they're using. There's these different chess categories. Like if you go, I'll actually even show it, right? it'll show like on chess.com, it's this game, but this isn't just chess as a general category. This is a specific one, right? AI Factories chess. So it's weird that even a big site like chess.com would use this. Like it's just a default one that looks like chess, but it's this specific game of chess that it's talking about. It's a video game for the Android. It's not, you know what I mean, top developer, not for the game of chess itself. Like what individual is credited with creating chess either? Is that like actually who created chess? I don't know if there's one person who really gets credit. Specific origins are, given the game's age, difficult to accurately determine. There's no person who outright credited with the sole thing. Not all historians think that it originated in India. Well, that's pretty fucking obvious because, you know, Chaturanga, Chaturaji was pretty clear. So the main difference was obviously the royal advisor, or the, I forget what it's even called. It has like a weird name to it, but it was a pretty bad piece because it could only move like one square each diagonal way, right? It wasn't at all like what the queen is. So in a way that creates like a minimalistic feel for the game that can be kind of fun, where the queen sort of ruins certain things because it's way too strong, which is part of the reason why I enjoy the aspect of trading it off, because it's just like it has way too much impact on the game. Sure, both players have it, so I'm not saying it's unfair, and it's not even that, oh, because I'm not an attacking player that I'm able to, you know, take advantage of it. It's just, it's something deeper than that. Like less is more, where you want to, every piece feels more valuable, even the shitty knight, even every single pawn, when the queen isn't involved, because now you have to make something of nothing or of less than what you actually have available. So, and of course, during these sessions, I could always do like other things. It doesn't mean it always has to be this, but let me look for that one opening, and then we'll look at that, and then we'll actually start. You know what this can also do is it can teach you sort of the piece discipline, in terms of you're trying to basically, I'm going to get in trouble for like stealing this game. Like, oh, the fact that I'm showing it or reacting to it or whatever. 2008, does that mean he was born in 2008? So it's a 16-year-old or something? But no, it's like it teaches you, like, don't focus on the specific piece, just focus on the piece itself. Like, it doesn't matter what it looks like. You could be playing online, you could be playing over the board, you could be using any piece set, but it gets you to play it in your head the way the better players do. Like, you're just visualizing the movement of the piece. It doesn't matter what it looks like or anything else, so it shouldn't bother you that much. You know what the bishop is, you know how it moves, you know what you should be doing with it. So you're thinking about the bishop. You're not thinking about the frog or the actual, you know, wooden bishop in a normal case. It doesn't matter. So you're kind of above that. You're above the superficial nature of it. You're only about the functional nature of it, and you care about it to the extent that, you know, it's only relevant as far as the movements and what you're thinking about. So it wouldn't really occur to you or bother you. So as much as people would use it as an excuse, even good players like Riv is a 2200 plus player or something, and he was bothered by the one that's like upside down, where it shows like two sides of the same thing, like whatever, like the bishop will be going in both directions or all four directions, like it's just doubled, whatever it is. It has like some weird, almost Lovecraftian vibe to it, where like every piece is just like some sort of abomination, almost some experiment gone wrong. But I personally like the set a lot, and it bothers him. But it's like, if you're really that good, and I know he could whip my ass with that set or any other set, even blindfold, but that's what I mean. If you can play blindfold, it almost encourages that mindset. So I don't know how to figure out actually what this game was. I just want to know what it's called, and I can't figure it out because it won't tell me, because I have to buy a premium subscription to the site probably. But if you just tell me Anderson opening, but I don't know if it even was. Like, what is his sequence of moves that he does? He does this, let me just look at it, but he called it something else. Anderson opening. What is it, though? Chess opening, yeah, buy something to be able to do it. So is it that in full sequence, though? What does he do with that? I don't get it. Where he like moves a pawn. No, he's already not doing it though. That's not even what it was. He made like 50 pawn moves. You know what? I almost don't care about it, just for the simple fact that I've almost never seen it done. But that was almost like a humbling moment, right? I've been on sort of a good stretch lately, despite maybe still stagnating a little bit as soon as I get there. Yeah, Abhimanyu Mishra beat out Sergei Karjakin or maybe somebody else. And that's the interesting distinction about Judith Polgar that people forget. It's not that, oh, she's the youngest female grandmaster or something like that. She was the youngest grandmaster, period. Like, even amongst, you know, Bobby Fischer's record she beat. Now, you can say part of that is because she was helped by maybe being able to play against female players earlier on in her career. I don't know. You'd have to be more an expert on the subject to say that, but whatever. Either way, she was very impressive in getting there. You still have to beat who you have to beat rating wise to get there. It wasn't women's GM, it was just GM overall. But it's basically like that is quite the achievement. That goes beyond just whatever. And she sort of shunned that later on, which I respect, although she's maybe fallen back in the trap of being seen as like, oh, the woman's best player. It's like the best female player. It's like she always shunned that, like, oh, I just want to play in tournaments with the best players in the world. Like she was legitimate 2700 just playing Magnus and Gary Kasparov and stuff. Of course she wasn't going to beat them, but people using that against it, like, oh, that shows you women at chess, it doesn't make sense because most men can't beat Gary Kasparov or Magnus Carlsen. Most people, period, on the planet can't beat them because almost nobody beat them ever. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't matter. The fact that you're even there to be able to compete with them is impressive no matter who you are. Like, just 2700 plus is a very good rating. So people can't help but notice that element that, oh, she happens to be a girl, but a woman. But no, she was very impressive at a young age. I don't know what to even do with this. Like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to know what this is called, man? Just tell me the name of it. Let me look at all of these, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should have won or at least drawn, one of these. Anderson opening, Anderson opening, Anderson opening, Anderson opening. King's Pawn, St. George defense. None of this is the thing that he said. I guess I could look at my own Twitch channel. Fuck it. I'll actually do it. He said it, like, in chat. Right, and it was only from yesterday. Let me destroy my mobile hotspot data. That's the main reason why I don't really like to do this. This is just irritating because he said a specific name of it, unless he was trolling with that too. And he swore he wasn't trolling, but not even playing the opening. But he clearly knows what it is very, very well. So here, he wanted to play. He wanted to show it off, which often people like to do. And what you like to do is, oh, that's him though. Or maybe that's why he named himself after it. Let's see if this is actually a real opening. And that almost makes me think of that band, like Kamlah, Kamlah. It's probably not even a real one. It's just his own. What the fuck? Or he misspelled it somehow. Karo Khan. I don't know what it is. Like, I don't get it. Or at least if we could analyze, whatever. I almost don't care. We can analyze and just see what would be best in that position because I like the idea of trying to learn from it, but it won't let me fucking do it because just give me one analysis, dude. Why is it so hard? Just to show me generally what I should have done a little better there. It's acting like, it didn't even do the other one though. What do you mean? Let me go to here. No, but there is this sort of king of the sandcastle effect. Emperor has no clothes, punching down, fake elitist, bottom feeder element. Not about him, but like in general in chess is like a 2000 player who's given up on trying to actually be like the best they possibly can be, or try to be the best player in the world, or trying to be a GM or whatever. So they'll be 2000 and satisfied with that, and now they want to show off to 1500s or whatever. And that's an appealing thing, like, oh, you want to teach other people and stuff like that. I get that, but instead of trying to, compete against people their own level or compare themselves to that, they punch down and say, oh, well, haha, look how bad you are. Look how much better I am. 2000 better than 1500. It's not even that should bother you. It's just like they know how much time and effort went into getting there. So it's like, maybe you could do that too, but it's not an innate state of being. So it feels less meaningful. Like the only reason why you're better is because, okay, you studied more and this and that. At some point that stops being true, but you know what I mean? 2000 is the result of hard work. I wouldn't say it's a result of innate genius or anything like that. Not that, and of course people would always do this too, like the credibility. Oh, well, who are you to say that because you're not there? But all these banned people that I end up playing, which I'm not even, wait, what the hell? I'm not even going to say anything, like it doesn't bother me, but all these were like unrated games anyway. So there was one of these that should have already been analyzed then, like this one. Or no. Wait. Oh, no, that's stars. So this one should be analyzed. So just show me what the fuck I was supposed to do about that. It's saying it's analyzed. Like, why do I have to do this, man? I'll just figure it out myself, man. I don't know why the site's being so difficult. Like, what logically should you have done here? I can't figure it out. But, like, this is troll. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody ever plays like this. Nobody should be able to play like this. You can't get away with this. He can't keep getting away with it. I don't know what that's even from. But yeah, attacking the king on the H file. There's nothing I could do there at the end. So I guess I could like recreate the game and kind of see it that way. Or like, what if I just copied? Oh my god, why is it being so difficult, man? It won't even let me. It won't even let me do it. What the fuck, man? What is wrong with this site? Like, why won't it let me even copy the moves? Like, it doesn't want. There's some way to like export it that way. So A3, but no, he's like taking credit for the name of the gambit. A3, B3, but that's how chess is. Nobody ever comes up with a new idea. It's just it's all been done before, or at least it could be referred to in the thing. I'm not sure what purpose these pawn moves even serve either. Like, a lot of them don't really come into play, but it is interesting. Man, all I need to see is this in the fucking engine. So A3, knight F6. Like, can't I just like make a game myself and then have it? Give me like just a board. How do you even do this, man? Study, practice. Where is the board, dude? Just a free board. Analysis board. Thank you. So now if I just play a game, not even against an AI, but just show me what this is. Okay, so you go back to the beginning. Yeah, this is what you have to do. You have to use a free site like chess, but it's not even necessarily about that. So white goes A3, rook to A3. I should almost do it like this. I'm just curious about this because, again, this was an annoying thing that I couldn't really figure out, or at least not in that span of time. So rook to A3. Or wait, A4. I'm fucking stupid. Notation is not my specialty. You go here. So now I'm supposed to go like this. So I'll do what he's doing, but then I'll, do the right thing on the other side. So he brings the rook up. Let's see how the evaluation works. It's probably going to be pretty bad for white. So you bring the knight here. Then we keep seeing what he's doing. He goes to bring the pawn up. I'm sure these are not good moves is the point. Let's see how he gets punished by the engine, basically, is all I want to see. So now he goes to... It doesn't necessarily matter what I'm doing as much. So now he goes with this. Then we follow the engine. So you're playing sort of in the center as well. Then you do it again. Like, these are not good moves. Although white isn't losing that badly either. I'll give it to you there. Wait. Oh, no, I'm not using that. I'm using whatever this is. Like, okay, now you go here again. At some point, this is going to be pretty bad, but I just don't know how that's going to make sense or how you're really going to punish it again with this shit. Like, how can you play like this? Okay, now he's starting to overdo it a little bit. But you are meant to play in a similarly clownish way to do with the pawns. Now, I'm ignoring what, maybe he wouldn't have played it like this if this was the case, but whatever. I'm still respecting his style, his little gambit named for himself. Okay, yeah, so you are losing, but you would have to know exactly the right way to play it, and we'll see how he gets punished for it. Now, the rook is there. The pawn is there. Maybe it's unfair to even do it this way because it's just like, yeah, he wouldn't have done that. Although maybe he would have because he was playing full clown mode. Right, he was just doing all kinds of crazy shit. But no, now I'm almost transposing. Whatever. The point is, it wasn't that good, but I couldn't necessarily see through it. So who am I to say that? But no, anytime you try to say something about chess, two people will discredit you. But like, let's say I study for years and I get to like 2,000, 2,200 rating, but it's like I can still observe objective things about chess, even like I can do now. It doesn't mean like, oh, you're bitter about not being better, but at what point would that not be true? Oh, if Levy says something, oh, it's only because he's not a GM. Oh, if Hikaru says something negative that you disagree with about chess or something, oh, it's just because he wanted to be world champion and he's salty about that. Or Magnus is salty that something, I don't know even what. Like, there's some... Like, what level of credibility would you have to have? Like, you literally have to be the best player ever, and now you can say something. No, you can just observe and focus on the claim, not the claim maker, basically. Okay, here we go. So the point is always with the long form postulate, it applies very well to chess. Like, maybe Magnus was blundering his queen at one point, right? Maybe some great player was doing something when they were younger, when they were playing, right? The difference is they get through it, or they get past it, or they overcome it. So it might be hard for people to imagine that, but this is why it puts it on its face. Like, this is, I've said this several times, like, this is like the Truman Show of chess experience, where you get to see every single game somebody plays, which is pretty much true. You don't get to see, like, when I was a kid when I played, but that barely even helps me now, because it had been like 10 plus years since I played, and then I just done it on stream here and there as a little joke, or ironically just making fun of how bad I am, and just in between categories. So only when I was 27, like 2 years ago, like end of October, end of 2021, or really beginning of 2022. So from beginning of 2022 to now beginning of 2024, in 2 years, I haven't really improved much at all. So I'll accept that. But again, I was trying to make the fundamental mistake that you can never make with chess, which is trying to learn by simply playing it, but you can't do it. It's just not that kind of game. But what you got to look at in the long term is just, it takes time no matter what. So you can't, it's okay if you make mistakes or whatever, but you have to at least learn from it and get, you have to kind of get past it. So imagine, okay, Magnus blunders his queen once. Even in faster paced games, he might still do it, but, much less frequently. So none of these people are perfect, so that kind of busts the myth a little bit. Right, but the point is of the Truman Show element that you get to see every point. You can make fun of it, like, oh, haha, look at this guy struggling. It took him, this long, and he's playing 7 hours in this session. That's like the average length of some of these videos lately that I upload, like the whole week's worth of playing chess. Look at him play 7 hours to get from 15 to 1600. But in a way, that's kind of good, because if it took me 7 hours to get to each of these thresholds, now I'll get from 16 to 17 like that, and 17 to 18 like that. And obviously, it won't be that simple, but you know what I mean? Like, it's, people would make fun of it, or consider that a negative, like, oh, look how much he's struggling. But as if everyone doesn't do that. It's just you don't get to see it, right? So that's the value of this, is you get to see the whole experience. Like, this is actually what it would take. And all the great players that you admire, it's like you have to see the amount of studying and play that they put into it. Now, there's no shame in it. I guess the shame would be if you didn't get as far as they do, like if you weren't really a great player, right? But if you're a grandmaster, it's like, wow, they played 10 times as much as I have, right? So at least they have results to show for it. But the whole understanding is Central Park Tower. The whole understanding of it, yeah, some chess pieces are objectively invalid, like a rook is a tower. So how does that make sense? Or a bishop is casting spells. Like, when you really think about it, it feels a little bit silly. Or a knight is cheating. Analyze it on the base level. Like, we've made this joke before. Like, the knight is like two things, so it's not really fair. It's overpowered compared to everything else. Or like, how is the queen really so powerful at fighting? Like, what is she actually doing? Or like, the queen, the king is almost a liability. Like, not only is he not the strongest piece, sure, he's the most important piece, but he is a liability and often just a weakness. Most tactics come from, pinning or exposing something that way. Even if you're not mating him, right? He can be a big detriment to you. So, but I guess you as the player basically are the king, because you're kind of calling the shot, so to speak. But that's just the point. You get to see this person struggle. This is like the man in the arena effect, right? The king in the arena, the king on the board, however you want to say it. You say, those are my two expressions, like either king in the arena, or the king of the sandcastle, something like that. What you have is the ability to, like, what is the king of the sandcastle? Basically, like, I'm the best amongst, like, low-rated players who haven't studied the game, so I can pick on them. Like, if I study and they haven't, oh, haha, look at me, I'm 1800 and I'm destroying these people and I'm beating them in bullet games, but it's only because I put more time in, or I've studied or whatever, and they haven't, so it's not really that impressive. If you think about it, it's sort of the means argument, that if you put a certain amount of time or effort into something, that you can certainly, or, people were accusing me of talking fast in that one clip about making fun of the guy saying chess is pay to win, but it's like, that's kind of what calculation is too, in a way. Like, your brain is so fast, and your ideas, not that I was playing a game of chess there, but just you have to raise the speed at which you talk, or you have to paraphrase things, because your ability to speak cannot keep up with what you're thinking, which is true especially in chess. Like, you cannot explain every single move you're doing, so that's why Hikaru just says take, and even then he's reducing it to only the takes that are actually relevant. So there's no shame in that, like, oh, you're talking too fast, but it's actually like, you're thinking too fast, and you're just having to settle for saying it, because that's what you have to convey. So you can do one of two things. You can either slow down and dumb down your speech, or rather you can dumb down your thoughts to match the slow speed of your speech, and even arguably like your physical state, the way we talk about in certain other human functionalism contexts. So you can do one of two things. You can either raise the speed of how you talk, like Ben Shapiro is known for that because he's so smart or whatever, so he talks so fast, but which is not always a sign of intelligence, but I mean it certainly can be a good thing. You can either talk faster to match the speed of your thoughts, or you can talk slower and lower the speed of your thoughts just to acquiesce to that. So which one would you rather do? So it's a good thing to talk fast in that way, just like it's good to calculate even if you can't explain it all the way and stuff like that. But no, people would look at it, the king in the arena aspect, right, or the man in the arena. You would basically be saying, oh, look at this, you can see this guy struggling for hundreds of hours at chess to get to a mere 2000 rating. But the reality is that probably everybody did that, or maybe not struggle, but like it still took them some time. Magnus just didn't wake up out of bed and just he's a kid and he's all of a sudden 2000. He took a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of study. Now, even then, it's still very impressive what he was able to do, right? And the rate at which he improved even after that is where you really start to look at it. But the understanding that's deeper beyond that is, you know, you didn't get to see every single game that he played growing up, or you didn't get to see the early days especially, right? You get to see his tournament games obviously at a certain point, and that's very impressive, but you don't get to see all the potential mishaps along the way. So it's easy to look at that and say, oh, haha, look at this person struggling for X amount of time. And I'm just saying this hypothetically, nobody's really saying it, but because of how much I've done this, how much time I put in, like, wow, imagine playing the song and not being good, which I even agree with that, and I should be like 2000 plus by now, whatever, but never enough is how you feel about studying, right? I bet that's what his name is a reference to. Too many maneuvers, spelled incorrectly, but probably the actual too many maneuvers name was taken. But my point is ultimately that you could look at somebody playing for a long period of time, and every single game they play and pick out, oh, haha, look, he blundered his queen, look how bad he is, and this and that. And that should bother you too as the player. Like, you should be pressured, you should feel the desire to improve based on that. But the real lesson is the simple reality that that's part of the experience, right? If you see it in its full, it's like the Michael Jordan quote where it's like, maybe I destroyed the game, because you only see the highlights, you only see the flashy dunks and the result of my hard work. You don't actually see the hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, all the sacrifice, everything that went into it. So maybe I destroyed the game, or maybe you're just making excuses that, oh, we make it look so easy. So you only see Hikaru's bullet games and his fancy flashy stuff and the blindfold and haha, look how it's all good and fun, but you don't see the dozens and hundreds and thousands of hours of study and hard work that he put in to get there, right? So you have to appreciate and connect the two and realize that, oh, everybody might have struggled, everybody might have gone through kind of the same things, but you have to overcome it. So the defining factor isn't that, oh, Magnus didn't struggle, or that he didn't make mistakes, or that he didn't blunder his queen, although maybe not so conspicuously as some people do, but it's that he overcame it. So that's how you can be like Magnus. It's not that you don't make mistakes, it's that you overcome them and you don't repeat them, and you learn from them and move past them. That's the difference in life. Like, so that's the model you should follow. You shouldn't feel like, oh, it has to be perfect. Like, if you make one mistake ever and ever blunder your queen, you're never going to be that good. You could be, it's just that you need some work, or you need to, again, not repeat the mistake, at least learn from your mistake. Or this is like one of those just chatting things that I'm doing maybe for even a bit too long, but it symbolizes still the importance of taking breaks. It symbolizes two things: getting immersed, and like, oh, it's not just about playing and you're trying to kind of have some sort of other experience with it too, just to even keep myself interested, but also to say, like, in between every game, I like to do a little segment like this where I talk about some random subject, or I could like react to a video or something, and that's valuable because it allows you to, take a break. Don't play too many games like back to back. So the frog and the board is on the line. That's the first time I've ever said that phrase, actually. I guess I don't even know who is white or black, but I mean, you can obviously tell, but just whatever. It is not always super clear. So let's just make our own accurate move. So he moves the queen there, right? So that's not a very impactful move at all, but there's not much you can really do to push it out. So you can already just castle, or almost. It's got to think this through like a normal game. So normally moving the queen like that in the early game is not a good thing to do, I will say that. The one thing you're afraid of is the pin here, and so you don't want to allow that to happen. Nothing else bad should happen, though, necessarily as a result of it. And so now you get to castle. Everything is comfortable. Everything is fine. If he was to took there, then he could took there, but he can't because of the actual thing. the queen cover, obviously. For some reason, the queen doesn't stand out too much to me. That's the one that really, because it looks too similar to the king, so it kind of feels a little bit nondescript here. But no, see, people aren't doing those crazy gambit sort of heavy openings that we see from some of these people who like to show off and troll the streamer like me, even though I'm a small clown streamer who's not even very good. It's still okay. So we want to give the bishop somewhere to go. All these moves are pretty easy to rationalize. I'm trying not to go too fast, but now you open the bishop capability to take. So whether you go here or here is hard for me to say, but it's quite possible this would be fine, or this is kind of good sometimes, because then it's like even if he double attacks, that could be the next natural extension of his move to basically it would allow you to basically cover this with the king as well. So it makes the threat even weaker. If he was to try to take, it won't even work now. So you're kind of showing that whatever shenanigans he's doing is not going to be of much use. If you go here, you kind of want to be able to take, and you kind of want to do something with the knight here as well. Right, so you want to see where is he going to go with it, first of all. This is a little bit annoying to be sure. I almost want to go here, but I can't decide. If you go here, I could take, but then that could open up some dangerous options. If you go there, I wouldn't be able to take even with the thing. So I'm a little bit confused, actually. I could just try to finish my development, but I don't like the prospect of his knight coming in. I'm kind of just playing it nonchalant, like I'm not worried about it, but I don't know. That's the thing. I just don't even know what to do with it. So now if he goes here, that's kind of a good perch to sit on, but he can't do it, because then I obviously lose the ability to... I could just take it, and then here I could also take it. So I'm not even entirely sure what that does. Either scenario, you could take it. I just don't know, like... I'm just ignoring what he's doing too much, but I don't see what it does. I can do whatever I want with this because he's still not putting enough pressure. Or I should calculate, like, okay, he takes this, I take this, and then what does that change? He still can't go anywhere with the knight, so I'm not getting it. You just got to double check, triple check everything. I admit, this might be making it a little bit harder for me, but I'm just not seeing anything, really. These are pretty high-stakes games, but I don't understand what his thought process is here, because it's almost like he doesn't really have one, but... So the reason why you don't go here often is just because of the knight, but then this could end up being uncovered, and that could be a problem. And I've taken so much time in the opening, which clearly shows you he knows them, let's say, better than what I do. So this knight is the only thing that's confusing. Like, I don't really know what to do with it. That position is kind of unnecessary even, but the thing is the knight really has nowhere good to go, so this is what ends up always being a problem. Unless you want to bring it here. Like, I don't mind doing this, but it could be a problem later. It wasn't really doing anything there anyway, which is often how I feel about the knight. So now if he moves the queen away, you can potentially take that. But see, I don't mind the time disadvantage. And look at his cockiness, too. He's lower rated than me by a good bit, but still. So now, if he took, then I could took, and then I could take. I don't know why I'm saying took. So if he takes, I can actually take, but then he would have to leave it there, too. Right, but... This you kind of want to leave. Like, I kind of want to open this, but that could open up all kind of problems for me, too. So the knight is covering, or sorry, the rook is covering, but it wouldn't be worth it then. Or no, the bishop is covering. So that should be self-sufficient either way at that point. Now that's a big mistake because you're allowing him to come in there, so I'm not really thinking about it. And that would also allow him to... That would have also allowed him to do something else maybe, but he doesn't do it. You still have the rook to do this with, but then at the end of the sequence, he's going to end up taking because he can check there, right? So that's why it's not good. So I guess I thought it wouldn't be good, and then it ended up not being good anyway because so you're double attacking this, which wouldn't necessarily even still do anything. Fuck, man, I wanted this set to last. That's really the tragedy of this. So if I took, he can take and... Or no, he can't because... He would lose the knight cover. Never mind. It's a lot for me to deal with in a short format game like this. Now he'll go there, so is there some way we can stop that, or I can just kind of get out of there, I guess? You could go here, so if that's the only intention he has, but then I don't want the rook to get stuck up there either. Now there's going to be some crazy sack potential position, but you have this covering there as well, so it shouldn't be that bad. Sometimes a simpler move is just the best. Don't try to do too much. So he goes to there, which I'm not sure entirely. Wait, what? He could have just took the rook. Or wait. Okay, okay. Damn it. I'm not going to blame the piece set, but I maybe feel a little bit out of sorts here. What happened? I don't understand. You had to move that anyway because of this. So that was a good move generally. I just don't know what's happening with this at all. He's attacking the other rook as well. So if he takes, then he could also take that. So I don't necessarily want to do that, but there's nothing I really can do either because you're just going to have to move it. So if he takes, then he takes. So he could have already just done that. Come on, we can still redeem it. We can still save this. And we lose the board too. So this is here. This can go here, or is that just it? No, you can go here, actually. That's an interesting thing. And you're also attacking the bishop. But what you could probably do is you could probably sack the bishop. Like, then I'd have to address something else too. Because if he sacks the bishop, then I take, then he takes. And I guess it's still not mate, but it's probably going to be pretty fucking close. Because then he's here, and then he brings the bishop or something, and then it probably should be mate. So being down the piece wasn't even necessarily the issue with the position as much. But he could still make a mistake himself. That's the whole beauty of it. We almost should just do this, or maybe not. I don't know. So you have to keep this there. You can't really do anything with that. Almost just should try to trade queens, I guess. I'm not really too sure. And so that does benefit him, though, to be sure. Let's go ahead and move this. Maybe here. Maybe there's still something you can do with this, but at least I feel a little safer now at a mere -3. I'm surprised he didn't even just go for taking that. Let's go ahead and bring this back. Try to stay on the light squares. So I made a couple mistakes. I'm not going to pretend like I didn't. Let's just try to create more bloodshed. Not that it should really even be my priority right now. He takes, I take. But no, this should be part of the challenge too. Now this is a very strongly attacked square that he might have to even do that to deal with, but if I go, I take, it doesn't necessarily do anything, so is there something I could do first that would be good? I would take here, then he would take, then I would take, then he would take, then I would still take. So I'm going to kind of bail him out and just take there in a way that doesn't necessarily even help me. You could leave this here, but then you're not necessarily going to be able to cover it anyway. Right, so it might not be as good as what it seems. Okay. You could check there. He's going to obviously move the knight to prevent that from happening. It wouldn't be like a mate or anything even if you did do that, but you can check here and just give a whole bunch of random checks. There's a difference of a piece. That was kind of a disappointing game, though, against an opponent that maybe I would normally beat, but I don't know. I'm not going to blame the frog piece set. Like I said, it's just going to be a natural part of the game for me. He's going to be threatening on there, and there's nothing I can do about it. So can I at least target another of his fucking pawns or not? Because, At least with targeting the rook, but it doesn't really matter because this could be potentially good, I guess. Because now you're forced to move this, and you possibly would take this. Or maybe I just can't do anything then. I'm going to lose on time if nothing else. So that I find to be pretty spectacular that it's such an issue for me. Why can't I just fucking attack anything, though? He can take there. There's really nothing I can do in this game at all. I'll bring my king out a little bit, try to play on the light squares, which everything kind of is on. Oh my god. You didn't really even have to do that necessarily, but no, it was not a good game, and I'm not too happy about it, and we lose the sexy frog set. And so we could get bailed out by a stalemate. So a stalemate will count as a win streak like it does in real life in a professional context. Like if somebody draws, they are still counted as not being beaten. So like Magnus went undefeated for 2 years, but he obviously drew a lot of games in the process, or something like that. Or maybe what it means is like he was undefeated in like a set of games. Like he never lost a match, but he could lose games within the match. But you know, like whatever, it's X number of games, and then he wins the match, but he loses a game at least in the set. So the point is that we got screwed over. I mean, these sort of things are fun, but you have to be a little more worthy of them, I guess. Come on, give me a stalemate just so you bail my dumbass out, even though that is a stalemate possibility. But people usually don't stalemate at this point, and I should probably lose a lot for this one too. But the mistake I made there was not a very high level mistake. It was pretty basic. And so the problem with that is you get to basically... It is a mate if you just do that. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Or he's almost trolling somehow. It's not even like, they could be trolling me because I'm streaming or something, because I'm not even streaming. Just because I'm a streamer, I guess, in general. Biggest thing I would have had to worry about there is time no matter what. Even if I'm blaming the frog pieces for some distracting element, I couldn't blame them for that because, like, at what point do you decide to stop trolling and just actually end it? Like, how about now? Like, what? You didn't have to do that, or maybe now you just realize it. Like, okay, I only lost 7 for that, even though he's pretty well below me. Right, like over 50, 60 rating below me. So that's not really too fun. So now the frogs are retired. It's raining dead frogs, like at one of the worst movie endings of all time. Spoilers for Magnolia, The Master Without an Endgame, Paul Thomas Anderson, where he's a really good director, really good filmmaker, but his movies never have like a good final act or especially ending to them, really. Boogie Nights is such a good movie, but okay, let's look through this a little bit. We get to give the pieces their funeral during the analysis, at least. Like, we don't get to use them again, but... Now, this is like a normal move I would make, but at what point did I make a big mistake? All these sort of center pawn moves I wouldn't typically make. You can take this, and then if he takes, I do this, and then what happens? Like, he can't do anything about it, I guess? That is interesting. You have 3 pieces there that can all be relevantly moved, but none of them would be covered. So that's a pretty advanced move to try to look for. I wouldn't really have the confidence to think like that, but... What were you supposed to do? You do that move, which it doesn't like, but then you're not even supposed to react to it. It's like basically chastising you, like, I didn't make that move, so you deal with it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not saying it's a mistake to move the pawn there, but then don't fuck it up by doing it further. So now this is here, and you would have the ability to do that. So what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to go here. Which this is an amazing move in the circumstance, because think about what this does. It blocks the knight from being taken, which is uncovered, and it blocks the thing from being pinned down, the rook. So that is a truly advanced level move that you wouldn't really think would be that hard to see, but it's fine. I see if maybe he gave me some kind of opening here, but no, that thing at the beginning was pretty cool. Just, I admit it maybe distracted me a little bit, but I shouldn't worry about that too much. let's go ahead and see what the next one is. I'm kind of craving some sort of fun format like that, so it's a good variety. A lot of them aren't going to be that crazy, right? They'll be like just... So where were we at, basically? Okay, we're looking for the next set. This is saying it's like a piece set, but... Or some of them require like a certain special... Like for the... Or no, that was for the board anyway. Arm le chess piece set, but it's the fucking... I mean, it looks cool. Like, it makes the whole theme red of the thing. Like, maybe I'll play with this then. Like, this one will count. Like, let's just go in order again and make sure. Okay, crazy, or chess board. So what is the board? I don't get it. I'll do it like this, right? Whatever the next one on the list is. So this is like a pretty normal, innocuous piece set. So, and I'm using the red sort of border for the website itself. So that one we did... So we'll just go with these two, I guess. So it's almost like I should delete it once I do that, but I'm not going to because it's so much trouble to go through this. So we got the arm piece set and we got the other... It's supposedly a chessboard, but the board is... I don't know. I don't get it. Whatever. Let's try to play an actual proper cognitive game here. He's 1644. So it's supposed to be a board, but I mean, it's basically a theme to the extent that... You know, it's making everything red. I don't know what else it's supposed to do. Some of these things are like that just because they bug out and they just don't really work. So you could go like this, then I take. So I just don't like the pin idea that he can potentially do. And if you... Okay, so he doesn't actually do it. You can't do the little cheeky fried liver. He's going to do something here, bring the thing here. It always feels kind of appropriate to play a certain way in the opening because of the fact that... You know, oh, you should be fast, but you don't have to worry about it. If that makes the difference for you, then... See, he needs like one additional move, though. Even if he does that, it's not going to do anything because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And this would have been the perfect move actually there to do because, I missed a chance, didn't I? That's what you get when you just move too fast. But this would be good because it blocks the diagonal of the queen, or I guess it doesn't because he could still... He could still just, I don't even mind if that's there, though. That's the thing. Doesn't it seem... Well, but I wouldn't mind, but... I could actually do this, but then he can double take on there. So I'm almost not even sure how exactly to deal with that. So what you can do is... Okay, I'll go here so we can cover it in some other way beyond just the pawn. And so you're also covering here again if you really need it. So what I want to do is I want to... I don't know what I want to do. I have no idea. I wanted to create some other connection for it, but I just can't do it. Fine, fuck it. We'll just do that. It's still a good opportunity to take, and he's stupid enough to take with that, which now, shouldn't this make this an easy target for me? But I guess it maybe might not. He's got to use this sort of scanning calculation technique that I sometimes do, where it's just like very, very baseline, but it's sort of like just look at every piece on the board and just give it a base level of calculation. You don't have to go super deep into it. So he's going to cover with that, which doesn't bother me too much. If he takes, then takes, obviously not a good idea. We don't really want to do that. So it makes some confusion as to where exactly I want this to go. The light square bishop is a little bit confusing. So that's all okay. This one's going to be a little bit of a problem. You can't really do this because then the bishop is going to be in trouble, right? Somehow, some way that bishop is just not going to be happy there. So you have to figure something else out to the extent that where does the light square bishop want to go and how do we cover this one in the process? And so the answer is going to be something like this, where now we can do whatever we want with it. But again, the dark square bishop is confusing as hell to deal with because I just don't know what that means. Like, where am I supposed to put it? If you go here, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he takes, you should be able to do this because you have adequate cover. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Now, sometimes making these naked rook moves can be bad, like where you bring it off the open file, or bring it off the back rank, I mean, and just elevate it. Then it can end up in an awkward spot, especially if you don't intend to move it again necessarily after that. So this you could take no matter what. So I'm not entirely sure what that does even. So let's just go ahead. We'll take... Which one is kind of more impactful to take? The one on the edge of the board probably isn't that big of a deal. He could bring the knight there, which probably wouldn't be that good. It probably just makes sense to do that. Now this pawn becomes a very weak link target that we could potentially use against him here, even though I don't know exactly how, because you're going to have the bishop sit here and it's just going to be useless the whole game. You have this one to potentially take. So I'm not entirely sure what this is going to be, but... This you would be trying to trade the knight, which you arguably don't even have to do. But I can never turn down a trade fiend. I can't even talk. A trade fiend opportunity. So this sets up for that attack, which isn't even necessarily that good either. It allows me to maybe move the bishop around a little bit. So we lost 7 rating for that one, which is a little bit annoying. Obviously, that was our highest in rapid on this site so far, 16-17. So we're playing pretty much okay here in general. There is something that I'm still confused about, though, with respect to the... I don't know. Everything is fine, though. So now he'll do a stupid thing and go like there, right, which cuts short the ability of you to actually... I don't know. You want to bring this here, but you can't because of that stupid thing. And then you could go here, but then it still doesn't do anything. You could go here because then you're threatening and then threatening again. In terms of the actual other this, but it still doesn't matter because you can't do anything with it. So you got to deal with this. You might go like this. You can just move it back away. Bring it like this, pin it down, double attack, open the king. That's a valid strategy there. So that's the real solution. The solution isn't to not do commentary and not record or stream your chess. It's to actually just talk faster, because then you can afford to, whatever. You can match your actual style, match your calculation and high level play and all that kind of stuff. So here you have the capability to not really do much of anything at all, and I can't figure out what the knight moves would do. Like, I don't even see. He's gonna sack that. Then he takes. I just don't know what it is. He would take. I would take. You shouldn't even have this visual aid either. But let me just think. He takes on h6. Then I take. Then he takes. He takes. I take. He can't take. I don't understand. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, these kind of positions piss me off. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know what his plan is, why he even moved it there. You always assume they have maybe more of a plan than what they actually do. You'd be punishing him potentially by going there. This is a good diagonal, but I can't do enough with it. You just need, like, something a little bit more, right? You need some sort of a... Okay, that's still fine, too. The light square bishop is just being really useless, and I'm not too happy about it. I can't even do that. I could do maybe this one. I mean, just get it off the back rank, I guess, in general. Or you can already do it, because... You can already do it. Fuck it. Because now you're taking with the rook. I didn't even see, like, my own strategy in doing that. He probably should have just moved the rook to cover the pawn. Then he would have been double covering. See, that one pawn is going to make the whole difference in the game, too. But that bishop was in a pretty good spot, so maybe there wasn't a good reason to do that, but it's okay. So this light square... Oh, wow. This light square bishop is not really doing very much for me, and I'm not too happy about it. I can't do that. I can't do that. So, again, it always looks like an intimidating threat when you simply have a lot of pieces in the vicinity of the king, but it doesn't mean they actually have a plan or they actually know what they're doing. So if he takes there, I can take there. If he brings the knight. I can take it anywhere it goes, and it's not a big deal. So I don't understand it, but maybe I should do something like this just to... I just don't even understand what's happening. He comes there, I can easily take any move that he can do, right? I take the knight, it's not a big deal. I take the queen, it's not a big deal. He takes there. Even doing that wasn't necessary, right? There was still nothing he could do. Because I could have still like took with the queen or something else. You could potentially go here if you really feel the need to do this. This could be a strong move. I mean, at some point I'm willing to do it. Just even as annoying as it's going to be, it's just like, what do you want me to do, man? Or I'm just kind of like aching for a trade. It's just going to be an annoying position, though, if I let that happen. So that's what I don't get. I don't want to do it, but if I go here, he's going to take with the knight. If I go back, I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. He's double attacking there. I gotta resist my trade tendency sometimes, but this is the kind of position where it would feel like the right thing to do, but it's already wrong because... Or no, it's not, because then you would take the knight at the end of the sequence. So he would do it like... He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Right, so it would be kind of worth it because he'd be there. Light square bishop attack here is not so bad, so now the stupid knight moves, and it should be okay. And I'm more than happy to just trade all the way. Part of this is informed just strictly by time. The fact that I'm kind of... Okay, this pawn structure ends up working out kind of decently, too. Because that still looks pretty good. And so now we look to move the rooks to the open file. Just try to do what we can here. It should be very hard for him to cover both of these. Or he'll just, like, push one and then possibly give me a passed pawn. Right, so we got to really clutch it together and don't get discouraged on time, because a lot of games have come down to that where I win in some crazy thing under time pressure with like 2 seconds left, and I start pre-moving in the end game like I'm actually a good player or something. So this one's good. You just take... Covering here and then covering here, those are the two anchor pawns that you have to worry about. This one could be a little bit awkward for sure. So I'm not entirely sure what I should do with this. You do have the back rank possibility, so that's what could be very valuable here, to the extent that you're able to basically, you know, if you could just do something else with that, it could be good. He can't possibly protect this one, so I actually don't even mind. Like, this one's gone no matter what, so that didn't hurt me. So if he tries to go anywhere above with this, you'd still be fine. Let him take, and then I win the game. Let his dumb ass get back ranked like the clown that he is. You're literally a 1644 who's played 4,000 games. I guess that explains why. And you're getting fucking back ranked. Are you kidding me? With 6 minutes left on the clock. What the fuck is that? You're getting back ranked. This is the thing that people make fun of on chess.com. Like, oh, puzzles have to do with back ranks a little bit too much. Because, you know, oh, that never actually happens. No decent player, no even less than decent player, because that's what sub 1500 players are, or even sub 2000 players are. No garbage player like me or anybody like this is gonna give up a back rank. But I guess all those puzzles served me well, even though I didn't do them, because they do overuse that as a theme. Like, we get the point of a back rank, but that's a blunder. But what was he even supposed to do? Just attack the queen? Like, how is that gonna help? Oh, I guess, okay. Like, all these kind of sacks, man. Nobody wants to fucking deal with this, man. We're still in a good spot, but it would have confused the shit out of me. Like, I'm not a fan of it. This is why trading is so good, because whatever they might do, it just reduces their options, and so we keep this set alive. Now, clearly that's the difference in the game. The fact that, did I gain the 7 back? I gained 6, so I beat somebody only 30 above me. I guess it's not that big of a difference with the last guy, but it's effectively a case where I keep this set and this board, I guess we'll call it, alive, even though it's not actually the board, right? It's because that board's the one I have already, I thought, anyway, because I changed it from the, whatever, the checkers one or something. So yeah, that's just changing the pieces from whatever. And it shows you how many are on, so something's almost like bugging out with this, but at least we did win that one. So we'll try to go on as long of a streak with this one as I possibly can. Trade the right pieces. No, just trade all the pieces. listening to one of the greatest OSTs of all time while playing this, but you can't even hear it. Or maybe you can hear it through my headphone a little bit, which is a little bit annoying if that gets through, but there's nothing I can really do about it. Or it's very subtle. Or it's one of those things you wouldn't notice until I say it, and then you can't unhear it. But it's DBZ by Bruce Falconer, and it's like there's so much conflict back and forth with how people get offended, or they criticize the score, or they say like they hate on it, or something, like it gets too much credit, it's overrated. The main issue with it is the production direction design, like how they overplay it, they use it too much, sort of wall to wall music, but that's a direction decision. I won't hold that against the music itself. So the point is that the music itself is great. I always thought that was one of the best scores in like anything ever, not just anime, but TV, movies, anything, right? Just an amazing score, Philip Glass worthy, whatever you want to call it. And so therefore you have the ability to, say that part of the reason why I enjoyed DBZ as a kid even was because of that. If it didn't have that, I wouldn't have enjoyed it nearly as much, right? I would have thought that it's still good, but it actually elevates it to another level. And so that's nothing against the Japanese one or any other one, but clearly it is an amazing, amazing score, and I think most people would agree with that. But there's so much shit posting and arguing back and forth and stuff, people getting salty one way or the other. Yeah, I need to watch that seminar though, the trade the right pieces, because I just trade everything all the time. So we'll deny this guy his little 1600, but the rating gains almost feel kind of weird, where it feels like he maybe wouldn't get it even if he did beat me. So the one thing that's a problem here is this kind of move, right? There would be not much I could do about it to stop him from trading. You might just have to accept your fate, or you try to escape here now. You just have to try not to get ahead of yourself too much in the opening. Like, you got to address everything, do everything reactively, do it in like a very stale, reactionary way that just is sometimes how it works. So this is actually okay because you're doing center pawn for center pawn, right? So I don't see why that would be a problem. Or he has to, because it's not like you see, that would be only bad if you let him take with like an outer pawn to an inner pawn or whatever, if you did like that. Now you can give a check and maybe that turns into something actually cute, but it's kind of unlikely. Or like somehow, you have this double attack going. I can't decide whether the rook or that would be better. You can develop the rook to the open file, and there would be no downside of doing that. You still have to address it. So this one is the problem. Obviously, we just have to move the bishop back. Don't get too greedy or overly ambitious here. And so that should be perfectly fine. Just kind of double check your work a little bit. It's possible that I miss all kind of crazy offensive tactics all the time, but I'm not even wired to think that way necessarily at this point. So this is fine too. So we want to kind of get this here, but I always get confused with these pawns, like whether when the pawns are like this, I can't do it because then take. You could do this, but then he'll bring the rook behind, so then that's not really much use to me. I should almost bring the dark square bishop here instead. And we're preserving this double threat, at least for the time being. So what this might allow you to do is it might allow you to attack, pin down, take, whatever. And then the act of doing that would allow you to also... it would allow you to also take this pawn, but I highly doubt he's going to leave it there like that, uncovered for that long. Even as soon as I threaten that, he might react to it. So we're trying to bully 1500s, but I mean, we're something of 1500 myself, but we got to at least keep going in the right direction here. Well, that last game was pretty even, but then obviously he gives up a very easy, obvious thing in terms of the back rank mate, which is, I thought I would at least have to take with the rook and then he would bring it out, but he willingly just offered himself up to the back rank. Like, he didn't even care, he didn't even notice. And that's got to be a real wake-up call for the guy. You pin it down there, which I completely even forgot that was the thing that could happen here. Like, bit of a wake-up call for me, so the right move is to go there and just torture me for the knight being such a shitty, annoying piece that I can't do anything about. So we'll just ignore it for now and try to double take on here. There's just nothing I can do. I mean, there's nothing at all I can do. I guess we can cover it from here, though, which is kind of cute. He could take there, then if I take, then he also takes, though. So that's a fascinating dynamic that I open up to try to pin. But if he took, then I could just took. Because then it's like you don't have to worry about taking back. You can just take something else. Then if he takes, then I can still take. So there is a flexibility. The biggest thing, though, I'm just worried about is a stupid pin because there's nothing I can do. Like, I still can't move the queen here because I have to address one threat or the other, maybe. You could go here because even if he goes there, then I could double take and then it's even that way. Or he's going to take the rook then. Fuck, man. I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would still take. Are you joking me, man? Like, if you're gonna lose it anyway, and it's all to acquiesce to the stupid pin that I guess I arguably wasn't even thinking about that necessarily. That's so stupid, man. The stuff that I lose to is like totally low effort, low hanging fruit stuff, which is not really an excuse. It's just obviously a disappointment that I don't put forth the necessary effort level ever. It just doesn't happen for me. Like, I never ever put forth a good amount of effort. Okay, so he's +4, which arguably, whatever, it would have been about that no matter what. I could still come back for something like this, but it's just too bad here. And he can already just do this and open the king, so somehow the knight just fucks with my psychology sometimes that way. Like, it wasn't even really what I was thinking about, but that move was, I'm trying to think, like, did I actually win a pawn? Is it actually possible to win a pawn or win a piece ever? And of course it's not. It was all part of his plan, or at least he has a way to counteract it. So at least he leaves me alone a little bit there, but he's not really going too much in the long run. I just can't believe it, bro. I just give up. You beat me, dude. I can't do it. I mean, I don't know what lack of effort, what's going to teach me to put forth more effort, but I guess just nothing really well. But this is what happens when the last guy just gives up a back rank mate that, you know, obviously it's not exactly teaching you the best discipline, but I mean, at least to get to that point in like an even position or a slightly better position. No, this was really a demolishing though. Like, I had no chance this game. No chance. I would take, he would take. I don't know what to do with this whole pin situation. I guess I will do this, even as dumb as it seems, or I guess I still can't. What are the chances it's always the knight that fucks you over? It's almost like there's a theme to it that I would take, he would take, I would take, but then he would still take. What do I even do? Like, I don't know, man. This is so dumb. Now it's back to being pinned again. I mean, you were pinned one way or another. So he could easily take this and open the thing at any time he wants with that. He could take. I mean, he wouldn't actually take, but he's not going to make it worth my while to do that. And if I was to move the knight at any point, he could do that as well. Like where he's double attacking there. I just don't know what even happened in this one. We made like some sort of low effort move when we took the knight or something. He's attacking that like a big surprise. There's really nothing I can do with it, so I give up. You could take, I could take, you could take, I can't do anything. I could try to double check on there. It's not going to be so lucky as to be bailed out by a back rank this time though. You really do just have to hope that he makes some very basic mistake. If he goes there, I could easily take. Create the rarely seen triple stack. Would be about on par with the quality of my average moves here because it's rarely good, just like my moves. So we had plenty of time. I'm not too happy with this performance. I can't really do anything with that. He's breaking up the whole double stacking position, though. This is incredible, bro. Like, I give up, bro. I just can't. Like, what am I dealing with, man? How is this happening? This is the kind of shit that I just don't like. He's just that good, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. He's just too good. You should just do it. I mean, how's it gonna hurt? Take, it's still fine. Then you could take there, just... It just feels stupid, like how I'm playing. I don't know. I'm so inconsistent. You can't take there, or you could take there. You could take there, take for free. Yeah, do it. Fuck you. You'll take there. Oh my god. You double attack this, which doesn't do jack shit really for you. You could just do this. And then I'd be forced to take with the queen. Like, take. Give up the thing. Okay. I mean, at some point, this is the kind of game that I would like to resign, even though I traditionally never like to resign. Just because it's not really... Because, like, you could take now, and then if you take, it'll still be a check, so it doesn't actually still do anything. But it really is just, like, there's nothing you're going to learn from this, aside from you should have just focused a little harder, taken your time more, which I, of course, just never do, so I don't care. That's just dumb. Like, I don't like that game. What more can I do? Like, at least if I use up all my time, then I could say, you know, the guy's too fast or something, but... It's very surprising that it would come to that point, honestly. Like, I'll wait it out, but... If you're gonna take the time to do it, you may as well do it all the way. But no, I'm basically resigning in the course of play anyway. Like, maybe he would have still messed up, but I just didn't enjoy that one. Or sometimes people will deliberately troll and either not even try to win somehow, like they almost feel bad, or somehow they will, and he's sort of like semi-provisional, even though it didn't seem like it. 38 games, or it's kind of like, you know, the one guy like AFK'd and then timed out, even though it seemed like he was doing it on purpose. So I only made one blunder there, but he played at a very good level. So yeah, when you try to take the free piece, right, it's not actually free. So it set off such a bad chain of events. There's a kind of a funny effect before we retire this piece set and stuff. It makes it look like every game is a loss because it's all written in red, right? Because that's normally how the text is. So I almost thought, did I forget to change the piece set in between those? But no, that was just the back rank one. So we're sort of staying steady at least, which is not a good thing. You should still be making some amount of progress, but so these ones get retired. So let's try to keep going down and see which of these is actually going to work in some way, because a lot of them don't, but that's okay. It's a small price to pay, and I kind of just indiscriminate. Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. Do I really have to deal with this? But see, this one I can't use because it's going to be basically like blindfold. So that one I'm going to actually pass. That doesn't seem fair. This one's pretty nice. But let's just double check that we would... let's just double check that we could see every piece on the board, right? There's a nice little pink tint to even the black pieces, although the pawns don't really benefit from that. But that's kind of a little bit lame. They feel left out. I don't even see like any faint indication of it, but it's basically just like a light pink tint and then a full-on pink on the other side, which is kind of cute, I guess. So we'll go ahead, we'll do another one, or let's try to look for a board too, the next board. So we lost the first game with the frogs, then we won one game with the second one. We lost the frogs and the blue board. Then the second one we lost the other set, which was pretty basic set, and then it was like so this is gonna change the pieces overall. Although they almost look like the same set, it's just like with a different coloration to them. I wonder if I turn that off. No, it's just meant to be like that. That one almost has like a papery quality to it. So I want to look for one that's actually like a board here. Anal beads, no. I will actually use that one though. Anarch candy, no. Animated pieces doesn't really seem to work. Aquarium is just another set. We're kind of spoiling a lot of these ones that we have to look forward to. But of course, we'll never see them anyway because they're just, we're never going to lose. Better 3D board, we're not really using that. Okay, blue board. Now that's similar maybe to the other one, is it not? Or wait a second. Isn't that what I was already using though? Wait a second, am I somehow cheating? I thought it was a blue board, but maybe it was a different one. Let me actually double check. Because when I was using the frogs... Oh, you know what it was? I used the blue board because there were no boards before that actually worked. And then I went back and I used this, I guess. Because I said, like, okay, somehow that counts. So I already used the blue board, I'm pretty sure. Although maybe it looks like a different kind. Whatever. Now we're going to count that as the one that we used with the frogs. That's going to be like blindfold, basically, or something. You can always troll somebody. That's like the chess Rickroll. Try out this custom piece set, and it's actually just a blindfold one. There are no pieces. That's hard mode chess. This is going to be... But we're not looking for the piece set. We're looking for the board, right? Which there might not really be nearly enough boards. Azure, I mean, it's technically blue like the other one. I should almost like check my VOD to see what was the blue set. But it must have been the blue board, right? So this is a different kind of blue board at least. So we're doing chessboard, Azure, and Alpha Rosa. This feels like something I would have done as a kid, right? Like you really get immersed in all the different colors and this would have made me a grandmaster if I played chess as a kid, just, getting immersed in the cosmetics and the visual vibe. Like this is very cool. It's a beautiful dynamic, contrast between the pinks and the blues and everything like that. Clearly this beautiful aesthetic will encourage me to play better, but no, that's like this blue aesthetic almost reminds me of something I played as a kid. I'm not even sure. Or you know what this whole experience reminds me of is like there were these kind of games. There was one in particular that involved like space or whatever. You're like some space dude with a gun, like a laser gun or something, fighting some villain who keeps climbing up like these Donkey Kong style levels and stuff. But what it was you play it more like it's just a game, but it had some element to it that was like you have to solve a math problem and then he advances and then you get to do something. Like that style of game. Or there was like this bunny game I remember playing like in math class or something that almost didn't feel like it had anything to do with math. You were just a bunny and you just walk down the fucking thing. Or like sometimes in certain classes you would just like watch a TV show. They would just show you like Law and Order or something, all these weird things you do in school. But no, it's like an educational chess game that sort of makes it fun to try to learn by sort of basically you try to, what do you call it? I don't know, you just sort of mix in the two things together. The problem with that is even the game itself of playing chess is itself not fun. So imagine making it worse. Like, oh, study an opening, and then you get to the fun part of playing the mundane, monotonous, drawable game like chess that's already, so theory-based and so structured. And whenever you say that, you're not saying that theory is necessarily the fault of it. It's like, what it means is you can just kind of see that that's the way that it would work. It doesn't mean that it's bad, or it doesn't mean that it's easier that you could do it, right? It just means that I'm kind of looking for a song to listen to, actually. Hang on. Yeah, we're going through the whole DBZ score, and my phone's almost about to die, and I can't charge it while doing this because it kind of keeps having that stupid pop-up come up on there. My charger's like a little fucked up or something, so it kind of, it keeps like connecting, disconnecting like every 5 seconds. So he covers that. Okay, I'm always a fan of doing this because you lose the castle, right? You do lose the castle. Now, whether that's all part of his plan or not, I can't say. But for my purposes, at least, I do enjoy the prospect of it. So what you can almost do in this kind of game is you can fake them out to the extent that you make them think you're going to kingside castle, but then you queenside castle anyway. So that has a certain validity to it, I guess. I don't know why I sound like I'm drunk or something, like I can't talk, or I'm trying to talk too fast, of course, is the problem. Oh, here we go. He's gonna take. Wait, but it wouldn't even make sense. I'm always so paranoid about sacks these days, just because I'm so used to people doing it and clowning up. Now you have no choice but to take the trade because you just have to deal with it. Right, so even if you do some crazy sack, you're gonna get in a forked position, so it's not really too big of a deal. I'm playing for Alpha Rosa, dude. This is a great fucking set. I love this one. I definitely remember being fond of it before. Both in the permanent challenge that I did before, I think I went on a good streak with it, and also the green glow is my fucking goat, though. So don't let me get to the letter G, or I'll get to literally fucking 3,000 rating with that one. But no, I remember it just in general too. I would use this even when I wasn't doing that challenge, just as a fun set to use. It's got a nice. I especially like the black pieces aside from the pawns because it has like an understated quality to it where, and it even complements the colors when it moves. Like, is that? Wait, how did you do that? Well, you could. I don't understand. You could do this, but now I'm not even sure. I guess you almost have to because. But see, this pawn's going to be an odd one left out, so I don't like this. I almost want to do this, as weird as it seems, because now you get to both cover the knight and attack the bishop. So now, where the fuck does the bishop go? It's going to be back to square one, isn't it? Why are you trying to play like this? Like, you should have just let me take it. Now, it could be worse for you, right? Just go back. Like, you know the inevitable nature. The bishop is trapped, and it's going to get taken by a knight. Whether you have to offer it up to this one, or let it get taken there. Like, why even delay the inevitable? It's covered by the knight, and this is covered by this. Now, that's not the greatest scenario that you could have ever created, but it's still okay, so you do that. Okay, we gotta watch it now a little bit. The dark square bishop is gonna be of interest to me, for sure. I'm not exactly sure where I'm going with these pawns, though. Like, you almost have to split the thing somehow. If you, I just don't exactly know. But this would at least be conducive to the dark square bishop because now you're all on light squares and stuff. But look how long I'm delaying the castle, so even whatever... What the fuck? That's a pretty obvious play. Yeah, now you know I'm weary of sacks because... Are you serious, bro? Look, dude. Look. It's alright. Sometimes I just can't do it, man. I'm just not in the mood. It's only one pawn, but I'm just not happy about it. My level of play is just not consistent at all, ever. Like, I just cannot do it. There's nothing I can do to... That just shows you, like, chess is really not the game for me. And not because, oh, I'm so bad or innate ability. It's the effort. I don't care enough. Like, I just don't have the effort level at all. You can just tell that from the beginning. Like, at some point you have to admit that, if nothing else. Like, the line from the Queen's Gambit, where, like, I might like it, but I'm not crazy about it like you. The way that the guy says, one of her boyfriends, like... You know, it's not as important to me as it is to you. You can't do that because obviously he'll just take. Almost like you maybe want to do this, but I can't even decide really whether that's worth it or not. Yeah, there might be some sack play, and if there is, then I just give up because I can't even deal with it. Like, I can't, man. I can't do it. I don't know what you want from these kind of moves. I'll use the arrows. I'll even dig. No, I won't do it, but I'll take. He'll check. I don't care, man. I don't like sacks. I don't like them. They're fucking stupid. I hate them. I don't like sacks. It doesn't seem like it really does anything that crazy anyway, but like you're covering all your bases here, so it's fine. And somehow, you know, he gave back the material advantage there, but obviously the castle is busted, which I was even hesitating to do a lot. So the knight actually kind of saves the day because this is such a comfortable, convenient position for the queen to go to that ordinarily would be very awkward to go to because you obviously wouldn't have a cover there, but So all I really did was blunder a pawn, but it's sometimes more than that because you fuck up your whole position as a result of doing that. But no, I've been doing this long enough where you think the effort level should show. And in fact, that should be a constant from even the beginning. At some point, you don't get good at chess. You realize its true nature. Like, you can be as good as you want. You can be as good as you try to be, basically. If you just, if you just put forth the effort, you could do that even your first game. So at what point do you decide, like, oh, I can just do that? Or, oh, I should have been doing that all along? So this could be bad, but I'll still mindlessly just do it. I don't know why. I'm just somebody who, do I really look like a guy with a plan, with a strategy? I'm a knight chasing pawns. I just move things. Now, couldn't I have just taken that there? Like, what the fuck am I doing? I don't even know. He'll go to there and it will be covered, so that will be interesting. He could go into there and then he's attacking the rook. So I'm a little bit confused as to what this sort of entails. But I'll never turn down a trade potential here. But he'll take... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. He'll go here and I won't necessarily be able to do anything about it, right? I could just simply move the rook, though, I suppose, at that point. If the queen comes there, I can easily take it, and it's not a big deal. So maybe I don't really need to do much of anything. I'll try to threaten the knight. I've done this bishop to c1 thing like a number of times so far, though. He could move the pawn up, and then I'm also in trouble. You go there, and that's a very cute move. I'm very impressed, but it doesn't actually matter that much because what do you do from here, then? You might have almost been better off just trying to... Now, you might suffocate the knight, but then again, you can always still move it, just fucking... But not really, because at least you'll move it for a trade, which at this point I'm pretty eager to at least get that going. So what you can do now is if you raise this, I can still take and still cover it and get a pass pawn out of it. But also if you go here, I can also just take, which is not the greatest, but I can still, I'll be fine. So I should somehow connect the rooks or something. I don't know exactly what the bishop is going to do. I'm done with it. Fuck you. Couldn't I have done that even without that? Like, as soon as the knight's there, I could have just done it. Right? So I might have even missed it by a move. It's so inconsistent how this level of play goes, but you see how... I don't know. I don't know what I am the very thing I swore to destroy, and I always criticize. Like, couldn't you have just seen that? But couldn't I have just seen the pawn and, like... Everything that you mess up is so easy to see if you just really think about it and think hard. That's why I don't like this whole theory element, because it's like, oh, you need to study, you need to learn openings. Like, sure, that would help you, but a lot of it is just, you need to also put forth a certain amount of effort. Now, I disagree fully that that's a mistake, because I guess he's not intending to castle if he's going to do that, but that really throws a lot of people off, that, oh no, now I can't kingside castle because I have to fuck up. Was that actually the correct move? It is. It is. I'm surprised by that. I thought I was just doing that to try to be all fancy and stuff. Like, this is fucking stupid. Like, I get it, and this is the kind of stuff I do sometimes, and it pisses people off, but look, dude, look. I'm still mad about that. Like, even though I won, yes, bro thinks he's somebody. Bro thinks he's Alex Botez, Levy, Hikaru, somebody. Bro thinks he's somebody that you weren't supposed to take. So even though I just totally missed that, what if I did take? What if I did? That's a blunder, and I lose the game because of it, except it's not. But I don't really get much of an advantage for it either. That's a mistake. You're supposed to go here, which I'm not entirely sure. I guess that sort of traps the thing in the same way. So let's see that I actually missed the fork. I love that. I love that. But I mean, I guess the point is if he addresses the fork, then I could still escape with the bishop. So effectively, I would have still won a piece, right? but you could have done it a turn sooner. So it would have been fine though either way. So it's not really like I missed it. But I got to look at it as a Centipon thing a little bit just to get an idea of like I hate how people talk around stuff like that too. Like better players will say, "Well, it doesn't mean anything," as if they're somehow insecure about their own rating or something. But the reality, like, oh, I got 20 Centipon, I got 10 Centipon. Like, obviously it's relative, but isn't it relative at every level? Which means like if I'm getting 10 Centipon or 20 Centipon, like 95 accuracy or something, that's pretty good. I couldn't do much better than that for my level and against my relative opponents. But now they want to change the argument. It's like the Wilt Chamberlain thing. He's a god and he, whatever. Not that I'm comparing myself to him in any context, but like he's so good that now they can't criticize him or anything he did because he put up godlike numbers. But he couldn't do it against today's modern competition. So it's so stupid. That's not part of the argument though. Like you can't criticize anything, so you have to make it about something else. You have to attack the whole era, right? So here it's the same thing. You can't just say like, oh, that's really good. You played well. 90%, 29, 0 blunders, 2 mistakes. Like, yes, now would I be able to do that against a 2000 player? No, but I'm also not a 2000 player myself. So what the fuck? Like, at least if you're doing it at people at your level. What it might indicate though on a regular basis is you're probably a little better than this level would show. That's not even a real game. And then this one blunder 66. Like look at that. Look at that. Look at how clean that is. I'm not saying anything like he played well, but look at that, dude. Look at that, dude. 0, 0, 0. Like, what the fuck do I do with that? I don't know. And then he's probably moving faster too, and I would have flagged or some shit. But look at. There's something not right about this. I'm making 0 blunders. I'm playing like. Why is this necessary at 1600? Like I always question this. 88%, 31, 0 blunders. It's not that great, but it's not. But no, it's because it's relative. Like. That's like a non-argument too. Like, isn't everything relative? Like, when a grandmaster has 10 Centipon against another grandmaster, like the expectation is obviously they could do that against a 1500 because they have the rating advantage. But to do it against somebody your own rating is the only time it's meaningful. So you can't judge it that way, right? Like, because if I play badly, then you'd say the same thing too. Where like, if I played badly, then you say, oh, haha, look at you. You're getting destroyed by people of the same rating. So it's all fair. Like, the same people who are destroying me are the ones who. So let's review what we've done so far here today. We lost the frog set with the blue board, the other blue board. Then we won with the other set, the red aura to the site, and then the whatever that basic looking set was. Then I lost that one. Then I got to play as the alpha rose thing, and then the blue board that we currently have here. So let's see how long we can keep this one going for. So just go a little nice and slow, double check your work, 30-second rule, although you should make it more like a 10 or 15-second rule here. Like, just make sure every move takes at least that long. So look how comfortable I look in the opening, but I'm really not. So here you don't really even have to do anything at all. Or, wait a second. What the fuck are you doing? What? Okay. You probably have some gambit plan for that, but I don't. Somehow I don't think you actually do. Now I might overcommit and overdo it a little bit. That would be my only problem. So he goes to there, which is perfectly fine. Like, I'm not even worried about it. I would take, and he just simply can't take. He just simply can't. Now look, you could say that. You could say that, like, oh, that was part of his plan, but it really wasn't. Like, he blunders a knight so that I. But no, you know what? That's actually how low-level chess works. I finally get it. It finally makes sense to me. That's what you're supposed to do. You deliberately play badly to make your opponent not focus, not pay attention, and then they'll make a mistake like that. Like, I don't know how to explain it. You want to bring the knight almost here, but he's double attacking this, so I almost have to do something else. You could go like here for the time being, I guess. You're attacking the queen. Maybe he'll give it up. Who really cares? Like I'm obviously not even remotely trying, so it's just not the way that you play the game. It's just not. Or this is the way that people, play for so long and they never get anywhere with it. It has nothing to do with ability. It has 100% to do with effort. It just makes no sense why I still keep doing this. I almost want. Wait, why can't I even do it? Oh, because of the stupid bishop. It's not that I couldn't still come up with something here, but the big challenge is the development of the knight. He could just take it and I'm just screwed because he'll open the king. Right? There's nothing the knight ever does for you that is good in the game of chess. It's just a bad piece. It's just terrible. I hate it. Like, there's nothing for me there. I just have to deal with that. Like, I'm not playing like a person who's put in this much time and effort and commitment, because to me it's just not that important, I guess. It's important enough to like appear to try and at least like pretend, but it's just not enough. So this you're double attacking. This you can't really move. You could pick up a couple pawns like this and maybe do something with them, but he could take there and then obviously take. Oh, wow. You could create like a double stack there, I guess, in the process, for how cute that might seem to be. And of course, if he decides to, I don't know, if he decides to basically do something else with it, we could maybe take this, right? So we are at least doing a few interesting things here. Maybe he'll just take without a second thought, or at least he has to address that one. I really hope I win this one somehow, because that was one of the saddest fucking starts. Like, what is wrong with me? I can be winning and I can be doing good, and that's my ultimate weakness. Maybe that's my weakness in real life too. It's like, you're better and smarter than everyone else, so you don't even try. And some people are characterized like that, like just you feel like you can get away with it, and you often can get away with it, but that doesn't mean you should do it like that. If you're double attacking this, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would still take. It is covered, so you can create like a triple threat. So then I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Wait, it still wouldn't work though. It still wouldn't even be worth it. We could create a double stack. I mean, just for the sake of it, I suppose. Make it look like I'm actually doing something, even though I'm really not. I mean, he couldn't even do it, is kind of the point. Right? If you took, then I could just take. So you literally can't even do it. If you took, I can still beat this guy. He's such a clown. You would take, then I would just take and check, and actually mate at that. So, oh no, I blundered my knight. I just blundered my queen. Can't you tell that I'm a total fucking nut clown? Or I'm doing the Hikaru challenge, blunder your queen and still win the game. Had a rating you've never been before, because like I said, this is my highest one, right? We had gotten to 16, 17, then we fell back a little bit, and then we did it again. You can go here, and so he has nothing free to take aside from this pawn itself. We have no longer any real meaningful check threat. So he's +5 again. It's going to be virtually impossible to control that either. Like, we can't stop him from doing that. We can attack him here, and what we have is the ability to have this little octopus knight, which is arguably going to help you a little bit, but it's not going to make a difference of +5. Although sometimes people do say that, like, oh, it's worth like 8 if it's an ideal, perfectly positioned octopus knight. So here you have the ability to attack this and cover back, which is probably worth it, I guess. What? Give up my own octopus knight position because I couldn't figure out how else to cover that, I guess. So it is covered there. I think I've had enough. I've reached a certain wall of an effort level that I'm just not happy with, so I don't see the point in really even doing that either, but he has to still address my threat, or he really doesn't, though. He can basically just do whatever he wants. That's the problem with this position. You can check there. You can keep giving checks. You can easily take that. Let's see if he'll give me a fork or something somehow. Let him have the other pawn too, and see if we can't do something with this. It wouldn't have been that bad, but then I started to tank it even worse over time. Let's just see. He'll probably give some check and fuck me over. You're covering this one at least, but he's going to double attack it. The knight is kind of cute there, but it's not really going to do too much. If you go here, you can just make a pass pawn, which for him is going to be pretty devastating here, I would think. You could check there, and then who knows what's really going to happen. So the knight is going to be in a little bit of trouble. Maybe we can create some crazy threat here, but I just don't even see it. Here. Or you might be able to mate, but why do I not even feel like it is? How about you just blunder your queen, you fucker, because this is what it's all about. Or even if I could somehow get a draw, but I don't really see it. Because you take, then you go there, then I just don't have another way to give a check. You would have to almost do it like... But no, if you move this, then you could do something because you could go and just spam checks all day. You could go here, attack the queen. You could try to push the knight out just in general. You would need another ancillary helper with the knight. Then you might be able to do something. Right, if you actually use your pieces optimally here, it's still 3 pieces versus 3. But I mean, obviously, we're outclassed comparing the queen to a knight. You could take a pawn here. I mean... You could either just check and take, or maybe not. Or he's actually giving this, though, still. Oh, wait. What? And again, these are the same sort of people you've been facing the whole time, to the extent that, oh, 1565, like he's so low. But I mean, in order to get here, you were facing people around that anyway, up or down. So it's not like that's intimidating or really that much of a freebie, but it is still easier than what you could go against, because you go against somebody like 50 higher, let's say. You'll go against, 1670 or something. So, haha, where's my million subs? I just did the Botez Gambit. So funny, so interesting. Wow. Man, you really deserve that one. You're a really good player, and this is what chess is about. I mean, this is what it should be. Blunder your knight, the old Jedi mind trick of chess. It really does work on me too. If you play me, that's exactly what you should do. Play so dumb shit bad that I just stop even paying attention completely to the game. And that's about it. Even when I'm saying you should have like a 10-second rule, that clearly didn't apply the other way. Right, one blunder cancels out another. One blunder deserves another. That's a blunder. He does that. Now he would have effectively won the piece back, but he still wouldn't have, because maybe this, but then maybe this. So of course, it's an unfamiliar position, you see. He blunders the knight, and I'm not used to them just doing that, and so I don't know that, oh wow, it's a blunder to do that. Because I got to worry about, oh my goodness, he's going to uncover, unleash, attack the queen, because I'm not used to the queen actually being there. Should I do one more maybe? Actually, I probably will, but actually I can't because I'd have to change the set. So we lose the Alpha Rosa thing to that. Alright, let's do one more. We'll switch to the next one and keep it going into next session. And whether I play this on stream or not, I'll kind of still count it towards the same thing. So first we got to start from the beginning for trying to find the piece set, right? And then we have to find the board, which is usually a lot further down because a lot of these don't work. Okay, that one we're gonna skip. So it's Alpha Jin, right? Like they're part of maybe the same whatever, because they look almost exactly the same. Now here we're looking for one after the blue board, right? Is the one we just used, or maybe it was. I'm confused. Which one was it? Wait, we had used the blue board before, but was that the same one? Blue board, and then there's another one, wasn't there? None of these are working, just to be clear. Or maybe you have to use a particular one to bring it out. No, I think it was still one that was further down. I'm so confused. I don't get it. What did I just use? Oh, it's at the top because okay, never mind. That's what can confuse you. It's at the top because you just use it, and then when you unuse it, so it'll be a purple board and this Alpha Jin. So let's see if we can get this one to go. So then we can count the streaks and see how well we did with each set at the end of this, which clearly will have a really good stretch, like how we did in the Paladin's Permadeath Gauntlet. Like, oh, we had like a 30-game win streak with this one character, except we obviously didn't. But no, this has like a paper quality. Like this is Paper Mario chess pieces. Not that they all aren't like 2D anyway, but just somehow that's what it makes me think of. And there's maybe one that looks like this that actually is called that too, like a paper somehow. So only thing we don't want to allow is the pin, which could occur in some annoying fashion here. Because I'll take and then I'll have to address that and then also allow the pin at the same time. But I feel like I almost have to do it. And so if he pins here, I'd be very annoyed, but there's, again, nothing I can do about it. I could do knight covers knight connection if I really have to. But it just bothers me because you can so easily open the king and things of that nature. You could always give a check here, but it almost gives them free development, but I guess it's development for you too. I have to take my time a little bit more as we start. I sometimes am impatient in the opening. So what you can do is you can pin this down and then maybe take this because it's no longer covered by that, something along those lines. But now it is, so whatever. You do this and you unleash the dark square bishop, I suppose. We should just do it anyway, even if he can do something good as a result. So if he moves the knight, I could double take on there. More than likely, he'll just do that. If he moved the knight, we would have a great option here because we could... Whatever, I'll just do it. I can't be picky when I'm so greedy for trades all the time. So this one isn't covered, so that's very unfortunate. Maybe I wouldn't mind if he did this, but I kind of would mind, but let's just do it anyway, I guess. That's going to be a weak pawn out for the whole rest of the game, and I often accurately identify stuff like that, but then I still let it happen anyway. If he goes here, that's okay. You open the light square diagonal. If you take here, then I don't know where to put them because they're almost meant to be like that, but I'll have to leave it there and just settle for it. Right, it'll just be sitting there and out of place. It just makes some of those so easy to take for them later without even having to go out of their way. But he can't decide because, again, the bishop is so much better than the knight, so you're already kind of fucked with that. You're double attacking this, which, again, if I do that, it's a blunder and backfires, and you lose the whole game because of it. Well, in this case, at least that's obvious, but I guess it's always obvious. But no, that previous loss, we had that problem occur with. So this move is nonsensical, but I still just want to trade. But no, you do have to address this particular pawn. If you go here, he can just simply double take, so I don't want to allow that to happen either. It's going to be... Okay, that's actually fine. That's almost the bait play I was trying to go for, to the extent that you're able to... You know, you're able to basically guarantee the good diagonal, because now there's not really much he can ever do about it. So even if we win this, we pretty much just stayed steady at 16-17. I make these little boosts of progress, and then I sort of stagnate. So today's a good example of a very stagnant session that just doesn't accomplish anything. It's not bad if you at least stay the same, but you need to have a higher standard than that and a higher level of focus and a higher level of effort. And I'm not even saying like what I'm calculating half the time now because it's clearly I'm too quick with it, but this seems to be okay, although I would like the trade too. I can't imagine this actually being bad though, right? Like how could he punish me for doing that? It seems like just genuinely a mistake. Now this one opens up, but it's got way too much on there. You can always come back here, right? Pushing out with that pawn becomes pretty difficult. The F pawn. You could almost like, oh, you know, no, not really. Like you could sack it and then give the fork, but there's too much shit going on. First of all, that would be there, or the king would be. It just doesn't work. Never mind. I'm a big proponent of like looking for threats that don't really exist or like kind of reaching for stuff. Come on, make a mistake, dude. Make my day. Or even that's good because you get an effective fork idea. The fact that you're going to get a trade no matter what. So that's what I consider a fork. And now you at least get to open the king as a result of doing that too. Because he stupidly moved the queen away. And so now you basically get to do this, I guess, although I don't really like it. Although this is the ideal diagonal. Actually, it kind of rectified my pawns. Actually, this is good, though, because you get to pin it down. And then I'm threatening to take this. Yeah, let's go hyper aggressive here for no fucking good reason. It's pinned down, but you can do this, but I can do this, but then you can do this, but then I can do this, but then you can do this. So it wouldn't really be worth it at that stage. So it's not very hard to just simply develop your way out of this. So I maybe just shouldn't even have bothered doing that. But maybe I'll go like this then. Well, I could have done that anyway, though. So it only works if he doesn't move the rook or doesn't move the bishop there. So there's a number of things he can do to deal with this. Very simple, mindless attacking idea. Or, again, I could just trade because I just like to trade, but I almost don't even want to. I could almost do this, so if he takes, but it doesn't really seem worth it. You could go here for now, but you could end up fucking yourself over because... No, you can't even do it. You know, trading is my style, so I can't say no to that, but it's arguably stupid of me to do. He double attacks there, which still wouldn't do anything unless you actually move the damn thing. He would take, and then I could simply take back, so it wouldn't be that big of a deal. The big thing is, can you push this out somehow? And I don't really see how, but I'm being a little bit too complacent and slow still in doing this. Like, something could go wrong, and I don't even really seem interested in the threat. You could try to go here, and that would effectively, cover the threat. It should bring the queen in. You could attack both of these. That can fuck with their head too. Like, why is he worrying about this random thing that has nothing to do with the position? Is it because he has something up his sleeve or he knows better? Or is it because he's a total clown? And you might be right in the clown assumption, but it just wouldn't even matter. Go ahead, bring this up. I'm not entirely sure really what to do with this, to be honest with you. So you're going to have to go there no matter what, but that could fuck me over. Like, he'll move the queen somewhere drastic. It's okay. It's worth it if you get to check. I don't even care. He'll take there, then but it wouldn't be worth it, even if you're winning that. You go here and you check and you also cover this. Now, the pawn little annoyances that he's going to do are going to be relevant. And I'm going to possibly get my rook trapped in there if I try to do that, but it's just the only thing I can think of to make my knight feel safe to move. Not that I should even really care about moving it that much. You are double attacking this, but it just doesn't work because I would take, he would take, I would take, and then he would mate, or whichever way you go about it is going to be like the same thing. At some point, he's not going to be able to do anything necessarily about this, though. Like, but I can't imagine this is a good way to play. Like, there's no need to really do it, and I often do moves like that that have no real rhyme or reason to them. I'm in an okay spot, but I'm kind of fucking up with the thing too much. This kingside position is dangerous. Like, what if he does this then? It still doesn't change anything, but it could be a problem still. Like, it doesn't matter, but it does because he would take, I would take, he would take, and then I can't take. But then I could maybe do it like here. He could give a check, it wouldn't really matter. What would that even change? He would take, I would take, he would take, I could take, but it almost doesn't matter to the extent that you wouldn't just do that anyway. Even if I can't take there, it's still worth it because you wouldn't have taken the whatever. You would be attacking and defending at the same time. You could also just do this. So look how hard he has to work for this threat. You almost shouldn't bother and just wait for me to fuck up my threat. But then again, I'll never actually do one, so it doesn't even matter that way either. So the knight's going to fuck something up, I bet, at some point. But if you can just get this to move, but you still can't do it because of the bishop, go ahead, make this clown work for it at least. Clown's got to work for a living too. You go here. You can kind of pin it down. You can kind of do this. Like, there's a lot of, but you don't want it. You definitely don't want to do that. The knight has been protecting me the whole game with just respect to what he can do here. Even though the rook is covering, he's got too much on there, right? So you got to keep that in mind too. He takes, I take. Oh my god, dude. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill. You got to come up with an analogy like that for chess in chess terms. Like, don't make a triple stack out of a pawn blunder. Don't cry over blundered pawns. Don't I don't know. Wait, this guy's beaten me before, but when? Maybe just now because he's whatever. We could just be playing it like both at the same time. I didn't notice that we had recently played him, or it'll show you actually when. I think 1592 versus 1616. Or maybe he had beat me and he's like still one of those provisional guys who's played X number of games. Like he had played 38. I didn't even notice that actually. He doesn't seem that good here, but maybe he took advantage of one of my weak games, which he might do again. But we shouldn't lose here. It should just be like, you might get a draw, or it might come down to flagging capabilities or something. That shows you it's a dead site when you do the matchmaking at around the same rating at around the same time. You get the same person twice, maybe even in a row, just because there's not enough people playing. So that's what it ends up being. So if he could get me to take with the pawn, maybe then he could double take, but it still wouldn't be worth it. You can't really do anything with the dark square check. You could maybe like, oh no, blunder this, and then you check there, but it still wouldn't be mate. It still wouldn't be mate. He's pretty low on time. Maybe this is going to be his one weakness, or maybe he's coming up with like, what is he really doing here? What could he be calculating this well, this long? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just playing defensively. And it's unfortunate that I can get away with this still, but it's, as long as I can, I'll still keep doing it. So I'm not in a bad spot. I just have to be very careful not to move the knight, because then he could take with the bishop. Then if I don't know. I thought he might do that, but what does it really do for you? I don't get it. And he took like 2 minutes to make that move, so I mean, it better do something for you. If you take, I still take. If you double attack, it's kind of a similar spot as before. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would still take. He could double stack on here as well. That's like putting all his eggs in one basket, but don't put all your pieces in one file. Okay, okay. I have this problem where like I'm incapable of actually attacking or like doing anything ever. So there is some issue there for me. Like I just can't do anything. You see how this works? Like the inability to actually do anything is a big issue here. He could take, I could take, he could take, I could still take. It could be a very bad move, but I just don't know right now. I get very easily dejected when positions sort of drag out, which is the whole nature of chess, which is why maybe I'm bad at chess overall. If he does the double stack, it's still not worth it for me because he's already there. Like, I would take, and then he would just take. I don't know. It wouldn't. So it's okay to. No, I keep thinking to do that, but I can't do it. At least you can just delay his clock by doing this. So he does seem pretty good though. Like he's resilient in how he was able to fuck it, dude. Or is he gonna go for a threefold repetition? I'll do it twofold, right? It shouldn't be threefold. Or wait, he's almost trying to avoid it, but why would you even do that? So if I took here, then I could take the rook if you do that. I guess. There's rook. Oh! What the fuck? Alright. Who was he before that beat me? Like, what is that, bro? Or I guess maybe that's why he did it in the first place, but... Okay, that's enough for one day. When you lose like that... There's been a lot of low-effort games lately. But that's okay. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. We lose this set as well. We just have to remember that. That we have to change it next time. That's okay. I mean, clearly my effort level is not there, but even there, you shouldn't lose a game like that. So we had just lost to him there, so he's basically just farming rating off of me. Okay, so first of all, we have to say goodbye to this piece set and this board because we've been doing this, obviously, revival of the permadeath rotation, which is kind of fun. So, Alpha Jin and Botez. Wait, what? Why is that even Botez? Why did she take credit for a board that's purple and light, kind of light white? What does that have to do with her? Maybe that's like her favorite kind of board, she said, or something. So we first got to check like individually because the boards are always going to be further down because there's a lot fewer of them and there's a lot less that work. And then the pieces are going to be a little harder to. And some of these aren't even accurate. Like they'll say something and it either doesn't work at all or. So Among Us. But wait a second. Okay, I always get confused. I was like, where's Alpha Jin? But the one that you just use always goes at the top. So you got to remember that. So you could use Among Us as long as they're different, right? As long as you can see what they are, and as long as every single piece appears. So we keep going against the computer just to see this. Like, sometimes there's like a piece missing. So it's not like I'm aborting against Stockfish 1 because I'm really afraid of it. Because I've beaten like Stockfish 4 or 5 before. And I almost feel like I've beaten 6 before, at least maybe once. And it's not as intimidating as relatively what you would think. Because if there's only 8 levels, and level 8 is supposed to be like, whatever, world champion level or maybe beyond, then you would think 6 is at least 2,000 plus, which I'm not 2,000 plus, but yet I'm still able to beat it. So this one's actually pretty clear, though, as silly as it might seem. Um, you know, everything is very clear. The bishops are almost too small, though. Look at the head of the bishop. But here we have the ability to basically, yeah, and like get this religious imagery out of chess, am I right? Because I thought chess is a game of logic, haha. But no, we got to look for the next board. So had gone up to the blue board. And you know what's funny about this too is like these sessions almost encourage, like if I do really well at chess where I get to a certain point, and this is kind of how I originally started when I came back to streaming in the first place. It's like, oh, I just want to I wanted to do variants and have fun and do like all kind of other weird, interesting stuff with chess, but then I realized I'm so bad that like let me first try to get to a certain level and then I'll do it. But it's been like 2 years since then and I still haven't. So that's all I really wanted to do was just mess around with it, do challenges, do hard modes with it, do certain variants, maybe make my own kind of thing, all that kind of stuff. So the alternative to that is that in these sessions it feels kind of like the same thing. If I get to a certain level, maybe I'll do something other than play chess. That'll be my reward. I can play some other, whatever things I wouldn't normally want to do on stream. I can fill in here and do other stuff aside from just this one category, which I've done. Because in these recorded sessions, I've only done this. And arguably, like, just chatting. Because I normally never used to do these recorded sessions of anything. I just always like to do it live, but because I don't have as much time. So we've started with this, but again, I tried Hatred the one time to celebrate getting to, I think getting to 15. So then what did I do to celebrate to getting to 16? I guess just maybe reintroducing this whole format. But no, that's always a good motivation. Your reward for playing well at chess or getting to a certain threshold is being able to play something else, both in the short term. What is that? It just makes everything smaller, but why would it interact with this exact piece set? Isn't that weird? Does that mean I could do that for like any set ever? It just makes it small. And it's just called chess. So what board were we at? I guess I'll keep that one in mind for something later. But I don't know how exactly to use it. So we did use that one. We did use the Botez one. So now we use this one. So a lot of these boards actually are working. So again, the life is combined and shared between the two. If I lose both this board and the piece set. Maybe not even forever, but for an extremely long time. Because this challenge itself is going to go on for a long time. And obviously, we wouldn't do it again for a long time anyway. But maybe once it's over, then I can freely use what I want. But whatever, it's a big punishment. And the best thing is to see what kind of good streaks you go on and whatnot. But no, with respect to that, it's like in a micro and a macro sense. If you play well during the session, maybe you get rewarded if you have a little time to do something different at the end. But also in the broad sense, if you get to a certain rating, like if I get to 2,000, okay, now I feel comfortable. And now I'll do something else because I feel like that's enough. There's this one guy, I don't know if I should even say it, like Ray Gordon teaches chess, and he's always made fun of for various things. That's one thing he has in common with overlap with chess players. He has a hypnosis fetish, and he's always commenting these creepy things about whatever. He's like a bit of a known troll. and also like things related to that, and then also yeah, my psychology overlap. Why do chess players always have that? And of course, Alex Botes did the, she's talked about it a couple times, and she's did the thing stream with Zach Pinsence or whatever, who's like a hypnotist. So it's just for some reason chess players are into that kind of thing, I guess. Not that it has to be like that. I'm just making fun of the guy because he is weird about it. But no, he is a good player. I saw that he's like 2,200 or something at least. So, I mean, I can't say anything, but I don't know. He's just been made fun of. Like he said at one time, he said he's going to win a world championship or something like that. Which, again, I can't fault you for your enthusiasm or confidence, but I don't know why I just randomly thought of that. But that's just like an ongoing joke that I make sometimes about various fetishes to do with psychology and things like that, because I'm something of a fetish expert. So I was doing pretty badly here, and a lot of this guy beat me twice, and he's like a provisional player, so he's actually farming off of me. I don't know. Let's just see what we can do. So he's white, obviously. So red is obviously black. That can itself be hard to figure out a lot of the time. Like it's distracting, but it shouldn't be that distracting, right? Like the moves are still the same. In a way, this might actually help you and make you better somehow. Just that if he goes here, it's always trouble for me because I don't like the whole pin idea. But you're thinking about the positions and you're thinking about the pieces. You're not really thinking about the set, right? The set is just arbitrary, interchangeable, and that's the one. As much as people say, "Oh, chess is the game of infinite variety and this and that," what really makes it fun is all this stuff too. Is like you can really mix up both not only how you play it, but also all the cosmetics and things like that to go along with it. Which might seem silly, but imagine how many boards there could be. Imagine how many, you know. I don't really. Oh, I see. Sometimes all it takes is just like a second of thought, which I often don't put forth. The good thing here is even if you took, I still cover this. Well, I'm covering it twofold with both the rook, but even the knight doesn't have to move. And then you could take and then take, but the knight isn't developed, so never mind. But no, there is a certain laziness that people have, and the time format's only encouraged that because it's like, oh, I could have figured it out, but I have to instead worry about that. So then you're almost discouraged to trying to calculate, and at a stage where your calculation is going to be so raw, both in terms of just your ability to do it, period, is not very good, but also your ability to like whatever on a technical level you're not good in terms of the nuances of the game, but even just in a general sense, even if you're really smart and you have a great memory and you would be really good at calculating, you still have to actually put forward that level of thought into it. Like now here I'm almost compelled not to take somehow. I would take, he would take, I can't take because he's got way too much on there, obviously. I don't know why I feel like it's right not to take, but if I took it, doesn't really do anything for me. I'll just let him do let him do what he wants to do. You can keep going with the pawn. I'm a bit of a fan of these kind of raw positions, like where they're very almost stale. The only thing you don't want to do is you don't want to take it with the pawn, or yeah, because at least you preserve this structure here for what it's worth. See, I don't like this whole thing, like where I clear out for the. So this doesn't have to worry because this is already gone. Right, this isn't going anywhere. Yeah, this gives us some variety, breaks the sensory deprivation of playing chess over and over. It's at least the same game over and over, but at least try some different positions and openings over and over. Or at least I don't do that because I always do the same one, especially as white. But not only that, I also do like the same piece set over and over, like I was doing the Chess 24 one with the little checkers background, or the board. But you can mix up the variety at least in those ways, if nothing else. When you're playing the same game over and over, right? At least give the cosmetic element, and then beyond that, you have. I guess I feel okay with taking that somehow. So this you wouldn't necessarily still be able to do anything. I would take. I kind of want. Oh no, I can do it though. But I'd rather do it like this. So now if he just simply takes, he can take this. but at the end of the sequence, he wouldn't be able to, so he would have to deal with that first. So that's an interesting diagonal. He definitely didn't. He would take. I would take. He can't take. So it's still fine. Like as long as you're not taking with the pawn, right? You're in good shape. So you have this. You almost have to move the bishop. There's almost not too many good places for it to go. Or he can still. He can still do it. But no, it also gives me some sort of motivation almost to play for, to the extent that you'd be trying to basically say, I want to trade that knight so badly, but it is an octopus knight, so maybe it's not. Maybe doing it the opposite way would have been better. Now I'm so concerned about the stupid fucking pawn. Like, he would take, I would take. He would just raise it. Like, it's just kind of an annoying position. Or you could commit to the one anchor here and just go like that, but I can't imagine. I've been playing too many like of these weird positions lately, where I don't. It would be like a pass pawn potential though, wouldn't it? You can still take that one, but then this one wouldn't be covered, and then. Or sometimes you go off on your own little thing that you're trying to do, and it's just like you're not paying attention to really what they're doing. Well, that still isn't that bad, really. I'm still +1, but these pawns are all scattered and fucked up. Let's get a double check, triple check. It kind of solved the problem of that attack, at least. So you just got to be careful, which I'm often not, or I kind of let up, right? It's the alligator tongue idea that you're kind of always up and down and sporadic with your play. Now, there might be no way to really cover this one. Or like it'd be an awkward move like that with the knight. If you went here, the assumption is take, 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 but then take, take, take. So something like that could be okay, I guess. You don't want to let him get like there with the bishop though, because you could fuck it over. So this seems like a perfect excuse turn to move the bishop. And I'm always nervous about taking with the knight first, even though it's the lesser piece. Like, I'd rather just trade the rooks, because then the knight's going to get pinned and fucked up somehow. But no, it gives you both variety and, removes the sensory deprivation. This is the only point I was trying to make. It gives you variety that way and keeps it maybe fresh a little bit, but also it gives you motivation that, like, oh, I'm playing to save this piece set, so. And of course, the knight's always the imposter because he's always trying to sabotage you by being such a shitty piece. So here, you could take, he could take, doesn't really matter. Like, he would take and I would just take, right? So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. That's actually good, or it's at least adequate for me. You could almost do it like this. Or wait, couldn't you do it? Because then, assuming he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. Right? It wouldn't be like where he has to take with that, though, is the problem. So hang on, I go here, right? Then he would take with the bishop, or he won't take with the pawn because that's bad. But he would take with the bishop, I would take with the knight. Then he would take with the queen, I would take with the queen. So I would have lost a pawn and a knight and a queen. He would have lost a pawn, a knight, whatever. The point is you can't really do it because unless there's something else I'm missing to it. He would take with the bishop, I would take with the knight. He would take with the queen, I would take with the queen. He would take with the rook. So unless you create a double stack on here, but that's way too slow. That's way too slow. These kind of moves can kill you because they're just too... I don't know what it is. Well, the point is, couldn't he have already just taken that, though? Like, I'm so confused. You already could have just took. right? I was kind of resigning myself to the fact that there's nothing I can do about it. I don't understand. What was the logic of the last move? I went there to attack that, so I'm double attacking. So I can still just take it. That's the point. Or no, I can't. But if he was to take, then I could take it. I guess was the point. I'm so confused, but okay, we'll go here. So you could have took that all along, but the act of doing it would allow me to basically... It would allow me to basically... I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take... And then you do a very dangerous move there that would actually fuck me over. So I didn't really think of it that way. He goes here so he could just simply take. I don't know why I almost feel safer here, but you don't want to let him slip in like there, maybe. It's going to be something fucked up with the pawn. I bet that happens too. But no, the key point was if he took with that, I could just take. But I guess he's not that dumb, or maybe he'll forget about it at some point. Like, oh no, I blundered my knight, and then I take and check, which is still not mate, but it's okay. If you raise it now, the point is he could just raise it, and then it doesn't matter. Like, he doesn't have to take. But assuming he did take, you could take, or even assuming he took with this, I could have maybe done something else. So now he should be giving this up. That's the only good thing that maybe came out of this. I don't see any vulnerability with that. I just have to be more patient. And I can't really explain my calculations sometimes. Not because, oh, it's so fast or anything. Although, really, even a bad player is going to be faster than what they can say. So, obviously, when Hikaru and people like that do it, they're doing it. Yeah, I'm just not playing, dude. But no, it's hard for even them to explain it, let alone me. Because it is still going to be faster than what you see there. You should have probably thought something was up, but... I'm losing in ways that are not really, I don't know. It must be a reflection of 1600 because clearly people magically got better, even though they're the same rating as people you're beating on the way here. Like, it's completely a stupid psychological thing that always happens to me. That's a blunder. I don't know why it's a blunder. I don't know why you're trying to take this. Like, think about how this betrays the principle of center pawns. I guess you're already in a bad spot. Or no, you're already in a good spot, but like, you take a center pawn with a center pawn, but then you allow him to bring an outer pawn to the center and leave yourself with only one center pawn. But what do I know? That's a blunder. You could take this and then get the octopus knight, I suppose. But again, it's not like you couldn't still take it later. He blunders it, so I take, but then why does that matter? Why is that a blunder? I don't know. What does that pawn have to do with anything? Okay, what was this? You blunder by going there. But, like, again, the reason why you're blundering here isn't because you're trying to do something crazy, or at least I normally am not trying to do anything above and beyond. It's because I don't know what you're doing with this position. Like, it just all feels kind of random. You see, like, these back-to-back blunders where neither player really knows what they're doing as far as the position is concerned. So what was I supposed to do? Just bring this here. Yeah, just sometimes that's the solution too. I do these cheeky little threats and attacks on stuff that are not really... Oh, wow. These cheeky little threats that are not really going to do anything, but they just give you sort of a filler move where you actually get to do something. Or you know what it is? There's sometimes an exhaustive element to that. Like at some point I stop really looking or calculating because or you feel like you deserve something. Like you've been sitting on that threat for so long with the rook and the pawn, the knight. So it's like after all this time, maybe he made a mistake and went there and let me have a pawn. But this is what you have to realize about this level of opponent. Right? These 1500s and 1600s, they don't make mistakes. It's not possible for them to actually make a mistake. So when he goes there, it's all part of his brilliant plan that, oh, if I move the knight now, I get mated. So you got to think like that. Not that it's hard to see, but it's like I felt like I was entitled to that. Entitled chess player problem. Like the entitled gambit, where you think you've done enough to earn like one dinky pawn over the course of the game, but you haven't. Right? It takes too much. Okay, I almost broke my format. So we We have to move on to the next one. I'm trying not to do it this way. Like one is supposed to last for a while, but we were at Among Us pieces. I almost have to reset it just so I know, because there might be multiple of the same thing, right? So now we've seen Among Us. What's the difference with that one? Is it not the same exact thing? If it's that similar, I'm not going to repeat it unless there's something notably different, some other, or you know what we could do is a smaller one with the. But let me. Oh yeah, we'll do actually the anal beads one now. Yeah, so these ones seem the same. Maybe it was just like an update. I can't really tell what the difference is. So anal bead set, and again, I'd get in trouble for it if I did it on stream, not because of the cheating implication, but because of the stimuli acme implication. But I'll do it, and what I'll do is also, yeah, this is the adult-only content that you came for in these recorded sessions, like how I was playing Hatred, because you can't do it on stream. So it's not even that, oh, I wanted to do it, it's just that I was more so looking like what would be something I wouldn't feel bad for doing here that I would, not rather do on stream. Now here we'll look for the board, which we were at the, I guess we'll use Botez as a jumping off point. So where is it? Wait, where is Botez? Oh, it'll be like chess Botez. But no, let's see if this makes it smaller. For that one, it made it smaller. For some of them, it just makes them disappear. So I don't get it. So we did Azure, we did Botez, we did that. Marino. I haven't been this disappointed in a Marino since that football player who never won a title, but obviously it's not really his fault. He's always used as that prime example. You can be great without winning a championship because he was just, unfortunate, didn't have good teams, whatever. So we had done Botez, we had done Marino. Done Marino, more like Dan Marino, haha. All right, Oracle. These are pretty nice that they're all coming together like in an order and they're all working. But I shouldn't be blitzing. This isn't a gauntlet. This isn't a permadeath round robin. It's a speed run because I'm just fucking speed running through them and losing so fast. So here we have the ability to. Okay, we'll do that one. So this will be the last one maybe I should do for the session, which means I should go on a good win streak here. And I have to familiar. You know what I'm not doing though? I better. Oh fuck. I better just check to make sure all the pieces are there, or at least familiarize myself maybe a little bit with what they are. But the pawns or whatever, I don't even know what it's trying to go. Is this supposed to be like a sperm cell type of thing, or what, dude? I'm not too familiar with the appearance of anal beads, so I wouldn't really know, but... Or I always have that joke about alkaline, like, I always say his name like an alkaline battery. Why is he called that? Because that's what he used to cheat. That's why he was so good. So the point is, I can't really explain what these pieces are. Like this one doesn't make you think of a bishop. It should be always at an angle. So this is actually hard to figure out. This is the king. This is the queen. Oh wow, I'm gonna get fucked up. See, at least the knight is sort of, named for function, absolutist tendency. You don't name something after the guy who came up with it, like whatever, some Hubble telescope or whatever, right? You name it after what it does. Like, oh, it's named for function. So here it's pictured for function. The knight is at this weird curved angle, which accurately represents its movement. So the bishops are a little bit confusing because they're just, a straight line, but the rook's really distinct with the lube element, but the whole element here is that this is actually ironically going to make it harder. I thought beads were supposed to make it easier because it's going to be harder for me to recognize the pieces rather than obviously make it easier by letting you cheat. But I think people would always never even accuse me of cheating and stuff because whether it be a hard mode, permadeath, anything, because I make things harder for myself and I enjoy that. So why would I, I'd be the last person to cheat. I'd go out of my way to make something more difficult, like how I don't even want to study. Not even for bragging rights, really. It's just... So you could go here, but something bad could happen. I would take, he would take, I would take... See, it's one of those things. Like, if you go here with the knight, then he takes, then I take. Then whatever he does, he could just move the rook, though. But anything he put to block it would be uncovered, so I could take. We had that scenario occur in a recent game where, you were supposed to do that, and he had no way to actually escape it. Which I guess if this was here, and if he took there, that would be good. This is good, though, because it guarantees a trade, to the extent that... The problem is the bishop might, like, get trapped in there or something. Right, like, where you're able to... I mean, I guess you don't have to put the bishop there, per se. Or it won't, because he immediately has to react to the threat. And so that would at least allow you to come back, assuming you're worried about that. At least he gives me free dibs to take, but doesn't that mean... I don't know what that means. Like, the point is I could pin this down now and then try to open the king. And my bishop can still... So he can't even take, is the point. So I still have that potential threat, but now you don't even have to worry about it. Now, arguably, you could say this is good because this is an octopus knight, but there's no way to guarantee its safety there. Oh man. See, now you would keep pushing this threat, but... You know, like if you were a good player, you still wouldn't settle for it. There's still something more you can do. So I'm actually going to take his bishop, though, still. So at least I should be satisfied with the position there. And my other bishop is almost about to get trapped, to be honest with you. But no, if anything, this should make you try harder. Not just because you want to preserve the set, but just because maybe you feel like you have to, because you have to focus a little more. So I'm willing to trade the bishop, but I sometimes have this hesitance where now I'm not going to do it and then I'll regret it later somehow. But I can't do anything about his other stupid knight. But no, I mean, you should be happy enough and settled for that. So you got to move this out of that diagonal, I suppose. Maybe it wasn't as urgent to do it right then, but I'm a little bit confused about this structure too. Like, it's almost like it's supposed to be there, right? Like this doesn't really make sense. But here, let's move the king so we're out of that diagonal of potential danger. So his only bishop is the dark square bishop, so our colors at least match each other. But no, I like how we're fluctuating the boards too, because that adds another element of variety. But again, so many of them don't work where it can sometimes be a little bit annoying. So we haven't even really used the queen at all. This one you would easily have enough cover, or you wouldn't because of the... I would take with the pawn, he would take with the knight, I would take with the bishop, he would take with the rook. So you either need another cover for it, or I guess you could just choose not to take, which is itself kind of strange. That's kind of a tough move. Like, the way it's kind of going is you almost would want to do that, but I almost want to do this just to open an attack going towards the king. So what if I put that away and just let him do what he's going to do? That does have good cover, but it doesn't matter because I would take, he would take, and then I don't have to take. So I can just let it be. Like, it doesn't matter how much you put on there as far as the way that I'm saying it. So let's go for this one first. Now you're trying to open this. I always mistakenly go here, and it's a blunder. Like, I keep going if they don't take. You're supposed to take in almost every situation here. In before, this is the one situation where, and when I say before, I don't mean before, haha. In before, you're supposed to take with this, I guess. And the reason why is because... I don't know, like you're opening up some sort of diagonal that doesn't even matter because you're not even using it. This is good because it not only allows the queen to come in, but it forces the threat to the extent that, look at the number of threats that you're potentially going to have. You'll have that potential threat. You'll have the fact that he has to take, then allow the queen to come in. There's a lot of things going on with that should be objectively good. The only problem with it, I guess, is the fact that the bishop is there, so I'm not accounting for that. It would have been theoretically good, but I think that's the problem with it. Right, that my bishop is out of position here a little bit. But no, that pawn move is generally okay, I think. Why don't we try to create this for a double stack, but it probably isn't going to work. This is a tricky move because there are possibilities. There's a double threat on there if he moves anything. You can almost do it like this. Right, this still preserves the same idea, but it doesn't change the fact that you're missing a cover here, because he would take with the knight, I would take with the queen, but then he would take with the bishop, or I would take with the pawn, he would take, and then I would take, and it would just be awkward because you're doubling your pawns there in a way that you don't want to, but sometimes maybe it is worth it to do that. It almost makes me think of like a magical wand or something, or like there'll be some kind of weapon in an RPG game that looks like that, or this looks like an anchor. I don't know what even are the purpose of anal beads. Like, why do people even have them normally, aside from cheating in chess? Apparently, which again is just some sort of meme or something that Elon Musk spread or something like that. It didn't have any, or like a joke that he made. So there really was never any credibility or proof to it in any way. So now at least you could maybe do something that if I took then here, then it still doesn't do anything though. I'll do it, but that's just more like my trade happy tendency, and I should almost try to create that kind of structure. I mean, I'm doing it just because I want to trade. There really is no deeper meaning to it than that. And I don't even get to double attack onto the rook as a result of doing it, so he's less inclined to take. So he would take, I would take. And again, I'm not really setting up for anything yet. But see, I always go for this V structure, and it's good if you want to settle in place. Like if you're happy with... It doesn't matter. It's not like I can do anything there anyway. Or maybe I could have doubled. No, I couldn't have anyway. That's a little bit tricky, actually, because I'm not sure whether I should be trying to do that or not. Like... Maybe I fucked up a little bit. We can cover the rooks as they are anyway, so it doesn't matter. Are we going to trick him into giving up his queen, though, somehow? Like, he would take, I would take, and then we go like that, and then if he takes or whatever... Totally not something I did a couple of games ago, but either way, I don't know what I'm doing with these pawns now. Now here you could still do it, because if he takes the queen, I take the queen. Right, so he has to at least address it. He misclicked, and no takebacks allowed, dude. Fuck you. Lost to literal anal beads piece set on the opal board. Weird flex, but okay. There's no mercy at this level, dude. You know how many mistakes I make, how many blunders. I guess usually it's not a misclick, but I don't give a shit. But no, I mean, the point was he was probably trying to take, but it's like if he takes this, then I took the queen and I already took the rook. So you take the queen, it's fine. Like, okay, this is what you have to do to get a win. Either you fuck up and they win, or I fuck up. Let me see what happened exactly towards the end there, though. I somehow don't even enjoy analyzing games most of the time, or at least it has to be something really cool and instructive that happens. Like, there was really nothing instructive about that one. I'm listening to... I like this thing of just, like, sharing, like, all these real-life things, right? Like, let's turn into a webcam, face cam, cult of personality streamer, but no, like, I'm just saying what I'm listening to in case you maybe hear it faintly in the background through my headphone, but I'm not actually playing it here either for... Not really for copyright reasons, but these sessions are meant to be more like... I don't know. I only really like to play it on stream because of how much I'm going to do of this. Then it really does pose a copyright problem, or just... It's supposed to give the illusion that, oh, look, I'm focusing more, or it's more instructive, even though it's really not. Like, I'm still doing it, you just don't know I'm doing it. And also using anal beats PSAT, but also more instructive. So I don't mind if I make little minor mistakes, but it's just... See, that I don't understand. I don't understand. Why is that a good move? What does it do? It allows you to take there, and therefore... But why? Why does it allow you to do that? Why couldn't you do this? Oh, wait, but... Okay. What? Oh, okay, it's just gonna turn into mate. See, like, the mating ideas that are actually there, I miss. Like, that doesn't even seem that hard to tell, but... What? Oh, I guess my thought was if that happened first, that would be a problem. But based on what actually happened, he made a major blunder. Which, again, I'll chalk that up to a misclick. So I can acknowledge that and be objective and say I don't really deserve it, or not that I would have lost, but I mean, these are the kind of stupid quality wins that we're getting. And I love my average. Like, when it says your average centipon, like on your account, and insights is like 60 or higher, like 80, like really bad. But then every single game I'm playing, it's like in the 20s for the last like couple hundred games. So how could it not have averaged out with this? Like, what was this one? I'm literally 40, and that's not even one of your best games out there. But see, I'm always satisfied, and this is maybe like a winner's whatever burnout idea or something. I'm always okay with the blunders that take you from winning to drawing, right? As long as you're not making the blunders that are taking you from drawing to losing, or even basically to losing. That's the difference. So that blunder is even as bad as it is, right? On my part, I still am okay with it generally, compared to, because you're not always going to see everything. But that was like, okay, if he moves the knight, then it turns into not just a pawn take and a check on the king, and you don't even win a rook, but you actually win the game because he's forced to. You're gonna get back ranked. Yeah, all those back rank puzzles that I complain about on chess.com should have served me well, but at least that's a little more complicated way to get it, but it's not really that complicated. It's always like this attrition calculation rule. Like, how do you know they can't do something else? And you have to really go through every single tree of possibilities, which in that case wasn't really that many, but you see what I mean? Like, you can look at a tactic and say, oh, of course it works that way, but what if they do something else that I don't expect them to do? Even good players run into that. Like, they'll memorize an opening or a line of moves, and then I do something weird that they weren't expecting me to do. That's still bad and still gives them an opening, but it's different than the opening that they've learned and studied and are familiar with. It was kind of like exposing their what do you call it? Like autopilot mentality. Like you see this in real life too. It's like you're really well trained in this one thing, but as soon as you're out of your comfort zone, right now you completely have no idea what to do. So it's not even that you're not in a good position still, it's that you have to know exactly how to follow it up. And no, what I was saying is I'm listening to the Jack Stauber fucking instrumental version of a lot of his songs. I'm more impressed even by his animation and all of that style. I don't know how he managed to do all of that. Maybe he has somebody else do it for him, but like, is he really that multi-talented? But no, there's sort of an interesting way to look at his music where it's like it's trying to be weird so hard that it almost loses its luster a little bit to that extent. Like, you should be able to go here and do the 6 for 6, assuming, right, like there's not something else he can do, which I don't know whether there is or not. But no, when something's trying to be weird, then does it still have that novelty of being weird? Like when people seem like they're trying too hard, like even Aubrey Plaza putting up some sort of a, maybe she's really like that, but nobody really buys that, or when you try too hard to do something, it loses value. But being aware of the nature of the process doesn't invalidate the process, but everything is a process. So there's this whole absolutist talk that we did on that, like everything is a process. It's just a matter of whether you're aware of it or not. So it's like, oh, you're only doing this to romance the person because you want to sleep with them, because you want, there's always an incentive. So it's just then it becomes a superficiality contest, like who's better at hiding it, or whatever, being more convincing about it, who can be more subtle and dance around what they want, but still they want the same thing, right, in both cases. So in other words, you're punishing honesty. If someone directly just says, oh, I want this, and is upfront about it, no, we're not going to want anything to do with that. That's horrible. But then if you go about the same thing in just a more subtle, long, roundabout way, now all of a sudden it's great. So you have to decide for yourself, like, what the nature of your process is, or your intention. Um, this is good because it would guarantee a trade. You know what I mean? Like, without me fucking up my pawns either. But no, I'm impressed by his animation as much as anything else. And it's like one of those things that comes about. I almost feel like I'm supposed to take there, but I just don't know. Because you're giving him that sort of initiative, but it also doubles his pawn. So all these rules that don't always work consistently. Like, he's trying to be weird, so maybe that takes away some of the vibe of it. It's almost like somebody just experimenting. Like, let me try all these different techniques. Like, wouldn't it be cool if such and such, you did this such and such musical techniques together, right? All these kind of weird experimental things, but then it turns into something else. But a lot of people probably do stuff like that, right? Like, you just, even like in writing, creative writing, like I try to do all kind of weird, let's try this technique, but he's doing it just in that exhibitionist way. Like, let's just do it to try it, and then it turns into, oh, people actually like it, even unironically, or they just like it a lot, I suppose. You could do a move like this, assuming you thought that was worth it. I'm not a big fan of this, but I don't really know what to make of it. Right, because now you're trying to beat it like a threat here. So you would want to open this up and do something. So what does that even do? I have no idea. But no, yeah, this is the whole experimental, off the wall. It's almost like an uncanny valley thing. Like when everything becomes so routine and high quality, it's almost like you deliberately, like he does that with his voice. He'll deliberately make it sound weird and imperfect just because that's what people want, because they're so used to something being perfect or whatever, like too choreographed and well planned. So people start to like something that's objectively less than something, like, objectively worse than something, just because they're so used to it being too structured and too perfect, kind of. It almost seemed like that was all part of his plan somehow, but I don't know why. Like, why did he move the rook there? I have no idea. You can attack it. It doesn't really bother me anyway. You could pin it down and then work towards creating a double stack, and you're also creating this threat on the there. So that rook move was really bad. Like, he just vacated the rook from the open file for effectively no reason at all. So creating the double stack opportunity is fine. Right, like I don't mind it. So we're sort of both pinned, where if the bishop moves either one, whoever, you know, either way, if he moves it and unleashes it, I could potentially lose my queen too. So if he goes there, we actually win the game, but actually we don't because that's still there. You could do a number of things, like with the knight move. Now you're double attacking this, and you're also creating, you could take here, but then he could still take. I don't know. It seems like a good time to bring it in. Or you could do the double stack. Let's do the knight, though. Something feels right about it. But no, you gotta watch what he could potentially unleash. Or why couldn't I just still take it, though? I can't really decide actually what to do in that. Or I could always check and then take it too. So you let him take, but then I don't want to take back with the pawn, but then I don't have to because I could go here and then he can't take, right, is the point. A little bit unsure what's happening, but I think that's a good threat because he can't take, and then it's a fork or potentially royal fork territory. What? Oh, like I was saying with the unleash. But wait a second. Why did I... Oh, it was the movement of the pawn that I didn't account for. Alright. I don't know what to say, man. Only -5. What is happening with some of these games, man? This is the same way that you always lose before. I don't know. He takes there. I give up. I just can't do it. I don't know. It's just stupid. Something's wrong. The lack of effort is actually appalling. Like, I don't really want to do it. Give me a stalemate or something. Like, it doesn't matter. It's not like I could stay 16 forever, but like, who cares, you know? I thought I was making progress once, but I keep saying I should study, but I don't know if any of this has to do with studying. That's what pisses me off, but nobody really looks at it like that. Right? You don't say, oh, you're studying because you're struggling with this particular thing. You say you're studying because you want to make the overall experience easier, and then you won't have to, you know, it won't have to come down to that because everything else will be so comfortable. Here, it's like everything I'm failing to or losing to is easily avoidable, and I can easily see it, and I can easily just deal with it. Don't I see, like, don't I identify what can happen? Like I said a few moves before, as soon as the queen was put there, one of us could lose our queen depending on the bishop's movement. So if he has to move it because of my threat or something, right, then I can take his queen. Or if he unleashes it, like he did, he could win my queen. So I even said that, and that's what you get for trying to move the knight. If I had double stacked, it still would have been fine, because then it would have just been a trade. So I was tunnel visioning on the knight throw, which could have been like a fork, royal fork. But you got to realize again that these players don't make mistakes. So it's the same idea there, that you're able to acknowledge he doesn't make a mistake, and then anytime it seems like you have something good, you really don't, because they would have seen it. So that's how the anal beads fall. This is going to create some superstitious element, like, oh, I did really good with one set or really bad with one, so it must be the fault of the set. As if that doesn't play into some stupid excuse-making culture that I always criticize, like, as if that has anything to do with it. It really doesn't. As long as this set functions properly, like it's not just missing a piece or, bugged out or something, it's fine. In fact, when I was playing that chess exclamation mark game, it did have a bug like that, where like my knight became a pawn or something. Actually an improvement, but still, it actually benefited me, and I still won because it was like I was up by like a queen, but that was unironically a bug, and it just appeared that way. Well, it actually moved that way too, though, in the game or something, but not on the site, so I don't even know how that would have worked. It became a pawn. That is actually really weird. Yeah, I made like a clip of it. It became a pawn, and it started to move like a pawn, but on the site, it wouldn't have done that. And when you went to review it, it still appeared as a knight, so it was completely bugging out. But it would have like changed how the move would have even been possible to make. Like I don't know, it would have bugged out the whole site, because you could have still made those moves, but they're illegal moves that are invalid positions. So don't blame me for cheating. Imagine if you get banned for that. I'm using a third-party game to play it, and I at least like that about Lichess, though. It has all these capabilities that, because it's free and open source and they don't really care, they let stuff like that happen. Like, it's hard to explain. Like, it's a game with a board with like 3D boards, but you get to play rated games on Lichess through it, right? So, not saying it's like really affiliated with Lichess, but they at least allow them to do that. And these custom piece sets, you get to have stuff like this, which you can't have with chess.com because they feel like it's cheating or something. So there's some element to that. So I don't really like how some of these games have gone, but there's really not much we can do about it. So let's change it again. We'll do one more here. So we went from anal beads to the next one here, which is going to be Anar Candy, which I won't really count that one because that's on the site itself. So we can always do those ones too later. Animated Kings don't really work. I'm not sure what this is. Olympiad. Now, is that doesn't seem like a bug. That seems like it's actually meant to be that way. Anna Maha. What does that mean? Must be some Olympiad that I'm not aware of. Oh, this one's going to be weird. So the queen is actually the king. Okay, some of them at least seem okay. Like this you can think of as a rook. This you can think of as a knight. I don't know what this is exactly a reference to. That pose is so common and overused now. Like, because of the Queen's Gambit, I guess that's how. So this is sort of still like Among Us too. It must have been some like Among Us tournament. I mean, I guess I can't say no to it because it's if it's still a legal set, like it's not missing any pieces. And even the Death Note one, maybe I'll make a point to do, even though it is missing a piece. So here we were at Opal, or Oracle, I guess. Standard is also like a green thing. Some of these might actually repeat, like where it actually appears to be basically the same thing, but this is clearly the level of priority you should be treating this with. The fact that you're, getting distracted by this, but again, it should never be an excuse. There'll always be that element of like, oh yeah, it was the piece head that did it, or one way or the other, for better or for worse, or it'll be the song that did it. It'll be something else that did it. So King's Pawn. So Olympiad is the king. He's a provisional player. He might quit out because I'm white, or because I was gonna say because I'm streaming, but I'm actually not. Like, just somehow people sometimes get intimidated by that, or sometimes they get encouraged by that because they want to show up the streamer. But like, it's okay. There's so many people who have that like adventurous spirit too. Like, oh, I want to learn this one gambit and really surprise people with it and show it off. That level of creativity, like Richard Rapport, is definitely like that. So the queen is actually the queen, though. So I guess I was wrong. I thought for some reason that was the king. So, some of these aren't like super clear as to what they like. Why is that a bishop? I don't know. I don't know what it is even. First of all, so the pin is stopped, and then I get to either do this or I could just try to finish my development as long as he's not putting extra pressure on that. You just got to play like a simple, comfortable position, and I'm playing a lot of people under this rating anyway, like under, well, I guess I'm under it now too, under 16. So I'd gotten as high as like 1620 or 1617, something like that. So as usual, we have this stagnation, which again, a lot of it is psychological, but that's still a valid, you know, reason for failing. It's not like it makes it any better. You could go there. There's really no reason to do it. I could go here. If he goes here, I could take. No, it's a good analogy to other things in life, like relationships or something. Like when people say, "Oh, why aren't you better?" or "Why isn't," like they ask about themselves in some sort of self-depreciating way, maybe. Like, "Oh, why aren't you better at, picking up girls or doing something like that?" Right? But the reason could be you don't really care about, like you want one thing and one thing only. Like that's kind of a stimuli acme way to look at it. You just want the stuff that you want from it, like the sexual element or whatever, and you don't necessarily want the social element, or you don't really care enough about that. The reason why you're not good isn't because, oh, you're not a pickup artist or something like this. It's because either you're too sincere that you don't want to play games and you don't want to fuck around with all that and just you want to be more direct and upfront with it, or you somehow want to do it in such a way that, again, you don't really want the whole process to go along with it. So you're kind of confusing and conflating two things. You want the one stimuli acme element, but you don't want the social element. So then you act like, oh, you're so bad at the social element, but it's like that's not even part of what you're looking for, is the point. So now you could just take it, I guess. If you take there, I could still take back. So you just gotta watch. Now he doesn't have any actual knights. There's no reason, I guess, for me to even do that one, but maybe you need like an extra cover on there. I'm not entirely sure. Right, you just don't want to let that get taken for no reason, really. You would take, I could do like this because now the light square diagonal is not as pressing. So you have this adequately covered. This is a weird thing to do to open a diagonal like that, but only the queen could potentially punish me for it. I just have to be aware of that, and I even have a light square bishop to maybe counteract that too. So you took there. So I could either take here or take there. I guess leaving this open is okay because we both have a rook in there, so it's not like I'm losing out on something as a result. I just have to double check my moves a little bit more. But this picture symbolizes the king more because the king's the one who's thinking about the moves and the queen's the one actually going out and doing the dirty work. So it actually makes the queen look very impressive and a lot better in this context. Just that, let me guess, he's going to do some light square shenanigans. So that should still be fine because the rook is covering, or I mean, you at least have the open file. So now you're threatening to double take such that you might win a pawn. You can't really even go there in the first place. I would take, he would still take with the pawn, but it would undouble his pawn, so I almost don't even want to necessarily do that. What you could do is, I don't know, create some sort of a double stack going here, which you arguably won't even necessarily benefit from that much. But you just got to watch what the opportune moment knight moves are going to be, because that's often what the knight does, is it just sort of sits around for a long amount of time. But no, there is that principle of like a measure or a preference or something that you have where it's just like, you can almost do it like this. Then I get too adventurous with the pawn structure and ends up fucking me up later. Like maybe this one odd pawn out is okay because of the position of the, but see what he does is he brings the queen in as a result. Which is maybe okay. Like, what if I just move this then? So what? Or what if I just do like this? Feels like there's a lot of things you could potentially do there anyway. So now you are adequately covering this as long as he doesn't attack it like with the thing itself, with the knight. But if I go there, he'll go there. So what if I move this, but then that gives him exactly what he wants, leaving it uncovered? I guess I could just do the bloodbath here, but there's no reason to really, or I guess I could just go back. Like, I don't know what the double stack was supposed to do, but or he's now double attacking that as well. You can unleash and do a pin attack on there, but it doesn't actually still do anything. I don't know. When in doubt, just trade everything. That's always my motto. That allows them to undouble the pawns, but it does sort of at least let you basically try to. It allows you to basically attempt to close out that diagonal, which could have been potentially posing me problems. I'm not exactly sure what to do with this though, because it's just like an awkward thing, but only thing he has is the knight, so it might be easier to calculate this kind of position. You can go here. I almost just want to move this so that diagonal couldn't come back to bite me later. See, I even correctly identify what the threats are, like the last game, like where I said, you know, oh, the queens could end up in a fucked up spot. I mean, at least it's very clear what the queen is, but I was even confused at the beginning a little bit. So you have the bishop here. So the bishop isn't covered at all. That's the one problem with this position. Now you're double attacking there, which technically you could do as long as the knight doesn't move. It just gets kind of exhausting that you're expecting them to make a mistake for so long and then they just never do. Even if I did that, though, you could take there. So see, now it becomes confusing as to what you even want to try to do with the bishop. Like, I don't even know, because it's not covered and it's not ever going to be really useful. So I kind of fucked up my own diagonal. You can almost try to do it here to the extent that that could be relevant. Now I almost have to take with the king, because otherwise you lose the cover on there. So I'm not entirely sure what we're trying to do in this. At least it should be a relatively comfortable position, because it'll be bishop versus knight, even though my diagonal might be bad. I'm very concerned about the safety of this particular pawn, though. But no, even the over the board expectation that, oh, you'd play better like that, because I've been trying that when showing it on the webcam on my stream days, that hasn't necessarily made me play much better or anything. If anything, it just makes me want to play like a longer format or something. So this could be very much in draw territory, which I'm not sure. The knight might actually win this if you trade, but let's find out, because I'm too lazy to actually do it otherwise. But it's really the king that you have to use very effectively. You go ahead, you do this. Maybe he didn't want it, and maybe that's what that's supposed to tell you, but I don't really know. We should just break this open and start using the bishop, because he has no choice. I could just double take it otherwise, and then I can just do that. He has no way to actually even cover it, as long as he doesn't have a way to like win it by giving a check. So you have this one pass pawn that you could try to protect for your whole life, and the reason why is because now you could try to basically cover both of these. Like, this is a very important one to try to do. So you give the check, and then you go here, for example, but then he can still try to double take it, but then maybe the worst thing that should result from that is a draw, but maybe not even. Did I already fuck up? I mean, as long as you're effectively trading in the process of doing that. I'm just lazy and trade happy. That's all it is. But you should be able to take one of these no matter what. If you don't move it, if you try to cover it, it's back to square one. So he's just going to go back with the king again. Let me guess. You had a threefold repetition, dude. I don't care. It won't give me the one rating, though, that I need. Because if anything, you'll just lose it or something. What is he doing now? He'll check and attack that. That's still covered. I don't even know what to do with this. If I can cover this with the king, then maybe you have something there. Just don't give up a fork on this. So now at least you could like double take or something. Or maybe you can't. You could always sack it at the end, I guess. I don't know what to tell you. You would have like one and only one spot to sack it at. Which would be like right. Oh no, I had my dimensions all wrong too. This at least allows a potential sack position. Then we'll see how he potentially wins it with his knight. Or it's surprising that he didn't actually even do that. But the good thing is it's not even covered, or you can just even sit this here and maybe figure something out. Right, so now my king should be on full. No, I mean, he could have done a lot better there because... Now I should try to bring my king in. Yeah, just don't let it check in a fork happen. It's the one mechanic that the knight can really do. Now you get to basically fork these. These players really give you the wrong impression of what the game is really all about because what it does is it misrepresents it to the extent that you can get away with too many things and you don't have to put forth maximum effort. That's why it's almost better to play people better than you because then you feel like maybe more pressure to do something. You should almost just do this and it's fine. Like, it's an open position, so the bishop should be better, but I mean, it just doesn't matter. Like, fuck it, man. I don't care. Now I should just study endgames, but you're not going to win this no matter what you do. Or maybe somehow you are going to. Because my king's more... Like, you can have it, bro. You can have it. I'm done with this. I don't care. Like, what am I supposed to do with this? I don't know if I'm, like, not supposed to allow him to go in there. Let me at least calculate this much. Like... I don't know, man. Like, don't let him come in, basically. If I go up and he keeps going, then I probably won't be able to stop it. I don't really understand. Maybe I should go there. Possibly at least set up for a stalemate. If I go here, he can go there with the king. So maybe I don't want that to happen. If he goes there, then at least I can go up. And if he doesn't, then he has to go out altogether. I mean, fuck it, dude. What a fun and interactive experience, even though, again, people will talk out of it like, well, it was because you're evenly matched, or it's because you're making mistakes, or... But see, I love that about chess. You gotta draw because you made mistakes, you see? Oh, so what happens if you play perfectly and don't make any mistakes? Oh, you also get a draw. So in other words, you always get a draw. You're too good, like Grandmaster versus Grandmaster, so therefore the majority of games are draws. You're too bad, so therefore your blunders equal each other out, so it's too many draws. Like, no matter what you do, just like the line in Amadeus, it's too many notes, it's too many draws, like how he says... The emperor says to Mozart, like, it's too many notes. So technically that's a draw. So technically, I don't think I've gotten any draws, actually. That doesn't mean that we have to change the piece set. Right? We actually get to do one more. Or whatever. Like, we get to do it again with this piece set. It's just a case of... Oh, these are just aborted games. It's just a case of you being able to actually do it in such a way that... I mean, I guess I lost uh, I lost rating, but it shouldn't count against you that way. Like, you do get to do another one with the same one, so I guess I'll do one more. Insufficient material. Let's just get back over to 1600 at least. But no, it is the sort of thing that almost like doesn't respect your time. Like the amount that you have to do this, regardless of what you gospel, more like the chess engine, am I right? You have to do it a lot, like whether you make progress or not. So that's the one point that people often miss out on or don't fully process is you could be the best player ever, but it doesn't mean you're automatically just going to be good at chess. You still have to play it a lot, study a lot, all day, every day, to the extent that normal people don't do. So that's why when you see these better players say that, like, or try to show off or something, that's the first thing. So anybody can get to 2000. It still takes time. It's still hard, right? People say, why haven't you done it yet? But I mean, I will do it. It's just, or what I, a lot of these games I've been taking there, so maybe I shouldn't take. I don't actually know. But it's in my nature to trade, but I mean, I've been doing so badly these last couple games, I don't know what to say. It double stacks his pawns, and it opens up maybe a dangerous thing here, but not really, because, like, how would he even take this? How would he get this to even move? He already has an idea, like, what he's trying to do with the pawn structure, and I have no idea. Or I could have even just took the thing there. Trapped it in there for a trade, basically. So if I take it, allows him to undouble. So let's say I don't want to let him do that, but there's also not much I can do about it because it's just going to be an awkward pawn structure no matter what. So if you took, then took, so you would have to take almost with the pawn or something. Or here's where you almost decide to basically, or does that mean I could have just took that there the whole time? Let me think. If I don't take, but I let him take, then the thing can end up here. So maybe I'd be happy with that either way. At least you can't take back with the knight. So you take, and you get a nice little fork as a result. So it heavily discourages the take, right? Just to be clear, the take is heavily discouraged. If you take, it's bad. You get forked in a number of ways. And if you do this, you almost want to do this kind of push, so maybe move this. I just have to get in the habit of taking my time a little bit more, and I'm just not doing that. This would be the key pivotal square. I'm not exactly sure what to even do with this. This would be fine because you can take with the queen. Neither my talking speed nor my movement of the mouse would match my calculation anyway, so there's no way you can do it. But you see these GMs get pretty good with the arrows, actually. Hikaru's really fast at that. So again, this is perfectly fine because you're threatening the fork as a result, which I'm sure he's aware of. Otherwise, he would have done it by now. You could even do this, but that seems dangerous to open that diagonal in that way. Like, I can't imagine why you would necessarily want to do that. So this is way too over-covered, so I can't do that either. I guess I could do this for now and then change it later, but it doesn't seem like a very good idea. You could go like this, for example, and there's just no reason for me to have allowed that potential. So if you go here, then obviously the knight can just go wherever it wants, but maybe I could have trapped the thing in there for a while. Like if I had gone here, you would have had to trade it. But yeah, this seems like a dumb move to make in this particular position, at least. You can go like this, maybe. You almost want to go for the V-shaped structure because this allows him to then take, and then if I take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So it doesn't even really matter. So we're creating kind of a weird pawn structure now where they're sort of split. But I don't understand still what this hit really is. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Olympiad, upside down Among Us pieces. I don't know what these things are. I don't know what that thing is. Like a frog that's like dressed like a nurse. I don't even understand. I'm more confused about the set than I am about chess in general. So I can't do anything with that still, and we're still sitting on the fork potential threat. So it is kind of strange. Let's just keep climbing with the pawns, but I guess I really can't. But maybe we could try to do something with the other knight, but there really isn't much you can do. This is going to be a very long-winded, stale position in which you make... Okay, I'm done with it. I'm done with it. I don't care. Like, I'm really just... I'm done. It's not the way that I play, man. It's alright. So you could usually do that. Or it's like you're always looking for these easy things. Like, I wish just let me fork you, but you won't. So it's not even that that's the fault of it. It's just you're expecting it to be a little bit too easy somehow. I don't care, man. Like, just make something happen. Like, I'm bored of it, dude. I'm bored of the position. Just let me do something. It's so annoying. Like, you just sit on these things for so long. Not that I'm not guilty of doing that too. Like, that move wasn't a result of, oh, look at me, I made a blunder. What a tactical, high-level thing. It's like I'm just trying to make something happen and nothing's happening. Not even in a way like I have to make something happen or, oh no, I'm about to lose. It's just like, see, there's all these positions where they're not putting any pressure on you. The pressure is like, I'm just bored and I want to make something happen. But I'm just playing the wrong game for that, I guess. Like, I want to win, says a chess player. Also, majority of games end in a draw, so you're just playing the wrong game. Oh my god, bro. Everything is just so banal and obvious sometimes, but I guess part of that comes down to now you could finally take, but it still wouldn't allow you to basically have that diagonal, right? This is still going to be there because if you take or more than likely I want to take with the knight because it would be an octopus knight despite the fact that you have those pawns there because you can't push it out. So you were either giving up a fork or an octopus knight. Either way is fine with me. So you can go like this. You can double stack on there. It really doesn't even matter. The knights are not really doing much of anything here. So yeah, you understand what that move is. Like, I'm just trying. It doesn't mean you should make it or it doesn't excuse it, but it shows you like it's for a different reason. It's not that, oh, I can't see that simple one move calculation that anybody can see. It's obviously an effort thing though. I put forth no effort, so I almost should accept the fact that I just don't care enough because it's only going to get worse with that later. Or maybe once it does, then I'll start to enjoy it more somehow, or then I'll feel like, oh, then it's worth your time. Once it's like the Hans Niemann effect, not the cheating aspect, not because we just used the anal beads piece set recently before this, but it's because like he said, oh, I cheated at the lower rating because I want to get to the higher rating and face tougher opponents. But if you're really that good and you deserve to face tougher opponents, then why wouldn't you just say like why wouldn't you just destroy those opponents because they're too easy for you and then get to the worthy ones? But it's like, oh, it's hard for me to try unless I'm playing somebody who's actually a really good opponent, worthy opponent. So you got to take that, and then you got to kind of see what he's up to, and I don't really know what he's up to. You could check there and take, which again, sure the knight covers it, but I'm not really looking. I've lost this sort of effort to look at the board anymore. He's bringing the knight in. I can't bring my knight in necessarily. I just want to keep trading. I mean, you get bailed out by that so much, it does become sort of an addictive habit almost. So he gives a check, but you can't. It is kind of disappointing, though. But whatever, I made a decent amount of progress in a certain amount of time. So now I have to get back into the spirit of actually putting forth effort again, because clearly I must have. I got from 13 to 16 in, like, again, like 2 months maybe. Not even, it felt like. So it's not even like, oh, that's so impressive, or I already should have been there. But you can't just do that, on a whim. At least the speed at which I did it was pretty good. Let's see if we can make one of these knights actually good, like the octopus knight anchor that we're trying to go for so hard. Okay, okay. All right. I just can't. Like, I have like a mental block these last couple days. I just can't really play. It's like one extreme or the other. Maybe I'm just sick of rapid, which is not really much of an excuse. It's just, I don't know. But yeah, we've been sitting on that thread the whole fucking game, which maybe is the correct thing even for him to do, because for him to take could be pretty bad. This at least stops his rook from coming in. Yeah, let's piss him off. Let's exhaust him, because we're only -3, so we might get a fork eventually. He's played pretty well, and right, by all indications, he should be very successful in this game, but it's not going to matter because you'll drag it out so long that you'll end up pissing him off, and then he'll make a mistake like that, which I'm almost like that from the beginning. It's not even like you're tilted about anything, you're just tilted about the game itself and like how boring and stale some of these things might actually become. Like, it's just too annoying sometimes. So now if you go here, it doesn't really even work, or I guess he kind of did let me do that. So now at least you should be able to double take, but then he'll still be able to take something. Or I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know. Yeah, I don't even have the will to try to troll somebody here. Yeah, it's totally the blame the piece set, but this is just not good. Even when I was using that other one the last couple days, I haven't been playing too well. So I'm gonna fall actually substantially below 15. This is one of those bad streaks that you can go on, where now I'll tank it again a lot, but the way that I'm losing is at least a little bit, it's discouraging and encouraging at the same time. It's discouraging because it's like I'm not trying, but it's encouraging, I guess, because all you have to do then is put forth effort. It's not like it's really that. It doesn't matter. Even if it was a draw, I'm still not going to get back to 16. So, yeah, these are really negative effort experiences. So this piece gets retired after 2 games because of the fact that we drew it. At least we got to show what that mechanic would look like in this context. So I'm okay with it. Like, we'll try to put forth a little more effort next time, but I just don't know what to say. Let's actually see what the next one is going to potentially be. Then normally I like to wait till we play the next time, but so you were at Anna, Maha. It's easier if you reset because then you get to see where you start off from. And it's always going back to this Anna or Candy one. So it was the something tournament, or it says the Olympiad in there. So Aquarium is the piece set, and then the board is going to be one of these that were in a line of like blue board. So Oracle, that was standard. Now it's going to be Violet. So we got Violet plus this one. At least these ones you would think you should do better with. In fact, I could almost test it. Let's do one more. Let's do a couple more. Fuck it. I'm just in the mood now that we see the set. So now I just want to get back to 16. Like, I don't like this. I mean, it maybe makes it a little bit easier for someone like me to focus because you already have enough to think about, but I'm not going to blame that at all. I don't think that had anything to do with it. Why can't you just give me a couple easy wins? This is what you need to sort of pick yourself back up sometimes. Right, just give me a little cushion here. For every bullshit loss that's like, wow, how the hell did that happen? You should get an easy win. But what actually ends up happening is the fact that a lot of these losses you're giving them too easily as well. So I'm kind of being the very thing I'm asking for. Like, just blunder your queen once, not because you actually blundered it, but just you want to give somebody an easy win and let them, give them a nice little boost. So now you should be able to do it, but even then you still can't necessarily protect that. So the idea that, oh, he blundered a pawn, I don't even know if he really did. This elite allows me to pose the threat as if you're going to open the king, as well as posing this threat. So you would think something good maybe should come out of this. And you're also doing the cheeky fried liver potential threat. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with this. Like what he's doing with the knight, he's overplaying it a lot. So presumably he just goes back, or I could at least pin down. The point is you should probably win this pawn now, almost no matter what. But he's playing some sort of weird, confused opening here. And there's almost a guarantee he's not going to he's not going to give me the 7, so I'd have to do 2 more, but let's just make it quick then. So what you can do here is you can pin it down, or you don't even have to, though. That's the thing. Don't even worry about the pin. Just take the free pawn, and I can easily move the knight. Even if he tries to threaten it, you could still do it in that sense. Like, you would rather just castle, because it's going to be the 6 for 6 either way. If you try to go here, then you're screwed because you can't take it at all. Right, so the 6 for 6 actually isn't that bad. In fact, arguably, people say it's bad for you to do it. So you're giving up 2 pieces for 1, but because of how much I hate the knight, I guess that can be good. So he kind of walked himself into this. It's still not that bad, though. It's a pawn, and it's, just an awkward position with him overusing the knights. But see, I don't take advantage of it enough in terms of development still. Like, my development is worse than his, despite the fact that, this is where the knights are such passive pieces. He's trying to block and trying to do all these things, but they don't really do anything still. So I'm just putting so much pressure. Something good should come of it eventually. So you can just push me out with the pawns. So the pawns are a better deterrent than even the knights. So you can't move that, but you can easily push me out. So this one becomes a little bit awkward to do for sure. So you can double attack this, and then he'll cover it, like, let's say, with the bishop, maybe? So we do all that just for some potential trade idea. And I actually blunder my bishop in doing that. Because the position is just so unfamiliar. Okay. I don't know, man. I cannot bring myself to really. Okay. I just can't do it. I don't know. He's gonna bring this stupid bishop attack here. Otherwise, I could just do something simple like this, of course. If I wasn't already -2, that would have been okay, because now you would win this, but it's just not right. There is something wrong. I don't know what happened. I need to do one of those 14-hour sessions of it just to get back in the rhythm, of course. That's all you have to do. This is where studying saves you so much trouble, though. If I just had the desire to do it, I just don't think like I ever want to do it, so that just shows you I should stop almost where I am. So now at least you can save your own thing and actually win a pawn in the process. So this guy's kind of a big clown, come to think of it, just because he should have just done it. Like, he's already up by enough to take advantage of it. I mean, all you have to do is just move somewhere that you can actually get out of here. You can't do anything with that pawn. I mean, it's almost like the queen is going to get trapped here, which is beautiful, but is there not just like a simple square that you can just fucking go to and get out of here? You can almost just do this, but then he'll check and take it. Right, he'll check. But even if he checks, I can still take it back, right? He would like check there. I don't know. I don't know how to get out of here. you could go there and then do the royal fork. I should almost just play for my opponents. There's some sort of agreement that I have that for every 10 rating they gain, I get at least like 1 back or something. It's like I'm really, you wonder who the imposter is. It's actually me. This makes no fucking sense, man. He's pretty bad, so he might not see it, but he probably will see it. I just can't do it. I give up. I already was doing that whole bot challenge, so like I didn't want to play classical. Now I don't want to play rapid either. I basically just don't want to play period. It's just dumb, like how I'm doing it, because like you're not really putting forth any amount of effort at all. Zero effort. Just zero. So like why even bother? It's like you really are just doing it in pretext. Like you're trying to pretend like you care, but you really don't. So like what's the point? You're trying to force yourself to do it. Because if you really cared, you would have already studied and done things like that too. And that goes into the whole trading philosophy too. Like you would trade because you just want to get it over with almost. Like you don't really care. You want to, you want to get it over with. That's why even the faster formats too. Like you want to trade as much as possible, play as aggressively as possible, play the fastest format as possible, just so you can trade all the time, or just so you can get it over with as quickly as possible because you don't really enjoy it and whatever. Well, so much for the 16. I'll just drop another game. This has got to be one of the worst sequences of sessions together. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but I just don't want to tank it like how badly as I've done in the past where I, now I'll end up back at 1300 at this pace. Like, that's how it happens. It's almost inexplicable at times. It just doesn't make sense. What's funny is you can't even mate from that unless you mate by, like, unleashing the thing. Like, unleashing the bishop there. Oh my god, please just get it over with, dude. Please. What's annoying is then these breaks in between. Like, now I would want to get to 16, but I can't because now I won't have time till, like, tomorrow or something. Oh, would you just hurry up? Maybe I'll get a stalemate out of it. But no, I mean, I said at 16 I should start to study. So I basically, what I did instead is I basically just quit. Like, it's over because I don't really want to. So maybe I'll just stop. That seems like the more logical thing because you're trying to force it in a way that nobody really does. Nobody really plays a game like chess like the way that I do. Because it's just all... I don't really want from it what the higher level gives you, which is a lot of memory. And again, I'm not saying it's not hard to do it. It's just not the kind of experience that you necessarily want. I should almost have just sacked everything just to somehow... I mean, you would think he's just trolling because you can easily just mate. But, I don't know. I mean, I guess a guy like this has to take any victory he can get, or he has to, like, milk it and show off because... I guess I could do a couple more. I just want to show that I'm capable of winning a game here. Like, forget about doing anything in real life. Like, why not just do this all day? Okay, so today is kind of an unexpected session. Normally, the only day in the week that I actually stream chess anymore is only on Tuesday, but most of my chess has been coming off stream where I do these recorded sessions. Almost every day I try to do one, even if it's a little bit short, even if I have to break it up and do a couple here and there, because then I don't have to worry about, it kind of channels my old self where I would just go AFK a lot, even while streaming, but... and do like really long streams, so it would feel kind of worth it. You stream for 8 hours, but you're there for 6, or you're AFK for 2 total overall, which doesn't feel too bad, but I don't have that kind of time anymore, even with the AFK consideration. But it sort of simulates that, where like if you have 10 minutes here, 20 minutes here, do a little quick session, then go do something else, then, you can keep kind of breaking it up and still fitting stuff in there, which is the only way I'd be able to play an adequate amount of chess to get anywhere with it. So that's kind of the whole philosophy. It's just it's so insanely time consuming. But I introduced a new permadeath format on Tuesday's episode, and then I brought back another permadeath format that I did before on those recorded sessions, and I'll officially introduce it on this upcoming Tuesday, right? That'll be in my title and everything. But technically I've already started it. So let's review the 3 permadeath formats that we have to do with chess, because I'm always, as much as I love hard modes and permadeaths, there's nothing I love more than formats to go along with them, like all these sort of unique formats that I try to do. Like, you know, any multiplayer game, I always say that, like, play League of Legends and go through every character and play as them until you lose, and then you have to move on to the next one, and then when you get through all of them, it's over. So it's like a, you know, game within a game sort of session. The idea that you're able to, you know, go through Super Smash Brothers and play as every character until you lose, and every time you lose you have to move on to the next one. It works well even with team-based games where you're gonna die a lot, like in the course of a match, but that doesn't count. It's only permadeath as far as the victory or the loss of the overall match, like, you know, whichever team wins or loses. In like Overwatch or something, I did that in Overwatch 2 because I hadn't played Overwatch 2 yet. And I mean, Overwatch 2 is basically the same fucking game. It was like a glorified update, but to whatever extent it matters. So what we can look at here, little Jack Stauber vibes here. I haven't listened to that much. In before, this is the one that I get in trouble for, even though, you know, I'm usually pretty good about not. I think maybe if you listen to too much of the same thing in the same stream, then it can kind of be a problem, because then it seems like you're, you know, I'm not gonna like listen to every single one of his songs or something like that. It's just whatever. So yeah, the 3 permadeath formats. So the one that I originally do and have always done pretty much in the past is the permadeath increment and the permadeath format period. So on chess.com, kind of the main format is I set a goal, like, okay, so by October 1st I have to get to, by a particular date, I have to get to a certain rating. So like, let's say by January 1st 2025 I have to get to 2000, or I have to delete my account, hypothetically, is what I would do. And then if I fail, right, to get there by that date, then I have to, not only do I have to wait 6 months before I can reopen the account, potentially, but I also have to reach a certain threshold on here, usually in Classical, to be able to unlock it. So I would say, okay, I have to get to 2000 in Classical before I can reopen the account after failing the challenge. So that's actually where we're at now. I failed to get to 1500 because of some other reason, actually, the other format that I'll get to in a second. But I failed to get to 1500, and then therefore, as a result, I deleted the account. Then I would have to wait at least 6 months, but now I have to wait more than that because I have to get to 2000 both in Classical and Rapid. I made it. So that's the rule. So you always have, you use the chess as sort of the revival unlock condition because you're exiled to here. And so the 50-point increment is the other point, the other format that goes along with this. That's the reason why I actually had to delete it, and it's the first time I failed to that. It's not the fact that I failed to get to 1500 by January 1st of this year, right? It was like from July 1st to January 1st. I had 6 months to get to 1500, but I didn't actually fail on that criteria because it was only like September, October. I failed because of the other criteria, which is if I hit a 50 mark for the first time as part of this, you know, either in Classical on here or in general on there on chess.com, if I hit like 1350, which I did, then if I fall below 13, the 100 mark again, then I have to delete my account. So that's even still true on here, which is why I'm not playing Classical for a while, because I got to 17, but then I fell back down to like 16, 20, and it's the provisional boost is still there, which means if I win, I get a little extra, but if I lose a little extra. So I could lose over 20 and fall below 16, then I have to delete my account here. But I don't do it in Rapid. I've always been clear about that because it's just not as important to me, and even though I've been playing exclusively Rapid for a while now. Hey Nightmare, what's up? So then the second format I just introduced for the first time is the whole bot permadeath format, which I'm going to continue doing probably every Tuesday. I'll try to do, you know, one game in there, but it kind of takes the whole time because of how much I slow pace it, where I go through every single bot on chess.com. I get to choose the order, but I play each one until I lose to one, and then the format's over. And then the third permadeath challenge is one that I introduced kind of off stream in these last couple days in one of those recorded sessions, but it's one that I've done before, where it's the custom piece set permadeath, where every piece set I play until I lose and then I move on to the next one. So that's what we're going to continue doing here, even if I could use it as an excuse to say like, oh, that's why I performed so badly or something. But oh shit, it's showing that there. Why do I never remember that option even being there? And why does the UI look so different? Why I don't remember ever seeing this like portrait here. It almost makes me want to put my Diablo icon there doing the shush. Or I love that one emote of the girl doing the shush on Twitch. I've almost never seen it before, but it kind of suits me. Or people always associate me with the stone face one because I'm so monotone and unemotional and stuff most of the time. So here or even now though, I'm much more expressive than I was in the past. So it's amazing that that's changed. Yeah, that's the one right there. He knows it, and he's used it a number of times before, I think too. The point here is that we're going to go in order, and I guess when I introduce it on Tuesday officially, I'll use the ones on the site itself. But I've been going through these, so I have to remember, and a lot of them don't work, so it can be kind of annoying. We went through a number of these, like the frog one was kind of cool. So we're going to go ahead and pick one that we were at. So with the board, we're also going to do it with the boards too. The boards are the aesthetics of the site. So like we used, there's a Botez board that's like purple, right? And I don't know what that has to do with Botez. Is that like her favorite color or is that her favorite scent? I have no idea. But we used violet and we had lost on that. So that shows you what a bad streak we went on, because now this is a set, so the sets are at a different point because it's kind of confusing because a lot of them aren't going to work, so it's going to seem like I'm skipping them, and some of them don't even work in the context of like they'll be missing like one piece or something. So we're looking for mostly a board here if one of these actually works, and then we'll coincide it with a piece set. I was using that checkers board in the chess 24 set for a while, so maybe you develop some superstition that, oh, like I did really well with that, so that actually means something, right? Even though that has nothing to do with it. So we're gonna go through all of these though in some form, but I can't seem to find a fucking board to save my life. What are these? Or I'm kind of spoiling what the ones I had. Christmas one was kind of fun. The ones that sort of trigger me a little bit are the ones that have different pieces on each side though, because then it gets confusing. Like you got the Emperor and the stormtroopers on one side, and then you got like the R2-D2 and Luke Skywalker and stuff on the other side for the Star Wars one. Why is it so long without a board? I guess I could just read through them, and it's actually a little bit hard for me to see that because I'm using a monitor from a little distance away. You should make your own trash emote in which you imitate the original emote, but it's yourself. Yeah, I would do it with the Diablo actually. Like my channel icon should literally be one. Diablo giving the shush, and then Blizzard will ban me for stealing their IP or something, because I always trash talk Diablo style games anyway. And okay, what is going on with this? It's a great way to start when I can't even find one. Crystal chessboard. See, like, is there some sort of other minutia to this that would get it to work that like I don't understand why, like, because yeah, some of them are like that. Like the crystal chessboard might only work. Let me actually test this. Okay, so you go here, then I don't know what this is. Some guy's face is appearing at the top of this. Crystal chessboard. Right now, if you go into the details, is it gonna like dox me with some sort of information? I guess not, because I'm not really logged in or anything. Background glimmering crystal GIF board, but how do you get it? Like 2D purple board and dark background. 2D, like some of these either don't work or they seem like they don't work, but that checkers board was worth the effort. Choose the weirdest and ugliest board. Actually, I'm not going to acknowledge that one. I'm going to refund it just because for the purposes of this thing, I have to do it in order, so I won't really do that. Actually, I'll have to disable that. I forgot. Yeah, generally that is a pretty fun channel point thing to do. Of course, people try to troll me with the blindfold one. So what is it? 2D purple board. This is very confusing actually to get to work. Purple. Okay, I assume it's this one, and then what's the other one? Dark background. I don't know what that means. Dark. Okay, so how does that work? I guess it doesn't. I don't know. It's so hard to know whether it's somehow my fault or something. And it doesn't matter even what you do with, and it fucks up my beautiful background. That's one thing we're going to lose out on. Yeah, but we'll get to some very weird ones like we've already had to experience. Riv is a really good player, and he hates that one that's like the symmetrical pieces where it shows them like upside down and stuff. Okay, let's just try to find a board. So we were at crystal chessboard. Oh my god, dude, I didn't think this would take so long, but... And this kind of is sticking it to my Arc series to show you like how little I little time I really put into that one, because I don't really mind. I've gotten used to them being very short episodes because it just has gone on for so long that I don't really care. You were playing Minecraft and lost 13 diamonds and diamond enchanted tools. Oh shit. Or yeah, imagine that with a permadeath run of a game like that. If you start like day 1 and then you play it for like 1,000 in-game days or whatever, like Don't Starve or something, and then you die and the whole character and the whole run is over. That would be such a crushing format to do, because those kind of games just go on for so long. Right, one character could last like a lifetime, basically. We had the Christmas one, we have the crystal themed. I'm really struggling to actually figure this out a little bit. I kind of lost track even of where I was. Crystal chessboard. How come that one didn't work? Like colorful. This should count as a cosmetic. How did I miss that one? What the heck is going on? And if you do them over each other, then one kind of takes precedent. I don't know how exactly that works. So I'm not worried about the set right now. I'm trying to do a cosmetic, and then fine, we'll just do that. It's colorful, by the way. So now this cosmetic would be on the line. I want to find a board, though. Why is it this hard? Maybe there just aren't that many. Darker theme. There we go. Finally a board that works. Dashboard. Let's actually do one of each. We'll do the dashboard. We'll do the colorful chest, which is weird because it's just like nothing, but as a cosmetic. And then we'll find the P set, which I think we were on aquarium. Once we get in the hang of this, it'll be fine. Right, so now we'll do whatever next set appears. This one, which is actually pretty normal and decent, so I might actually go on a good streak then, because I'll clearly blame the set. Although aquarium's not really a bad set. Like Among Us inspired sets that we were doing. Okay, so now we can actually start where we'll play as this set until we lose, and this is going to be the way that it works. And we also lose the board, and we also lose the background in the process of doing that. Well, hardcore Minecraft, it exists, you die. Yeah, exactly, you can't respawn and stuff. But yeah, that is very, that's gotta be very rough. As much as I love permadeath runs, that's even taken it to another level. Like permadeath Skyrim, but even with permadeath Skyrim, I had to do it in a different level. Like I would say, it's permadeath, but it's only permadeath session. So like I'll play it for like 6 hours or whatever, and if I die, I don't get to save it at any point. So if I die at 5 hours 55 minutes in, I lose that whole amount of progress. But it doesn't mean that you have to delete the character, because that would just be sort of too much, or kind of unfair in a way. Let me think of another thing here to do. Just something we've listened to a million times before. Phoenix Wright, music never gets old. Or that's like a thumbnail I wanted to make, where it's like, which, or like a title, which music do you prefer listening to while playing chess? Mozart or Bach or something? They ask like 2 classical musicians, and then it's me like holding a Phoenix Wright album behind my back, like about to say that, but sort of embarrassed to admit it because of how, doesn't really fit. I can't still make more diamond stuff because you put it in your chest. I wouldn't really know much about the minutia of Minecraft because I barely ever played it actually, but I assume crystal is very difficult, or if it's as hard to find as it is in Ark Survival Evolved, because that's been what's holding me back this whole time. Yeah, we've lost already a number of those sets, unfortunately, and we get to miss out on the cool, sexy background. So I went as high as like 16, 17. And so this is one of those typical psychological issues that I have, where whenever I do well, I start to tank it for some reason. So let me take this super, super seriously. Just nothing should be an issue. I'm not even going to talk much. I'm not even going to do anything. Just play safe. And my trade tendency has really been way too much. Like I've been abusing my desire for trades even more than usual, which I never thought I would say that. You gotta watch out for the possible pin idea here. Okay, everything's fine. So now you just gotta finish your development. You gotta remember the bishop possibility of pinning it down. And that's the one move that I'm afraid of him making. And the reason why... You could actually just take this, though. That's the interesting thing. I mean, you can't do it now, but... Or no, you can't. Never mind. Fuck off. Now, the one thing I'm afraid of is what if he pins me? That's actually the issue. Now this he would have to block it with another piece actually, so this is effectively giving a check. Right, like you would have to just react to it. You can't just block it. Or you could block it, but you at least have to block it for a trade. What you want to do now is you want to stop the pin still. Right, so everything else should be fine. I kind of want to pin his own knight. You gotta escape from fiction. Since I lost my diamonds, now you're coping by playing chess. Well, hopefully it's not too frustrating for you at least, because for me, it's almost the opposite. Where playing chess is like the most tilting thing for me to do now. And I don't really get why. Either it's because I think I'm better than I am, or I should be better than I am, or I don't like all the studying pressure that I feel like I have to do it. Which there's no shame in studying, like everybody does all the time. That's literally all the game ever is. We go ahead, we pin this down so we have both of his knights pinned. But I arguably don't even know if that's good or not. Moving so fast and with such confidence. Now you can easily take this, because even if he takes, I still take. Or I could just take first if I felt like that's pertinent. I would take here, then if he takes, then I take. Then he... Wait. I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take. But it's not even worth it then, because I would lose two. I would lose two pieces. So he addressed one threat, but not the other. We trade that, then we take this. Then unless you have something really worthwhile to do with that, which maybe you could get away with that. See, like, what's stopping him from doing that? Because if I take, he can just take the knight. This is what's stupid about it. You can cover it with, like, the rook, but, I mean, it doesn't address the initial threat. That's so stupid, man. That's so dumb. Oh, my God. Like, why can you get away with that? How can you keep getting away with stuff like that, dude? Like this, he won't even still do because... He won't even do it because... You'd have to take with the queen first. So stupid, man. You're a good thinker, critical thinker. It wasn't difficult to get them, even though they are supposed to. I lost my main stuff I played for. It's just disappointing. That sucks. That's so unbelievably annoying. Okay, can I not do something with this, though? You should be able to just take it now. Like, I always feel bad for not taking it because... Like, whatever it opens up, like, I almost just don't even care. But then I end up losing. I just don't know. Like, it's impossible to know whether that's good or not. These are the moves that kind of trigger me so much. I just don't understand. Wait, this is even still maybe fine. You can't really unleash into a check, though, either. I don't like leaving so many of these things sort of hanging the way that they are. Then you can move the knight. There's too much shit going on right now. He takes, I take. He takes, I still take. I don't like using the arrows. So I just say it. Or I can at least show it like with the mouse, but the arrows are like external help. Even the mouse is external help. Even the seeing this is external help. Everything is external help. Like, this is not how it would be in a tournament setting. I just don't know, man. I don't see how any like beginner player would understand this sort of thing. Like, what are you supposed to do with that? How are you supposed to know whether that's gonna mate you later, or it just makes no sense, these kind of moves. Even though you see them, you don't know how to play around them. Like, it's nonsense. Nobody knows how to deal with sacks and stuff like that. But yet people still do them. Because they're so cocksure, or they've watched some stupid video by some streamer and they think they know what they're doing. I mean, it's not like I'm down. Well, actually, I probably should be down because of it, but... Like, it could be that I take it and I'm winning and it's beautiful, but then I won't know how to play it, or I'm too scared. I'm too scared of, like, whatever he's gonna do to me. Somehow, maybe I just... My calculation is sometimes pretty good, but I can't do it with that. It's impossible. There's no way for me to know. And he's just gonna leave it there. He's gonna sit there for the whole fucking game like a clown and just, oh, haha, look at me. I sacked my bishop. I sacked my bishop. Now, if there was somewhere good for the knight to actually go, that might be pertinent, but it's just not. I mean, if it's that bad for him, it should be that bad for me. So I could take it. I could let him take this. And then what happens, I have no idea. These positions are just nonsense, man. Nobody is playing like this, man. Like, who do these people think they are? I'll keep it pinned. I don't know what to do. No, see, I should punish him in the same way that I could make his king wide open, but since I'm not the attacking mindset, I'm not going to benefit from that either. Or maybe the reason why I've done better on those recorded sessions isn't because I'm not talking, because I'm still talking, and I'm not listening to music because I'm still listening to music, or I'm not using custom presets because I'm still doing that, but it's because I'm not streaming so they can't snipe me, right? They don't know that I am, or I'm recording it, or even if they did, they couldn't watch me unless they're watching me like outside my window. Like, how would they know what I'm saying? So like, he might have done that sack because I said it, which can sometimes benefit you, because like, oh yeah, he would totally, and it could be even like a self bait. I think I'm genuinely saying a good move. I'm not even trying to bait him into doing it if he's sniping me, but then it turns out, oh, I missed that, and then he does it anyway. So we both miss what's actually bad about it. You would think there'd be a good move with this, but then you realize it's a piece called a knight. And when you realize that, then you realize it's just garbage and it never does anything useful for you ever. So like, think about this position. You cannot, nothing good comes of this. Like, are you stupid or something? Like, what the fuck? I mean, you could kind of do whatever you want and then still be threatening to take it, but there's nothing good that you can do. That's the thing. Nothing, not a single thing fucking that you can do. Wait, why can't I move it? Oh no, it looks like you can't because the thing is so dim, the little circle. Queen, yeah, that would have been a good opportunity maybe to do it there, but I'm a little bit confused though as to this position. This is very unusual. Like, why couldn't I get away with doing this? You can totally get away with it. I'm gonna do it. Because it doesn't matter. That's the thing. It doesn't matter because your queen's under attack. And so, fuck it. If it doesn't work, I don't care. You want to sack a piece like a clown? I sack a piece like a clown. Just we all clown. Okay, dude. Okay. It's still the same threat, though. You want to take the fucking rook. Oh my god, this guy is really pissing me off. It really is. You can just trigger me into defeat by playing like this. I don't understand what this is. What is this game that this guy is playing? Because this isn't chess. This is not what chess is like. It doesn't look like this. It doesn't play like this. This has nothing to do with chess. What the fuck kind of clown shit game is this guy playing? Like, he doesn't know what he's doing. That's the thing. He has no idea. Can I not just do anything, man? I can still win, but I'm just kind of triggered, honestly. Or that would be a good way to, like, bait a trade out of it, I guess. Like, he has no choice but to do it, and then it's still fine for him. It's not a big deal. That's fine, because we take the queen. Let me guess, he's going to somehow sack something else in some stupid-ass way that I can't figure out. Because now this is maybe not in the best spot, although you were double attacking there, so you could take. I don't even know what happened there, really, but okay, this looks kind of cute. Whatever, dude. If people really want to play like this, it's fine. I just don't get it, but whatever. Alright, now there's something wrong with this because you're giving up the double attack, but there's nothing I can do about it either. Like, I just have to let it happen, I guess. My trade fiending always coming to help me. Boy, I sure wish the knight could actually do something here. That would be kind of a nice quality to have. It was actually being capable of moving on the board and actually doing something in the process. Wait, this is kind of an important game, though, so I better actually win it. I mean, I'd be willing to just take the knight, take the rook. I don't care. Like, I just don't care, dude. I've had it. I'm done. Talk about not being lazy. Like, I'm being completely lazy, so we gotta put these on the light squares now, and we'll be fine, maybe. Like, you should be able to stop this pretty easily, or at the worst case, you get a draw. He might be. I doubt he's cheating, because I guarantee you he made some mistakes. But the thing is, you can get away with doing that because why? Because, like, I'm so bad that I don't know how to punish these things. That's the thing. But people play like completely weird gambit, sack, crazy things, and it's like either it wouldn't work at a higher level, so you shouldn't do it, or you have to know exactly what you're doing for it to work. So neither of those things are true. So why would you even bother? I mean, I'm gonna get obsessed over the light square idea here, but I don't really have a choice but to do it. I have to do it. Now, if you can somehow promote this, I'd be very impressed. There's no question about it. But now we want to focus on the light squares, so that should be good. Go ahead and hold this down with the king. I've been actually very good at endgames, because like I kind of turn it on. It's like one of those things, you know, like, oh, now I'll start trying because it's the endgame. But it seems kind of dumb because it shouldn't be like that. I don't know actually really how to deal with this though. Like, how would I keep the king out? I can't really do anything about that either. I should just go for it, no? But the knight isn't going to be reliable enough for me here. Oh, this is bad. I can't figure it out. Especially with this amount of time. Hey, Bugatti, thanks for the follow. Yeah, we can play, sure. Oh, that was even a mistake, too. The knight always does it to me, but that actually should be fine, maybe. Or maybe not. Okay, that was actually probably a mistake by him because... No, I should easily be able to equalize these pawns now. Like, I'll gladly take a draw. I don't even give a shit. Just literally take these two and you're good. Like, it doesn't... I honestly should. I don't care. I'm not going to lose. I don't care. Fuck it. Now I just have to literally trade this shit. It's probably still going to be difficult to do. You got to know your limit sometimes. Like, this seems like you should win, but I can't figure it out, so I just give up. And how the fuck do you attack this then? What? How does the knight move? Because I don't fucking get it. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. Why is there nowhere... You could literally sack it. You could literally sack it. Take it, and then I just still take with the king. I don't give a shit. You're so stupid, man. How can I not attack it? Dude, please, just fuck off. This guy just pissed the shit out of me, so I don't even want to play right now, but... Oh my god. Like, that's just, like, it makes you want to just not even play the game. Like, it's not even about winning or losing. Like, just... If you play like that, just forget about it, dude. Such a triggering clown game. And watch where he probably blundered a million times, but I can't punish it because I'm too stupid myself. That was the biggest clown fiesta you've ever seen. But at least I didn't lose. So at least I get to preserve the piece set and stuff like that then, because that's what's really important. Because this is kind of a nice set. Now, whether I should count it in viewer games or not, I'm not sure. I almost shouldn't. But I guess because we have so many to work towards, and of course I'll win anyway, but... You know, just if I'm playing like a 2,000 player or something, it could be... But that's a blunder. Was that the correct move for him to take with the bishop, though? Whatever, I'll look at it after. 3-2, sure. Okay, let's try. Oh, 1-3-3-7. Look at him. Inner peace. Okay, so we'll preserve this piece set. He gets to stay alive. It really only should count for ranked games, though, to be honest, because... Yeah, otherwise it's not really fair. One guy was clowning me with some opening where he, like, moved his pawns the whole game. Like, his first, like, 10 moves are almost only pawn moves. And then I go to look up what the opening's called, and it's like... Oh, shit, what is this? How did I fuck this up? Wait a second. Shouldn't that, like, not normally work? Losing to the fried liver already, I guess. I mean, it gives you even more incentive to trade when it's in this sort of faster format of a game. It's not like I'm down by much, but... Okay, this is still fine. I mean, the main thing he got out of it is the castle. Oh, look at him. He's playing right into my hands. Trade fiending almost as hard as I do. King right in the middle of the board, as it was meant to be. Double attack there, which doesn't actually do anything at all for me. Go here. Could go here, maybe. Yeah, my blitz rating is pretty god-awful, though. What is he in other things? 14, 17. Oh, nice. Although it's sort of provisional, but it's still good. Okay, let's see what he's got. Let's actually try to take these games a bit seriously, because I always get in this comfort zone. It's an amazing thing to observe. See, this is why I needed to come back and play chess. Because you need the psychological analysis of the game, where it's like, it has nothing to do with chess. It has to do with, like, in 1 month, I go from like 13 to 16, and then I'm struggling. Why? As soon as I get to 16, is it because it's really that hard or that competitive of a rating, or is it because if you took, I could took, but then you could took there? Fuck. That was not a good move, but whatever. You'll still get to take this back though, so it's almost okay. -1, or... Oh, no, now it'll be -3. Well, I can't blame the time format, though, because obviously I didn't use the time at all. Okay, let's see if we can do something now. High-level calculation moment. Not only would it be a take, but it would be obviously a back rank too. But yeah, that's why I even embrace and encourage stream sniping to the extent that I feel like, oh, you know, he's gonna... Yeah, we can outfox the knight because the knight's just a garbage piece. Watch. Because like whatever I can see or that I would say, they should be able to see anyway, and I should still be able to beat them. Let's bully the knight. Watch, watch. We're gonna trap the knight. Or whatever. See, we're the aggressor because his piece is worse than mine, even though it's the fucking... You get a passed pawn out of it. If he checks, it's still okay. We can go up. We connect the two. Now he can't even move the knight at all, though. That's the beauty of it. The problem is I'm going to lose by the attrition rule of having to move pieces when he doesn't have to. Right, because now the king can't really move too much. Fuck. I mean, he still can't really come in there, but he would take the stupid pawn then. You lose not because of the knight, but just because of his ability to move other things. I don't have a choice. Are you serious? I could still probably cut it off, and then he has to worry. Okay, we'll go here. This is a pretty bad start. Fuck. Now maybe he can't stop it. This is actually kind of hard to do, but I'm sure he knows exactly how to do it. But he might still have to draw it somehow. Aw, what the fuck. Wait, that was even easier than it normally is. Let's actually play it out all the way just for the fuck of it. Which I know is antithetical to how chess actually works. Good game. Yeah, see, now I would blame the time format. Oh, I'm not good in those faster formats, but it doesn't matter because I didn't use the time very effectively, or at least not at the beginning. Yeah, good game. How did we get hit by the fried liver so easily early on? Because I feel like that never really happens. What did I do wrong here? That is so weird. what do I normally do there that wouldn't, or that wouldn't happen? I guess it's not that bad, but oh, I guess you are supposed to do that, but that's not something I normally do. These center pawn pushes are not at all what I do. So that sack was kind of superfluous. It was a blunder to move the queen there, because then you lose the knight, but then I kind of get it back a little bit, but then I fuck up again. Right, I try to be like overly ambitious with that move. Right, like I'm encouraged by these people sacking stuff all the time in these games. What you have to do now is let's see, I bet he gave me a chance with the knight situation too, somehow. Because you do get a passed pawn, but I guess you can't really do anything with it. Or he's not winning because of the knight, but he's winning because of the pawns. Like, the knight is almost not even relevant there, because you still wouldn't have been able to do anything. Right, he had enough pawns and in a good enough position where I couldn't necessarily do anything about it. What is another good thing we could listen to here? I kind of want a variety of stuff here. Okay, let me try to actually... so that, again, that one doesn't count towards the thing for my purpose. Yeah, no problem. Okay, let's try to focus here. Alright, we get to play as white, 1600, which is where we're trying to get to, back to myself. It's like these players aren't that bad, but they're also not that good is what I'm making them out to look like. And so the problem is that I'm kind of taking them too easy now. That's the whole sad part. It's like, oh, it's because I think I'm better. But maybe I am better. It's just you have to actually still try to be better. You can't just, oh yeah, give me a fucking scholar's mate, dude. Or like I always expect something easy, or, you know, to just come, like, I expect them to make some obvious mistake or something. That's why I hate the idea of studying too, because it feels like I don't want to study until I've exhausted every single ounce of potential I have without studying. And so basically that means I'll never study, because, you know, you'll just never get to that point where you actually play your best perfect game. It just doesn't feel like it's still ever happened yet. If he takes, I can't really say whether that's good or not. If he takes with the queen, okay, he doesn't even. This is covered, so it almost just doesn't even matter. Now here you'd feel pressured to take. There's some sort of unleashed cheeky thing you could maybe come up with here, right? That would be cute, but he's not going to entertain such things. So now at this stage, you can look for the castle here for sure. Okay, see you later. Did I redeem myself for what? What is going on here? If he took with the rook, that could be good for me. This position is like very claustrophobic. I don't know what he's doing. Like, that stops me from bringing it up, but it doesn't matter if I take. This is still fine, I guess. Oh, he's like double attacking this, which even still that doesn't matter, but he's gonna like push out the knight somehow, I bet. Like, he'll just do that, but I guess I don't have to move it. The losses, well, I just lost that one game against a viewer, but no, I have to play pretty well here now. So now if you do this, this is fine. He takes with the pawn, he takes with the thing. So now you could do like this, just a little cheeky threat, doesn't really do anything. Which is often what I do because it becomes so difficult to attack. That's at least one element of chess I really respect, is that, you know, it is way harder to attack than what you would ever imagine in chess. Sometimes even regardless of who you're going against, like, okay, if you do this, I take, doesn't really do anything for me though. Yeah, actually, what style of player even is Nightmare? I guess I think of him as very well-rounded. See, some players have such a distinct style, like Simply. He's very aggressive, and he's always known that, and that's just something he did when he was 900 rating and worse than me, and something he does when he's 2000 rated. It's just his preferred style of play. But my whole thing is just, I am very deliberately defensive minded, even if that's often to my detriment, because I don't know how to attack, or I always tried to attack, and then I got humbled so much that I just realized I can't do it. Are you serious right now? Okay. What the fuck are you doing? I kind of just wanted to do the pawn push here. Like, you're making this more difficult than it needs to be. Now he'll do this, and he can get away with it because somehow... I don't fucking know. I mean, that would always be good if you just, if he had moved the knight, which who knows whether he's going to do it or not. This is the move that you're really looking for here, and he doesn't have a diagonal necessarily there to punish it. Whether he puts the bishop there now in the future or not, I can't say. And so now at this stage, you are in a position where you really can't do much of anything. So I'm curious about what you're going to be expected to do with the pawns, because I almost see this as being the best move. Because... Or no, wait, if he takes, no, but I can't take, that's the thing. Why are these positions getting so much weirder? I guess I'm playing like overly careful now or something, which is kind of good. Taking there doesn't really work. This is a heck of a spot for the knight, so that's the one concession that you're giving him, is that you're able to basically... You could actually just take that, but I mean, now is not the time. I don't even know where this is gonna want to go. I have no idea. He might be overplaying with the knight, but that is a godly position for the knight. You cannot argue with that at all. Like, oh my god. But at least his castle is completely a non-factor. Like, he's just not going to castle at all, I guess. But it still doesn't do anything for me. You almost want to bring this to here and then try to take it? I can't figure it out. Honestly, unironically, that might be the best thing I can come up with here. I love this. Like, it's an immobile piece, but it's still so effective. Like, just by sitting there, that's when it's at its best. When it's not moving, which that I can certainly agree with. Let's see. What does he do? What does he do? Okay, that's fine. So time-wise, we're okay. That's okay too, I guess. You could always do it like this. Although it could be a little bit dangerous too, opening this up, but I mean, it's fine for now. He attacks the queen there, which seems totally random, honestly, but okay. Not really that much variety of places you can go anyway. Doesn't really change what the knight can or can't do. But that's even what... Okay, it's fine. So now, take. If not, I can turn it into a passed pawn, which probably won't be very strong. Or in fact, he'll immediately just be able to take... No, he actually won't. Because you've loaded up on here where that could actually be strong. See, sometimes I do good things without even realizing it. So that could be a very strong passed pawn, but I still won't have the effort or the ability to really maintain it over the course of a game. Like... You should do this and it could be good and it'll probably pay off, but I highly doubt that I'll actually be able to do it. But the position that I'm in is just so ideal for it that, you know, you got the double diagonal on it, you got this, like, just push it with reckless abandon, but actually you probably shouldn't, because it's going to be as strong there as it's ever going to be. So the problem here is that the rook can't really move super well. And the reason why is because the queen is kind of in its way. This is a heck of a position, man. Where are people coming up with these? You got to move the rook away at least first, and and then use the bishop to take. But you can't actually take that, because if you take, I take, you take, I take, you take, I still take. So advanced level calculation at 1500 rating. Very nice, very nice. I almost just only wanted to get back to 16, but okay, that's fine. That's actually perfectly fine. I don't know why he even did that. What else could you possibly do? All the trades only make me happy. The trades never bothered me anyway. And now his position isn't beneficial to him at all because you worked all that time for what? Just an Octopus Knight? Is that really the best you can do? Like, just... Your position now is not going to be that great, I don't think. Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go. He's going to fucking clown me with this. He just won't let me do the one and only thing I want to do here. If I go here, it's not going to be good because then I can't move that and I can't... I don't know. This is so stupid, bro. Like, that knight is actually invincible. He's never going to let me take it. Is there something he can do? This is the whole thing with the knight, though. Like, it's sitting there taking up space, but it would have been far more effective with the queen on the board. If you let the queen leave the board, then what happens? Like, that's no good. Okay, so now what? I could let him take, and no, then I wouldn't be able to take. You get here, so it's unpinned. So even if he tries to go back, he'll be guaranteed to be taken. So the only thing he can do, I guess, then is leave it there. The limits of the knight, you're facing its evident reality here, just that it's not very good. Even in the best optimal octopus situation that you could ever have in your life, it's still not very good. Or it takes too advanced of a brain that us low-rated players don't have to be able to make the best of it. So you can't use that as an argument like, oh, if you use it optimally, because you don't have to use the bishops optimally, you don't have to use anything else optimally, so... You can almost just leave this here, and I'd be more than happy if he took it. Or you know what, let's do this first, actually. Just try to clean this up. So we would have a very good position here because we would have a bishop pair versus a potentially an octopus knight at best. Dude, are you serious? Like, I'm gonna chase this fucking thing down and force it to leave my game. Like, why are you playing like this, dude? You were dead no matter what. Now, you might take it for the bishop, that's still fine. Fuck you. And this could be dangerous, like, oh no, you're gonna get back ranked, but you're really not even. You gotta watch it a little bit. Now, we're in a good position, but I have to be a little bit patient with it too. This is covered, this is covered. So let's see what genius level strategy he comes up with. We could look at something on this side of the board. Okay, this is at least a solid game, though. This was at least a clean, solid, properly played game, kind of. If you go here, you can still take, but I'm kind of worried about it. He's going to do something weird here. Then I'm going to get distracted and do my own thing on the other side, which I shouldn't do. But I also don't know really what to do with this. Where else can the bishop go if it's not going to... This is the only pawn that really needs a cover that he can get to. Let's go totally to the other... I don't know. It's not going to do anything, though. We can go like to here. So how is he ever going to take an octopus bishop? There was a good octopus in this game, but not for him. Not the octopus knight. Like, fuck it. Dude, just take everything, I guess. Although, it leaves a couple questions for sure. It's still not a passed pawn. So, and he gave actually me a passed pawn by doing that. You can't really do anything with these. My king isn't really doing a whole lot here either. He'd give a check. This doesn't really make sense. I would love to do the trade, but he's not giving me that opportunity here. Gonna potentially check there, so I'm not entirely sure what this means here. You'd go like this, and then he's sort of powerless to do much of anything in general. The bishop is pretty much secure, right? So you don't have to worry about that too much. And that's going to be safe pretty much no matter what. Oh, the thing that's going to get me now here is time for sure. Or you might not be able to... Oh, God. You might not be able to protect those on the other side now. He'll attack this and I won't be able to save it. But at the very least, you can guarantee that these two maybe are safe. Oh, fuck me. Okay, okay. I have a passed pawn, but I can't really do anything with it. Can't do anything with those. I don't see how he can really stop me from taking it, though, either. Or, I guess, like that. But the king can't do fuck all, I guess. Well, that's a little bit annoying because I can't really do anything. Alright, I'll just keep moving the bishop back and forth. And now this will turn into a draw as well. I don't know what's going on with me, really. I don't have, like, the killer instinct you gotta have, like, to actually finish off good positions, because I often get them. I don't see how you can convert this either still, because how can you can't do anything to cover it. Or I guess maybe like that, but I'm not sure. Man, are you just joshing me right now? Like, what are you doing? Go back, cover it again, just do the same old boring shit over and over. Oh, fucking stupid, this guy, man. Like, I can give up a pawn even to do this, but you're really pissing me off now. Do whatever you want, man. I don't care. I really don't care. Go ahead, do it. It's fine. Just do it. You should have even took that. Fuck it. Now it's gonna be the same thing on that side. I have the extra piece, so I would have the sacking capability. The problem is that I'm not gonna be able to do it necessarily like in time or something, right? There's gonna be some problem with that. I don't know. I guess I just don't like endgames and I just can't play them or something. I can't stay focused at that point. It gets so monotonous. It's not even about the amount of time. It's about the stage of the game, I guess, that you're at, where it's like, oh, you could have just took there then. He could probably have done something better here in these moves, but... Or you can do it like this. But I'm fucking stupid. So, or wait. He missed that, but whatever. The bishop can sack. That's the core lesson. The bishop can sack. So if the bishop sacks, it's fine. Like, how am I gonna win with 7 seconds though? Like, what the fuck? Oh, stupid, man. I'm about ready to just stop playing, man. The way these games are going is what's pissing me off. It's not even about the outcome. It's like... You could just mate right there, I guess. Wouldn't be very hard. I don't know what this is, man. Doesn't matter. Like, I got to 16 and now I can take as long as I want to get where I gotta get, but for what? It took a minute to load that. This is just getting weird, yeah. Like, at some point in the game I just stopped trying because I feel like I'm up, or... Which is usually a pretty bad habit of mine, but even that, like being a blunder, it doesn't really matter. Most of these things don't matter for the majority of the game. So now let's find a new cosmetic thing to use here, which might be a little more difficult to use, actually. You're winning a little bit there. I'm not entirely sure what you're supposed to do in a position like this, and I don't see how you would know unless you've studied it. Like, what is... And I don't know how you could even study this, because it's like... What kind of position is this? What am I supposed to do with this? But I guess I'm at least better off than he is. And like, you have to make these monotonous, repetitive back and forth moves, whether you're trying to bait for a threefold repetition or something, because this is quite the drop off that we've had, and I'm a little bit surprised by it, but it is maybe part of the routine. Let's see how far we can go here. Basically just wanted to get back to 16, but it doesn't look like I will. So the draw doesn't count, obviously, against that. But we used that one. We got to use it in a viewer game, which I guess is a little extra exposure. So now let's try to see what we have. We have the ASDF one for the set. Let's try to find that and find the next set after that that actually works. Or like we'll go in and it'll be missing like one piece and then I'll have to figure it out. It was this one, ASDF, whatever the fuck it is. So this one is also pretty normal. Bases, pieces. Okay. Then colorful. So let's see what the next cosmetic after colorful is. Assuming that I can actually find one because they can be a little bit rare amongst everything else here. This is just a fun little like background sort of challenge to do because, okay, a lot of these are going to be pieces. That technically is a background for this, even though you can barely see it. I'll count that. And then we have to find the next board after dashboard. Like in a car, get it? Even though there is no joke really, it's just, I don't know what that's supposed to tell me. Okay, dashboard. These are all the same ones. I don't know what, oh, we're using the purple one by default just because. Okay, that's a different set. Ekin Lichess. So it's kind of like ICC almost. Okay, so let's try again. We'll go something else here. I don't know what. I'm kind of running out of ideas here. What about... You don't even have to look for extended anymore if you just use the loop thing, but... let me try to find something in here. Arrangement. Why is it an arrangement? Or, oh, it's just because of the... This is good when you're playing as black. The guy clad in black. It's glad in black, though. You must have mistyped it. Or no, this is just somebody's own manual remaster of it. I thought it just meant because it's on the DS. Okay, here we go. Let me actually try to focus here. So we drew the one game and then we lost the next game in kind of frustrating fashion. And I'm not even talking about the fashion of the piece set that I'm using because these two are actually pretty good. Okay, what is it that's wrong? Okay, now this guy is a provisional player, but I shouldn't let that make me underestimate him either. Now that's confusing, but I feel like I have to take it. And I'm always happy with this because now you can't castle, but presumably he doesn't want to castle because you see nobody ever does. They all just play super aggressively and get away with it because I'm a clown who allows that to happen, I guess. Go ahead and bring out the knight. Everything should be fine for the time being. That could almost be a guaranteed thread there, like that I wouldn't have been able to necessarily do anything about, right? There's no other way you can cover it, but he didn't do it. Of course, exactly as he planned. He intended a queenside castle. You see, this provisional 1500 knows how to play queenside castle positions. Like, just, it's a normal thing that everybody totally does all the time. Okay, dude. That's okay. I mean, if you really want to push for it, we should push aggressively into the king side anyway, so it's a good excuse to do it. Let me guess, you're gonna sack here. You should totally do it, and it might be good, it might not, I have no idea. His rook's bearing down. That's actually not bad either. But if he takes, I'd be screwed, so I almost have to let him do this. As long as the H file isn't open, you might be okay with that. Gotta be something good the knight can do, but I often say that. And I'm often very disappointed. Come on, I just have to show that I can concentrate and play at a consistent level for a certain amount of time, which I really can't do. Or I haven't shown that I can do. Yeah, nice background too, by the way, that we're playing for. Okay, that's doing me a major favor because it could have been exploited so many other ways if you just left it around there. Okay, now I just need to figure something out. This is technically a protected fork, so that should be good, but who knows what's going to happen. I'm gonna go for it. I mean, see, these are the kind of things, like, this should be good, but it just won't be somehow. And that's when I just get pissed, because there shouldn't really be a way for you to deal with that. It's not like you can pin me down with it. You can't do anything. You take, I take. And now if I have priority of which one I get to decide to take, I guess he won't do that, though. He'll move one. But what's really awkward about it is even that they're not covered, although I guess one of them was. Okay, there should be no reason why you just don't take there. Never make moves too quickly. That's rule number 1. I mean, there's no reason to really even do that. Like, you're allowing him to come in too easily, but I guess I'll still do it. If it lets me trade, I guess I'm happy about it. Now, this could be a very strong move, because even though you'd say, oh, well, the pawn's not covered, it does still effectively work, but the way that you can often get out of stuff like this is by giving a check, right, which you could easily do, but I'll still do it. If you give a check on d4, right, but then you're going to effectively be forked between the rook and the queen, and so at that stage, maybe it would be okay. Right, because now, even if you do that, you got to worry about the queen first, too. You got to worry about the queen, you got to worry about the rook. I even called exactly what he would do, too, by giving a check. So if he takes the rook, I take the queen. If he does that, it's not going to change the fact that, well, actually it would. Like, why don't we just take this first? He takes the queen, and he can take the rook back, but it's okay because he's got nothing left. So even I can't fuck a position like this up, so at least that's the queen win against, albeit a provisional player. It's almost like when you're on a bad streak, it gives you like weaker opponents to go against just because, you know, like somehow it almost feels bad for you. There is something to that, maybe. It should be fine. He doesn't have a passed pawn. And I almost feel bad for it a little bit because it's just, you know, it's maybe not even entirely deserved, but it's okay. You got to take some of these easy wins sometimes. You go here, you can go here, don't give him a stalemate. Okay, as usual, getting a checkmate without even realizing it fully is one. You get to keep this set around. Let's try to... That's kind of a short game, but that's good. And I'm not even talking about the fact that it's, you know, such a fast format anyway. What is her theme? I don't even remember. Fiverr, is it going to show me the gig doctor who's known for the ligma jokes? That's what made Fiverr famous, am I right? Unironically, that's where he did it. Like, it's some gig site where you get to pay people money. So he's like, I'll dress up as a doctor and say whatever you want. And then that's what he said. Yeah, we can play one, sure. That'll get me in the right mindset of actually playing better opponents, because somehow I'm not used to doing that. What is his name on here? Is it the same thing? He has so many different accounts everywhere. on TV for 2 minutes. I don't know what that means. Like, how come I was on TV too? The way that the TV is supposed to work is like, it shows you like the best people, the highest rated at the format at the time. I could be there on there all day if I want. If I'm like 3,000 rated, I guess. Oh yeah, it should be on here. Like, Niu Shafan. Yeah, the site's so dead, of course, it would be easy to find people on here with a particular name. Although mine, you do kind of have to search for a little bit. Let's practice the whole 10-minute capability, or he's going to go for a classical. Yeah, I'm not in the mood for the classical right now. Let's just do, oh shit, I close it out. Let's just do a normal 10-minute game and I'll practice that. Okay, here we go. So this is a good opponent, and he's not going to go easy on me, probably. Although sometimes he maybe seems like he's trolling. Of course. Here we go again, dude. Opening Theory 101. Fun and interactive game. I think apparently you're supposed to go like this, but I don't even know. And I don't know at what point you're supposed to let the whole thing go. Like, actually take everything. You would think now maybe is a good time. But he gets a good center pawn sort of position out of it, so my bloodlust desire to take is maybe not justified. You're never going to catch him out on some basic trick because he's simply too good for that. Although you shouldn't really think like that. You shouldn't think one of two things. You shouldn't think that, oh, they're so bad that they're going to make an obvious mistake and get pissed when they don't, or, you know, underestimate them. But you also shouldn't think that, oh, they're too good and they'll never make a mistake, because then you'll miss the one that they actually do make. So it's kind of hard to say. You don't play the opponent, play the position, but when you don't know the position or how to play it in the first place, what are you supposed to do with that? You're getting some nice little free pawn development. The one mistake about this is that I'm giving him too much, I'm fucking up my own bishop's existence by doing this. Maybe I could reverse it somehow like this. Honestly, I'm just doing random things and I have no idea what they are, but ultimately, at least the bishop is in a reasonable spot. But sometimes that can be good, because if I play in such an improvisational random way, even though I kind of knew exactly how to play that opening, it's a case where it throws them off, because all their theory and study is useless against me, not because I'm above it and I know it, but because I have no idea. So I just do random stuff, and then it might not be part of something they're familiar with or studied. So that can sometimes work to my benefit. It's especially funny against like really, really good players, like 2,000 plus, and they're like, I love that moment against like Lucar. And she's like, I don't know this line, and I'm laughing my ass off, because it's like, you're literally a 2,000 plus player who's like way better than me, and then they're complaining about it. Not that they lost or whatever, but it's like, oh, I don't know this variation. Like, I don't know it either, dude. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but yet somehow I'm doing something that they're not familiar with. Maybe it's not a variation, it's just an actual blunder and a random move, but they don't know how to deal with it. Woe is them. First world chess 2,000 player problems. Like you're saying you don't know it, assuming that I do know it. Oh, I must have studied this one. I sure am. I'm an expert on this. But I guess low-rated players do sometimes do that. Like, they have a specialty. There'll be this one opening that they know super well, and it's the only thing they do, and they do it all the time, and, you know, they kind of troll people with it. So, now that's kind of a weird spot to leave myself in. Very interesting maneuver, for sure. Very, very interesting. One pawn makes all the difference in the world, huh? It's just that simple. It's just that close. See, now you got to think to sack like a clown, because that's all it would take. Like, if you could do that, but it just doesn't work. Damn it. Now you got to think like a GM or something. Or at the very least, just do simple basic moves like just cover the piece that's not covered. But no, it felt like I missed a good opportunity there, just or like I gave him a pawn in a way that I didn't need to do. Right, like I'm trying to play too fancy and aggressive and it just doesn't work. Whether because he's so good or whether because I'm so bad at attacking that I don't know what I'm doing. Which is often the case, but at least that's the one thing you have to know. You have to know that you're not good at it, and so therefore you at least know your limits and then play to your strengths or something like that. This one's almost like that Kingdom Hearts one. This is pretty good for chess, like just very calm, and that even has like the ocean ASMR relaxing kind of sounds to go along with it. Not because chess is a relaxing game and it suits it, but because it's such a frustrating game that it helps alleviate your stress and frustration that way. That just fucking ruins everything, doesn't it? My one simple, obvious attacking idea goes down the drain because it wasn't very hard to figure out what I was trying to do with it, but probably not a good move, but I can't resist a good trade. You're giving him initiative with that move. That's why that's a bad take. Like, I let his rook come in, assuming that's even a good spot for the rook to be in, whatever. But I'm letting it come in a way that isn't necessary. I didn't have to do that at all. So now I'll try to dick around with the knight a little bit. Because it should be fine. See, there's a very obvious sequence that he probably sees in his sleep, but this is instructive. I take here, then he takes here, but then I can take here. And he can't take with the queen because I take here, he takes here, I take here. But that's like child's play. Anybody can see that. But these are the kind of little lines you got to take advantage of at this rating. So it creates a bit of a problem for him, but not really that big of a deal. Yeah, let's see if he knows how to deal with this, because even I see it. I think, but that's the thing. I think I know how to do it, but maybe I'm wrong. If he doesn't see it, then how the fuck do I see it? That's like the Trump line, like Ted Cruz is saying, wait, Trump's talking trash in the 2016 debates, and he's like, Ted Cruz says, but you're not beating Hillary, you're not beating Hillary. And then he's like, well, if I can't beat her, then you're really going to get killed because I'm already beating you in the polls and stuff. Well, that's always the best comeback. It's like, you might be right. Maybe I will lose to her, which of course he didn't, but you're doing even worse. So how does that make sense? So if he can't see it, how the hell am I supposed to be able to see it? But sometimes you can. At least it's making him think for a second here. Not that the clock is really ever my friend. Look at this. I'm making a 1762 scratch his head over a move, yet I'm getting destroyed by 15, 1600s. Not really 14s, but I'm not even saying it makes that much of a difference, but I don't know. Something just seems weird. It is like a playing down your competition issue or something. I was going to come up with some god tier level sequence to deal with this, but I don't even think it's as good as it seems. And it doesn't mean I'll win the game because even if I get something out of it, I'm not going to win the game because of it. It's just, I'm not even going to say what I think he should do. I'll just let him do what he's doing. See, everybody's powerless against me if they don't stream snipe me or if I don't give them any ammo. That was the whole secret to why my viewers would farm me all the time. Not just because they're better than me, but because I always gave them ideas and they could hear my thought process, and apparently that does help more than I give it credit for. It's like, what good would it do for you to stream snipe a clown like me? But apparently, it at least helps you maybe predict my moves better or something like that. Or like it saves you time calculating because I'm already telling you what I'm going to do. Or now he'll pretend like he's AFK because I created actually a difficult position. But like I said, we're not making any excuses here. Okay, so now what? So after all that, all I get is a dinky fucking pawn out of it. And I almost don't even want to take with the inferior piece of the knight. Okay. Let me guess. That was somehow the wrong piece to take with, even though it doesn't really make sense why it would be. At least we got a little time advantage by doing that. Or he's cooking food, like he always says he's cooking food while he's playing. Which is interesting, because that's a foreign art to me as much as chess theory, because I'm a fast food fiend, of course. That's interesting. Why would he... Oh, no, never mind. See, when you think they make a mistake, they actually didn't, because... Whatever. The thing that's confusing about this is he just really gonna win back the pawn that easily? I don't know. Oh. Now that arguably should work, right? Like, let's say the rook and the check wasn't there. Shouldn't that just win you the game? Because what can you do about it? You can't stop the diagonal. That would just win you the game. But of course he knows that. Look, dude. Look. This is the best attacking I can do, and it's just not good enough. I'm so reactive in that sense, right? Like, I'll always figure out what my not always, but like I'll often figure out what my opponent's trying to do to attack. That could be sometimes complex, but I don't have the initiative. Like, I'm not going to go out of my way and above and beyond to try to look for something like, oh, how can I mate them here? Or how can I do some crazy thing here? I don't have that sort of spirit in me. The real point is the same thing I was saying before. I'm not even entirely sure about, but... Let's see, with a minute left, I'm not going to hear any excuses about time either. Like, I'm playing like garbage lately, so... Even by my low standards, so to be able to do this is good. So now here you have the ability to basically... Do what? I thought I just had a move in mind, but now I forgot it. You know, the trade wouldn't benefit me in a game like this, and I almost shouldn't do it. This is where you have to learn how to attack, and I can't figure it out. You just have to persist. Like, you have to never relent and just always keep attacking, keep attacking. Don't give him the chance to trade. Keep it just out of arm's reach, like I always say with... Look how the music's getting intense towards the end game. I just can't do it, though. Like, I don't have the confidence to attack. It just doesn't work. Like, even as I'm doing it, I still don't believe it. He'll somehow pull some shit out of his ass and be able to get out of it, like they always do. I don't know how, but... At least if you can create an advantageous position in the process of doing that, you might well be able to don't tell me. What the fuck? Are you serious, man? What the fuck is that? Whatever, man. Average attempt to try to attack. Like, when I ever think that I have an attacking opportunity, but that doesn't count towards the whole piece set thing either. That's so stupid, man. I have more time too. Like, I have a very bad habit of doing that. Or I just kind of let up towards the end of a game. Especially against a better opponent, but it almost shouldn't matter still. No, that should have been playing at the beginning of the game because we're facing such a formidable foe. Blunder, I didn't take there when I arguably should have. This probably still ends up being pretty good. That's a mistake. You're supposed to leave it there, which is fascinating. Certainly a good place for the bishop. I just wouldn't have thought it could stay there. So now what am I supposed to do? You're not even winning though. What the fuck? How are you not winning in this position when it seems like such a short thing? After all that, you get nothing out of it anyway, so who cares? So I probably should have drawn him, right? I maybe could have won on time. Almost had you there. Yeah, I should have too, but I guess not really as good as I thought though, because I thought even in this position I'm winning, but like at what point am I not winning? That's a mistake to go back. So if you go here, how does the line progress? You move the king randomly just so he can't pin it down like that. Yeah, and you just have to move the bishop anyway, so random pawn move, avoiding like a back rank possibility. Let him take a pawn. Like, of course, I should have just done this. Trade the bishop, even though you're the aggressor in trying to do that. Like, look, dude, I could never explain what exactly is happening here. You do have these passed pawns, so that's actually what it's going to come down to. Oddly enough, it's not actually anything else. Right, it's not even the mating position. So that was my first mistake. To think that you can actually mate another player in chess. It's literally impossible. Almost as hard to mate in real life for average chess players, am I right? Haha. But like, look, dude. Not bishop f3 because if queen's on h, it's almost checkmate. Yeah, that was kind of annoying, but again, like, think about that last move that I made. It's like me just basically saying, like, fuck it, I'm tired of not attacking, or like I just want it to be over. I'm just gonna mate you, and you really think he's gonna let me do that without punishing me for it somehow? And it's almost more just like I'm hoping he's gonna let me do it. Like, just let me mate you. Just like, you're clearly not gonna have an answer for it, but you do. It's such a dumb kind of tendency that I have. Anything else that I do would still be okay, like just like, I guess I didn't want to trade because I thought I'm in such a good position, but I really wasn't. And see, even this much difference, even though he is better than me, this kind of position could still turn into a draw. It doesn't mean for sure that he's going to win. Okay, let's try to do a couple more. Go here. So technically the piece set thing continues because we beat up on that provisional player. And we'll get another one. I'll take it, but they're not giving me very much. And it doesn't mean that he's necessarily... It's Andrew Lang, somehow, on a Smurf account. Alright, come on, bro. Yeah, but how did that one guy get the fried liver so easily on me? I'm usually an expert at denying that. One of my big weaknesses early on that I couldn't figure out sometimes how to deal with it. You shouldn't take him too lightly just because he's provisional, but again, even if I win, it's not going to give me that much, but maybe this is what I need. Got to give maximum effort games every single time, every single move. Don't worry about time too much. So here you're generally not supposed to take, even though I like the idea of doing that. Got to get in the habit of like putting forth a certain level of focus and effort, more so than even studying. That's a more valuable lesson, right? To actually try really hard every game instead of, you know, oh, just learn theory. And actually that's the opposite lesson, because oh, make it easier for yourself because you basically are in a position where, okay, I mean, look, dude, I'll take it. But again, don't get too cocky and then fuck it up later in the game, because that does tend to happen. That's actually really, really tough. Although it's not really that big of a deal because... But he doesn't even do anything with it. Even there, I'm trying to look for the wrong move. If he takes... yeah, this is how it should be. This should be what a 1500 player looks like, but... who the fuck knows, dude? He just has to like block with the queen or something. Or literally that's the only thing you can do. Or even that, I'm fucking a moron because... fuck, I didn't have to do that. I could have took with the... It's still good, but I mean, look, dude. I think I'm like self-trolling sometimes. Like that, like what? I don't know. Like I want it to be maybe more challenging somehow than it needs to be. That was just a misclick, but look, dude. Like I just always expected it to be too easy. Like I thought I would somehow just be able to mate there and then he can just sack his queen. Oh my god. Now my bishop's gonna get trapped or something. Look, dude, it's fine. Now he'll play like a god after fucking up that much. It was all just a bait to draw me in. I gotta make it interesting, don't I? That's my own little Botez gambit. Where's my million followers and million subs and everything? Okay. You gotta be on the lookout for like, oh, he might blunder a piece because he's just not very good, but not like I'm exempt from that possibility. That's fine. We're +3, which is not a huge deal. Gotta be careful about these pawns. I mean, his two rooks are still very active. Endless chain of just taking one pawn after another, but that's okay. This is at least a good central spot for it because you're able to cover the main pawns in play here. You still don't have a pass, or no, you do have a couple of pass pawns here. This is fine. You also kind of trap it in there, so you're gonna either trap it for a take or trap it for a trade. Either scenario there is good. You probably should be able to trap it just for a take. Or I guess he effectively sacks it there too, good. Which he didn't have to necessarily do, but maybe he did. Go ahead, take and check. I'm just doing it so I don't inflate my Centipon thing too much, so then people think I'm cheating or something. It was all part of my plan. That's a different kind of trolling though. Okay, dude, hurry up. Says the guy who just made it take longer stupidly. Attack the bishop, I can just move it. Just pre-move the whole thing, which I really should be able to pre-move multiple moves in a row, which I don't know what the etiquette is on that in real life. Like, how does that work? can you actually pre-move multiple moves in a row in real life? Because it feels kind of like you could like write it on a piece of paper like that guy from the Queen's Gambit where he's like, whatever, the world champion guy. Okay, okay, dude. Don't give him a stalemate, which it really can't be because of his stupid pawns. Okay, we only get 3 for that, bro. Like, I'm always a fan of these kind of, whatever, underdog matchups that I go up against, but still, that is really a waste of my time. What, I'm supposed to beat 4 more people like that to get to, and sometimes they can be deceptively good, too, where it's a real surprise. Or that could just be my own, overconfidence getting in the way. Yeah, F3, which... Oh, I thought that he was talking about the last game. He had F3, which prevented the bishop taking the pawn and trapping the rook. Oh, that's interesting. So both in our game and in this game, F3 was a key square. So I almost thought he was talking about the same thing twice. But obviously that's still fine. That's a good clean win, I guess, if you want to call that clean. What else do we have here? I just like to segue from one thing to another almost. Just completely randomly. Ultimate Bowser clear. Oh, this will be like almost a fanfare credits type of thing. Ending demo. Oh, this one's not really good for this purpose though. The credits is really good in this. F3 weak spot of chess. Got to attack it more. If I knew what F3 even was by hearing it, maybe I would... Okay, F3 is here. I mean, certainly you always try to pin it down, I guess. F3 is the white kingside bishop. No, I mean, well, it's in the file with it at least. Okay, so can I please just get it to at least 1600, because this has been a little bit sloppier than I was anticipating. Another one? What's going on? I mean, I won't complain because obviously it's good, but it's also not representative of the style of play or the level of play that we have to go for here. And again, it doesn't mean it's going to necessarily be that easy at all. I have this one really like specific, vivid, nostalgic memory about Super Mario 64. This is kind of just a funny, like random thing that I sometimes... Oh, fuck off, dude. You still get the pin. Oh, come on. I'm trying to reminisce about fucking Super Mario 64, dude. Shit. Like where I was eating some Mandarin Orange cup and I was playing some particular level, like what is that? It's like one of the early levels in the game with the womps or something. And I don't know, that's just one of those things from like when you're pretty young, but you remember it so very clearly. Like there's certain memories that you can just pick out like that. Now, would this be acceptable to do? I mean, I guess it could be. Could give some kind of check, but I don't know if it's really that good to do. I'm finally at 1500. I'm 1600, dude. I was almost 1620, and then I kind of fell off a little bit. But yeah, thanks. L theme from Death Note. Yeah, I feel like I've listened to Death Note maybe too much, but maybe I could do one from there. You know, my favorite theme from Death Note is actually Nier's theme, even though people hate Nier, and I'm not the biggest fan of him, although he's kind of like me with the quiet disposition and everything. But, okay, that's good. As long as you can't fork or do something crazy. So he had arguably a scary position to start there, but it ended up being okay, I guess. Okay. Gotta watch out for these cheeky little knights that he's gonna go for. But as they can always be a liability, you're probably better off. Exactly as planned. Look, dude, you're trying to use the knight. That's your mistake number one. Does all the work for me. So stupid, man. Imagine using the knight. Just imagine using it in the game. You must be a total clown. Finally making progress. I mean, I'm finally playing enough to potentially make progress because I've been doing those recorded sessions, like I said, off stream, where every day I'll play at least like 1 or 2 games. Sometimes more if I have time. So you have to acquiesce your whole life schedule to playing chess, and then you have a chance. So I didn't play particularly well there, but again, that's what these songs don't even last because of this. Okay, let's do L's theme here. Now he has a couple different themes actually. My favorite one is probably L's reasoning, but let's actually see some of the other ones. He has one that's like really calm, chill jazz, and then he has... I never actually liked L that much. It feels like he's trying too hard, and he's kind of that eccentric stereotype. You know who like a better version of a character like L is actually Patrick Jane from The Mentalist. Like I was just doing that comparison the other day. He has like that same sort of high energy, but he has like a more believable style where he's not as overpowered and smart, but he's still, you know, obviously very smart. But his intelligence is sort of more qualified, and he's sort of more... I don't know, he's sort of dynamic, he's sort of fun and interesting, and he has the dramatic element where he's kind of a little more serious at times. I don't know, L just felt too much like a cartoon character where he's just too smart just for the sake of being smart. Okay, this guy's 1628. So that's probably what we should be going against. That's what I should be myself. And then, of course, Nier takes that stereotype that I was just saying to an even greater extreme, like where, you know, yes, he's obviously just smart for the sake of being smart, and even in an even more uninspired way where it's like, you know, he's just trying to be a placeholder for L, like a bootleg L. So why even bother doing that season if you're going to do that? Like, why bother killing off your, you know, your main, basically, hero character or whatever you want to call it, if you're just going to replace him with somebody who's like exactly the same? It would have been more interesting if they actually explored, like, what would the new world really be like and stuff like that. If you, okay, that's too much initiative for the queen, potentially. So this plays obviously most notably at the beginning when he, in episode 2, when he reveals like where Akira is and stuff based on the video thing he's doing, the Kanto region of Japan thing. Nier looked weird, looked kind of like L, but with light Yagami hair. I think that's why people dislike him. He doesn't look like people expect. Well, he's supposed to be like a little kid who's really smart. Like, that stereotype I don't mind. And he's almost like very hyper. Like, he has to always be playing a game. He's like playing with his little toys and stuff. So I get what they're going for with that, but I just think it's sort of uninspired because it just feels like the same retread of L again. That should be okay, I guess. Because like L would always be fidgeting, but he would be fidgeting like with his food. And so they combine those two, they split it. Like Mello's always eating sugar, just like L would do. And then Nier's always fidgeting and like playing little games and stuff. He's like stacking his dominoes and he's playing with like little action figures and stuff. He is ultimately just like a little kid. I mean, I guess he's not that young, but that doesn't mean he's not smart, obviously. I actually wanted Light to win. Yeah, whether you want him to win or not, the way it's written is very interesting and unique. Like, it's written sort of from his perspective where, you know, it's just more... Oh, shit, don't tell me. Don't tell me, dude, don't tell me. There's no way out of it. The knight fucks me over again. It's impossible. That is literally fucking impossible that you would do this to me, man. Okay, it's only a +2. You're free if you make the correct moves. Well, it must have been something crazy because I don't know what it could have been. Whatever, I'll see it in the analysis, I guess. How do these things happen, man? It's because of the stupid fucking knight, as usual. Man. Alright, now good thing I put the knight in that very effective spot that was totally worth sacking a piece for. Okay, dude, he's so good, he's so cute. It doesn't even matter though, because he would still be fine. The real problem is, what do I do with the knight? And the answer is, nobody knows. Nobody ever in the game of chess ever knows what to do with it. Oh my god. Go ahead, let's try to make it as frustrating for him as possible to finish me off. E5, okay. Like I really know what E5 is. I'm only a mere 1500 rated player. How am I supposed to know notation in any way? I mean, I would do it. I would do it. I mean, please take the knight. I'd be more than happy, but this would be maybe a good spot for it to perch if he could actually go there, but it's just not going to be able to go there. This is a disastrous move too. Wow, it's almost like moving the knight is a bad thing to do in the game of chess, and you should almost just never do it. Who would have thought? Dude, what the fuck is going on? But I guess I'll just deal with it. Oh, that's a very bad move. You can pin it down. I was just wanting to put the damn thing out of its misery, though. He could have, like, took there, and then I wouldn't have had a cover for the rook if I took back. That looks like an extreme crash for a second there. So this is a very bad spot to be in. What can we even do about it? He's double attacking. Yeah, I even said that would be a bad move. Okay, that one was kind of my fault, but for the most part, the knight has kind of triggered me a lot here. You could maybe try to turn it around on him, like, then he won't be able to move the bishop unless he, you know, but I can't really attack it. Like, I could double attack it or attack it with a pawn, theoretically, if there was one there. Like, but he's smart enough not to even do that. Okay, he was good, but not that good that it should have been a blowout. Yeah, give me a stalemate with this sexy bishop pair right in my face. Why, what? Why did I play like that? Okay, dude, I'm not gonna resign, but... I almost never have resigned, actually, in my whole chess career, which would piss people off over the board. It could be a classical game, I could be down a lot, and I would still play it out. Just if I'm going to commit the time and waste my time by playing a board game, I may at least get the full experience, which in chess can often be very monotonous and repetitive at times. A lot of draws, a lot of repetitive endgames, stuff like that. Okay, dude. Again, the point is you could have... What the fuck? Oh, it looked like I took it because I pre-moved. I could have probably gotten a draw out of it, right? Like if I really tried, but I obviously didn't. That's always the escape artist, like, cheating death thing. The best players don't always win games. Obviously, they draw the majority of games just like every high-level player does. But what they'll do is they'll escape a lot of potential losses probably with draws. So that's the thing. Like Garry Kasparov's not playing his best that day, but he's not going to lose to you. He's going to draw you or whatever. Like when he goes undefeated for 20 years or something, which I don't even understand what that means because he must have lost games in that stretch, but he probably didn't lose like a set or a match or a tournament or whatever. I don't know. People always bring up that stat that like, oh, he was undefeated for 20 whole years of his career or something like that. Or like until he lost to Deep Blue version 2 or something like that because he beat it the first time. He was undefeated up to that point. which doesn't even make sense at the early stage of your career. Like, when you're like improving and developing, what, you play a higher rated opponent and you're beating them too all the time, or drawing them every single game? Bro. I would love a stalemate, honestly, but it's not gonna happen. Dude, I'm trying to help you out. Like, it wasn't that hard of a mate. Okay, I didn't lose too much though, so at least these are kind of evening themselves out with, like, you know, I'm playing provisional players and getting like 3 rating for winning, and then I'm playing at 1600 and only losing 5, which really you should almost lose more than that because we're pretty close. It's only like a difference of 30 or 40. So that will, I mean, there's nothing to learn from it aside from just I played badly at the beginning. But let's see maybe exactly what we should have done. Maybe just not use the knight at all. See, like, my hatred for the knight is totally justified. Like, you're not even trying to do anything with it. Yeah, I should have just done that. I feel like it's always bad to let this pawn get here somehow, but maybe not now. There are other positions where it definitely hurts me. But yeah, like, that was such a clown position. But let's see what I was supposed to do to deal with it. This was to take that first, then take that. Oh wow, then just keep threatening his other. Okay, that's interesting. Because I thought to threaten the knight, but then he was able to take, so I get it. Was that actually what Nightmare said? E5 instead of D, C4. E5, let's see. Wait, that's not what he said. E5. What is E5? This. I guess that's still maybe better than what I did, but it's still not good enough. Because you would take, and then it's still trapped, no? But he doesn't even care. What? Wait, why is he doing that when he could just... Oh, okay, never mind. It changes the whole structure of the pawns and everything. Alright, so now... let's change my cosmetics here again. This is kind of a good way to... Whoops. Yeah, that's why my stream must have crashed, because it can't handle the cosmetics. So the first one is the bases P set. So let's go to the next one here. After that, it's confusing because they're all like in different sections that I'm at. So like for the board, it's one, you know, we're at letter D. For the background, we're at like C or something. Now we're at B for this. The bases, where is bases? Oh no, you know what? It'll fuck up because it'll. I always forget that it's at the top because I was just using it. Now you got to find it. The bases is there. This is good. We're getting lucky with ones that are actually like normal sets though. What if I had to play as some stupid, you know, meme Kappa face set, or like some faces of different chess streamers, or Pepe the Frog, and all these other different sets that we go through, because those are part of this, right? There's a lot of them. There's like over 400, I feel like. So that was the one I was just using. We'll use this. Then the second one is the crystal chessboard, which really didn't work at all. It was just the background, and even the background was scuffed. Let's go to the crystal one here. Dark board or dashboard. I can barely read this actually because like I'm playing on a monitor, and for the purpose of playing the game, it's not bad. But like for reading this little small text, I can't really do it. It's not a very big screen, basically. Okay, these will all be P sets. I'm looking for sort of a background, so there we go. And then we get the Ekin. I don't think I bothered with these backgrounds the previous time I did this format, but I always would change either the boards or the pieces, or sometimes both, if I lose. So obviously it gives you a fresh rotation, and I should really do it with the ones on the site too, because those are kind of fun to use too. Although some of those are in here too, like the that crazy Binding of Isaac style one. I forget the name of it. Okay, so Ekin is going to be the board. We're going to run out of those before anything else because we're already at the letter E, I guess. Ekin. Okay, Elegant is a set that I don't know what it is. Emotes, don't really care. That just makes it blindfold, even though that's probably not the intention. It probably just doesn't work. Extra board. Extra board, by which I mean no board. Amazing. That's not like, oh, it's supposed to be wooden without showing you the squares. That's actually just the background. Or maybe they're just not compatible with each other somehow. Extra board, huh? Wouldn't that be like cheating that you get to see variations and stuff like that on there? I love that moment by Anand where he's like, some reporter asks him like, what were you calculating, the variations? Was it possible to calculate this and that? And then he's like, no, I was wondering what to cook for dinner tonight, or what to have for dinner tonight. Just like one of those snarky NBA answers that you get, like the classic Russell Westbrook moment or something. Who would have thought chess would have such drama to it than that? Or Andrea Botes asking Magnus how the knight moves or something like that. Savage chess interview responses. Or wait a second, it worked. Now, is this actually even the board based on that, or... Oh wait, it just took like a minute to load. Extra board, but I care more about just the color of the board. Like, is this influenced by my set? I guess it couldn't be. So I guess I will count that one. Sort of a wood theme that we got going here. Okay, let me actually try to focus here. That's enough of this one. Why is it so bright there? What the fuck? What else do we have here? These things can kind of be good where it's just ambience. Or what's that like one thing, that girl who's studying, then they made some celebration video. Studying or listening to music. I can't type either. Studying, listening to music. Like the girl with the headphones who's used as like a yeah, this one. Right, and then they did some celebration where she finally gets up and she finally stops working. Right, as some like YouTube celebration video or something after like I don't know where that was. I can't find it. Okay, let's try to actually win a couple games here. We only need probably 2 or 3 to get to, well, it depends who we're playing. Okay, yeah, enough with the provisional players, as much as although he's sort of semi-provisional still too. The lesson here today, or in this recent week, is not about, again, theory or studying or anything like that. This lesson is just pure effort. If you can just play up to your potential, it's a lot better than what you probably normally do. And there's something very surprising with that. Because at least for someone like me, like I was always about the opposite thing. Like I might not know what I'm doing, or I might not be the smartest or whatever, or something, like I might not study and put the most effort that way, but at least during the course of like a permadeath run or something that I would do, I would usually be pretty high effort. So I'm surprised that I'm like this. That's the one thing you can at least guarantee, right? You might not know the level, you might not know the opening, you might not know something, but you can always guarantee on at least trying your best, which is usually going to carry you a certain way, part of the experience. But I guess I sort of take it for granted too much that these players are bad or that I'm good. I can never decide which, but either way, it's not adequate anymore. So that's fine. I haven't gotten the bishop trap here with the knight. Not that it's like really a trap that you win it, but that's normally a play I like. But nobody's allowed me to do that in a super long time. Now the problem with this is there's nowhere to even move my knight. Right, like, oh, I'm going to double attack it and try to take the pawn. But you can't, because the knight, as usual, will get in the way. So then he'll take this one and then open the king. So I don't know actually what to do with that. Anywhere you go is often annoying. Like, I swear, a lot of opening theory is just how to acquiesce to the knight and get it out of the way and, like, not let it get trapped and not let it get pushed around by the pawns. Like, it's definitely a very big nuisance and liability. I guess you can tuck this knight away so that the other knight can be tucked away, and then you can maybe push on this threat too. But then that opens this threat, so you got to be wary of that. I maybe should start using the arrows more, but I always feel like they're very much like cheating. This is okay with me. Don't really need to do anything crazy here. Just keep the development going. You just gotta like always be scanning all the pieces, and I tunnel vision too much on certain ones or certain ideas too much, like where you miss everything else because you're kind of, I want to do this one thing and one thing only, and you're not thinking about all the other possibilities. Like, maybe it is the correct thing just to do this. But I don't know. You would think, oh, you're doubling his pawns and this and that, but normally that's not very good for me. And this is something I've been doing a lot lately too, and I feel like when you look at it in the analysis, it ends up telling you you should do it, but it also opens his rook to my king, so maybe I shouldn't. That's where I'm kind of a little unsure. I'll just go for the maximum trades, but it might not benefit me. Wait a second. I guess it doesn't really matter, but it's kind of... This position can sometimes fuck you over later, because either way... No, I'll still do it with the knight. Because either way, you're going to be in the same spot of having to move either the rook back down, or... Wait. Okay, it's still even, but I don't know why he... Okay, so he did all that to avoid double stacking his pawns, but he still double stacks his pawns. So what did that prove? What did that accomplish? Okay, this seems to be relatively fine. The only bad piece here is the knight, but that's just the fact of life in chess. Let's go ahead and engage the thing, or maybe I shouldn't even do it. Now I should just try to raise this as much as possible towards the king side. And the reason why you can do that is because you can allow yourself to not worry about the diagonal anymore. Because, I mean, the bishop's not even there at all. That would be fine. He's not playing very aggressively, at the very least. That could have been a strong move, but I kind of botched it, I guess, because I should have had another cover on there. Because now you're going to allow him to undouble no matter what. So now, whether you want the rook... No, you couldn't do that anyway, but maybe you should still do it to cover it. Now you're going to end up splitting your pawns in a way that's not very desirable. So, like, he would take... I would take... Wait, it fucks me up even more, though. That doesn't even help. He keeps trading with the wrong piece, I feel like, first. Like, he still gets the pawn out of it, sure, but... I don't know. I still feel like he's doing me a favor with some of these trades. Like, for example, with that, he didn't have to take with the bishop when he... Whatever, when he won the... Or no, he didn't even win anything, but he could have just took with the pawn, right? Don't take with that, just take with that. And then maybe that ends up helping you later if you have the dark square bishop in that diagonal going towards the king here. This is a little bit strange. I'm not sure exactly what to do. Not a bad spot, but it's just weird. So you could push this pawn towards the king, but now my pawns are all split up like crazy. Right, his at least connect a little more cohesively. So, I don't know. My knight isn't doing anything as usual. I swear I'm not like deliberately sabotaging it just to make it look bad. I don't have to do that. So let's see what he can do. You bring the queen there, you can always just pin it with the rook that way. The pawn is adequately covered. This would be okay too. You gotta really just watch out for the knight and its ability to fuck you over, because that could indeed happen. So nothing too crazy is going on. Let me see if you just do this. Am I gonna back rank at 1600, or he's not even 1600? I mean, at least you should win a free pawn out of that, because not only will you lose the rook, but you'll get back rank too. So that is very cute. He can obviously check me too, though, in a way that maybe I don't want to allow. So I can just cover that particular square. We just gotta stay careful though. I kind of like that diagonal going towards the rook, but I guess I can't really worry about it too much either. The only problem with this isn't even the number of pawns. Like, I could deal with whatever he's gonna take. I just can't deal with the fact of the position is not very good. He's attacking there, so that was a cute little idea that I did, but it's just not that impactful either. Like, you really don't want to initiate the take on this one. If anything, you want to raise the if anything, you want to raise this to cover. You're already covering that with the knight, though, too, so there's going to be a lot of back and forth movement here, as we always love to see. Now, that's a bad move because it allows him to check and attack that, again, that I kind of just previously moved the queen there specifically to address that, so I don't know why I just forgot. Goldfish memory gambit. Like, you forget not even some overall theory or strategy you should know. You forget your own strategy of what you were just trying to do 5 seconds ago. But he didn't necessarily do it, or maybe he'll do it after the fact now. We can finally move the queen in a meaningful way, or I mean the knight. That's the biggest insult to call. Every queen loves to be called a knight. A stinky horse. That's so weird. It showed that it like crashed my stream, but I didn't actually see where, at what point it did. Okay, let's see. That pawn is covered. Everything is good, but he could still check and attack it. Not that it's going to really matter. Or... Okay, I thought he might do that. So now what ends up happening? He wants to almost double attack on A3. So maybe if he goes to like D1, he attacks on A3. That's a good way to do it without needing the arrows. If you just, you know, if you just say the notation. But yeah, that'll invalidate like some challenge I'm doing. Like, oh, you won that game off stream because the thing was, the video was, it was crashed, so you can't show that video, so that game doesn't count or something. Or like if you were actually a good player, they would say that, like, oh, Hikaru's stream crashes in the middle of a game, and so therefore it doesn't count because he could have been cheating when that happened or something stupid like that. So he's not really accomplishing too much. The time-wise, we're pretty even. I don't know how many more I'm going to have to do necessarily to... This should be a back rank mate, but I'm not sure because he's forced to take... Oh no, but he could block with this stupid-ass fucking knight. But I can still initiate everything that's happening, so I should be able to still save this, I guess. But it's sort of a greedy thing to do because I shouldn't really do it. And he can just keep spam checking me too, so it's not like he has to let this happen. So all you'd have to do is that. I can't say that this is a good idea. Like, it's got to come, whatever you do, it's got to come really quick now. Like, oh shit. Like, you can't give him too much time to set up with the knight, basically. Because these are all, the split pawns are going to come back to bite me, but I definitely shouldn't lose. I just have to, this is where you got to do that whole flip the switch and actually start trying, where you start focusing in the end game because at least there's less to think about. Go here, go here. Think about where his knight can potentially go. And I would like to target this pawn, but it's very hard to figure out sometimes how you're trying to do that. Like, what the fuck? Why is it so hard to just do basic threats? What would I have to do? Like some crazy 4-move sequence? It's easier sometimes just to trace it backwards out of there. Like, what would I, where would I have to be to do it? It's going to take too long, I guess. All I have to do is target one of his pawns. Like, it's not a big accomplishment. I go here. Look what an alien piece this is, man. Makes no fucking sense. I can't figure it out. What? I go here, I go here, I go there. But then I can't even do it because of his own knight. And I don't know whether that's even a line worth doing. I'll just bring the king in. I'll be better off because it's just... No, no, no. Alright, fine, dude, fine. If you're not worthy to make a move for me, then you don't deserve to even be in the fucking game. How about that? Now we'll end up doing better than we would have otherwise, maybe. Are you serious right now? Because, like, I couldn't think of a move for the knight, so I just said, oh, fuck the knight. But I didn't mean to do it that move. Like, I could have still waited it out and just saved the knight and then done something else. Oh, that's a great move there. Okay. But the knight can be known to fuck things up sometimes, so maybe it could still be okay if you can just trade off the pawns. They equalize each other out, and then you're fine. So you give it a check or something, it's not going to be very good. You won't really be able to trap it in there just on the strength of the thing alone. Of the, if only I can trade those two off, at least then you get a draw out of it, which might still cost me rating, because when they're lower than you, it's like, you know, somehow they... Okay, that's fine. I don't even mind necessarily if he takes this pawn, although it might still be difficult for him to do that. I just have to make sure I pay attention to the other side. Yeah, this is me trying, by the way. I'm just giving up a knight for no reason, just because it triggers me. I could not find any decent move for it, though, really, or any decent plan, I guess, for it. What a nightmare endgame, I guess you could say. Which knight endgames have been pretty common for me, somehow. Despite my eagerness to trade them, there's often still... I don't know how that always happens. Because sometimes I like to keep one of them around, even if I don't like both. There's no reason to ever have two knights ever in your life, because there's no synergy between them. Hey Mick, thanks for the follow. Okay, this is fine. He's not going to let me do anything with the pawn, though. I maybe should just try to target the other ones. I could still save mine, though, effectively, if all I have to do is trade everything off. Like, I'll take a draw gladly, even as tedious as this is becoming. Like, you go here, but then you can keep going. That doesn't really help me. The goal here is not even to try to win, and you really shouldn't win either. Maybe if I kept my knight around, I would have had a chance. Okay, so if he does that, that won't be good either. This pretty much discourages him from trying to move the knight, or the king, I mean, to attack that. So I could almost sack that and then win the knight, and then maybe win the game. Or no, I can't because of his... I forget how the knight moves. At least time-wise, we're in an okay, comfortable spot. But it shouldn't be a loss. That's the only thing. But as long as he leaves that there, there's really nothing I can do about that either. So I'd gladly initiate a trade, but I can't really get in position to do it either. He's willing to give up the knight, and now I might actually be in a good spot because... Oh, wow. Oh, wow, dude. Choke versus choke. What is this? The 2023 Chess World Championship, where it's Dig versus Nepo, and they both choked their brains out? It's not the World Chess Championship, it's the World Choking Championship. We outdid them there. What the fuck was that, bro? These are the kind of quality of wins I'm getting. Okay, now does that mean he's gonna stalemate? Because no, it's not, because he'll go... Or no, wait. Oh no, because I at least now have a move, so he can go off to the other side at least. And then I can go here and then keep going. Maybe just to make it easier for myself, I could do the second one, but no, let's actually practice the king-queen mate, I guess. So you have to, like, box him in here. I've done this a million times, but I somehow still sometimes forget. You go something like this. Although this looks like you're pushing him almost too far, where it could be dangerous. You gotta go one square up and then you're fine. I never knew how to do this actually when I was younger either. Not that I was like a particularly great player, but just like somehow even simple things like this I didn't ever study anything. Okay, that was a kind of a lucky win because I didn't really deserve it at the end there. But I'll take it. So now we need probably 2 more because it's very unlikely that anything is going to give us 8. On average, we've been getting a lot less lately too. Like somehow, I don't know. The matchups are still pretty much about the same as they've been, but... And this guy was semi-provisional, so it's kind of hard to judge, right? He's only played 18 games. You're technically not provisional unless you have the question mark, but you're still getting some sort of boosted or whatever. Yeah, like 18 would not be a normal loss or gain from that. This seemed pretty much okay, but again, it should have probably been a draw. And somewhere along the line, we allowed our pawns to get fucked up. So this guy was sort of had a certain tendency. He would always trade with the better piece first when he didn't necessarily have to. Like, you could have done that, couldn't you? And that would just be better off. Not that the trade made you lose anything. I did mess up here, and I don't really understand exactly why that's so bad. It's a blunder, apparently. He's almost going to get back ranked a number of times here, but it just doesn't quite materialize. I actually make a big blunder there. Obviously, by giving up the knight, I guess that's not really a surprise that it's a blunder. But then we still somehow recover, not just to draw like I was hoping. You would think this wouldn't be that hard to draw, though, still, because the knight is so useless in some of these spots. I'm impressed it's even that, you know, the pawns are pretty much even, or they even favor me for a second. But then, again, you can never underestimate, again, not even the knight's ability to screw things up, but the ability of a player at this level to screw it up, because it's so much harder of a piece to use at its apex. Like, using a bishop to its potential, sure, you might, like, that's what I hate when people say that, oh, you don't like the knights because you're not good with them. But I'm not good with anything. I'm not good in chess, period. So then you end up being in a position where it's like, you know, you're not good with the bishop, you're not good with the queen, you're not good with the rook, so... But you're not complaining about those pieces, you're only complaining about the knight. So we had lost the previous game, then we win that one, so we have to win maybe 2 more. All I really wanted to do is get back to 16. I thought maybe I could get farther, but it's taking me way too long. 1 hour ago. Oh no, that's just a bug where it always says that. Somehow, I don't know why. It treats me like I'm in a different time zone than what I am playing in or something. Or sometimes it'll say it the other way too, like I'm in the future. 24 hours from now, you played this game that you lost. Like, thanks for having confidence in me that I'm going to, you know, I don't know how it does that. Like, I'm literally a time traveler. Okay, this is a pretty even matchup again. We've been playing a lot of provisional players today, and that's even another one too. What's going on? Okay, that's fine. Like, you could totally just... Or actually, this is fine, because you'd still be covering it with the knight, and so therefore... I don't know if this is really that dangerous, though. Like, he would go there, and then... It doesn't matter, because then you could just, like, check or something. Right, because you're setting up for the fried liver, so he's almost obligated to take... after already having given up a pawn. If he doesn't take, then I could do the fried liver thing. And then he can't even take it with the queen. He's already making obvious opening beginner mistakes. So the thing is, I've never really studied openings, and I couldn't tell you the names of them, but I can always beat people who do know them, or have studied them, or even beyond that. I probably learned them just through sheer repetition, but of course I always do like basically the same ones over and over. So this should be good, because even if you take the bishop, well, actually, no, but you can't, because you have to worry about the queen first, so you can't even do anything. Even if the queen had been elevated to e7, right, it wouldn't have mattered, because you're not going to take 2 for 1 with that. Whatever happens now should be good. Even if he lets me take the rook, then he takes back the bishop. Then the problem is he's going to end up being able to take the knight later too, right? Because it's not going to be able to escape. So that could actually be a problem. That, you know, he ends up actually being up by that somehow. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24 25 26 27 28 29 30 31 32 33 34 35 36 37 38 39 40 41 42 43 44 45 46 47 48 49 50 51 52 53 54 55 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 69 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 113 114 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130 131 132 133 134 135 136 137 138 139 140 141 142 143 144 145 146 147 148 149 150 151 152 153 154 155 156 157 158 159 160 Like, I almost don't mind doing it this way, because you're gonna lose that no matter what. So you may as well get like a pawn for it or something, right? Like, maybe it's not the best idea to have, but so you have to give another check here no matter what you do, and then you take the rook. It seems dumb, but I think that's the only logical way to do it. You give a check there, which is okay. Although, unfortunately, it's going to compel a trade, which is always to my liking anyway. But it fucks up my king. I mean, you have to take, too. Or, I mean, I guess you don't, but... Now, the big issue is, can you possibly save the knight from getting trapped in purgatory there? And I don't really think you can. As much as I love trades in general, there's no trade I like more than the queen trade, because that's such a danger. That saved me the trouble of losing my castle, though, so that was a really bad move by him. So he can't really target the knight, but I can't really think of a way to save it, so I almost shouldn't worry about it. Or I should almost try to do it like with this, but that'll be the whole rescue mission of this game. If I can save the knight, I'm easily going to win, but it's going to be very difficult, I think, to do that. And I'm being kind of very slow with my development, too. Where I just kind of, you know, have had so many opportunities, and I'm just trying to get my little aesthetic pawn structure and stupid stuff like that. Come on, let's just win these 2 in a row and I'll be satisfied with that. I was going to try to overachieve a little bit, but I just can't obviously do it today. So this still won't necessarily save it, but let's just get it in the proper diagonal for now at least. Yeah, I'm learning chess sort of backwards. I'm learning like what you would have to learn later on. Like, oh, you've studied so much and you've learned theory and this and that. And now you're struggling because people are putting forth more effort or they're calculating better and things like that. I'm doing that part first and I'm saving the theory and learning that stuff for later, which I feel like is still a more organic way to go about it, because, you know, you should just try to play the game in a more raw sense, or at least that's how I like to do it. I really can't figure out how to save this. You would have to... I don't know, maybe I should just develop, period, and not even worry about it. We'll still be +1, but it feels like a shame. All he has to do now is move the thing, and there just didn't seem to be any real good way to do it. Even the act, like if we had taken this, you take this, you still can't do anything. Right, you're going to be trapped between the light square bishop and a pawn. But even when the knight does something good, it kind of hurts you. But it's okay. What? I'm so concerned about the knight safety that I forget about that, I guess. What the hell happened? Now I won't even be +1 after that. At least if I could take... Oh my god, what am I doing? What am I doing? This is maybe like a little bit of an unusual position that you're not used to, so... What the fuck? Okay, so you should at least be able to do this, or maybe he'll move something else, but maybe in the process of him doing that, he'll forget about the knight, and then we'll be fine. So now we'll actually be down if we lose it, especially for nothing. I can't even take a pawn or anything just to sack it. Like, just do this and let me just take a free pawn at least. It still doesn't help me. That stupid light square bishop is just impossible to deal with. So you go... like... You can't take that now. We could go here, I guess. This would be a problem too. Let me see. So now you could take, but I could take with this too. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. Come on, move that stupid light square bishop already. All I need is like one move to get out of there, but I can't force the light square bishop to move. And his king's position is not very good either, although I could potentially get back ranked if I fuck something up. I don't really see how I would though, but I should raise one of these pawns at some point. Look at this though, he's thinking hard. Come on, I definitely can't lose this one even if I get another draw. That's fine, said every chess player ever. Alright, I like that. Some up-and-coming GM was accused of like, oh, he makes too many draws, and then it's like, dude, that's literally what the game is about. How can you criticize somebody for that? So this is an amazing attacking position, like where that could be very strong, but something bad is still going to happen. I don't like the way these are either. You could almost just move this somewhere and then you would be able to basically you would basically be able to save it by doing that, I suppose. Why was this even important or necessary to put there? I don't get it. Now, why do that and not this? Because I guess this covers that, would be the rationale behind it. Okay, so maybe the operation to save the knight is going to be worth it, but maybe not. I don't know. Because whether you move that or not, you missed the chance to actually... Oh shit, I'm not even paying attention at all. Look at how far out of my way I go for the stupid fucking knight. Now I'm only +1 even if I do save it. Okay, dude. I like how rapid is both too short for me because I'm too slow, but it's also sometimes too long for me that it kind of drags on. Or like I'll always start off strong and like be winning in the opening or the middle game, and then I'll start to tank it and lose interest or something later on. Or people are like that too, like where they'll sort of wake up. They'll start off playing badly, and then they'll wake up and do something amazing. Like, if they were that good, why didn't they play it that from the beginning? Now this is... Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so many of these moves, like there's nothing you can do about them. You're both losing the knight, but you're also getting hit there, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't cover the knight. Why is it always the knight, man, that does it to me? Like, he's gonna take it guaranteed, which is maybe still salvageable, but it's just unnecessary. This will be covered no matter what, so it's just a question of trying to do something there. Okay, so now you can't really go behind the bishop because then he'll unleash into something. You almost should just have a mate here, but probably it'll take a little bit of work. So I'm actually probably going to lose this one now because this position looks very ugly. Okay, can I just do this, or should I even bother trying to do it? Because that'll create some other problem too. I mean, he's letting me have it, so what else can he do though? I'll just do it because the whole point of the game and what was distracting me so much was that exact idea of trying to save the knight, and I thought, oh, what a great game it was. And it would have been pretty good if you just... Now you're getting forked by the king, so maybe this has a certain value to it. Like, you might actually lose something as a result of doing that, which is pretty hilarious to think about, but somehow that does happen, because unless you can cover one with the other, like by the act of moving the bishop would also cover the rook, but But it is materially even. I just don't kind of like my position, although his position is far from perfect either. So your perfect move would ideally have normally been to do this, so then you can attack that if I take this, but then I still take it, so then I actually finally does come through. Look, if we still do it, that's good, but it's showing you something is wrong. Like you're really making it harder for yourself than you need to be because of some stupid lack of effort or inhibition that I'm having that I shouldn't need to go through anymore. You would think after all I've been through with this experience in the last couple years that I would show it a little more respect, but I just don't. I treat it like it's such a joke, like, oh yeah, I should be able to beat these people in my sleep, or like I'm just almost like trolling sometimes, but it's just not the way that you should play. Although how Richard Rapport does that unironically at a high level, I don't know. Right? He feels like the ultimate chess troll, but he's actually a super grandmaster too. So maybe if he didn't troll, he'd be the best player ever, or maybe that's part of what makes him so good, but I don't know. Like, that's the kind of thing you think you can't get away with doing at that level. You're in a pretty bad spot. Imagine getting forked by the king, dude. And you can probably still find some good way out of it, but I don't know exactly what it is. So you'd go like this and maybe punish it that way. Which, I mean, I have to just do it. Like, I'm not gonna pass that opportunity up. Now, this is good because one piece at least covers the other, kind of that same principle I was just talking about. So even if he does something else, it's probably not going to be that big of a deal. Okay, now we're actually in a very good spot. Well, I guess I had to say... Okay, I'm really missing a lot here, but that's fine. He's a little low on time, so I just have to not completely throw the game. See, what happens there is, like, you're thinking about one thing, so you're worried about, okay, the knight, but you're not worried about... Or, no, you're worried about both, but you had no way to actually really do that cover that I thought. Okay, so you can't actually cover this either. I can do like that, I guess. I rationalized that so beautifully. Like, oh, look, you save both by doing this, but you actually can't. Well, that was a good move by him, actually, but I didn't see it. So this is fine. Everything is pretty much on a light square anyway. Let me see. You would have like an Octopus Knight outpost too if you want to go here, but you can't do it yet. Or he's gonna like unleash and then take that, which is what the whole game was teetering on. But you would think he would just lose on time, but I'm not really seeing. Okay, what does it do now? I don't really know. I can't do anything with that. I don't know exactly what he's doing with it. He could just be stalling for time, which if it was an increment game, that gives you even more incentive to make like random moves just quickly back and forth. Way to extend the threefold repetition desire, like with, you know, you keep moving the king back and forth just to farm time. In addition to that, let's actually bring that knight that we fought so hard to save back into the game finally, and hope that it actually makes itself useful. Which I don't even know where it's going. Or even these little dots are kind of like cheating, because you shouldn't be able to see everything. Like, you know, any sort of visual aid is technically not something you should be allowed to do. Okay, that's just going to get in the way more. Okay, we'll go like this for now. He's very low on time, so if nothing else, we should win because of that. But that was a very sloppy up and down alligator tooth kind of game. When you look at the evaluation, that is a pretty amusing term that somebody told me a while ago. I did not know that was an official chess term. You could almost just go like this, should be fine too. Everything is covered. You can even move the knight, create an Octopus Knight, which is actually pretty good, even though all you're trying to do here is basically just promote the passed pawn, let's say. Let me try to go here, I guess. You could try to pin it down here. That might be the only good thing he's got there. You go ahead, you give a check like that. And you can't do anything with that. You go here. You go ahead, you could take this too. He's obviously just fully choking on time, which is fine with me. Create the Octopus Knight, that's good. You get +5. That one I don't even feel too bad about, but I didn't play well. It's just I'm cheating death a lot. And it's a very ugly, you know, these kind of positions will always screw with low-rated players. Like, yes, somebody who's good would say, oh, well, technically you're winning, or technically just do this, but it's very unintuitive because how are you going to really know how to play this? Either you do it through years of study, or you're just a calculation god and you can somehow figure it out, but it's just not very straightforward. That's why I'm like always a fan of like creating a pawn structure and just sitting on it. Like I'll create that V-shaped structure, like this, or something like that, right? Where you have the one anchor and it covers all the rest, and then you just leave it there for the whole game. That is quite the roller coaster ride, though. But at least I was winning the majority of the time, but there were these moments of questionable antics. Like, I thought, oh, hooray, I win a pawn, and I do. But why did I think this move was bad? I thought this move was bad because you would go, like, I don't know. Maybe exactly that? But I guess you play it in some... Wait, you're about to get fucking back rain, though, but I guess... Okay, dude. What was the other mistake here, then, too? Like, I'll normally make a good move before a bad one, so I get, like, overconfident or something along the line. Well, that doesn't even matter because the game's over, basically. So let me just win one more, please, and see what I can do. What is another good one here? Is this that snowfall one? Or this will be all a mix of things. Hopefully it's all instrumental. So we do get to keep going with this piece set. I just want to make sure I don't break my format and accidentally use one an extra time that I'm not supposed to. So we played... It won't show you like, oh, what piece set did you use with this one though? Like with that game. But I'm pretty sure this is fine. Again, a draw doesn't count as ending it either. But come on, we got to give full focus to this game, which I haven't been doing for most of these. You should give me 3 no matter what. Okay, go like this. Just don't allow him to pin down, but just do the early castle, which I've been doing a lot more lately. As my old expression goes, like just castle. Don't worry about anything else. Just always castle. But for me then, at that point, would be more like queenside castling because I'm such a clown that I... Okay, you get to double attack this, which is cute. But the thing is, the bishop cover can always be good, but then I guess you're supposed to take the bishop and maintain the pin, but you didn't have to because you could have done that. And then you can check with this, and then you can probably try to continue to put pressure somehow. Because like now, you could take, and then if you take, then I take. So you have to take, which is not really that big of a deal still. But whatever. So again, I could have arguably done something better with that, but I just didn't bother. The thing is, even if he castles now, I can just take the bishop outright and just win it because you're basically trying to you're basically trying to play it in such a way that you're able to whatever, like the double stack is still pretty good. Okay, I'm playing a little bit too fast though. It's good to be confident, but it's really not. You should always be paranoid and second guess yourself and second guess your opponent. They're always up to something. If you think they made a mistake, they actually didn't. Because it's all part of their master plan, which can be so frustrating sometimes to realize that that is actually the case. Now this you shouldn't be able to do anything about. And it is still pinned, so I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would take. That wouldn't be worth it. But that doesn't mean I can't still do the first step of it. something weird you could do, like if he end Pizants and I take, then if he takes, then I don't know, it wouldn't really work. Ooh, that's interesting. If only I can get the stupid ass knight to move, though. Because that is pinned in a certain way, and I might even be happy to just take the trade still. But see, that wasn't... You might think, oh, that's a cute move, but it's not, because you could have already just taken it. Why did you even have to do that? But the point is that now, if he takes, I could like double take or something. Right? Like if you take with the thing. That was so weird and unnecessary. If you take the thing, I could just take, which was totally unnecessary for you to even do. And you didn't have to do that either. You could have end Pizanted, but then I would have done something weird, which probably wouldn't have benefited me, actually. Because, like, end Pizant, then take. Yeah, how would that even help me? I don't know what I'm doing. But I guess I was assuming I was going to lose this piece anyway, and now I'm just not. Or now you could go, like, knight to... Yeah, I was thinking that myself. See how us low-rated players always come to the same conclusions. You could take it with the stupid knight, and that would be fine with me. So let's just not even worry about it then. There's really nothing I can do about it. So you would obviously just take with the knight. Okay, so what do we got here? We got a cheeky knight move that he could potentially make, which he does do exactly that. But now we're back to square one, because it means that, but now he'll create like the rarely seen, or it's not even the triple stack. If I go here, then he can go there. So then even if I push it out, it doesn't work quite as well. But like theoretically, he's going to give a check or do something weird. These kind of positions can be annoying where like I'm not even really trying to do anything. I'm just trying to get out of the way now, basically. Dude. I don't know if I should bother with this double stack shenanigans shit. Gotta worry about that. There's no concern with respect to the rook, because you can always just cover back with the rook on a whatever it is, so that's fine. Okay, dude, this is getting kind of annoying. Okay, you can just put this here, but then he'll bring the stupid pawn. I could try to either create a double stack there or just vacate the back rank. Maybe I should do this, because then you're also covering it with the thing. With the queen, too, on that square. So it's not really to attack the knight that we're doing this. We're doing it more so just to cover on E1. Right, so it's kind of a deceptive move a little bit. Which is arguably bad, because you're opening yourself up to potentially dark sword check. But I don't really know if it's going to be that big of a deal. So he doesn't really lose anything meaningful as a result of this. It's just more a question of stabilizing position. I can just trade off something, and then he loses the double stack. And then I could always still put it back and then try to encourage the same thing. This pawn seemed pretty weak for a while, but I wasn't really able to take advantage of it. I'll take that without hesitation. Now this becomes a question, because then he could take this potentially. You gotta watch out for the other... Let me see. don't really have to do anything crazy here. You don't even really have to go to the back rank necessarily. Right, it's all good. That pawn actually almost helps me in a way that otherwise he could maybe check and do something crazy like that. But this pawn that I'm interested in, so let's just try to do it like this, where everything is covered, everything is fine, and then we get to maybe bring the rook and try to do the trade. Then it'll be a bit of a nightmare endgame that we're left with. I'm not sure what exactly that does. He's trying to take there. I guess at least as long as that sits there, you could leave it because you can't push it out with the pawn for the time being. But I'm not entirely a fan of that pawn structure being so vulnerable. There shouldn't be anything crazy obvious that he can do here because it's a simple case where not much is really going on, right? It's just kind of a stale position. So you shouldn't come up with something crazy. It also means that it's going to be hard for me to come up with something really winning because it's just anything I do should be pretty obvious to him too. But you would think that would be how it is the whole game. But there are things in the middle game that people do that are utterly batshit insane, even at this level where it's going to be a sack or something crazy. And a lot of the time they're not good, but then they do it with such ballsy confidence that you think maybe they know what they're doing, or maybe, I don't know, like, you won't necessarily know how to deal with it. Now that move seems completely confusing to me. I have no idea what it does. The hell? He vacates the open file just because he's pissed off that the Octopus Knight here is actually blocking it. You could just leave it there as long as until the queen comes out to allow the F-file pawn to push it. You could do this, but I'm not even really sure now if I want to. You can't do anything with the rook as far as the open file, and so therefore we get to just create the double stack. We're covering all the relevant pawns here. These two in particular are of note. I don't mind using it like this, but like to show the arrows of the calculation, I feel like you should never get in the habit of doing that because you've got to get used to doing it in your head. So now you get to basically, I don't know. I mean, this is cool to have it there, but I'm not getting anything out of it. Like, the horse has got to be the one active piece here that can actually roam around and do something, and I can't figure out exactly how it's going to do it. What can it actually attack is the big question, and the answer is I have no idea. Or rather, I would take, he would take, wait, what? I would take, he would take, I would take, wait, okay, no, it's not. I don't know why I thought you would get something from that. Come on, bro. I can't figure anything out. It's so stupid. So now we end up back to square one again. Moves his own knight there. And then we get to do precisely nothing. Maybe we can pin it down. And that could potentially be bad for me because it's not even a meaningful pin because it's just going to be the same shit over and over where you get to... where you get to basically, what the fuck is that? When he gets like a nice little Octopus Knight too, but does it really matter that much? Yeah, I didn't even see that check. Not that it's that big of a deal, but I don't even get it. Like, now he'll just sit there forever the same way that I am, but he can push me out and I can't push him out because of this. So the best thing you could try to do is just trade and not let him get a pass pawn as a result. So this is the insurance policy for the Octopus Knight. Why is the Octopus Knight good if you could just take it with the Darkstar Bishop, or you could just take it with another knight? It's because now, as a result of doing that, you would potentially get a... you would potentially get the pass pawn, right? So that makes it actually kind of worth it. That's the only reason why it's good. Or if there's nothing to trade for it, which often that never really happens. So he's going to somehow, I don't even know what that does. There is some pass pawn potential sort of looming and lurking around here, right? That he would actually get it. I don't know if he'll entirely be able to cover it. So you almost feel like you have to do this, and if he is able to convert it, then more power to him, because I don't know, like or wait, he didn't even do it though, so oh wait, is he gonna get that out of it? Is that why he did it? Oh shit, I guess I didn't really understand why he did that queen move, so that was why. He could take, and then take. I don't know if that one pawn is going to make the whole difference, but it is going to be a pass pawn. Oh, come on, dude. Come on, dude. You could just go like there and do something. So he turned down one pass pawn, I guess, effective. Okay, keep doing it. Keep doing the same thing over and over. That's in a nutshell. What do you want, dude? Just do it. Now you should try to promote here, but I don't know if you'll actually... Dude, I've had it. Just do it. I don't care. Like, how annoying can you possibly be? Okay, 4 minutes versus 2 minutes. That hasn't bothered me as much necessarily right here, but let's see what we can do. It's not that we couldn't win the one pawn back. It's more so just a question of whether I can actually deal with this pass pawn, which maybe you can, but let's see. Like, my king is closer, but can it actually get any closer is the big thing. It's gonna be tough. I don't know where it can even go. That's gonna be... You're gonna get mated there. Like, just fuck it. That's all you're gonna have to do. Right, if you go there, you get mated. Like, what kind of a stupid position is this? So the queen can't do anything. And you just have to, like, let it be, I guess. You just give a whole bunch of checks, I suppose. Maybe something good will come out of it. But you're actually just honestly letting me get closer and closer in a way that maybe you shouldn't do. But, I mean... I don't know. Even if you could have traded queens there, that would have been great, because then his king wouldn't have been able to get there in time. What? Fuck it, I'll just go for it. Oh! Because it doesn't matter, because my king's there to block it. Yours isn't going to be able to do jack shit, so you fucked it up. Oh shit, okay, focus. 1 minute left. The way that these people fucking snatch defeat from the jaws of victory is always beyond me, but I mean, I guess I do the same thing all the time too. You fucked it all up, dude, you had it. Now whatever you do, my king can just sit there. Bro. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Just don't give him a stupid stalemate. You go like this. You can easily take this. All the other pawns you shouldn't even really worry about. I didn't even know that was the mate, which is often the case. So this must be our lucky set, unless I accidentally cheated and used it even though I lost one, but I don't think I did. We get back to 16. I don't know if I should even bother. I definitely won't do another one. I don't know if I should bother doing arc though. I was gonna say skip it. No, I'll still try to do it here, but whatever. At least I did what I was trying to do, but I don't think I played at a particularly good level in doing it. But I've noticed like a substantial drop off in my effort. Like so many of these games, I am letting bad positions happen, and I'm not really playing kind of the same way that I guess I often do. Which you would think, as bad as I am, I shouldn't try to play the same way, but no, there is something at least where I would kind of be more consistent a little bit. It's a draw the whole way, and then only at that point does he, only at the end does he understand that he's going to lose. But he doesn't have to either. You're not even supposed to take, but then how does he... Wait, how is it a draw? How is it a draw? I guess because you're going to guarantee the promotion here still somehow? Wait, what? I'm so confused. Oh, because you'd be threatening the check. But I mean, as if you would know how to play that. And you'd still be fine. It's just... I think it would be easier for me to have played that than him, because it's just kind of so intimidating that I have the pass pawn there so close. But I guess my king being there wasn't as much of a deterrent. You would have thought that you would have losing consciousness. It was game over. I was up 2 pawns. They write these so dramatically. Don't panic. Because the toilet paper is out. COVID colorized. The COVID experience where everybody's dying, going to the grocery store to get, yeah, literally me, that 1600 thing on his head. Wait, where did that one even go? It keeps changing while articles are on the front page. Maybe because I saw that one, so it doesn't think I want to see it again. So whatever, this piece set will be preserved. So if we recap, like, I guess it's not easy to do that because they're all different ones anyway. Like, they'll be like on vastly different parts of this because of how stupid that is. But no, I don't normally do this even on... I was trying to do mostly the classical and the chess.com series and the bots, but we have at least a couple interesting series going on. So we're trying to get to 1700 in rapid just to... I almost want to do one more just to... No, I better not, though. I don't want to fall below 16 again. But no, I'm trying to get to 17 here, and we'll correspond that with doing this little piece at Permadeath, where every time I lose a game, I have to change to the next one. Otherwise, I keep the same one forever, basically. And then the other thing is, like, you know, for every game, I'll keep playing the same one for a long time. And then, obviously, the chess.com thing, where I'm going through every single bot. So there'll be a couple different series to vacillate between. And then beyond that, we should almost try to study as its own series, but I can't figure out how to actually summon the enthusiasm to do that. Okay, so this last week of chess has been interesting, of course. So I had introduced, or even the last 2 weeks, I had introduced the over-the-board webcam thing like a week ago for my chess stream episode, where I just show a real board in real life. Then the week after that, like this most recent week, was I introduced the whole bot challenge, where it's like Permadeath bot, play every bot on chess.com until I lose. So that's there. And then we introduced one other format, kind of just off stream, but I'll officially do it on the upcoming episode, because I always like to do it on the stream episode as like a big event thing. But we've been doing the Permadeath piece set round robin thing again, and there's a few considerations with it, because since I was using my other computer, I had to take notes of like which one I was at. And so I did an unexpected stream yesterday, Thursday, which is not my normal day of doing chess, but just because I wanted to get back to 16, so I better take it seriously. But there's 2 things that I've sort of had an urge to do, one of which I'm not going to do for a while, or at least like until I get to 17 here. We'll set that as a goal. Get to 17 in both of these, which I'm scared to even play classical, but I wanted to do some of the faster formats because it looks kind of embarrassing that I'm so slow there. But, you know, I really never care about them, and it almost brings down my level of play, or it kind of, you know, it's hard enough for me to focus on one thing. But right now it's sad, though, that my highest rating is going to be rapid, because not because, oh, I've gotten so much better at it, but because classical just kind of fell off and I really sort of tanked it. So what you have to figure out here is there was one other thing. See, I have more patience in these kind of sessions because whatever, it's not... It's just more like, you know, I'll do a couple games here and there whenever I get a chance. So it becomes more like a daily casual thing instead of having to do it all together. So that's the one laid back element that it gives you when you're sort of recording it this way. And you can kind of take breaks whenever you want. Like, obviously, not during the course of a game, but I still don't think I was playing particularly well there, but we managed to get through it. Kind of like an analogy for our experience overall. So we have these ones here. So we're doing it not only Permadeath piece sets, but we're doing, so like we play with a set until we lose, and then we have to move on to the next one, which I'll even do the ones on the sites too, or site. I was going to say chess.com, but it doesn't matter because we're only using that for like the bot challenge and stuff. But we'll do the ones on the site as well at some point, or maybe I'll start that on the Tuesday episode to introduce it basically from that. But we're doing the cosmetics as well. So if there's like a background the P set and also the board. So the background, even for the site, all of them are shared together. So like they'll get the same life. So if we lose all of them at the same time. So we're at best, dark, and extra. It might still be a little bit hard to figure out what that means, but this best, I assume that's what that is. I don't know what that means. Is that just the background? Maybe I thought it was the background, but what the fuck? Oh no, that's actually the piece set itself. And one thing that almost seems to have happened is maybe one of these previous sets actually looked just like this. So if we end up using a double of the same one over the course of this, I don't mind. I'm not trying to do it, but it's going to be impossible to remember. Or like there'll be some minute little difference. We already had the opportunity with like the Among Us one, where there were like two of pretty much the same. And there's all these modifier ones. Like this is very complicated, the amount of shit we have. A lot of them don't work. A lot of them require specific conditions to work. A lot of them might be doubles or similar or, you know, bugged out, missing a piece. So like it's a whole science project, but whatever. If we end up repeating one, even though it's not the same one by name, right, that's okay with me if I forget or I don't notice. Yeah, there was one that almost made it smaller, which we could play around with that, but I can't remember. So the next thing is dark. I don't know which is which. One of them is like, they're both like wooden, so dark wood theme here. And then we have the extra. Extra is going to be like an extra board, which almost feels like you're cheating, but all I care about is the wooden board that you have there. So this is like a very wooden theme set. Like everything, the background is wood, the board is wood. It's just incidental because I'm just going one by one. And so they're all going to be at different letters and different parts of the list because, you know, there's going to be less backgrounds than there are boards, than there are P sets and all that. The main interest is the P sets, but I figured I may as well do these too. Right, so we're fighting for the wooden thing. We're on a bit of a win streak with this one. Might be our best streak so far of the whole run. But one thing I should do, not that I want to do it right now, but I should almost go through the ones that don't work. Like, let me just do one as an example, since I know what those are now at least. Right, what's one that didn't work? And sometimes they do have like little, yeah, see, that looks like the exact same thing. Right, those, well, whatever, I'll still do it because we've been doing it. There was like let's look for a piece set that doesn't work, right? Alpha Rosa. Some of them just take a little bit to load too. I love this one because it's like a paper. I don't know. It makes me think of Paper Mario or something for some reason. That's the Anal Beads one. Anor Candy is already the one that they have there. I always forget the name of that. Animated King one, but no, there'll be something that's like it kind of tells you what they are a little bit. Like, what is all this? Is it going to tell me some sort of a doxing information, or this is mostly layout for streamer, Lichess? This is gonna like let you hack my browser or something? This only has to do with the thing itself, though. You should be able to show this. URLs in the domain lichess.org. You would think this wouldn't be anything to do with me, really. But no, what I was looking for specifically is the fact that like a set that doesn't, like for example, the checkers board requires you to put the newspaper background. So I almost could use some of these instead and go backwards. There's some better way to do it though. Like, what is this even? Black Cat Sanrio. So it just makes the whole screen black. Nice. But now whether that's actually the intent of it, that's sort of like a. See, ones like this that might make it harder though. I'm not really going to acknowledge. Why do some of these keep doing like the same one? Or that is the one that I'm actually using. I don't know. I was just sort of trying to prove that like, oh, we could maybe get something to work that we skipped over, right? So if you go in order, let me just look at a few. Like 3D, I don't even care about the 3D thing right now. Just for the sake of completionism. A lot of these we've actually used. Yeast can I? Yeah, I skipped that one because they all look the same. So that's a form of blindfold that you don't know. You can still see the pieces, but you don't know what they are, basically. This is at least a worthy intro where I can try to make something happen. So mainly, at least as far as these are concerned, we are like this. What is this? The best way to do it maybe is to look it up, and then it'll have some sort of manual in there. So you go find styles, then you type this in, right? Then you figure out what the fuck even is it, basically. But thank God they preserve this. Layout for a streamer. I don't know what that means, though. And it doesn't matter to me. Like, I don't care. But if it is a set that maybe you have to acquiesce to somehow, I don't mind. The names don't always give it away what they're supposed to be. So we're at that one. Better 3D wood. Okay, let me try this one just for the sake of it. See, 3D blue board. Or let me at least look up what it might say. Or that is the first one that actually appears there too. Oh yeah, I remember kind of trying to figure this out too, and I couldn't. 3D style board to work with the 3D settings. To change the board after installing, disable it. Works on 3D board mode only, but how do you even do it? It's already installed. I don't know about this. And it'll fuck up because the piece sets actually do miraculously work with the 3D boards, but they just kind of get shrunk down and weird. So I guess we can't do that even if I wanted to. All I'm trying to do is like find one that didn't work and show that it could potentially work. Like, let me just, whatever. Let me go to something, chess.com pieces. Oh, that is what a lot of these, oh shit, a lot of these are going to be like that. Chess set. I'm kind of spoiling what some of these upcoming are. This adds such an element. That one is fucking amazing, dude. That is one of the coolest sets actually I've ever seen, and I don't think I used it before in my... Wow, it has such an elegance to it. We were using some of these boards. Now, I don't know if that's intentional for it to be blindfold, or if it doesn't work. That's the whole beauty of it. The chess... I don't know, it feels like most of them actually do work, so maybe I won't care. So let me do it once more. We have dark, extra, and best. Best, dark, extra. So best is here, the piece set, which again, this is going to be like the chat. So if I keep seeing this one over and over, I'll have to make a point to skip it. But since we're on it for now, I guess it's fine. Like, I'm not going to consider that really cheating, but it's very hard to keep track of all this. So extra and dark. Extra and dark. And so that gives us a baseline for, you know, where to continue even if we did lose, but we shouldn't. One of my most hated ones is the fly or ride one. There's some fly or ride set, but they won't always be in alphabetical order because a lot of them say Le Chess at the beginning. So it'll say Le Chess pieces and then the name of it, but it is right there. Where is the extra board? Which again, that's not really why I'm using it. So let me try to figure this out maybe as far as actually playing at a decent level. I've been kind of lazy lately. So all we're trying to do is get to 1700 for now. Even though we've made a decent amount of progress, I think that the act of realizing that I made a decent amount of progress kind of sets me back because I don't stay focused somehow. And even all these gimmicks that I'm doing are no problem. Because like I'm just reintroducing something I did before. I'll never blame something like that. Beneath all the gimmicks is a psychology that basically is like you're trying to keep yourself immersed and interested in the game, right, over a long period of time. So that's the part that maybe people wouldn't see or appreciate. Anyone else might just get burned out in the same sense, or I kind of still do, or I try to always cheat the process. But let's see, the only thing I like to see is whether they're provisional or not, or whether I've played more games than them, which if I have, even just isolating this site as all important, like no other experience over the board or anything like that counts. Even if you do that, then, you know, if you've played more games than them, you should win. Like, whoever's played more. That's the raw measure of experience, which is often how it works. So that's the part that people maybe sometimes don't realize that they, you know, maybe that's all it is. Like, you don't realize how hard Magnus has worked, or you don't realize that element of it. That, like, maybe he's just studied more than everyone else, even the extreme amount that everybody at that level studies. Like, anybody who's 2,000 plus is going to have studied a lot, especially Grandmaster, especially Super Grandmaster, so you cut away the work of it. Magnus wasn't just born and he's immediately a 2,000 rated player, right? Like, Albert Einstein, when he played, that game caught a lot of interest all of a sudden because of Oppenheimer. When Einstein played, I don't even think it's in the movie or anything, it just... He played Einstein in a game of chess and beat him, I think, so what an explosive victory for him. But the point is that he wasn't immediately that great. He maybe played at a 1,200 level or 1,500 level at most, something like that. So again, maybe he could have learned the game better and quicker than most people. Maybe his potential and peak was higher than other people, but the innate state of simply playing it is not the measure, right? Like, it's chess is not what people make it out to be, to the extent that they think, oh, it's like an innate measure of intelligence. It's absolutely not the best way to measure that, unless you're really measuring it in a raw sense, like two people playing the game for the first time who've never even heard of it and know nothing about it. Then you could say, okay, fine, but you know what I mean? Like everybody's going to have to study it for long periods of time, and then of course that applied knowledge is a different form of intelligence, sure, but it's not the way that it's portrayed. Like so many shows get that wrong. Like Code Geass, Schneisel, and Lelouch are really good chess players because they're both very good military strategists and all this kind of stuff. But like you know who the best player in that universe would probably be? Some random dude who simply studied the game their whole life. These people don't have time for that because they're literally, I guess Lelouch might have had time because he was just kind of in school and stuff, but Schneisel doesn't have time. He's a fucking, he's a prince. He's got military, political responsibilities, all this kind of stuff. So this is okay for now. Let's see, like our position is good. It's comfortable. When people start sacking pieces and stuff, that's when I get really nervous. If you play like a calm sort of normal game against me, then you can definitely be in trouble because you can watch this diagonal, but I don't know whether that's really worth it or not. I kind of want to watch this diagonal and just sort of switch over to there. It could be difficult for him to deal with that. What did he do? Like he moved the knight away. Even this is cheating to be able to see the backlog, right? Sure, you can read it on the piece of paper like if you're playing in real life, but yeah, he moved the knight back just to move it again. So he must have some sort of plan in mind, but I don't really see what it is. He'll like take there, but it doesn't do anything. I don't get it. He doesn't seem to be playing anything crazy, but you gotta always watch for the moment that might happen. I don't even care about that. We got our aesthetic structure. We can figure it out later. That's how I always feel. You're giving me so much time, so much ease, right? That this is the way that it's gonna go. Now this isn't even necessary, and I don't even want to do it. You could do this at some point. And the reason why is because it's not actually even covered, and he has no easy way to cover it. Like, sure, he can do it with the knight or the queen, but I mean, he has no pawn cover for it, at least. So he's threatening this area a little bit, but I don't see especially the meaning of it. He already had, like, the bishop bearing down, and he had, like, the knight here, so I thought he would do something, like, with those two combined, but he keeps moving it just back and forth. You could go like this, so then you're threatening to take into a take on the pawn, so that's a very simple idea here. You just got to treat the game like for what it is, which is sometimes very boring. Like, just think about every move, like that expression. What do people say? Look for captures, look for checks, look for uncovered pieces. Haha. Like, I get it comes from a good place when people say that, but it's stupid because, like, you obviously know that. So that's kind of exposing the problem. Like, people who are bad at chess, mostly it's because they don't care, not because they can't just use their eyes and see what's up. The only safe square he would have is to go there. This is exposing myself a little bit, but that light square diagonal is okay with me for the time being. You just gotta always double check what you're doing too. Like, I'm not saying these players are that bad, but they're also not that good. And so now you get exactly what you just want. We've won a couple little dinky pawns. That's all we've gotten out of this so far. This pawn will elevate. Now this one becomes extremely weak, but you have to have the patience to go back, and then figure it out later. Then he might do that as well. So, like, it's okay. We're sort of chipping away. You got to play chess too like that. I'm like the Rocky Balboa of chess. Why? Because I face tank everything and just get destroyed. No, but it's like you got to rope-a-dope. Like, don't expect to do the knockout blow in just one shot. What you're going to do is like gradually. You get one thing that you do one jab, you take a piece, and you come back out. We got to turn it into some sort of boxing role play to make it more interesting and exciting. Chess boxing. Wow, I wasn't thinking about that when I was making that analogy. I just always make analogies to Rocky for some reason. I was playing Spirit of Justice, a Phoenix Wright game, and I was doing that too. Like, some moment in there just reminded me of it. So that pawn structure is pretty nasty. It's going to be hard for him to really do much about it. So you got to watch this one here. This is just what I don't like, though, is that I keep saying I'm going to study and then I never do because I feel like, oh no, I can get away with it. I can get away with not studying. And I kind of can, but it's just, all it does is it just makes it harder on myself. There's no real reason to do it like that. Even here, I'd be willing to just give up the pawn because it's like, well, because like he'll take with the pawn and open the king, and it's like, I'm not going to do it, but it's just interesting. Okay. All right. All right. This is exactly what I mean, bro. Not only did I see it, but I saw it in such a blatant way that what do you call it? I had just said it like the move before. So now the light skirmish was gonna need to go somewhere. So stupid, man. It makes no fucking sense. Now that's gonna ruin the whole game, or what the fuck did you just do? One clown move deserves another, where I made such a nonsensical move, it broke their brain, I guess. Like, I don't even understand what's happening. I didn't do well there. So I'm winning by a little bit amount. I don't know why that thing keeps bugging out, the evaluation, or it keeps changing. One time it was smaller, and now it keeps flashing. So generally we're in a good spot. See, at least this style of play was like intuitive. What I was doing made sense, but it only works because he's giving me openings, but I guess they'll give you some opening of some kind. It doesn't hate this move, but I hate it. See, I was even saying that. I said it. I just, Now that I more than likely wouldn't have done. Or if I did it, I'd do it for a less complex reason than that. Like, oh shit, he's just giving it up. Like, I would have done it for the reason of just, oh, I'm going to cheekily threaten the rook, not because I actually have some deeper attacking idea. See, that's the first step. You miss every checkmate you don't look for, to the extent that, like, I just at some point gave up trying to find them because I just tried so many times, and I was always so aggressive originally when I was younger, that at some point they stopped working, so then you stop looking for them. So let's see what we can do here. So this set is saying preserved for now. We're using like all the different sites piece sets on here, right? Like chess.com's piece set, or at least the default one. Then we're using we use the chess 24 one, and as much as everybody clowns chess 24, maybe rightfully so, like I've always made those jokes, why is it called chess 24? That's how many people have played on there in its whole history, or that's the average number of people playing on there, stuff like that. That's how many whatever dollars the site made, or that's how many high rated good players there are. Just that's why it's called chess 24. But the P set is actually pretty awesome, and now you can't even play it. That's how much chess.com paid to buy it, because they bought it, and now they bought their fiercest competition out. I guess you can't buy LeChess because it's free, but somehow that monopolization is dangerous. It's good to have multiple sites, although it is something as simple as just like the fucking game of chess, so it's not like it should be that big of a deal, right? You can just, I don't know, like to profiteer off of it that much is hard to believe. It's a site that lets you play a board game that that's all it is. You just play the board game. Like, sure, maybe it has certain cool features and this and that, but like they didn't invent the game. They didn't. I guess you can't really look at things that way, but one memory with chess is kind of like the same way I would play WoW. Even like I always mention how I played, like, let me go over some of my past experiences. I played when I was a kid, like super young, and then that was it. Then I didn't play again for a long time. Then I would sometimes play very rarely, but occasionally, like on some of these websites. Well, not even this one because I didn't know this one existed. But like, how I would play WoW, I always talk about, and I would use it almost as an excuse to listen to music or something, or watch videos, or watch movies and stuff. And I would just, be playing a game sort of in the background. Or am I watching the thing in the background, or am I playing the game in the background? In other words, you're doing two things together. It's like almost sensory deprivation, almost like what people sometimes do on stream. Like they're playing a game and reacting to a video, and doing all these different things, reading chat, all at the same time. But this was before I was even streaming, like where I would play a couple games on a website, right? Or like play a game on a website while I'm eating food, because that's more fun and conducive to that sort of form of content, as opposed to, it's harder to play something more active when you're eating food or when, again, you're watching something, so you're not paying full attention. And it's like one of those things, like I wouldn't want to have just played chess because it wouldn't have been interesting enough, and I wouldn't have wanted to just uh watch whatever I'm watching. So it kind of gives you an excuse. Oh, I wouldn't watch this show normally, but I'm playing chess, or I wouldn't play chess, but I'm watching this show. So it gives you an excuse to do both. And like I said, for a while, that was a big part of it, the ability to listen to music while doing it. And I guess you miss out on that here because I don't really want to play it for the whole every second of what I do. I do it when I'm on stream, I'll play music, but that's about it. I'm not going to overdo it. Again, whether for copyright reasons or whether just for the overload of it, like it should be balanced out. This is supposed to show it's more serious, but I am listening to it in the background, and maybe sometimes I will do that too. But it may be, oh, and part of the reason is the mobile hotspot is I'm listening to the thing on my phone, but if I listen to it on here and therefore play it, that'll actually take up. I guess I could download it, and then that creates a whole nother. But that would be fine. Like it's the same result basically, but like how if I wanted to do a React video, I think I did that for something else. Like you just have the video ready and then you use it there, but then you have to already have a planned sort of itinerary of what you're going for. But no, like I played when I was very young, just whatever, not as much as people might think when you say that. And then, again, over the years, almost just as an excuse, like as a filler game, like, oh, I would always play Hearthstone when I was eating food, or I would always play, like I would sometimes play chess for that same purpose, right? Fit for that kind of function, or even again, while watching stuff, I might play a game here and there because you're kind of playing it in the background. And at least the way that I would play, you're kind of playing it mindlessly. Not saying that that's a function of the game, but anything that's sort of turn based like that, you only need one button. It's just kind of conducive to that kind of experience. And then finally, I would play it on my previous channel where I would do it to take breaks between hard modes or permadeath or other categories that I was doing. So I would do like this very long, exhaustive session. I'd do a whole 6-hour, 8-hour stream of something, story game, hard mode, something else. And then, wait, why didn't he take the night there? I'm watching this thing too. So I would do something, then I would end off the stream by winding down and playing a game like that, also Hearthstone, chess, something like that, as a secondary category. So who would have thought all these things would be primary categories now? Like they're really not, but it's just because I don't have time to do something in front of them too. I've sort of settled for that. But it's a case where you're trying to look at it like it's a secondary category, and you would use it to either end something off or connect like two categories together, like you take a break in between. Now, I wouldn't really eat food on stream, or at least I don't like the idea of doing that, but you would kind of just take a break from what you're doing, do something kind of more low energy like that. Again, that's a choice whether how you take it. But of course, playing chess casually is just not an acceptable thing to do. But you get to basically, you would be in a position to play that kind of in the background again, just a little bit. I didn't do a ton on my old channel. And then on this channel, since basically the beginning of 2022, I played a little bit of it before that, but I mostly started to play it a lot in the beginning, like February 2022. And it was around the LA, when I was doing the LA Noir playthrough, I just remember coinciding with that. And so at that point, I started to play it a lot more. And so that just tells you that it's basically been 2 years, almost exact now, of some serious regular amount of play. But the reason why that doesn't seem like that big of a deal is because this is what people would do normally anyway. This is what I should have done from when I was young. I should have never stopped and always done it at least this much. Then imagine where you would be. That's what it would take to be like your truly best or whatever your potential is, right? You would have had to have done it that much. Now, again, I'm not saying where I would be, but if you were to have taken it seriously, that's what you would have had to do. So my regret wouldn't be like, oh, you'll never know how good you are, or you think you're better than what you are, and stuff like that. It's more just like you wouldn't even know. And so, like, it's just a choice that you're going to have to accept. Like, you chose not to focus on it, and I'm fine with that, but that's the kind of game that it is, that you have to understand that it's nothing if it's not insanely time-consuming and really unrewarding, because you wouldn't make all that much money from it. Although, again, the streaming angle, it'll give me something to show off in that regard, I guess. Ivan the Illustrious, quite the name. Let's see if he's Ivan the Terrible when it comes to chess. So you can't take there. And so just back off, I guess. no reason to give a pointless check because he'll just push you back out. I should try to explain it in more an instructive way, a lot of the stuff I do, but I guess I just feel like it's obvious, so it shouldn't even matter. So here, like, I always do this to try to avoid the pin. I guess I'll use the arrows to show what I'm doing once I've already decided I'm doing it. So, like, I know that I don't want to get pinned. Now, arguably, that's not a good move, and you don't have to make it there, but just for me personally, I can't imagine low-rated players really want to make that pawn push, because he'll bring the bishop in, assuming that's not there. Then I push it out, but then he doesn't take, he goes back. Then I have to go here, otherwise it stays pinned forever. And it's very hard to cover this. The knight covers knight. Potential is not there, and normally you don't play like that, so it just creates too many problems for me. Let's see what kind of other arrow-based explanations I can give. You know, that's kind of bad for his development maybe, but this diagonal is very good, but we have to set up the pawns a little better. Now, there's a big question, do I want to go here with the bishop, or do I want to go there? Now, I personally always like to go here, but then I also always like to trade one off, so it's hard for me to say what I should do with that. We're still in early game development. His development is even worse than mine. There's almost no point going here, though, because there is no pin play. Like, you're just... I guess... See, he could move this, and then he could double take if I didn't address it. I almost feel like going here is better, but... You know, what you really want is this structure, right? You go here, here, and then here, here. Even though it's split pawns, it works for the simple reason that you're able to... you're able to cover it with the bishop. So the bishop would be covering this anchor pawn for this. This bishop could theoretically cover that, although a lot of the time he gets pushed back to here, because otherwise the knight will try to eat it up. But yeah, like, would I have rather missed out? It would have been like another game like WoW for me, where like I missed out on so many games that I could have potentially played during that time, like the Elder Scrolls series or Fallout or all these single-player games, whatever, Final Fantasy games that I never played, all these different things, Symphony of the Night, Castlevania, right, that I played for the first time, like, way later. Like, I didn't play it when it obviously came out. So, all these things that I got a chance to play because I stopped playing WoW, just because WoW was so time-consuming, which is not really the fault of the game, but it's still, like, just the nature of how that genre works. The point is that... Would I have rather... Okay, he gave that to me pretty easily, but he can still fuck around with it. Would I have rather done that or played WoW? The same way that I say, would I have rather... would I have rather played chess than to play... I don't know, all these other games I played as a kid, like, let's say, Zelda and Mario and all Donkey Kong 64, Banjo-Kazooie, Banjo-Tooie. Again, don't look at it from the cynical career point of view that, oh, like, you just like it because, well, even you could make money from it, but that's not even a very good rationalization. So that doesn't really do even a whole lot. I normally can't resist the desire to take a trade here either, but I don't know. I guess I don't see the harm. Like, what does it really do? Okay, he's pinning down, but so what? Like, you can just do whatever you want. He would have to attack it again, which he can't even do. Like, oh no, he's going to attack it with this, but he can't because, you know what I mean? That would unpin it right there. This doesn't really scare me because you have to still get in there somehow, which maybe there's some kind of sack play, but if there is, I just, you know what I mean? I should use my abundant amount of time. I just assume that players aren't really thinking like that, but they kind of do sometimes. So you want to move this, but I can't really even decide where to move it or why. Even going here is bad because he could double take. So, I mean, whatever. I just kind of want to get this diagonal going. If he wants to take, let him take. Or yeah, it's a winding road that led me back to chess because all I wanted to do is like, oh, let me just play a couple variants or let me just fuck around with something. And then it turns into what we have here. So you're double stacked on there. There's no real reason to do this, right? But just gotta scan everything over and through. But that's the one implication I don't like, is that, like, oh, bad players are just innately bad and you can't do anything about it. Meanwhile, the good players, even at a low rating considerably, like, as they're getting better, they're sitting there thinking. Like, they'll think about every single possible move here. They'll put forth that effort. You can think, like, what can this do? What can this do? What can this do? Nothing really important, nothing instructive. This is a good diagonal. This is, you got to take inventory of your piece every turn. This is covered. This is covered. Nothing crazy going on with this position. Like, it's all fine. That's what they're doing. While you're saying, oh, I can't figure it out, it's too hard, including myself at times where I don't put a ton of effort, it's like they're actually doing something above and beyond and actually putting forth the effort to make it happen. So I hate the implication of, that it's as easy as what it looks like. Oh, you just see these good players playing bullet and blitz and, oh, they're just innately good, but they don't tell you about the decades and decades of study, or they do tell you, but you don't listen, or you somehow, I don't know, people still don't really appreciate what exactly that means sometimes. So you could make a move like this. He would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. But what you'd rather do is you'd rather do it like this, because then at least if that's covered, then you know that he can't push it. So he'd be forced to do it. So his light square bishop's not very good the way he's done that. So this is beautiful because no matter what you do, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. And if he tries to raise, I can take. Right, just outright. So that solves one issue. It's still not that big of a deal, but, I'm just trying to make something happen with these because nothing really is happening, and it fucks up his pawns maybe, or maybe not. If he lets me take, or maybe I don't want to take. As long as I get the diagonal, I'm happy, and then somebody has to sit on that pawn, and really only the rook can do it very reliably, so it's not the greatest. I think I'd rather actually take somehow. I mean, again, my desire to trade is sometimes very extreme. So this is all well and good and cute. So if you go here, here, you almost want to go there. So I don't know how to do it, though. The pathing for the knight is just so nonsensical sometimes, I swear. You go 1, 2, 3. Like 1, 2, 3. Which is arguably not at any point really good, and just moving it around so much is gonna fuck something up too. What? You're just gonna keep forcing it to fucking dance. So I don't mind the trade, but again, it's simple as that. If he takes this, he takes this. Like, let's try not to force the incorporation of the knight too much. So even at any point, if he takes that, we lose that. So maybe I should switch the color of these. Right, that's at least one problem that we're seeing that we could potentially address. The one issue we have here is this, but it's not a big deal unless he was to pin it to the king. And if he pinned it to the king, then I'd be fucked, because then the double attack does commence. I just don't like leaving it sort of hanging like that, but I don't see how he can threaten it very easily either. So he's going to come after this, right? You got to just identify what it is that they're actually trying to do. So it's not that you couldn't deal with it, it's just it's going to be confusing, for sure. So he's certainly up on time, so I don't know whether that should mean that he should want to trade or not. Are you serious? Wow, okay, I got nothing on that one, alright. That was just good. I don't know what to tell you. Like, what am I supposed to do about that, man? I just don't get it. How am I supposed to deal with that? That's utterly unbelievable to me, but okay. You can maybe still clean up these pawns. It might not be as bad as what you think. So he takes, I take, attack the rook. What you really got to do here is, or I can't even do it. What you really got to do here is incorporate the king, because he might be the one to save the day, because he's obviously a better piece than the knight. Like, that one I can't say anything. Like, I was thinking, I was trying to find stuff, but I'm just speechless. Like, how the fuck Look how he's playing so fast, man. Now, it's going to be hard to cover these necessarily, but you are just basically looking for a draw here, which wouldn't be that hard necessarily to do, or there's that problem too. I mean, there's nothing I can do. I just give up. Alright. If I can just get this one out first, maybe you would have something here. Because it could be hard for him to deal with all this, or maybe it won't be hard at all. Who knows? He could go here. The whole thing would be to cover both. That undoes a lot of my hard work there because you're kind of just doing the same shit over and over. But no, that was a good move. I mean, it was just a good check to try to... Yeah, give me a threefold repetition. Do it again. Do it again, you fucking clown. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing? How do you fucking attack with a fucking stupid knight? How do you do it? It takes like 50 moves just in case you weren't sure how the knight works. Like, what the fuck is going on? You might have been better off just going for it. Like, just somehow I should have just let him take the knight, and the number of times it's just a pure liability is what pisses me off. Like, I could win this position with the bishop, although probably not. It's just like, man, he made one really good move, though, so I'm not even as mad about that as most games. And the time is what just throws me off. Like, it stands to reason. What? It stands to reason that I couldn't beat this guy normally. Yeah, you should, like, whatever. That move notwithstanding, he's moving way too fucking fast, so that's what comes back to bite him. And you know what's funny is I probably still might not have won that because the knight is so shit as a piece. You'd be very surprised to see it might be a draw, or it might actually be a loss, because I might not be able to actually stop all this. I'll take this, but then so what? I might misplay it is the point. So black is, wait. It's even, yeah. See, it's still a draw. It's still a draw, the fucking clown. So he's playing too fast, but then he doesn't even realize that the knight is such a shitty piece that by even forking and winning the rook, you still don't win. And maybe I would have won because he wouldn't know how to play it, but maybe I would have lost because I don't know how to play it. But look, dude. Look, I was getting dejected there, but he's too fast, which both benefited him, I guess it psyched me out a little bit, but also... and it sort of almost demoralized me a little bit, but what I also get is that benefit. But you can't be relying on things like this. Like, he played well, and somehow I played better, but it just doesn't make sense according to that. Like, what went wrong in the game? It was that one move. He made one brilliant move. All these things are kind of minor. I don't think these were the defining elements of the game. Nothing here is really too crazy. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Again, even if you make some minor mistake, yeah, moving the knight is a blunder because it just sucks. But this is the whole check move. So if you go here, it just allows you to not take. So if you were to check, I could just take. But no, like that one, this is an unironically thumbs up moment. This doesn't bother me because if you beat me because of that, this is what I always talk about. Don't beat me because I hang the queen. Beat me because you do this, which is not like a super hard thing to see, but at least that's something, right? At least you deserve the win based on that, and you're too much of a clown to take the win, fine. But obviously, I shouldn't feel too happy about that one. Like, we think about it now. This is what I mean with the win streak and the piece at Permadeath. You'll look back 30 games from now when I'm on a 30-game win streak and say, oh, wow, if it wasn't for that one game where the guy blundered the fork and resigned, right, when I had no business winning, if it wasn't for that game, you would have lost that piece set. Like, this is one of my longest win streaks ever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? And my longest is 7. And as soon as I think about that, I'm not going to win, but at least, whatever, we see what this can represent. I would say let's try to beat that win streak. Fine, we've gone on so many that are close to it, but then I always lose to a viewer or I always draw. which neither of those should really count against it. It's not a rated game. It's a casual game against a 2,000 rated viewer or friend or something, which shouldn't have anything to do with it. Or because that page is all about the ratings, like highest rating you've been and stuff like that. But either I lose to that or I get a draw, which doesn't break your win streaks in actual professional chess like Magnus and Ding, like I always talk about. But what was I saying? I would say that, but yeah, the psychological element of that is going to fuck you over, because as soon as you start thinking about that. But again, we're fighting to keep this piece set and board and everything alive. But no, I've been listening to Jack Stauber's instrumentals a lot while playing chess in these last couple sessions, which some of that I played maybe on stream too, but generally I'm pretty good about not having any issues with it. But yeah, I've listened to stuff in the past, but I guess I find there's like 3 layers to chess music, right? I find music that has lyrics kind of distracting, but there's like an in between, right? Instrumental stuff is fine. That's not distracting at all usually. And then stuff that has lyrics is distracting, but something in the middle is like, if I listen to a foreign song like in Hindi or some other language, that I don't find as distracting because I don't understand what the lyrics are saying. I'll listen to 99 Luftballons or something like that, and that'll be just fine. So 1628. This is fine. 14. Like, these are the people that amaze me. Because I do feel like, so the knight move might be coming now. So what that does is nothing really at all, because it's not the right knight move, I guess. Right, it normally would be the one attacking this. So now I should be able to do this, and it should be fine. Maybe I'm incorrect in my assumption. But, like, the assumption would be, okay, I would take, but then he would be threatening to take. So maybe that's not the correct response. The correct response is you go here, because this isn't under threat, so you don't have to push out the queen yet. You go here, and then you're posing a threat such that if he makes that stupid knight threat, you punish him with a mate. And even if he doesn't, you're doing proper, good development. And then you can always do that later. See, now this move is what I expect to come. I expect it... But the thing is... But he would take with the queen first, I guess, is the whole problem. So now if you were to do this, it still doesn't matter, because he could still do that. You have to cover this first, and he'll go there at this stage, which makes it a difficult proposition. This is actually more confusing than you would think. If I do this now, he'll just do this. Then if I take. So that doesn't really help. You still lose the pawn. It's going to fuck up somewhere, because what happens is he goes there, and I just don't want to let him go there. That's the thing. Almost makes me want to go like that, but maybe what you're actually supposed to do is like this. Because this knight isn't really doing anything anyway. Now you go here, then he can't bring the knight there to attack the queen. That's the main thing I'm bothered by. But the problem with that is it's not addressing the main threat, so what the fuck? I guess we'll just do this. Instead of using the pawn to do it, we could develop this way. So he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. If he attacks the queen, I'm not really entirely sure what to do, I'll admit. Right, if he just simply goes there, I don't know what to do. He's attacking there, which still doesn't really even matter, to the extent that... Shouldn't you be able to do this now, though? That's the thing. So if he attacks the queen, I take the queen, he takes the queen, but then that's more an advantageous position still for him. So I almost still want to do like this. Something bad is going to happen, though, I guarantee it. Because, like, he would take, I would take... If you do this now... he would take... No visual aid, no arrows, no moving on the mouse. These people are too fast, though. He would take... It's like they know openings or something. He would take that, I would take back. He would take back, I would take back. It's the threat that really bothers me. I'll do what I am doing, but... It's not that you can't escape from the knight there, even, but it just creates all these awkward problems for you. Oh, God. You don't even really have to do anything with that. That's the thing. You could just do like this, double attack it so it almost forces his hand to do it. I don't know what this is, man. This wasn't covering anything anyway. That might not be a particularly good move, but it's okay. You already had the knight cover, so you didn't need to do that. The problem is now it could bog down into a claustrophobic position where we can't really develop the knight in any case. That doesn't seem like it was too bad, but it probably is. But he kind of let it go a little bit too easily. He maybe could have pushed the threat there a little bit more. So this is double covered. Everything's good. The only thing that's not good is the fact that actually, that move is pretty devastating. It's this stupid ass light fucking square. Why is it such a pain in my ass? There were so many opportunities with the knight to go to the light square. Even if he doesn't do it now, or he could have done it earlier in the game. So he might go there to try to double attack. He's attacking that square, which again was a known. It was a known threat and it was a known issue by me, but yet I still couldn't do anything about it, huh? I don't know, man. I just don't know. Like what am I supposed to do in that? Like what could Magnus Carlsen have done in that position to save that pawn? I guess he wouldn't have been in that position. Like there's literally nothing you can do. I guess you shouldn't be there because you didn't need to be there, but or that once again the knight gets in the fucking way. Or you go like here and then he takes what I can't take. I mean the fact is I have to let him just take it and just live with it. I can't do anything. So there's nowhere he can go that's really that good, so I just have to accept my fate a little bit. There's nothing really crazy happening with the position besides that, though. It's not like he's going to get trapped or something. I'm impressed by their speed, and I'm sometimes impressed by some of the crazy things they do, especially sacks, but that doesn't mean that's always good, and you saw how the last guy was so misguided, but these people are better than me. It's starting to feel like that. Or at least they're more comfortable. Like, he's played 14,000 games, so maybe he should be a little, whatever, but he's only single attacking that pawn here, so I could just do the trade and it'd be fine. Bishop didn't do its part in covering that pawn anyway, so it's fine. Like, I keep getting away with certain things, but it doesn't mean that I'm playing it the right way. That's the point. Where could we go to sort of trap this fucking thing for a trade? That would be my main desire. I should almost just do this, though. This is what I've been kind of waiting for. He could do the 6 for 6, and I almost don't even really care too much about it. So yeah, that whole light square fucking thing for the knight was a threat the whole game, and he ends up not even doing it from that angle, but just if he had threatened the queen with it, like, it's more so just something I don't know what it is or how to deal with it. Not that it's even... Okay, this is fine. How does he keep doing this? How does he keep doing it? What the fuck is going on? How? I can't do it. I can't do it anymore. These people are just outclassing me, I guess. Like, even the last guy should have won. I don't understand. I do not get it. It makes no sense. Now he's triple attacking there. Like, I give up. I give up. Fuck the streak. Fuck the set. I can't do it, man. You're too good. You've played 14,000 games. I won't play that many in my life. I'll be a grandmaster before that, but I guess they served you well because you're really something, huh? I'm just speechless. Like, I have no idea what's happening right now. I just don't know. I give up. He's too good. Even if I did that, I would take, he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. He's obviously not going to just sit there. There's no point even doing that because if I took, I can't even take back. I could like push one out and that would be awkward, but that's so fucking dumb, bro. Like, who do these people think they are? 14,000 games. Either you're a bot or you play like a bot. Stockfish level 1 over here. You maybe didn't think over the course of 14,000 games that part of the reason why you're stuck there is because you're it could be because you're so fast, like you move way too fast. Can't go there. It's just getting on my nerves, man. He could go there and check and fork, assuming assuming my bishop wasn't there, so he could take and then do it. Like, we get the point. So just don't let him take. Or even if he like brings the bishop there, but then I could double take it. It's not that I couldn't recover, but I'm not too happy about it. Like, something is happening in these games. Like, I even said I should start to study around now, but I still don't feel like that's really why. But obviously, it would help. And again, an opponent like this, I don't like using that 14K thing as an excuse, but my God, like, I don't know what to tell you, man. He's just too much. Okay, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just gonna go for it. You could give the thing here, give the check. Must be at least as annoying as possible, but again, this is where speed just fucks me over. If somebody's like evenly matched than me, but just faster, or if they are better, it leads to a situation where there could definitely be problems. So it almost could be trapped, but it's just the nature of the night. Like, it's still gonna fucking do something annoying, I bet. So just by having a good central attacking position, you could end up losing it for nothing, but I'm sure he'll still get something out of it. He's been pretty sharp. How did they start off the game so sharp, but then they struggle later? Like, even that last guy, well, he just made like one mistake, I guess, but we trapped the knight effectively, I feel like, but maybe it's not. I wouldn't really know. He'll do something good out of it still. But yeah, see, this is what you got to exploit the weak links. He used his knight really well by winning multiple pawns to the point where I'm kind of still stunned in disbelief. But now he might lose it and pay the price as a result. So you at least take the knight down with you. But you can like win a pawn as a result too, right? So it'd be fine. So you'd still only be minus. No, I'd still be -1. So do I take with the pawn or do I take with the bishop? That's a very difficult decision to make. And I guess I'll just do this then. So don't let him get any sort of cheeky fork, which he really can't do at this stage. So that at least is a bit of a recovery play. The only thing I'm concerned about is what I've been saying the whole time is actually time. And you know, I should just go all in with this. Fuck the open file, fuck everything. I just go full Armageddon Blitz kind of mode because it's all about time right now. These knights are in awkward spots that I'm not entirely happy with, but we're going to have to try to make it work. Now, even if you were to go here, I could still take, and then that becomes a trade. I almost want to connect these. You got to watch out for the open file now that he has active and available to him. This is the moment of like clutchness or, you know, that extra effort that you got to have where it's like, I don't know. Where, you know, you got to clutch it out with the 2 minutes left. These are the kind of games you got to start to win or at least equalize and somehow, you know, it's not that I didn't know he could do that either. In fact, you could still keep going with this. It's the fact that I basically He would check there, so maybe that wasn't what I had intended to happen, but he would fork the... Oh my god, this guy, huh? Can I... Oh, okay, it's fine, it is fine. If you go here, he'll fork. If you cover it, he'll fork. So just let him have it. Just an interesting commentary that it's always the knight that has these occurrences happen. Even in his case, that was true. Like, he can fork it. I mean, I'm good. I give up, man. I give up. I can't do it. I don't know what to tell you, man. Play 14,000 games of your life and you'll get somewhere with it, I guess. You can still blunder something, but I'm not just losing these games. I'm getting outclassed. I don't get it. Like, that opening took most of my game, so I guess I should just know openings, huh? I should just study openings. Fun experience. I keep saying I should do it, but I think I'm realizing in the process, like, I really just don't want to do it. That's what it comes down to. Even if he blundered a rook, I still wouldn't be able to really do anything with this, so... He gives a check, doesn't really matter. We could give a fork or something, I don't really care. Literally, blunder a rook and I'll still lose because of time somehow. Just kind of dance around with the knight. It's not really doing anything anyway. That is kind of frustrating when it comes down to time. So all of his opening prep or whatever that he's done in his life is really... Even that wouldn't be too unfavorable for him, honestly. Even that's terrible because you would have to address something. I don't know. So don't let that one move. Try to take this one. Try to double attack something. I don't know. Like, even the last one I got bailed out. How is it always when you're on these good win streaks, this sort of thing tends to happen? If you raise this, you're in trouble, so you have to go with that one. Or you'll have to effectively... Wait, what? Oh, it's from that. You get a fork, but it's not a real fork. You can easily just cover it. I mean, I tried. I really did try. If he takes, I take. We can try to take this. I don't really fucking know. I'm too low on time. Even if I was up, like even if I was in his position, I would still, I would take, he would take, and then I would take. So that's actually not the worst case scenario, but it's still bad. Or more to the point, I could just take this, which would still not necessarily be good. He can just take there. But he didn't. He did it the wrong way. But it doesn't matter. Like, it's not going to be an insufficient material type of position. That's the problem. So you got to keep pre-moving everything. I mean, look, dude. Look. Look. Give the guy a standing ovation. What a great player. What a fucking amazing... Like, how do you do that, man? How do you feel good about yourself? Just forget it, man. Like, how does that make sense? Again, if it was the same opponent and he hadn't played that many games on this particular side and I didn't know that, maybe he has it in real life, maybe he has over the board, but this is the kind of guy who just represents what's wrong with chess. What are you doing? Like, maybe you're playing it for fun. Maybe you're doing it like what I would used to do, but it would never amount to that many games, dude. Even if you want to double or triple the number of games I played, right, over the course of my life, like, that's not even close to that, so I don't know what to tell you. So White was winning most of the way. There was at no point was I really winning. So let me try to learn how to play this opening because I don't get it, even though I've seen it a number of times. You're not supposed to bring the queen there, but I always feel like I thought you were supposed to bring the queen there. That's a blunder, but you were supposed to do that. What was I supposed to do next then? You go here, and then if you take, then I take. So you take, you take, you take, you take. That's actually not too bad of a sequence, but again, as if I would know exactly how to play that. 58 center pawn, 69 center pawn, of course. But no, like we're almost going to be losing in the opening in some of these ways. Now it's still pretty even, right? He keeps giving it back up and down a little bit, but I think he fucks up even here a little bit. Like he could have just took the promotion or something, but it just doesn't really matter. I'm actually winning there for a second. You take the rook itself. Holy shit. Imagine if I had the presence of mind, but I guess if I was just a little bit faster, huh? They still give it back to you. That's what crushes you. I knew he made a mistake there, but I didn't think of that mistake. I thought it was just that, oh, he's giving up the promotion, whatever, opportunity and fucking that up. So you still even give it back. So maybe I should balance using time, which again, I'm not saying it's not a relevant factor in the game, but it's not right now. I just don't particularly value it. So whatever, we still went on a decent streak with that one, so now we have to change the, we have to change all the cosmetics. So the best, easiest way I've figured out to do it is, instead of trying to just guesstimate, you do this, right? Like you go with best, and now you reset it. So now you just start at best, because otherwise it pulls it to the top. So you go best. So we're looking for the, oh, you gotta do it from here, otherwise it'd be hard to tell. So that one went on our best streak so far of this permanent round robin. I'm pretty positive because I haven't been doing too well lately anyway. And that even extended from the end of my stream yesterday to the episode here. A little recorded session. So better 3D wood board is not going to be it. Bezo is not a set. I don't know what that is. It just removes the whole thing. So we're looking for a piece set specifically. And one of these might come into play, but I think I would have already used it then, wouldn't I? Like, what was the board at? The board is extra board. When did I use this? I don't remember using it. Book. Okay, this is at least a different set. And now we'll do with book pieces, which again, a lot of these are going to look similar and whatever. I mean, it's still, some of them are completely wild and zany. Okay, dark wood theme. Let's go to dark wood. This is how it's going to be, but we shouldn't have to change them very often. The whole tedium of doing this is good encouragement, I guess. Darker theme. Okay, that would work right there. Right, so that's the theme. So you got darker theme. We got book. And see, doesn't this just excite your imagination? The fact that there's so much variety and so many things to choose from, and you could make your own, and people are constantly making different ones over time. And unfortunately, some of them don't work now, but like some of the old ones of the past, but there's just so much that this opens up that keeps the game more interesting than it would otherwise be. So I do feel like I missed that particular board, just to be clear. What was it? Blue board, or this is the problem. It doesn't work now. What the fuck? Or was this one? But I'll just skip it. I don't remember using that, or maybe I did. I don't know. Because I remember saying that, oh, one looked like ICC, and not Internet Chess Club. I mean, that is actually a bit of a tongue twister, right? Or like a little language trick. Oh, what board were you using? ICC? No, not ICC like Internet Chess Club. ICC like ICYSEA is the name of it. Some sort of internal joke with that. So what was I just using? I completely forgot the name of it, actually. It was, I don't know. I actually forgot. It is, oh wow, I don't even know now. Or I had written it in my text document here, or like in a Google search, I mean. So I had put, I was kind of checking my own VOD even for it. Best dark extra. It was extra board, which again, whatever that functionality was, I didn't even use. I certainly wasn't somehow using that to cheat, because that's almost what it sounds like. I'm not going to use like the one that gives you a GM title. So it's not the set that we're looking for. This is not the set I'm looking for. I'm looking for an actual board. Famous chess streamers, that's also a piece set. Fate Stay Night, that's going to be the background. A lot of these backgrounds don't even work at all. First dark board. Now again, let me actually indulge this and see maybe maybe there's some way to get it to work. I'll at least be willing to test it. First dark board here. Now if you look at it, what do you need to do to get it to work? It doesn't even tell you though. Fuck. That looks good. Let me play with it. That is almost like the checkers effect, right? Where instead of it's like, I don't know, it just looks cool. Like maybe there's a particular one you have to use. I'll just assume it's always the newspaper one that makes it work, but it doesn't. Dark board. What would it be expecting you to use? It doesn't give you any feedback, so it just doesn't work, and you don't know why it doesn't work. Okay, so we'll get rid of first dark board. We'll do it again. Go find it on here. So we're already at the letter F with this one, so... Okay, Fluoride is the one that I hate so much. You know, it could be that it doesn't work, or it could be that it's just taking a while to actually appear. But one of those Fluoride ones is good enough for me, dude. So that didn't work. Fritz 2. Why the fuck do some of these not work, man? So many of them don't work either. GG board. Now that might just be like at the end, obviously, some animation or something will happen, or I need the Dark Souls add-on one that I kept talking about. I don't know why that Zen TV thing comes on automatically. Like, sure, I clicked on the TV, but if I wanted it on, I would tell you. Okay, so we're at Fluoride and stuff. GG board, green LeChess, background, gray board. Nothing works. Just nothing works, dude. What the fuck? Or maybe it somehow adds it in the... Or maybe somehow my background is fucking it up, but I can't imagine why that would be the case. Right, because the P set couldn't fuck it up because I have to use that anyway. Like, let's say we get rid of that and see if maybe something will work otherwise. So the gray board isn't working. Okay, let me try it with this first before I do the style. Like for the background here. Let me try it again. It was dark wood theme was the one we ended off on there. This one we ended off on the extra board. So let me try it again. Extra board, wait, what? Wait. Something's wrong. That was just working, too. I'm so confused. Like, it shouldn't really matter what I have here, but some of them maybe it does. So we're on the extra board again. I'm going to spend more time trying to figure this shit out. Like, we just used it. What do you mean? Maybe it doesn't work with this set. I don't know. That's the background. Just, like, give me a fucking board, man. I don't know what that is. Funhouse isn't doing anything. Funny pieces. GG board. Wait, now that does make it work. So, now let me try to do the thing after. So, what was another board that we maybe skipped? So the extra board doesn't work now all of a sudden for some inexplicable fucking reason. There's some sort of weird thing going on between them where it's just like, okay, whatever. But this is at least a different board. And then the final thing is the dark wood. So the darker theme would go here. So I guess it's the order in which you do it, maybe. You get this to work first and then? I don't know. All right, let's just actually play one more. 1659. This does have kind of a cool coloration effect to it. Or like these are almost like low res pieces a little bit, but I kind of like it. And maybe that's a little bit too dark of a blue where it kind of fucks with your eyes a little bit, but I like it. The pure variety of it and the dark background and stuff. Or is it somehow influenced by the fact that that it's the darker theme too? I don't even know. People always complain about this element. Like, they won't complain about how shitty my play is, but they'll complain about, oh, haha, it's the piece set that really bothers them. You can escape there with the bishop, which is okay with me. And so the only thing you're really looking for here... See, people question me that I take so long in the opening sometimes, but it usually serves me well, because otherwise I would fuck it up. And that gives me my best chance to deal with something that I'm not really too comfortable or familiar with, because it ends up being very I don't know, it just ends up being very worthwhile. The alternative is I could just save that amount of time by simply by simply studying openings and stuff like that in the first place. So you could go here, but I could always take it. I could go here. I want to move the knight always at this stage of the game, but I can't figure out exactly how to do it. Right? And the reason why is because I don't know, like you would have wanted to have already traded it off, but the only chance I would have had to do that would have had to give up the pawn. I mean, I do this just for the sake of being able to trade queens, unless he has something else up his sleeve. So now this is being attacked. That's actually fine with me. It's just you want to move this. Nothing else crazy is really opened up as a result. So you are attacking this one. He is covering it. I could immediately double attack it, but it almost doesn't matter. I almost prefer not even worrying about that and focusing on this. Right, just like now if his bishop pins it down, it still is pinned down actually. But whatever, we can just finish my development here. You could raise it and then you're threatening this too. And then I have to take this, let him take this, check, and then he could potentially take this. That's tough because you don't really want to take it. But then again, you don't want to let him take it either, so I don't really have a choice. I have to accept the fact that I lose a pawn there, which might not be too big of a deal, but it's just one of those things that was fairly obvious. And I said it even, as it was happening, but okay. I do have that mental block in playing chess. Like, I can't actually do certain things because I'm very, like, scatterbrained or I don't have that effort level half the time. I just kind of do random stuff. Here we go here. You can probably trap a rook in there too as a simple result of having the double bishop pair here right in my face. But the reason why that probably wouldn't work is because the knight does sort of cover some element of this. That's actually not as big of a deal as you might think, for the simple fact that you can bring this back, let's say. So he's going to attack it again, but then at that point I could move it. But the problem with that is where you're going to move it is probably going to be pretty bad. Or he's doing that just as a bait to set up the trap on the thing, but it wouldn't necessarily still work because you could move up to a different level. Okay, I'm not in that bad of a spot, but we got the ability to basically just try to take something here, which probably is not the greatest idea, but it's going to be a lot of fucking chaos. You go ahead, you do this. Oh! That was the wrong order in which to do it. Okay. Alright, alright. See, there's this thing called effort that I keep mentioning, and I don't think I really understand the meaning of it here. It's very interesting, but I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's just not there. These people are still faster than me for what that's worth, but it just doesn't matter. And even here, I'd still be wanting to trade pieces. But this is like an even lower level than what you normally see because it's just very, I don't know. I'm not even worried about it. All right, and people will give it back to you sometimes, like we've seen in some of these recent games, but just like I'm not gonna resign. I just may as well though. I'm resigning simply by how I'm playing. It's a tough thing because that one's sort of inexcusable. Like, again, I'm not saying these people are bad, but it's just not the way that you play. The way that I'm playing is incorrect. So that's my biggest failure when it comes to chess. It's not that, oh, haha, you're bad or whatever, worse than people who have studied for big parts of their life or whatever. That's not the issue. The issue is that you're basically trying to, you know, if you just play in some sort of innate natural way that is more indicative of effort and just how anybody could play, that's always what I am trying to talk about. Sort of the absolute standard that is very true in many things in life. Like, you can just do that and then worry about the rest of it later. Worry about the studying and this and that later, but just play at some base innate level that you're capable of doing to your maximum potential, let's say. And obviously, I'm not doing that at all right now. You can get maybe a stalemate if he's cocky enough. It's like one of those villain moments, like, oh, haha, I have no chance of winning, or like, you have no chance of winning, and they're gonna brag and gloat, and then that leads to them somehow fucking up. Which, I mean, that is just a natural human tendency that you're gonna get overconfident or arrogant or something. Makes it look like more of a slaughter than it really was, but that's the inexcusable element right there, is the sheer amount of time. So I do think there's a boredom factor, and I know people won't like that as an excuse, potentially. Like, oh, haha, you only lost because you got bored. But it is true that, like, it is a measure, right? The measure of the game itself. You don't like the game enough. It's not, you like it, but you don't like it that much. That what you have to do to be able to go through either studying it or, but again, those two can be at odds with each other, like, or they don't have to be, but either the idea of studying it or the idea of basically putting forth maximum effort during the course of a game. And of course, if you combine the two, then we're talking about the professional level that you could go for. Also, one of the most unrewarding things you can possibly do with respect to, how little money you'd make and stuff like that. It's not a very hard sequence, dude. Okay, so we speed ran through that. So maybe I should just stop playing, considering the fact that I'm almost deliberately tanking. It feels like at this point, I sometimes go on these stretches. It's hard for me to explain, but I have to play it with the same mindset I do sometimes in classical games, that I'm able to. But even then, I'm inconsistent. Like, I didn't exactly have the best stretch with classical lately. It changes, like, the whole coloration of that stuff too. This one was pretty cool, but we have to bury it pretty quickly. Yeah, it's the low resolution texture of my shit that got in the way. So what is wrong with this position? Everything is fine. You're supposed to make some sort of forward knight move, which I normally don't like to make. So it's apparently not that bad to let him take this pawn. Right, it's perfectly still even. So that's a mistake. What does he do now? That's a blunder. Or even the real blunder was something else. Or it's not, because yeah, that move is bad for multiple reasons. Because not only now he takes, and then I don't take, but he could have already. It's not even about that. He could have already double took it. Forget about even this interaction. He could just take. Oh wait, what? But whatever. Even if you did that, what the fuck is going on? But you still end up in a bad spot as black no matter what. So I didn't play that whole sequence very well. Let me go ahead and hunt for the next one. This is not how it's supposed to be, where it's a speed run to just go through these, but it is what it is. So we did the book one. Again, some of these are not going to work. So book, darker, GG. I should almost, again, make a note. Book, darker, GG. That way, if we go back, we'll see whether they work in their innate state. Right, and like one of the other things isn't fucking it up. I don't know why we always have this anarch candy as my basic thing. So book was the P set. The P set's always going to be the earliest one that we see, because it's like, what do you call it? It's a case where brown chessboard, libboard, lichess, brown chessboard. There's going to be the most P sets. So now, wait, what the fuck is going on? we've clearly been through that as far as the board. So I think I just skipped the ones that didn't work or I couldn't figure them out. Why are there so many of the same damn one? So this is gonna be like Chaturanga, some sort of Chaturanga, my favorite variant, inspired, the real OG game of chess that doesn't get enough credit, and I don't know what people's overall opinion on it would be because you can just see the beginning of the game here instead of always opening it up to. So the bishops have the eyes. This is going to be a little bit tricky to use, but it's not like I'm playing well anyway, so we may as well make the most fun of it. Bishops have the eyes. The knights have the whatever that is. The rooks, the king and the queen. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like it's just not very visually compelling, but whatever. It's my fault for fucking up. Darker is going to be the theme, which I think there was one like right after that that automatically is going to, maybe not. It's got to be like a background that we're looking for. Everyone gets the patron icon. I don't really want that either. And I don't even want the patron icon, period, because Fate Stay Night, by which I mean just a fucking black background, but whatever, this is how it's been. And then the next one is GG board, which I barely even noticed as I was playing. But yeah, the blue is maybe a little bit too dark. So that would be another theme. Gray board doesn't seem to work. I think we were maybe trying that before. Pieces. This is... See, that does actually change the color of the board, though. So how the fuck does that make sense? Maybe that one will have to settle for that, like covering both bases, or... I don't know. Ooh, that looks amazing. HD with chess pieces. Maybe I'm very easily impressed. Hide ratings. Maybe I should do that. High contrast, classical, simple pieces. Again, I can try to figure out how some of these work, but the one thing we're missing in this is the ability to, what the fuck? Blindfold, but it's even blindfolded in this sense, so you can't see the numbers of the time format as if that really matters. So where are all the boards, bro? This is not organized in any meaningful way. 3D board doesn't really matter to me. 3D wood board, aqua board. Like, okay, something's just bugged out, dude. I swear to God. Okay, Lichess aqua board. Let me see. If I just get rid of that. But how? Like, I don't get it. What am I supposed to do with this? Like, I don't know which one I'm supposed to leave it on by default. I don't know why newspaper seems to... Oh, shit. Maybe they all work with that, then. Because that's obviously not what newspaper looks like. Let me try with some other ones, then. So, okay. Chess aqua board. So what was something I thought should have worked that didn't work? Like... So when in doubt, just use newspaper, I guess. But that maybe only works for some of them. It was like the wood... Some other wood board... that had like 5 different copies of it. GG board, gray board. Okay, that one doesn't work, period. What was the one that had like 5 different ones? I can't remember now, I guess. Wasn't there one? Like, it kept saying the same thing over and over. Brown, 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 brown. And none of them work. Brown, brown. Okay, so this one actually does at least work, though. So this was supposed to be the one here, I think. Right, it went from book to this. So let's see if it'll work with the aqua thing as well. That, and then you have the ability to do the aqua, whatever it was. And then you have the ability to do the Fate Stay Night thing, which I can barely even make out what that's going to be. It is supposed to be, we're already at L, I guess, Lichess, something, Aqua, arcade board. Or did we already have that at the top? Oh yeah, okay, Aqua board. Okay, so we got Aqua board, Chaturanga pieces, and we got the fucking black Fate Stay Night background, which is not really anything at all. It's just one of those indications that, like, it doesn't work. So it makes it appear that way. It could be like some kind of psychological trick too, that like, oh, it makes you focus more on the pieces, but I can't tell whether it actually helps or hurts me. So here, I would take, he would take, and I can't take, but I'm okay with it, and I'm especially okay with the check idea here. So now we get to basically have the ability to, that's the knight. Now I always try to do something weird here, where I like try to bring in the knight too many times over, but I shouldn't really do that. What I should do is I should basically try to, I don't know, I should almost just take it. But you don't want to allow the pin either. There should be no way for him to stop me from taking it. But see, I always regret, like, oh, that I didn't trade later if I'm gonna. It really does seem like it always puts you against lower rated people the worse you're doing. Like, if you lose a couple in a row. Or maybe again, if I was on that good win streak, so now it's gonna. But a lot of those wins were kind of like not that convincing, so at least I can't be too surprised. But that's the way it always happens, right? They'll give you some sort of. They'll give you opportunities. Even the best of these players who sometimes play at a pretty good level, right? They won't always fuck up the whole time. You could almost let it sit here for a while if you felt like, especially you. If you felt like especially inclined to maybe pin the knight so that you can like not let him push that. You almost want to go here, but you almost don't because the bishop is going to not match with that square. So this could be maybe a good opportunity to try to develop, but you can't do it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with that knight. I almost don't want it to be where it currently is. You can almost put the knight here, so then take. But it's not really still worth it for him. But no, you almost want the V-shaped structure here, and when I say that, I mean more so just my own preference, that I like the V-shape that way, but what exactly is that doing? Just the knight? I guess you could leave the dark square thing open, but I don't really want to do that either. Let's just want to back off. He's gonna bring the dark square bishop into the game, which is not too big of a deal there either. Let's go ahead and do this. So we get basically some pre-development from that. Then we go like this. Then we go like this. The thing I'm slow on is the knight development. We can do the knight covers knight, so you're guaranteed to maybe have that square a bit more under your control here. So no matter what you do, you take it with that, I take it with this. You go here, I take. You come again, I take. It's not even like a bad set aesthetically. It's just kind of like it's a little bit hard to work with it, I guess is the best way I can describe it. But I'm a sucker for these kind of little things to mix everything up. And I haven't used these in a while, like any of these. I was kind of just stuck on the same one. So you could try to do this as an example. If he raises it, I would take with the pawn. He would take with the pawn. I would take with the knight. He would take with the knight. I would take with the rook. He would take with the bishop. So like, wait. I would take pawn. He would take pawn. I would take knight. He would take bishop. I would take. It still wouldn't be enough, actually. Which is confusing because then you might have to go elsewhere with it to the extent that you're able to, like, you can't go there with the knight. So that could be a problem. But I'll still do it. Even I always identify something that could be wrong, but I still let it happen. Because like you could just move the knight somewhere else, but here's the problem: there is nowhere to move the knight. That's the thing. Like maybe there, and then it'll get trapped or some shit. But no, the whole idea is like you move it up. I take, you take, then I take, then you take, then I take, then you still take because of this one, right? So again, if I was hypothetically using the arrows, but I'll still do it because I'm a bit of a moron clown. That is my nature. So it doesn't bother me too much, but there's no, or the one thing I wasn't accounting for, I guess, is my own knight. I take with the knight, he takes with the knight. I take with the rook, he takes with the bishop. It's not worth it, though, because you're taking with the... So I take a pawn, so I'm +1, then I'm -2, then I'm +1, then I minus. It's just not worth it because the rook is involved. That's the thing. You can't go here, otherwise you lose it for free. You could go here, and then you can try to figure out, just block. It's a knight move when it just blocks everything and gets in the fucking way. Like, there's no question about it. It's not really a big deal. Like, you can just kind of let it be for now, but it could open some other option for him later. Yeah, these backgrounds are the most disappointing ones. The boards are fun, the pieces are fun, but the actual backgrounds are bugging out so hard, but I'm still making a point to try to use them. Because, I mean, it's better than just seeing my own background all the time. This is not really going to work either. I would take, and then he would take, and then I would take, and then he would still take. He's attacking there, but there is no other bishop or anything to complement that, so it should be okay. So if you raise a pawn, the only thing that's going to happen is the fact that, I would take, he would take, I would take. So it's almost like you're giving it up for free. So you almost don't want to do that. That's good because it allows you to not open the king because the queen is indeed covering that. But this almost should allow you to take this then, but it doesn't. So now, how much you want to bet the knights can get in the fucking way? But I guess it's okay. Oh, wait a second. I can't even do that. So now it becomes curious. Very, very curious. I'm not even sure what to do now. I could raise this. If he takes, I simply take. He's going to bring something like a pin. He's going to pin the knight with the thing, and then he's double attacking, and then he's going to keep putting on the threat. But it should be okay because my own darks for bishop and stuff is there. So it should be fine. So worst case, I can cover with this or like block with this. I just didn't want to fuck up the pawns, which is maybe one of my big weaknesses that I always realize is like the pawns have to be too aesthetic, and once I get them in a spot, right, they sort of stay there forever. Now, he would take with the bishop, I would take with the rook. He would take with the rook, I would take with the queen. That's technically fine, and the only other attacking piece he's going to bring in is the dinky fucking thing called the whatever it is. The dinky fucker called the thing. Called the queen. If I go here, though, you're kind of still self-pinning in a way that I don't like. Because even if you decide to... I mean, I'll do it, but I don't like it. Because now I want to cover with the rook, but it's not worth it. So I unpin the rook so I could pin the queen. Like, what fucking sense does that make, dude? Now, the only other thing you would attack with is the queen itself. And the... Ooh. What the fuck is going on, dude? I probably should have just... I should have probably just done the other thing from the beginning, which was to... He's going to take a pawn. Alright. I give up. I give up. It's too much for me, I guess. I can't handle this. 1600 is where you gotta start studying, then I'll finally accept it. It just doesn't make any fucking sense the way these games go, but okay. He could, like, do this and take, then he's threatening there, but then I could just take. You can easily take that, or you can't take it. I mean, you could, though, because if I... You still have the same number of attackers on there. In fact, now I almost prefer this. If I just, Man, get that fucking stupid knight out of the fucking way. How about that? He would take the rook itself. This is irritating as hell, man. So now he would take with the rook, I would take with the bishop. He would take with the queen, I would take with the rook. He would take with the bishop, I would take with the queen. So the queen is leading in front, which is arguably not the best thing to do. when you have a pin opportunity, unless he has like an unleashed check, which of course he doesn't have. Still pretty evenly matched, but I'm not too happy about it. I will say that. You can't move that, but he keeps doing kind of the same threat over and over, which I'm certainly no stranger to that idea, but it's a little bit weird. Like, you should be adequately covered, because like if he took, I took, he took, I took, he took, that's almost still worth it. I would almost go here, but then what's gonna happen? He's going to... I don't know what he's gonna do. You know, let's pin this in there, but that still doesn't do anything. Like, he's trying too hard for this thread, though, that just isn't necessary. He could go in there as well. So much like just back and forth over and over, do the same shit until it finally works, I guess, dude. You could have already won this pawn, it felt like, earlier. Because if you took with the queen, then I took with the knight, then you could have took the queen too, but then I guess I would take, you would take something, you might end up taking the something else. You might end up, I might end up taking your piece too, on top of that or something. So this pin is really what's causing so much trouble here. And it's just never going to stop, is it? Like, this bro actually thinks he's doing something, but I guess he is, because I just can't do anything. So he blocks that. So can I finally move the queen? Because he would take, I would take, he would take, I would still take. So I'm just going to finally move. I've had enough of this. I just can't take it anymore. I don't care what he does. Because he gave up the double stack. Now he can obviously attack the rook itself, which would make it very vulnerable to get taken. But maybe it's okay, because I just don't care anymore. We win a pawn for all my trouble, but then I lose a rook. Like, they are at least putting in a certain amount of thought and effort. I am impressed. Right? You can get away with a certain amount, but what you can't get away with is what we're seeing here, where it's just like complete and utter fucking dog shit trash, because he would go there, I would go there, but then he could take back. He would go there, I would go there, and then you would just lose this as well, so I don't even know what's happening with this. Basically, take with the knight, and then guess what happens? Nothing really, because I thought, you know, like, oh, I could take this and then I could take this, but it won't even work because, or it will. It will. Look at that, bro. Look at that. Using the fucking noggin a little bit. Like, sure, you might win the thing, but, and yeah, he's not even still in that bad of a spot. But what the fuck? But he'll get back ranked. Look at what I just did there. Look at who I am in this game, dude. Do you really have to do this? Do you really have to go through it like this in your life? Why do you have to play like this? At 1600 rating, that's what I'm so bothered by. Like, that is an insane ending to the game where, look at that sequence of moves. They don't call me the human calculator for nothing. Like, what is this game? Like, sure, it's predicated on maybe him still making mistakes, but even if you say that, it's disingenuous, because look at how many mistakes and how badly I played the whole game. So that one I kind of don't even feel was lucky. I just feel like it was, that ending was kind of crazy and it wasn't super obvious. Like, what do you want me to do, bro? Yeah, just trade. I can live with that. Anytime the engine tells me to trade, you know I'm being too... Like, this whole position is just botched, but hey, I won, so I guess you can't question it. Even though that's exactly what you should do in chess. It was all working towards this. So him taking, like, I had the right idea, and then I thought I didn't, and then I thought I did again, because I'm like, oh no, but he'll still be covered. But oh no, he won't, because not only are you threatening a back rank by doing that, like, he has to take, I mean, whatever, even if he didn't, it would be a free rook, but yeah, you're baiting him. You're baiting him with the stupid ass knight. I was totally like, yeah, go ahead, take it, because now you take, and then you're getting back ranked. But even if you weren't, you're in check. So now you take, and then I take, and then you do this, and then you're winning. So, I mean, look, dude, I'd be mad if I saw that. I'm mad even though I'm the one who did it. That shows you my objectivity. Like, what is this level of play? Because like there are moments of brilliance like that. Like that's not a normal thing that you're thinking about, dude. And I'm not even saying that to flex. I'm saying that to like, what do I do? Do I really have to do that every single game? If I, yeah, but I'm busy. Isn't that my life story? Just make time for it because there's no. Yeah, let's see what he says. 10 minutes. Yeah, ha ha ha. 10 minutes. It'll take you fucking more than that to read this goddamn article, you dumb shit clown. So we saved this piece in kind of a miraculous fashion. It makes it feel like you're always fighting for something else other than simply, you should be trying to win anyway, but it's good. Maybe additional motivating factor. Kind of an unusual opening there, a stagger pawn. But the thing with this is you get to I have to keep reminding myself that's the queen. I don't even know these basic positions. There's no point giving the check there, so just going here and accepting it is probably okay. That is an interesting move because there's all kind of other things you can probably do as a result, like, I don't know, like maybe the correct thing isn't to put the queen here, but it's the only thing I can think of. We're double attacking that pawn, but it almost hardly matters. Like, what if he brings his own bishop here, for example? Then what does that mean? Like, I think you're supposed to go like here, so then he can't move it, something like that. All these things that we know kind of from having seen it over time. So his development is not really the greatest. If something happens and slips up with this pawn, you could end up just winning the game. But technically, in this case, it wouldn't be mate because the queen isn't cock blocking the king there from moving. The most unspectacular thing about this really are the backgrounds. They're not really doing much for me. So this has been a little bit of a rough up and down thing right at the cusp of 1600s. I'm not really sure what to make of it. It would open up both of these threats potentially if the bishop does indeed come there, but I think this might be the correct response because anywhere you go is going to allow him to then unleash it too, to the extent that you're able to, you're still threatening there, which is difficult. Going here is questionable because you don't want him to take and then take with the pawn, but there's not much you can do about it. You kind of have to just let it happen and hope that you can cover adequately with the queen. This is a good move because you are threatening, the even borderline mate that you're trying to go for, even as stupid as what it seems. The only thing alternatively that I would do is try to just take the queen outright. And if you do that, then, how could this not be a good move for me as a player? Because unless you think you're going to get the mate with the other fucking thing, right? He's giving me a queen trade, and I'm going to take it. And as a result of taking it, I could still win a pawn, or I guess not. If I take it, then he would take, I would take. No, I guess I can't justify doing it because the problem is that he would have the initiative to still save the pawn. At least here, I guaranteed win it. 1629, how many thousand games has he played again? 3, fucking... I'm going to be that person pretty soon, but I still feel like there should be some rate of growth and improvement that is going to occur here. That's the biggest thing that defines great players. It's not how good they are at the beginning, because everybody's bad. It's not how good they are after a short period of time, relatively. It's about how good they rise, or how quickly they rise once they get to a good level. So I'll get to 2,000, and then can I keep going? It's not that, oh, haha, you're 1,500, and I'm 2,000, I'm bragging, because I've studied the game and you haven't. Right? That's not what it's about. It's about, once you get to a good level, then what do you do with it? You could also do this, 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 right, as a theoretical line. That's officially what it's called. This. You take on c6, then you take again on c6, then you check and fork. Otherwise, you're just taking the knight for free, effectively, giving a check. You are threatening the mate here as well. So the best thing is maybe a move like this, just to... It blocks both threats, I guess, in the sense that if you took here, you could take and then take, and you can also just force the trade, or encourage the trade effectively. So I don't think there'd be anything wrong with a move like that. It would solve the situation pretty simply. All I got out of it was then just a single pawn, and I did want to trade anyway, so I'm more than happy to settle for it. In fact, I would even still do this, even though I like the bishop so much, because I would still want to double stack the pawn and just trade again. I mean, you can't go wrong with the trades. I don't know what actually these are supposed to be. Like, it's supposed to be how Chaturanga originally looked, but like, what am I looking at? What is anything? I cannot tell. What? But how? Now, let me guess. Let me guess. He's somehow not going to... Look, dude. Look. It's going to be something fucking dumb because of this guy. I'm going to do it because I can't justify not doing it. But it's not going to be a mate, and it's even going to be something probably dumb somehow. You're so fucking annoying, bro. Like, you deserve to get mated there. I don't see how you could miss that unless you had some other amazing plan to go for it. But now I still won't be able to take advantage because I almost have to go back somehow because... But I can't even. Hang on. What you can do here is you would want to do a move like this, but I'm very scared of what I've allowed to happen here. Even though this is covered, it's like, what's he going to do with the knight? He's going to go here, check and fork. So you're trying to tell me... You're trying to tell me that I would have made the wrong move by doing this. It's all part of his plan, though. Of course, he knew that. He's a good player, and he knew that, so he would let that happen. Like, what am I supposed to do? I could cover this one and let him take the other one, and I could potentially get in a lot of trouble by doing that. But I just don't understand what else to do. You're going to get checked and forked, and then you're also going to lose this. So there's no way to deal with both of them. Or rather, you're not going to lose this because you have the bishop cover. So the only thing you have to worry about is this side, in which case you just do this to cover the pawn. So maybe it's not the end of the world, but it's very frustrating. I could have done a cheeky move like this to just try to, you know, just try to basically... You could check here and try to mate, but it doesn't entirely work. So it seems like he made a couple mistakes, but he was able to still get away with it somehow. So it's interesting to think about. Wait. Wait. How? But how? How is that? It can't be, though. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. How is that a mate? Like, it doesn't... He can't do it, but now he can do it. Like... No, I guess he still can't do it, though. That's the thing. What the fuck is going on with the game, man? Because if he goes in to try to do it, was that bishop thing even necessary? Like, you could move, and then if he tries to go in there, I could take it with the thing. I just gave up the bishop as a panic play. I guess I didn't have to. Now... Here he could take, so like I'm doing it to cover, but I'm very confused. Now he's going to take there as well. I just admit I'm totally lost. I don't know what this position is. Like, look, dude, it's all part of his plan. You're supposed to give up this take. You're supposed to give up the other pawn. It's all good, man. It's gonna lead to him winning. It's fine. Fuck it. I just can't with these positions anymore. I just can't deal with that. It just makes me angry, man. You should be able to check and take this, but you won't even be able to. I'll just keep giving checks all fucking day. I don't even care. I don't even want to do this. Like, I'm fucking done. Block the stupid ass thing, or you'll do it with like the bishop or something. I should have probably took the trade, but then I gave up the bishop for no reason. That had nothing to do with the fact that the threat wasn't there. Not that bad of a position, but it's just kind of awkward, and I think he could like take this into taking the other thing as well. So I don't know what to do about it, but at least now he can't take it. Like, he would take, I would take, and then he can attack there, but he can't take it. It's almost like that gave him that idea. So he doesn't seem like a particularly good player, but it is me that we're dealing with, so anything goes when you're dealing with a total fucknut clown. Okay. So the thing here is you can try to attack this, I guess, but then you'll block there. You can actually take this and then just make sure he doesn't have any other crazy threat, which I don't think he currently does. This is covered. You got to try to develop this side. It's sort of an inverse castle. That's not actually that bad because as long as the king's here, you stop the rooks from coming into this file. So it should be generally okay. I almost thought I was mated for a second there. Like, I couldn't believe it, but the whole trick is just not to move the knight at all. So then you're okay. Try to come up with some plan of a sequence of moves here, but I really can't come up with anything. If I go here, I don't know. I just so badly want to trade sometimes, and I just can't. That was quite the opening. I'm not sure what to make of it, but at least we stabilized a bit. And in fact, his position isn't very good either, but I just don't somehow take advantage of it. So now you are able to go there, which is kind of surprising a little bit, if not for the knight. So he might try to push out the knight somehow. He could pin down the knight there. This bishop's position is absolutely nightmarish, and I just couldn't do anything with it. So what you'd want to do is move the king up, but the reason why you can't do that is because I don't know. Like, you just can't do it. Because this is all wrong. If you go here, he pins it down. But then I guess it's okay because he pins it down and then I bring the king there. And then he checks it with the thing. And then I lose it. Like, okay, so I might have to use the arrows here, dude. Okay, you go here. And then you can't take... I don't know what to do. I have no idea. He gives a check from there, which is not what I was really expecting. But doesn't that still mean that... What? I guess this game just wasn't meant to be, huh? You can give a check there, but I can still take it with the knight. I mean, again, I'm not discounting what they're doing, but couldn't he have done that like before too then, so we both missed it for maybe a certain period of time, or maybe I don't know. I don't know. We sort of cheated death once, but okay. All right, so whatever. We still stabilize around 16. I think what I'll do in the next session is I'll turn it into a full-on study stream. I'll just like read a book. I'll do ASMR chess book reading because, again, you can always subvert meritocracy by just cheating and, doing that where you study and I don't know. It's so boring, man. Yeah, I hope you just disconnect and never come back in your whole life because I just give up. I don't deserve these wins. I don't deserve anything, but it's just depressing. Like, I can't live up to the standard that I always talk about. I can't do it. I'm literally incapable. It doesn't matter, even if we do get it. Like, I have zero regard for this whole experience. Like, what was that opening? What was that whole game? Like, what are these positions? But I guess it's so alien to me because I'm expecting that, not even that, like, I know what I'm doing, but I don't expect these people to do such weird random things, but I guess that's part of the fun of the game is that, oh, there's variation, but also there's one right and wrong answer to everything, so just do the right thing. So as much as people brag and flex about, oh, look at the number of options you have, right, praising the game, it's also the fact that people get so stuck on, oh, just do the right thing, do the exact right thing all the time. But who's to say that your goal is even to win? What if you want to win your way or have fun, a particular way? He'll come back with 1 second left and troll me. I honestly don't deserve it. I hope you do beat me because, yeah, that's fine. I don't want it. You deserve to beat me to make me realize how fucking clown I am. Maybe he'll just flag, though, because he seems kind of somehow distracted. Why did it seem like he got some kind of increment there? So this is actually an Octopus Knight. But this position is so busted that I don't even know what to make of it. Clearly the Octopus Knight is going to be the difference in the game, but I feel like that's the sort of thing you can easily see, though, I guess. All he did was give the check and take, which he wouldn't have been able to do there, so I guess... Oh my god. Oh my god. Can I just, like, move this and do something, man? Clearly the Octopus Knight is worth, like, 8 points, but I won't even be able to protect the fucking thing there, so... Nice game, bro. Give random checks, good things might happen. Get some kind of check fork, nothing. So it was like, at the beginning, I almost should have had a mate, then he almost had a mate, then I don't know what happened after that. I just give up an easy take. Now you're going to end up losing that, which is just beautiful. So let him take, then I take. Then I'm pinning. I mean, I guess I don't have to leave it there. I'm acting like the Octopus Knight position is still relevant somehow. These knights are roaming free a little bit too much. At least if that allowed him to flag out, though, after the fact of coming back. He actually left for a very meaningful amount of time, though. Whether to give me false hope and troll me, or whether just something else, I don't know, but... Everything here should be fine for the time being. Or he can just take it, which is bad, but okay. You do get the fork. Right, you do get the fork, but it's not as good as what you might think. In fact, it's still terrible. Okay, plus 8, that just didn't even work out at all. It's just obviously over. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know, just the way that some of these are going is really bothering me. Could have, like, maybe pinned it down, but you can't. I'm really a glutton for punishment when it comes to this bishop. I want to keep fucking laying myself out there for it. So like this. I don't fucking know, dude. Oh. Imagine if I actually flag this dude when he's fucking around so much. Or when I'm even lower on time than he is. You can do it like this, maybe. He's gonna give some stupid check with the thing. With the knight somehow. Attack there. I won't be able to take it. You take the other one. Try to get a stalemate. Throw him off when I only have 2 seconds left. You gotta predict which move you can make safely that's going to allow you to make a pre-move. And I didn't do that whatsoever. Like, why would he just go down at the back right there, you know? It is possible he could stalemate with this much fucking time. Like, coming up with the mate here could be difficult. He's probably not going to give me that no matter what. He should be able to predict what I'm even trying to do this fight. Fuck. So yeah, that was, these games are stunning me, actually. I'm kind of stunned, but it's my own psychological block that's doing it. Like, see, when we first got to 16, the game to get us there was like we won with like 2 seconds left on the clock, and then the next one was similar to that. Like, you have to realize, with whatever amount of effort I'm able to put forth on a consistent level, this is still very difficult for me. That's the blunder you were supposed to take, so now what? Now what makes this so easy? You can just take there, because I'm just blind and dumb that I can't figure that out. Now you go here, which doesn't really seem like a particularly good move. No, I guess it is. Why couldn't you just, Why couldn't you just take it with the queen, though? Like, I guess that answers my question. Again, something that you could... None of these lines are really that complicated. Or you could say, oh, out of the opening, it's not that complicated, but you're not going to know exactly what sequence to go for. So that's not even that bad, because you're already losing by so much.